9 Sun God King Chapter 2010 to Chapter 2063. Xianxia thought that the purpose of this city was to hide the sun's seed and conveniently absorb its power and then sacrifice it through the altar. Now that he saw powerful beasts attacking the city, he immediately understood that the main purpose of the city walls and barriers is to defend against beast attacks. Xiaoyun, when we enter the city, it seems like there is something probing for human transformed beasts. It seems like there is a group of beasts trying to attack the city. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia nodded and said, I will go out and take a look. These beasts must be coming for the sun seed. People inside the city are panicking because the activity outside has been magnified. Xianxia walked on the street and saw many people have deathly pale complexion. They are mainly scared by the pressure outside the city. Most of the divine kings are immortals. It is normal for them to not be able to withstand the pressure. Not to mention immortals, even saints are scared and don't dare to approach the city wall. The entire 6 divine king cities are unceasingly trembling. All kinds of rumbling trembling sound burst out one after another. Outside the tall and thick city wall, from time to time intense light beams shot into the night sky. There are many beasts attacking the city. Xianxia said in amazement, could it be that these beasts are being led by the sun to attack the city? The gates of the 6 divine king cities are tightly shut, it is not easy to go out. People inside the city are very worried that the 6 divine king cities will be breached. Many people are walking towards the sun altar at the center of the city. Only Xianxia and a few people are rushing towards the city wall. Beside Xianxia, there is a petite old man. When this old man rushed towards the city gate, his expression is very cold and calm. This gray-clothed short old man noticed that Xianxia is behind him. He saw that Xianxia is not afraid of the imposing aura of those powerful beasts and is secretly startled. Youngster, you should go to the center of the city and hide properly, the gray-clothed old man said. Senior, why are you running over there? Xianxia asked with smile. I just want to see what kind of beasts are attacking the 6 divine king cities, the gray-clothed old man said with smile. Youngster, it seems like you are quite courageous, you are not afraid at all. I also want to see the situation of those beasts attacking the city, it must be very spectacular. Xianxia said with indifferent smile and followed behind the old man. Not long after, Xianxia and the old man jumped onto the city wall. When they arrived at the top of the city wall, they saw a large group of giant golden tigers with bodies as large as elephants. Their bodies were emitting rays of light that resembled the sun. This group of giant tigers was densely packed, numbering tens of thousands. The golden tigers at the very front were the largest. They were tens of meters long and had huge horns on their heads. Hundreds of these giant golden tigers were madly attacking the city gates and city walls with the giant horns on their heads. The old man frowned and said, it's from the divine tiger sacred land. To be able to command so many tigers, it should only be the sacred tiger king. That is a very strong sun rune beast. When the God King's 6 cities were under attack, they could only close the gates and activate the defensive barriers. There was no way to chase away the tens of thousands of sacred tiger army. The gray-clothed old man is very calm. He looked at the shocking scene of tens of thousands of tigers attacking the city and said to Xianxia, the defense of the 6 divine king cities is very strong, these tigers can't break it. Don't worry and watch. Xianxia suddenly sensed that the gigantic sun altar in the center of the city was emitting a spatial fluctuation. He turned his head and saw that the sun altar is flickering with intense multicolored light. Formidable divine power is being transmitted to the sun altar. Then, through the sun altar, it will strengthen the city's great formation. The gray-clothed old man saw the sun altar releasing divine power and immediately felt relieved. He said with smile, I spent quite a few divine crystals to enter the city. If I can't defend this city, I will have to go to another God King city. Although God King city's defense is very strong, many people don't believe that it can be defended. Therefore, they all gathered near the sun altar. The divine power released by the sun altar is very strong. This divine power is transmitted from the divine desolate. Does God King City not have any helpers? Xianxia said, don't tell me they don't want to beat back these tigers? The gray-clothed old man shook his head and said, youngster, you don't know, not only these tigers are very hard to kill, they are also not afraid of death. Because after these tigers die, their souls will immediately enter the 9 nether realm and then return to the divine tiger sacred land through a special passage there. Earth rebirth. So that's how it is. Xianxia is secretly happy. The 9 nether realm has a connection with the sacred desolate. It means that the netherworld great emperor has already begun to control the 9 nether realm. Xianxia looked at the large door and said to the old man with smile, "Senior, why don't we join hands and blast that door open?" "Are you crazy?" The gray-clothed old man is startled, then he said with smile, "Youngster, you really know how to joke." Xianxia said with faint smile, "I am not joking. There are more than 10 very strong great saints guarding that door. You lure them away, I will attack the door." The gray-clothed old man saw Xianxia's serious expression and said with frown, "Why are you doing this? Why should I go crazy with you? What's in it for us?" "Senior, don't tell me you don't want to see the power of the God King altar? If you help me, I will give you 10 sun god crystals." Xianxia said. "You look down on people too much. You want to bribe me with just 10 sun god crystals?" The old man shook his head and said with smile. "Senior, you should be a hunter, right?" Xianxia looked at the old man's gray clothes. "It is made from beast skin. There are also many ornaments on the old man's body, they are all made from beast teeth. Some hunters like to make ornaments out of the powerful beasts they hunt." The old man said, "Youngster, you can tell that I am a great saint. I am an old hunter, my concealment ability is very good." Xianxia suddenly took out a several meter long huge tooth and said with smile, "You should know what this is, right?" When the old man saw the huge golden dragon tooth, he immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted in shock, "Divine dragon tooth! Help me lure away the guy guarding the door and I will give you this dragon tooth." After Xianxia finished speaking, he promptly put away the dragon tooth. Divine dragon tooth is very precious to the people of Sacred Desolate. However, Xianxia has many divine dragon teeth, so it is nothing to him. The gray-clothed old man is a hunter. If he could get his hands on this kind of divine dragon tooth and refine it into a weapon, it would be enough for him to be awe-inspiring for many years. Let's sign soul contract. Although the old man doesn't know why Xianxia opened the door, he knows that as long as he helps Xianxia, he will be able to obtain the divine dragon tooth. As for what will happen to the 6 cities, he doesn't care at all. After all, this city is not his. After Xianxia and the gray-clothed old man signed the soul contract, the old man took out a mask and a light blue hunting bow. After the old man put on the cloak, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, even his aura has been concealed. "This old hunter is truly awesome," Xianxia said with mischievous smile. The old man maintained a distance from the dozen or so people guarding the gate. Then, he pulled his bow to the fullest and shot out a dozen or so arrows made of energy. Those arrows were like lightning as they struck the dozen or so guards. Those guards are all very powerful great saints. They immediately discovered the location of the gray-clothed old man. Only 10 of them rushed over, 4 of them stayed behind to guard the door. Xianxia suddenly summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. "Xiao Nether, you might be killed. But you can be reborn in the 9 Nether Realm. If you see foster father there, help me greet him," Xianxia said. Although the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion is very powerful, it is not enough to deal with 4 great saints. Xianxia is only early-stage great saint, unless he is late-stage great saint. Only by cultivating to 3rd-level sacred radiance can he contend against those great saints. After the 4 great saints saw the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, they immediately rushed over to attack. Xianxia also took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon has 2-star cannonballs. Boom boom, the 2-star cannonballs hit the city gate. The shockwave immediately destroyed many buildings near the city gate. A wave of scorching hot air immediately rose inside the 6 cities. The power of the 2-star cannonballs is very strong. They destroyed many buildings but they were still unable to break through the gate. Xianxia clenched his teeth, cooled down the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon a bit, then inserted the sun-suppressing divine arrow into the cannon. The sun-suppressing divine arrow crazily absorbed the 9 Dragon Divine Universe's power. Break! Xianxia suddenly sensed many great saints rushing over. There are even a few heavenly saints among them. When the sun-suppressing divine arrow hit the gate, the devoured 9 Dragon Divine Universe's power burst out. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion occurred. The entire 6 cities of the Divine King suddenly shook up and down. More than half of the buildings in the city were destroyed in an instant. The city gate was destroyed by the sun-suppressing divine arrow, and more than half of the city wall was destroyed. The 6 cities' great formation is one with the city wall. After the city wall was destroyed from the inside, the great formation temporarily lost its effect. Xianxia put away the sun-suppressing divine arrow, then used the light transformation sacred pupil to rush out of the city. The group of great saints rushing over saw the great formation being destroyed and became extremely terrified. They immediately turned around and flew towards the Divine King altar. At this time, tiger roars resounded, tens of thousands of sacred tigers majestically rushed towards the Divine King altar. The 6 cities have been breached. The people guarding the city are all from the 9 sun sects. They know very well why the city was breached. Someone attacked the city gate from the inside and used a very powerful force. Xianxia is far away from the 6 cities. He is standing on a boulder at the top of a mountain in a mountain forest outside the city. He is looking at the 6 cities in the distance. The battle inside the 6 cities is unceasing, many people are running away. It has to be said that the sacred tigers from the divine tiger sacred ground are very terrifying. Human great saints are simply unable to resist them. A gray-clothed old man suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. Worthy of being a very powerful hunter, you actually knew I was here. Xianxia turned around to look at the old man and said with smile. You are even more powerful, you actually broke through that gate. The thing in your hand is very terrifying. The old man only managed to lure away the great saints for a short while and the entire city has already fallen. Xianxia handed over the divine dragon tooth and said with smile, it was a pleasure working with you. Xianxia was not surprised to see the heavenly armor guard army appear. The reason why the goddess of love was able to become the new divine king and build so many divine king palaces and divine king altars in the sacred wasteland was obviously because of the natural law divine realm's help. Someone from the natural law divine realm has come. The gray-robed elder was horrified when he saw the heavenly armor guard army. He said, young brother, those guys are very powerful. The armor they wear is called the heavenly armor. Not only is its defense extremely strong, but attacking their heavenly armor will also injure you. After the heavenly armor guard appeared, the crowd around the sun altar also calmed down. This was because everyone in the sacred wilderness knew how powerful the heavenly armor guards were. They all understood the power of the heavenly armor guards very well. It could be said that Xianxia was the person who understood heavenly armor the most. He had even created the dermic formulation to suppress heavenly armor. Seeing the heavenly armor guards appear, he was also thinking of a way to help the sacred tiger army fight against the heavenly armor guards. He didn't know why the sacred tiger army was attacking the 6 cities, but attacking the 6 cities would give him a chance to destroy the altar. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil and rushed to the altar. The 6 cities of the God King had already fallen. Only the altar in the center of the city remained. The other buildings in the city had already collapsed. The people of the 6 divine king cities were currently hiding near the sun altar, hiding within the boundary that the sun altar had released. The sun altar's barrier was very strong, and it wasn't easy to break it. The sacred tiger army also knew that the sun altar had a very strong barrier, so they didn't attack. Instead, they destroyed all the buildings in the city. The sacred tiger army immediately retreated when the sky armor guard army appeared. They did not clash with the sky armor guard army head-on. The sacred tiger army clearly knew that the heavenly armor guards were not easy to deal with. As Xianxia charged over, he also paid attention to the strength of the heavenly armor guards. Most of them were saints. If they were only saints, it would be easy for him to deal with them. Tens of thousands of giant tigers worked very well together. They split into small teams, each with a dozen or so divine tigers. They roamed around God King City and did not clash with the heavenly armor guards. The heavenly armor guard army only had slightly more than 10,000 people, far fewer than the sacred tiger army. They didn't have any divine universe divine weapons, so no matter how strong their attacks were, they couldn't hurt the thick skin of the sacred tiger. Moreover, those sacred tigers were extremely nimble and could easily dodge. Xianxia saw how brave and ferocious these sacred tigers are. He knows that there is a wise person leading them from the dark. The divine king's 6 cities had already been reduced to ruins. When Qinyan approached, he closed his eyes and very seriously sensed the mental fluctuations. He believed that there must be a strategist using mental power to command the sacred tiger army. Before long, Qinyan sensed a fluctuation that came from high up in the sky. He immediately turned invisible and flew high into the sky. High up in the sky, even if there was a person floating in the air, it would be difficult to see him. Qinyan flew very high up in the sky and looked down at the ground. The 6 cities were only the size of half a palm. He followed the weak spiritual energy and came to a thick cloud. It was already night time, and with the thick clouds, it was hard to find anything hidden inside. Qinyan entered the thick cloud and used his heavenly eye to look. He saw a figure. This guy should be the sacred tiger in human form. After Qinyan saw this person, he is startled in his heart because this person's strength is not weak. After he approached, that person also discovered him and promptly shouted, "Who is it?" "I have no malice, I opened the city gate," Qinyan promptly said. He is certain that it is that person who is commanding the sacred tiger army. Of course, he is not sure if it is the same person or not. "So it's you, why did you blast open the city gate?" The mist inside the thick cloud suddenly dispersed and a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared. "Nothing, I just want to help you fight against the 6 cities. Qinyan said, "Is your excellency a human or a beast?" The tall and sturdy middle-aged man has a square face, he has 2 strands of beard on his face, he looks very imposing. He is sizing up Qinyan. "I am the son of Sacred Tiger King, my name is Jihu." "Who are you?" the middle-aged man said. "My name is Feiyun." Qinyan cupped his hands and said with smile, "I think we can join hands and make the Divine King city suffer even more disastrous losses." Jihu doubtfully said, "What kind of enmity do you have with the 6 cities? Qinyan is not concealing his cultivation, he is only a saint and Jihu is a great saint." However, Jihu doesn't dare to look down on Qinyan because he saw how the sturdy city gate was blasted open. Originally, Jihu only wanted to attack the city and probe the defense of the 6 cities before making further plans. After the sacred tiger army attacked the city for a period of time, Jihu saw that the defense of the 6 cities is very strong and wanted to retreat. However, the city gate was suddenly blasted open and the barrier of the 6 cities was destroyed from inside by a very strong power. Therefore, he immediately seized the opportunity and commanded the sacred tiger army to enter the city. "I have great enmity with the Divine King city. I can deal with those heavenly armor guards, I can make their heavenly armor lose effect for a very short period of time. Once the heavenly armor guards lose effect, they will become weak chickens," Qinyan said. Jihu's expression is filled with bewilderment as he asked, "Can you really make 10,000 heavenly armor guards lose effect?" "If I can, I will command my Jihu army to attack and exterminate more than half of them." "Alright, we will cooperate. I will go down now, you must seize the opportunity," Qinyan said. "Alright, after the troops retreat, we will have a good talk." Jihu's face revealed a trace of smile and said, "I hope you can really do it, I don't really believe it." Qinyan laughed and then swooped down. While he was descending, his palms suddenly turned red and he released the power of Heavenly Eye. After obtaining Heavenly Eye, he has a very special ability. He can quickly condense blood spirit power into runes and condense them on his palms. This is also a kind of inscription battle technique. He created a set of runes that can suppress the heavenly armor guards. It needs to be coordinated with his nether sun power to be released. As Qinyan swooped down, his hands condensed 2 sets of runes. He continuously blasted down with his palms, a large number of complex runes condensed into 2 huge red palm images. The palm images can almost cover the entire 6 cities. 2 huge red palm images continuously rushed down. Hoo, these 2 palm images do not have any formidable power, but they contain a very special rune energy that enveloped the heavenly armor guards. At the same time, the golden heavenly armor on the heavenly armor guard lost its luster. Jihu, who was high in the sky, could see the situation in the city of God Kings through the sacred tigers on the ground. The sacred tigers saw that the heavenly armor guard's heavenly armor had suddenly failed. While Jihu was shocked, he immediately commanded the group of sacred tigers to charge into the sky and attack the group of heavenly armor guards. The powerful sacred tigers outnumbered the heavenly armor guards by several times. But because the heavenly armor guards had powerful heavenly armor protecting them, the sacred tigers didn't dare to attack. Now that the heavenly armor guard's heavenly armor had lost its effect, they were no different from ordinary sages. The giant divine tigers rushed into the air and opened their mouths wide. They could bite a heavenly armor guard to pieces. Roar! Roar! The sacred tiger seemed to have gone mad as it tore at the group of heavenly armor guards. The people around the sun altar were so shocked that their bodies were trembling. The heavenly armor guards were protected by powerful heavenly armor, but they were still bitten to pieces by the sacred tiger. A large number of heavenly armor guards screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, the group of heavenly armor guards was devoured. What was even more inconceivable was that after the heavenly armor guards lost its effect, it became extremely weak and was instantly destroyed. Xianxia knew very well how the heavenly armor was formed. It was formed by the heavenly Tao divine domain absorbing the heavenly Tao energy bestowed by the heavens. Not to mention this kind of golden heavenly armor, even if it was a purple gold heavenly armor, Xianxia could still suppress it. After the group of sacred tigers killed a large group of heavenly armor guards, they immediately retreated. Not long after the group of tigers retreated, a small golden sun appeared at the top of the sun altar. It was condensed by the sun altar and possessed a very strong attack power. The 6 cities of the Divine King were destroyed by a group of powerful beasts. This caused the people hiding near the sun altar to tremble. It was one thing for the huge city to be destroyed, but that group of powerful heavenly armor guards were actually eaten by the sacred tiger. This was truly shocking. Everyone knew of the heavenly law divine domain's prestige. Their heavenly armor was very powerful, but it could be suppressed by others. Everyone recalled what had happened and thought of the 2 red palm shadows. That was the mysterious power that caused the heavenly armor to suddenly lose its effect. Xianxia floated in the sky and said, "The sun altar's barrier is very strong and very difficult to break. We should indeed retreat." Jihu said with smile, "I only came to test the defense of the 6 cities of the Divine King. I never thought that I would be able to break through this city. I never expected to reap so many pleasant surprises." "Big brother Jihu, why do you want to fight against the Divine King city?" Xianxia asked. The Divine King city was built by the heavenly law divine domain. My father is the sacred tiger king, a sun rune beast. My father received an order from the sun to fight against the heavenly law divine domain. Jihu said, "It sounds very unfathomable, but it's just like that. Don't think that I'm spouting nonsense." Xianxia didn't think so. Moreover, he could roughly guess. It seems like the 9 suns did not nurture you group of inscription beasts in vain. Xianxia said with smile, "You should be the power that the 9 suns left in the 9 desolate." Jihu said in shock, "Brother Feiyun, just what is your background? You actually know this kind of thing? We inscription beasts have indeed received the help of the 9 suns to become so powerful. Inscription beasts are mainly born in the outer heaven domain. They are creatures born naturally from inscription. And it is very difficult for these inscription beasts to survive in other heavenly domains. However, it is different in the 9 suns heavenly domain. The 9 suns take very good care of the inscription beasts." Xianxia knew this point very early on. Therefore, the 9 suns heavenly domain has the most number of beasts. Especially the dragon race, they are a very powerful existence in the 9 suns heavenly domain. After Jihu bade farewell to Xianxia, he rapidly flew away. Xianxia did not leave the 6 divine king cities. Although he did not obtain the sun seed, he was very happy to see the 6 divine king cities destroyed. He landed on the top of a mountain and looked at the ruins in the distance. At the top of the sun altar, a small golden sun appeared. It was used for attacking, and it was mainly controlled by the divine wilderness. While Xianxia was looking at the ruins of the 6 god king cities, a grey-robed elder suddenly appeared behind him. It was the old hunter from before. "Senior, you are truly a lingering spirit." Xianxia said with smile, "Don't tell me you want to extort me? Although your cultivation is not as high as mine, I feel that it won't be that easy for me to kill you." The grey-robed old man smiled and said, "This old man's name is Kong Qing. I want to get to know little brother. I am Feiyun." Xianxia cupped his fists at Kong Qing and said with a smile, "Elder Kong, there are 9 godly monarch cities. Your pass should allow you to enter the other godly monarch cities, right?" "I don't know about that." Kong Qing said, "That depends on whether the other divine kings are willing. After all, there are a large number of people who need to be relocated. The other divine kings might not be willing to accept so many people. Old Kong, this junior just came from Immortal Desolate. I don't know much about Sacred Desolate. Can you tell me what big sects are in Sacred Desolate? Qin Yun said. Kong Qing is very surprised, he said in shock, so you are from the Immortal Desolate. No wonder he's not afraid of anything. Those who came from the Immortal Desolate meant that they were once the most powerful people in the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. I just think it's fun. Kong Qing said, in the Sacred Wasteland, the strongest is the Divine King Palace. There are godly king palaces in many large cities, and new godly kings are consecrated inside. This was something Qin Yun knew. Then there's the Inscription Palace. This is a very ancient organization. It's mainly a gathering place for a group of powerful inscription masters. Qin Yun nodded. He was very familiar with this. Then there are the Darkness Royal race and the Emperor race. These two powerful ancient races have disappeared for several epochs, and only now have they suddenly reappeared. Kong Qing said again. Qin Yun also knew that the Sacred Desolate also had the Dark Royal race and Emperor race. The Divine Inscription Palace, God King Palace, Dark Royal race and Emperor race that I mentioned before, these are all rather special existences. And there aren't many normal powerful sects, there are only two. Kong Qing sighed. There were originally quite a few, but most of them weakened during the war against the Outer Heavens, and eventually merged into those two. In one of the strongest sects. The Sacred Desolate was also facing the threat of the Outer Sky Domain, but it was the Outer Sky Domain of the Sacred Space. The Outer Heavens and the Sacred Space were even more powerful. How powerful are those two sects? How about the strength of the Divine Inscription Palace and the Divine King Palace? Qin Yun asked. He asked this because he wanted to see if he could join forces with these two sects to resist the Godly King Palace. The Supreme Saint Palace and the Qinghong sect are very old sections. To be able to survive for so long, they are definitely not weak. Behind the Divine King Palace is the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, so these two sects are definitely not comparable to the Divine King Palace. However, if the Divine King Palace wants to take down these two sects, they will have to pay a considerable price. Kong Qing laughed. I'm from the Supreme Saint Palace. Qin Yun said with a smile, no wonder Elder Kong is so powerful, so it turns out that you are a disciple of a large sect. Kong Qing chuckled, little brother Feiyun, do you want to join our Supreme Saint Palace? I will recommend you to become a disciple of an elder. Of course, don't tell him that you broke the gate of the Divine King City, otherwise he will be scared to death. No need, I have my own sect, I am the sect master. Qin Yun said with a smile. His inscription gate has also come to the Sacred Desolate, but he is still unable to contact them. So that's how it is. Kong Qing is slightly startled and said, how about this, your sect can merge with our Supreme Saint Palace. Of course, you can maintain your own operations and merge with my Supreme Saint Palace. You can share the information we have gathered, and when we go to the Outer Heavens, we can also join forces. That's not bad. Wait until I find the members of my sect. I just came to the Sacred Desolate and lost contact with them. Qin Yun said with a bitter smile, although I am the sect master, I am the latest to come to the Sacred Desolate. Kong Qing said, I can help you with this, you need to provide me with some clues. That is a strange mountain that can move. Just know that mountain, how will you contact me when the time comes? Qin Yun said. Use Communication Sacred Talisman. Kong Qing took out a Communication Sacred Talisman and handed it to Qin Yun. Only God King Palace and Divine Inscription Palace can sell these Communication Sacred Talismans. After the spatial laws of the Sacred Desolate changed, only they can make spatial communication things. Qin Yun took a look and said, this kind of Communication Sacred Talisman must be very expensive, right? Not cheap, one Sun God Crystal for one, they are really making a killing off those bastards. Kong Qing felt very angry talking about this matter. Qin Yun can understand Kong Qing's anger. Originally, Communication Sacred Talismans were not very expensive, but after the spatial laws of the Sacred Desolate changed, only Divine Inscription Palace and Divine King Palace could refine them. They deliberately raised the price to earn a large amount of Sun God crystals. The sun god crystal is a precious resource that descended from the sun before the world extermination. Now, it has been plundered by the Divine King Palace and the Divine Inscription Palace using various methods. Old Kong, Immortal Desolate's dragon race and imperial race should have arrived in Sacred Desolate. Do you have any news about them? Xianxia said, I have heard of them, especially the Immortal Desolate dragon race. They are very powerful. They control the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, which is something that the Sacred Desolate dragon race does not have. Therefore, after they merged with the Sacred Desolate dragon race, they have a very high status. Kongqing said, the Immortal Desolate dragon race despises the Emperor clans for being too weak, so they did not have any Emperor clans. He has joined an Imperial clan. There were many branches of the dragon race. There was the Outer Sky Domain's dragon race, the Imperial dragon race within the Arch clans, and the Sacred Wastelands dragon race. When the Immortal Desolate dragon race came to the Sacred Desolate, they naturally merged into the Sacred Desolate dragon race. As for the dragon clan of the Outer Heavens, they were merged into the Emperor dragon clan. Although these dragons were not together, they would still help each other when they were in trouble. A spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled out from the sun altar. Hundreds of golden pillars suddenly descended from the sky. Each pillar was 1,000 meters tall and surrounded the ruined city of God King, forming a very strong barrier. This is from the Divine Desolate. They are truly willful, casually sending down things from the Divine Desolate. Kongqing sighed, it's good to have the Heavenly Law Divine Realm as your backer. The space between the Sacred Desolate and the Divine Desolate were relatively close, so it was relatively convenient to open a passage. Now, the passage between the two was also controlled by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The Divine Tiger Sacred Ground has angered the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. There's going to be a good show to watch. Kongqing laughed. Old Kong, when are you leaving? I want to stay here for a while. Xianxia said, I am very interested in that Divine King altar. I want to understand a little more. I'll leave immediately. I've already made a move before, so I'm worried that I'll leave behind some clues, so it's better if I leave first. Kongqing chuckled. Kongqing is a very bold old man, otherwise he would not have dared to help Xianxia lure away the guards. If not for Kongqing's help, the 6 cities of the Divine King wouldn't have become like this, so he can be considered the main culprit. Xianxia and Kongqing signed a soul contract before, promising not to speak of this matter, so Kongqing left with ease. Xianxia still stayed on the mountain, looking at the 6 cities of the Divine King. Under the 6 cities of the Divine King, there is the sun seed he is looking for. If he doesn't get it, he will not leave the city. Xianxia entered the interior of the mountain and emptied it. Then, he released the floating cloud pagoda and hid it inside the mountain. He entered the floating cloud pagoda and began cultivating. I need to quickly become stronger. I need to have at least the cultivation of the great saint realm to be able to do more big things. Otherwise, if I meet a great saint, I will have to hide far away. Xianxia's nether sun stored the energy collected from inside the Sacred Desolate's gate. He now wants to refine this energy and use it to increase his cultivation. The destruction of the 6 cities of the Divine King is a very sensational event in the Sacred Desolate. There are 9 cities of the Divine King, they are also known as the 9 strongest cities of the Sacred Desolate. Now one of them has been destroyed, this caused the people of the other cities to panic. Divine Tiger Holy Ground's fame also rose overnight because the ones who destroyed the 6 cities of the Divine King are the Wisdom Tiger Army. Most shocking thing is that the 10,000 Heavenly Armor Guards were completely annihilated. The Heavenly Armor Guards' heavenly armor was not used at all, instead they were devoured by the Wisdom Tiger Army. Among the 9 cities of the Divine King, only 6 have sun altars. Now it seems that these 6 sun altars are the most stable because the sun altars of the 6 cities have not been breached yet. Xianxia's cultivation is rather slow. After cultivating for 3 days, he suddenly sensed that the mountain is slightly trembling. He immediately left the floating cloud pagoda. After arriving outside, he sensed a burst of dense and cold air. Xianxia arrived, she is wearing snow-white clothes, she is floating in the sky. Her long skirt is dancing along with her long hair, her entire body is releasing an ice-cold and merciless cold air. It is indeed you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said in an indifferent voice. She found out that something happened to the 6 cities of the Divine King and the heavenly armor guards were destroyed. She suspected that Qin Yun is involved, so she immediately rushed to the vicinity of the 6 cities and used spirit-chasing talisman to find this place. Seeing that Qin Yun is still alive and without any serious injury, she felt a lot relieved. If not for her emotions being deprived, she would be very excited and happy. But now she still looks ice cold. Sister Rujing, did you go to Mother Moon? Qin Yun asked. I have been in the sacred desolate for more than a year. I have not found Mother Moon. Xian Rujing shook her head. It is really strange, Mother Moon is missing. Xian Rujing arrived in the sacred desolate earlier than Qin Yun but not more than a year earlier. The main reason is because Qin Yun is inside the chaotic space-time, time is distorted. Let's enter the floating cloud pagoda first. Qin Yun extended his hand to pull Xian Rujing but she did not extend her hand. Let's go. Xian Rujing said in an indifferent voice. Qin Yun grabbed Xian Rujing's lily-white hand and discovered that it has become somewhat warm, not ice-cold like before. Sister Rujing, did you just bathe your hand in fire? Why is it so warm? Qin Yun said with smile. He can't help but rub her delicate lily-white hand. This kind of feeling is very nostalgic. Quickly enter floating cloud pagoda. Xian Rujing lightly glared at him and urged. Qin Yun pulled Xian Rujing to 20th floor of floating cloud pagoda and said, You have been in sacred desolate for more than a year, have you been looking for Mother Moon? Xian Rujing is sitting on a chair Qin Yun brought out and said, I used soul-chasing talisman to look for Sister Kiru and others but I couldn't sense them. I thought the talisman lost its effect. But when I arrived near 6 Divine King cities, I sensed you using the talisman and confirmed that it is still working. Qin Yun said with frown, Sister Rujing, what about Sister Ling Xue? You should have some kind of connection with her, right? You don't know where she is? Xian Rujing shook her head, I don't know, our connection has already been severed. Qin Yun also feels that it is very strange, Mother Moon clearly came to Sacred Desolate but has disappeared. Then did you go look for a mortal desolate dragon race? Qin Yun asked. I did, I saw Red Sun Dragon Mother but she said she did not see Mother Moon. I have a speculation, Mother Moon is hiding in another space, that is why we can't sense her. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun nodded, it is indeed possible. I suspect that Heavenly Law Divine Domain noticed Mother Moon's existence and Sister Kiru and others are hiding. Sister Kiru and others' cultivation is not high, we need to be careful in Sacred Desolate. They must be hiding and cultivating, they will take action after they become stronger. They cultivated sacred veins through Moon's moon core. I suspect that Heavenly Law Divine Domain has a way to sense their existence. Moon and 9 suns are closely related, it can be said that they were born under the influence of 9 suns. They have also absorbed great amount of energy from 9 suns for many years. Qin Yun said with frown, if it is Heavenly Law Divine Domain, it is possible to sense them who have cultivated Moon sacred veins. Xian Rujing said, Qin Yun, let us cultivate together. Even though I am Ice Goddess, my cultivation in Sacred Desolate is too low, I want to become stronger as fast as possible. Yes, I am also planning to cultivate. Qin Yun nodded and said, I previously stored a lot of energy inside the Sacred Desolate Gate. I might need to cultivate together to refine it. Xian Rujing lightly groaned, this kind of energy is very difficult to refine because we are absorbing it together. If we try to refine it alone, the speed will be very slow. I have not cultivated for 1 year because of this reason. Qin Yun said with smile, Sister Rujing, have you been targeted by the power of heavenly punishment these past few days? Not yet. Xian Rujing shook her head and asked, what about you? Did you suffer any torture in the chaotic spacetime? Not really. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised, he said with smile, Sister Rujing, are you worried about me? Xian Rujing coldly groaned and said, not at all, I just want to know how big the price you paid to save me is. This way I can have some idea in my heart and clearly calculate how to repay you. Elder Sister Rujing, you are already my woman. Although you don't have any feelings for me, you are still that Ice Mother Tigress in my heart, don't talk about not returning it. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Xian Rujing's long skirt suddenly slid down. Xian Rujing's expression is ice cold, she slowly took off her outer skirt. Qin Yun lightly inhaled a mouthful of air, looking at this flawless, ice-cold, beautiful jade-like woman. Although her body is releasing a cold aura, she is also infinitely attractive. What are you staring blankly for? Xianrujing coldly groaned, since I am your woman, you don't need to mind it anymore. Let's quickly cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level, I can't wait to become stronger. Qinyan deeply breathed a few mouthfuls of air. He doesn't know whether or not Xianrujing has recovered her feelings, but since she can accept this kind of intimate contact between lovers, he is very happy in his heart. Ling Yuner is somewhat excited. She charmingly smiled and said, Xiao Yun, although elder sister Rujing has lost her feelings, she is still as sultry as before, her temperament has not changed a bit. Qinyan embraced the beauty and felt a very strange warmth. He said in low voice, Sister Rujing, have you recovered your feelings? Otherwise, shut up, properly cultivate. While speaking, Xianrujing bit Qinyan's shoulder. Although Qinyan is in pain, he is very happy in his heart. He is very familiar with ice and snow goddess who bites people. Both of them hugged each other and began cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level together. During the cultivation process, Xianrujing is in charge. While Qinyan is enjoying this kind of wonderful feeling, he can also sense that the peculiar energy inside Nether Sun is being refined very quickly, his cultivation is becoming stronger. Back when they were in Holy Gate, they cultivated together to absorb the energy. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to refine it alone. But now that they are cultivating together, the refining speed is very fast, causing Qinyan and Xianrujing to be endlessly apprehensive. Xianrujing leaned on Qinyan's chest and said in low voice, This is really strange, I have not been able to refine much in a year, yet after cultivating together with you for a day, the refining speed is so fast. Sister Rujing, according to reason, you have been deprived of your feelings, you should not have feelings, but it seems like you are enjoying it very much. Qinyan doubtfully asked, Do you have feelings for me now? He did not get any response, instead Xianrujing bit his arm. Don't ask too much, continue cultivating. Xianrujing raised her head, coldly glared at Qinyan and said, You are clearer than me about your situation, I already have no feelings, I will never have any in the future. Qinyan kissed her face and said with smile, No matter what happens, you will not be able to leave me. You said before that you cannot live without me in your life. That is only because I considered you a cultivation partner, don't think too highly of yourself. Xianrujing coldly groaned and said, Qinyan, don't have any illusions about me. I will be with you but I will not have any feelings for you. Qinyan said with sigh, I obtained your heart before but after obtaining your body, I lost your heart. Can't you have your body and your heart at the same time? This heavenly punishment curse not only fell on your body, it also fell on my heart. Xianrujing's face is stuck on Qinyan's chest, her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness and joy, moreover they are also somewhat moist. After cultivating together for a few days, all the energy they absorbed in Holy Gate has been refined. Qinyan condensed a ball of saint power on his palm, the saint power has 3 layers of saint splendor. He exclaimed in admiration and said, Late stage sage realm. Directly crossed mid-stage and reached late stage, this is too fast. Because in just a few days' time, Xianrujing has already broken through so fast. Xianrujing spread out her lily-white hand and condensed a ball of ice-cold silver-white saint power. The saint power has 3 layers of saint splendor lingering around it, this is the cultivation of late-stage sage realm. She is also very happy, a somewhat ice-cold smile appeared on her lily-white face, then she leisurely combed her beautiful long hair. Although the beautiful woman before him is ice-cold, when she combed her hair, she looks very amorous. She has a kind of peerlessly beautiful spiritual charm, causing Qinyan to be somewhat dazed. After he calmed down, he asked, Sister Rujing, you are also late-stage sage realm, we can attack great sage realm soon. When we cultivated together inside Holy Gate, we absorbed a lot of energy, then we cultivated together and refined them, our 9 sun sacred veins and 9 yin sacred veins together cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd layer together, only then we have this kind of effect. Xianrujing said. She combed her long hair and let it hang down on her chest. Qinyan hugged her, gently caressed her jade-like back and said with smile, My 9 sun divine spirit still has a lot of Holy Gate's energy stored inside it, should we continue cultivating? Come. Xian Rujing is very surprised. She did not expect Qin Yun to have so much Holy Gate's energy stored inside his 9-sun divine spirit. Soon after, they started cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. Qin Yun released the energy inside Holy Gate and wanted to absorb it into his body but discovered that he cannot. It seems like I can only absorb it when I just entered sacred transformation. Qin Yun said in disappointment. Why are you disappointed? Are you afraid that you won't be able to be together with me? Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said, let's go take a bath. My snow goddess totem is changing, it will only appear in water, help me take a look. Alright. Qin Yun nodded and said. He and Xian Rujing arrived at the lower floor. There is a very large bathing pool here. Xian Rujing put on her thin clothes and entered the bathing pool. She closed her eyes and said in soft voice, I need some time to make the God position totem appear, wait patiently. When did you sense the change? Qin Yun asked. After coming out of Holy Gate. I suspect that because my emotions were stripped away, I obtained even more God position inheritance. This is just my guess. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun said with frown, it shouldn't be. When God position is being refined, there is no such setting. The so-called abandoning of emotions is only to cultivate mental state, to cultivate even stronger divine power. It has nothing to do with God position totem. Then what does it have to do with me? Xian Rujing said, you used to be 9-sun palace king, you are also an inscription master, you must be very knowledgeable about runes, right? Qin Yun said, let me see if there is any change in your God position totem first. Qin Yun, what about your God position totem? You are the king of gods, you are also a sun god, what is your God position totem like? Xian Rujing is very curious. Honestly speaking, my God position totem is very special. The divine position of the sun god once fell into the sun and was tempered by the 9 suns in turn. Although the sun god totem is hidden within the divine position, I have never been able to dig it out. Qin Yun sighed and said. Now many runes appeared on the surface of Xian Rujing's body. These silver-white runes are very beautiful, they look like tattoos, they are flickering on her snow-white skin. It seems like there is no change? Qin Yun carefully looked and said, it is the same as before. Continue looking. Xian Rujing finished speaking, suddenly many small purple-red runes appeared on the silver-white totem on her arm. Xian Rujing doesn't understand these things, she only wants to know if it is useful or not. She asked, then what is the benefit to me? I only discovered that the God position totem is changing, I don't feel any benefit. Because it has not fully matured. Qin Yun is also somewhat excited, he said with smile, Sister Rujing, if it truly matures, these sun heavenly runes will give you a very special ability. Why do I have this kind of change? I was clearly cursed by heavenly punishment, why do I have heavenly runes? Xian Rujing is very puzzled. Qin Yun shook his head and said, I also don't know the specific reason. In short, this sun heavenly rune is very special, it belongs to you alone, it is a newly born heavenly rune. Could it be because we are cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together? Xian Rujing said in low voice, when we were cultivating together before, I sensed that my God position totem was constantly changing, is it growing? I don't know. Qin Yun is also pondering the reason, he said, it is possible. But why did your God position totem change after cultivating together with me? Let's cultivate together again. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun and said in a somewhat indifferent tone. This? Qin Yun is startled, he thought that after Xian Rujing refined the energy with him, she would not be with him anymore. He did not expect that Xian Rujing would take the initiative to bring it up. Quickly begin. Xian Rujing coldly groaned, what are you waiting for? Next, Xian Rujing and Qin Yun began cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra again. During the cultivation process, Xian Rujing did not take back her God position totem, this way Qin Yun can sense the change. Just as Xian Rujing guessed, while cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, her God position totem indeed changed, it absorbed energy to strengthen itself. So it is like this. Xian Rujing leaned on Qin Yun's bosom and said in low voice, why is it like this? Qin Yun kissed her forehead, then gently caressed her back through her wet gauze dress and said, it seems like this is very beneficial to you. Qin Yun, maybe I know where Mother Moon is. Xian Rujing suddenly said. Where? Let's go together. Qinyan said. No, I'll go by myself. You stay here and look after that sun altar. You must obtain that sun altar. Xian Rujing lightly shook her head. Qinyan tightly embraced the ice-cold beauty in his arms and said, I don't feel at ease letting you go alone. Xian Rujing said, when I was in Guanghan Palace, I heard Sister Kiru say that Sacred Desolate has a extreme land. That place is closely related to Moon. Maybe I can find that place with my 9 sacred vein. Let me accompany you. Qinyan kissed her cheek. This won't do, you have 9 sun sacred veins, that place is very dangerous. Xian Rujing's tone became somewhat cold as she said, Qinyan, you must listen to me this time. All right. Qinyan sighed. Before leaving, I will accompany you for a few days. Even though Xian Rujing's voice is cold, her meaning is very clear. Qinyan is very doubtful because he understands heavenly punishment very well. Xian Rujing should have been deprived of her 7 emotions and 6 desires, but now she is not resisting him at all. Instead, she is taking the initiative to be together with him. If Xian Rujing had recovered her emotions, it would be impossible for her to be so ice-cold. It must be known that back in Immortal Desolate, when Xian Rujing called Xiaoyun little brother, she was very delicate and sweet. Sister Rujing, I want to know why you are so good to me? Qinyan placed his hand on Xian Rujing's ice-cold beautiful face and caressed it lovingly. Xian Rujing's expression is filled with helplessness as she said, I have been deprived of my emotions, but I am very clear that I can never leave you in this life. I think it is because I don't want to see you in pain, because your painful appearance makes me feel indescribable heartache, and you also don't want to see me in pain, is that right? Qinyan kissed her vermilion lips. Xian Rujing also very naturally catered to him. Both of them came out of the bath and arrived at 20th floor. Qinyan shouted a few times towards the star god altar, but there was no response. Sacred Desolate's altar passage has been closed, only Love God's passage is open. Xian Rujing said. Qinyan sighed, I wonder when I can contact Sister Star God. Originally, Qinyan wanted Xian Rujing to immediately set off to Sacred Desolate's extreme land, but she insisted on staying with him for a few days. These few days Qinyan has been living very well. Although Xian Rujing doesn't have any emotions, she is not that ice-cold towards him, it can be said that she is not rejecting him at all. Sister Rujing, you must be careful, if there is any situation, immediately contact me. Qinyan warned. Xian Rujing arrived at Sacred Desolate and bought some communication talismans. She handed one over to Qinyan and said, if you need help, you must tell me, I will immediately come find you. I don't want to miss the opportunity to repay your favor. I know. Qinyan laughed and said, then before I leave, can I kiss you again? Xian Rujing took the initiative to kiss Qinyan. Both of them kissed for a while and then separated at the summit of the mountain. Qinyan deeply breathed in the cold fragrance left behind by the beauty. He looked at the direction where Xian Rujing disappeared and sighed with some melancholy in his heart. Xiaoyun, what is going on with Sister Rujing? Didn't you say she doesn't have any emotions? But this kind of behavior, it is clear that she has some emotions. Ling Yuner curled her lips and said, otherwise, how could a pure and clean ice and snow goddess like her stay so sweet with you for more than 10 days without emotions? Qinyan faintly smiled and said, cursed heavenly punishment is very ruthless, but they underestimated our human emotions. I suspect that Sister Rujing has already been reborn with emotions. Her god position totem can give birth to Sun Heavenly Rune, rebirth of emotions should be very normal. Xiaoyun, did you notice? Sister Rujing seems to be enjoying being with you these days? Even though she is ice-cold, she is very close to you. Ling Yuner said with evil smile, truly a cold and aloof ice and snow goddess. Qinyan stood at the summit of the mountain and looked at the 6 divine king cities. The 6 divine king cities have been surrounded by many huge formation pillars, the entire city is being rebuilt. Even though the 6 divine king cities have been destroyed, after they are rebuilt, their defense will be even stronger. I somewhat regret helping Ji Hu's army to attack the 6 divine king cities. Qinyan said. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiaoyun, you are the 9 Palace king, those formations should be nothing to you, right? Not necessarily. If the heavenly law divine realm is serious, the formations they set up are still very powerful. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. The 6 divine king cities are being rebuilt and the construction speed is very fast. After all, many powerful saints are involved. Now that there is an even stronger barrier protecting them, it will be difficult for Jihu's army to attack the cities again. Xianxia circled around the 6 divine king cities a few times and heard that the divine inscription palace is participating in the construction of the 6 divine king cities. Not only are those formations very strong in defense, they can also counterattack. It is extremely difficult to break through them. And the Divine King Palace is going to crusade against the Divine Tiger Sacred Ground. The Divine Tiger Sacred Ground is located in a dangerous place in the Sacred Desolate. The Divine Tiger Sacred Ground was formed from the Sun Divine Stone that fell down. The Sacred Tiger King inside the Divine Tiger Sacred Ground is a very powerful Sun Rune beast. Therefore, many people are not optimistic about the Divine King Palace's crusade against the Divine Tiger Sacred Ground. Not to mention passing through that dangerous place, they also have to face the Sacred Tiger Army who have the advantage of the battlefield. The losses will definitely not be small. However, if the Divine King Palace does not do anything, their prestige will be swept to the ground. The Divine King Palace dispatched many great saints to the Divine Tiger Sacred Ground. Outside the 6 divine king cities, Xianxia is standing at the city gate. He wants to enter but he found out that he needs to sign a soul contract to enter. The main reason for signing the soul contract is to prevent people from attacking the 6 divine king cities from inside. Moreover, he can't fight or destroy inside the 6 divine king cities. Because he needs to sign the soul contract, Xianxia did not enter. It seems like it won't be easy to enter the 6 divine king cities in the future. Xianxia is standing at the top of a tall mountain and looking at the huge sun altar. His goal is the sun altar and the mysterious sun seed below. Nighttime, Xianxia once again entered deep underground. He is now late-stage Saint Realm, his strength is even stronger than before. Therefore, after approaching the Heavenly God Seal restriction, he can resist the strange power released by the restriction. It must be known that if one's strength is not enough to approach the Heavenly God Seal restriction, it is very easy to be sucked inside and then sealed for many years. Xianxia is very familiar with the Heavenly God Seal restriction, so he knows how to deal with it. Although the Heavenly God Seal restriction is a very strong seal, its power fluctuation is very weak. Where does the energy of the Heavenly God Seal restriction come from? To maintain such a powerful sealing barrier, it must require a lot of energy. Xianxia asked. The source of energy is the sun seed. Xianxia said, I was once sealed by the Heavenly God Seal restriction. At that time the source of energy was my body. Ah. Then wouldn't you be sucked dry in the end? Xianxia said in astonishment, Xiaoyun, how did you get rid of the Heavenly God Seal restriction back then? At that time, the Heavenly God Seal restriction was absorbing my energy. I deliberately cultivated a very berserk energy and let the Heavenly God Seal restriction absorb that berserk energy. Then, through my mental power, I controlled my energy to burst out and damage the important runes of the Heavenly God Seal restriction. Xianxia said. Then what about now? How can you break the formation? The one being sealed is not you. Xianxia said. Xianxia has already arrived deep underground, he is just outside the Heavenly God Seal restriction. He looked at the light wall and said, that's why I am hesitating whether or not I should enter the Heavenly God Seal restriction. If you go inside and you don't have enough power to destroy the Heavenly God Seal restriction, it will be very troublesome. Xianxia sighed and said, why do I feel that it will be very difficult to break the formation? Xianxia said with smile, back then I didn't have Nether Sun, so it was very painful to be sealed. But now it is different, I have Nether Sun and also you. Is that so? Can Nether Sun really resist the Heavenly God Seal restriction? Xianxia happily smiled and said, Xiaoyun, let's join hands. Xianxia nodded and said, I will enter now. He deliberately approached the Heavenly God Seal restriction and released very formidable energy. Xianxia was dragged into the Heavenly God Sealing restriction and immediately felt like he was inside a furnace. It was extremely hot. He hurriedly urged all the power in his body to resist the heat, but his body was still burned to the point that it was extremely uncomfortable. This place was filled with intense golden light. Being illuminated by that golden light, one's body felt like it was going to be burnt. Xianxia promptly took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and activated the snow goddess totem on it, releasing a powerful ice-cold power. When the ice-cold energy entered Qin Yun's body, he immediately felt extremely comfortable. Sister Rujing's deity throne totem is really useful. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, after I turn into an elf and go out, I must kiss this ice-cold beauty. Qin Yun was surrounded by golden light as he exclaimed, is this the energy released by the yang seed? How powerful! Even though he had a strong physical body and his heavens might overlord body was comparable to a divine body, he was still suffering from the burning. If anyone else came in, they would definitely be burned to ashes. Therefore, it is very difficult for Qin Yun to find other people here. Xiao Yun, where is the yang seed? Ling Yin'er asked, do you want to break the formation first or take the yang seed first? Qin Yun used his powerful mental power to control his body to swim. He suddenly realized that his mental power was not strong enough, because in the heaven-sealing God-forbidden land, his mental power was greatly affected. If I had known earlier, I would have absorbed the mental power of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 6th pearl first before coming in. Qin Yun's current actions are completely relying on mental power. Because if he were to release Nether Sun power or any other power, it would be devoured by the heavenly God sealing restriction. He moved forward slowly and said, I'll find the yang seed first. Right now, I am still unable to confirm whether or not I can break this heavenly God sealing restriction. If I am unable to break it, then I can only think of a way to cultivate and become stronger here, and grasp sufficient strength before making any plans. The heaven-sealing God-sealing restriction covered a large area, much larger than the entire 6 cities of God King. Therefore, Qin Yun could enter the heaven-sealing restriction by burrowing into the ground outside the city. He suspected that the sun seed was right below the sun altar. If he was on the ground, he would be able to reach the sun altar very quickly from outside the city. However, under the heavenly God-sealing prohibition, he could only move slowly. Qin Yun can't stand this tortoise-like movement speed. He opened his heavenly eye inside the furnace like heavenly God seal restriction. His eyes suddenly turned purple-red. He used the power of the divine pupil to propel his body forward. In just a short while, he had crossed a large distance. After crossing that distance, he felt a slight pain in his head, and his mental strength was greatly consumed. This won't do, I have to rest for a while. Qin Yun can only stop and take a short rest. He had the nether moon, so his mental energy recovered very quickly. After recovering, he used the divine pupil again. Every time he used it, he would have to rest for more than 2 hours. After repeating this process for 2 to 3 days, he finally neared the center of the heavenly God sealing formation. In other words, he was currently beneath the sun altar. The sun seed is truly terrifying. The energy it releases is sealed within the heavenly God sealing restriction, causing this place to turn into a huge furnace. Qin Yun is extremely alarmed. Xiao Yun, what will happen if you absorb the sun seed into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit? Does it have to be placed in a separate bead? Ling Yin'er asked. I also don't know. This thing called sun seed is very mysterious. My previous understanding of sun seed was mainly based on analysis. But I feel that if I put it inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, the sun seed should not be so violent. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun is slowly approaching the sun seed. The closer he gets, the more dreadful the scorching heat becomes. The people of the 6 cities believe that the danger they will face are the beasts. What they don't know is that the greatest danger is the sun seed under the sun altar. If this sun seed erupts with energy, even quintessential Saint Realm experts would not be able to withstand it. Did the sun seed get sealed by the heavenly God sealing restriction as soon as it landed? Otherwise, many people would know about this kind of fluctuation. Ling Yin'er said. It should be that after it landed, the heavenly God sealing restriction appeared. The sun seed and the heavenly God sealing restriction fought for a period of time, but in the end it was still sealed. Evil God also knows about the sun seed, so this matter cannot be hidden from Sacred Desolate's imperial race and dragon race. Qin Yun said. Sacred Desolate's imperial race and dragon race definitely know about the sun seed. Not only the sun seed is sealed by the heavenly God sealing restriction, it is also suppressed by the heavenly law divine domain and the sun altar. The imperial race and dragon race can do nothing about it. After several days of hard work, Qin Yun is finally close to the sun seed. In front of him is a very intense golden light. He can't see the sun seed but he can feel it. The sun seed's energy is very strong but it is not released on its own initiative. It is drawn out by the heavenly God sealing restriction. Qinyan said, the heavenly God sealing restriction draws out the sun seed's energy and devours it. However, the energy consumed by the heavenly God sealing restriction is limited, so it can't absorb that much in a short time. Ling Yaner asked, is the sun altar also absorbing the sun seed's energy? Qinyan shook his head and said, in this kind of vile environment, I can't release my mental power to investigate. He extended his hand forward and touched something. Suddenly, he touched a very stiff thing. What caused him to be shocked is that the thing flew into his hand on its own accord. He grabbed a round and very hot bead. It looks like it is only the size of a walnut. This is the sun seed? Qinyan said in shock, isn't it too small? He thought that the sun seed would be at least 100 meters wide. The smaller it is, the more astonished Qinyan is. Such a small thing can actually condense such terrifying energy. Moreover, there is no sign of it being damaged. Xiaoyun, is this the sun seed? Or is it just a small piece of the sun seed? Ling Yaner said. No, this is the sun seed. I can feel that the sun seed has a close connection with all the energy here. Qinyan said, Yaner, control the nether sun to release the devouring power. We will help the sun seed devour the lost energy first. A large amount of energy inside the sun seed has been lured out by the heavenly God sealing restriction. This is the energy inside the sun seed. Qinyan tried before, he was unable to absorb this kind of incomparably hot energy. It can be seen that this energy is very special. The sun seed is very intelligent, it sensed that Qinyan is helping it absorb energy, so it released a kind of power to protect Qinyan, not letting Qinyan suffer from the burning energy. Ling Yaner controlled the twin nether sun to produce a very strong devouring power and guided the energy inside the heavenly God sealing restriction into the sun seed. This energy originally belonged to the sun seed but it was sucked out by the heavenly God sealing restriction. Now that the sun seed is using the nether sun, it has a very strong devouring power. It is also very fast to take back its own power. More than 20 hours passed by, the surroundings have become empty and pitch black. This huge open space deep underground is opened up by the energy released by the sun seed. The sun seed has now become very gentle. It was placed inside the 9th sun divine spirit by Qinyan and placed beside the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, Yang. Yang has been sleeping. On one hand, it is because the sun has fallen asleep and on the other hand, it is growing on its own. Could it be that the sun seed can make the sun soul grow? Maybe my 9th sun divine hammer, heaven. Trampling divine boots and Yang can evolve. Qinyan is delighted. Xiaoyun, now that you have the sun seed, how are you going to leave the heavenly God sealing restriction? Don't be trapped here. Ling Yaner is somewhat worried. Qinyan said with a smile, don't worry, I won't be trapped here. This is not the first time I have been suppressed by the heavenly God sealing restriction. As he spoke, there was suddenly a force that was drawing out the energy in his body. Yaner, look, the energy within my body is being extracted by the heavenly God sealing restriction. The heavenly God sealing restriction wants to absorb my energy to maintain its own operation. Qinyan said with smile, come, we will release the most berserk power of the nether sun and pour it into the heavenly God sealing restriction. Then we will control the explosion of the energy. Qinyan controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside the 9th sun divine spirit to release energy to replenish his energy. This will allow him to quickly recover the power of the nether sun. Ling Yaner controlled the nether sun and condensed a kind of tyrannical nether sun power. Not only can this kind of energy distort space, it also has a very strong melting power. The heavenly God sealing restriction has swallowed a lot of energy from the sun seed, if it explodes. Ling Yaner said with mischievous smile, the recently rebuilt 6 divine king cities might be destroyed again. Qinyan smiled faintly and said, if nothing goes wrong, the altar will be affected as well. The explosion of the heavenly God sealing restriction is very dreadful. Xiaoyun, don't tell me you have a chance to take away the altar? Ling Yaner said in pleasant surprise. If there is a strong enough energy explosion, we can temporarily cut off the connection between the sun altar and divine desolate. Then I can absorb the altar into the 9 sun divine spirit. Qinyan said. How strong is the energy explosion? Ling Yin'er hastily asked, you must grasp this opportunity well, do your best to erupt with even stronger energy. Qinyan pondered for a moment and said, Yun'er, the main purpose of the energy explosion is to attack the space channel between the Sun Altar and Divine Desolate. Break through the space channel, and before the space channel is completely repaired, the Sun Altar will lose its effectiveness. That's easy, didn't we subdue a little ant queen? Feed her with a few Divine Universe golden stones and let her release very strong space power. Then cooperate with the explosion of the Heavenly God Sealing Restriction and destroy the space channel between the Sun Altar and Divine Desolate. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile. Indeed, I almost forgot about the little ant queen. Qinyan looked inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and discovered that the little ant queen is like a small white cloud flying around, playing very happily with Momo and little Jade Rabbit. The spatial power condensed by Space Xian ants are not restricted by Sacred Desolate's spatial law. As for why they have this kind of ability, Qinyan still doesn't know for now. He only guessed that the spatial power released by Space Xian ants is the most primitive spatial power. The spatial laws of Nine Sun Heavenly Domain's Great Desolate are constructed from heavenly Tao power based on primitive space. Therefore, Space Xian ants can ignore any spatial laws. Qinyan let Ling Yun'er communicate with the little ant queen inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul and let her condense a very berserk spatial power. Little Ant Queen straightforwardly agreed, but she needs to eat 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones. It is just 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones, this is nothing to Qinyan. If everything goes smoothly, Little Ant Queen's spatial power can completely help him obtain the Sun Altar. It must be known that the new Sun Altar has been remodeled by Heavenly Law Divine Domain, it is much stronger than the previous Sun Altar. Because the previous Sun Altar was too weak, otherwise Qinyan would not have taken away 2 of them. Qinyan was the sect master of a 9-sun sect in the God King's life and possessed a Sun Altar. Therefore, he understands Sun Altar very well. When he was in the vicinity of the altar in the middle of the 6 cities, he walked around and observed it. He knows that the new Sun Altar has been remodeled to be very strong. As for the specifics, he still doesn't know, he will only know after obtaining it. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, Little Ant Queen said she needs some time, she wants you to wait patiently. Qinyan needs time to think of a way to break the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. The Heavenly God Seal Restriction is absorbing the berserk nether sun power released by Qinyan. After absorbing enough, he will use his formidable mental power to control the nether sun power to burst out and destroy the runes of the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. As long as the runes of the Heavenly God Seal Restriction are destroyed, even if the Heavenly God Seal Restriction is not destroyed, it will become much weaker. At that time, Qinyan will have a way to leave the Heavenly God Seal Restriction. I have already obtained the Sun Seed, it is the key to creating Primal Divine Sun. I hope Sister Rujing can quickly find Sister Kiru and the others. I need Sister Kiru's help to create a Primal Divine Sun. Qinyan said. Ling Yun'er somewhat anxiously said, Xiaoyun, I am very worried about Sister Rujing. We really shouldn't have let her act alone. There's nothing we can do. She's already like this. But we should be able to rest assured. After all, she's the snow goddess, and she even cultivated 2 very powerful spirits. Qinyan said, furthermore, she also has the purple gold Divine Universe Sword. Even if she encounters a very strong great sage, she can protect herself. Qinyan wanted to go together with Xian Rujing, but she refused no matter what. She even said that men are not allowed to enter that place, so he could only give up. Won't the Heavenly God Sealing Prohibition dissipate on its own if the Yang Seed is taken away? If you were to break open the Heaven Seal God Restriction, wouldn't that Heaven Seal God Restriction have no source of energy? Ling Yun'er said. The Heavenly God Sealing Prohibition contains a certain amount of energy. This formation absorbs energy nearby. If the Yang Seed is gone, it absorbs mine. If I don't have any, then absorb the Sun Altars, if the Sun Altar doesn't have any, then absorb the Sacred Desolate Lands. Said Qinyan. Ling Yun'er laughed, Xiaoyun, you really understand this formation. It seems like only you can deal with this kind of thing. There is no other way, I have been suppressed by the Heavenly Tao for so many years, I have gone through many reincarnations and still managed to live until now, I can't do it without some ability. Qinyan said with mischievous smile. While Qinyan is breaking the formation, Little Ant Queen is also condensing spatial power. He gave 2 divine universe gold stones to the little ant queen and placed her in the 9-yang divine soul pearl where the 9 dragons heavenly origin array was located, allowing her to be in the middle of the array. This way, little ant queen can quickly condense spatial power. Ling Yin'er said. Xiao Yun, little ant queen said that after she condenses spatial power, she can go play with Momo. Why do these little things like playing with Momo so much? Qin Yin said with smile. Who told Momo to be so likable? Ling Yin'er said with smile. Xiao Yun, Momo is the high priest of magical fairies. How much do you know about this kind of fairies? Speaking of this matter, Qin Yan's expression became somewhat grave. He said, although this kind of fairies are called magical fairies, they are not evil devils at all. The reason why they are called this is because they have been demonized. Actually, magical fairies and space Xian ants are very similar. They are both primal energy fairies. Primal energy? Ling Yin'er said, space Xian ants are fairies born from the primal space. Could it be that Momo is the primal rune? Runes are very strange. I suspect that runes were not created by the heavenly Tao but an existence that existed even earlier than the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is just using runes very well. Qin Yin said, in other words, the birth of magical fairies is earlier than the heavenly Tao. Just like space, they are earlier than the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao only sets the rules and maintains its operation. Ling Yin'er said with smile, I thought everything was created by the heavenly Tao. I never expected that space and runes were created earlier than the heavenly Tao. It is very likely that after the appearance of space and runes, the heavenly Tao was born together. The heavenly Tao is a kind of operating law. After this operating law has its own consciousness, it is called the heavenly Tao and gradually forms various connections with the living beings in this space. This connection is called fate. Qin Yin said with a smile, of course, this is a speculation that I have pondered for many years. Qin Yin and Ling Yin'er talked a lot. Although Ling Yin'er is the Nether Sun Tao spirit, the Nether Sun is extremely mysterious. Although she is the Nether Sun Tao spirit, her understanding of many things is not as good as Qin Yin's. Little Queen Ant has already condensed a ball of spatial energy. After Qin Yin placed the ball of spatial energy into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, he handed it over to Zi Qingqing and others to control. The pill transformation heavenly furnace needed to absorb a lot of energy before it could transform into a pill. The more peculiar and powerful the energy within the furnace was, the more energy the pill transformation heavenly furnace needed to transform into a pill. Thankfully, Qin Yin had the 9 dragons heavenly origin array and the divine universe goldstone, so he had enough energy to maintain it. On Qin Yin's side, he was also anxiously cracking the array. He still wasn't sure if there would be a huge explosion after he broke the God Sealing Forbidden formation. Even if it was not triggered, if the spatial cannonball was strong enough, it could create a very strong spatial interference, cutting off the connection between the Sun Altar and the Divine Wilderness. If the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden Ground erupts with a powerful energy, the people inside the Sun Altar will run out. That would be more convenient. Qin Yin said, otherwise, if someone controls the altar from inside, it will be very troublesome. Ling Yin'er said, we can only give it a try. The spatial cannonball went very smoothly but it also consumed a lot of divine universe golden stones. However, the energy of the cannonball can only affect the space, the destructive power is not very strong. If not for obtaining a relatively complete sun altar, Qin Yin would not have to go through so much trouble. A few days passed by. Qin Yin and Ling Yin'er's nether sun released energy and poured it into the most important runes of the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation. Releasing this kind of energy requires very strong mental power. Even if they enter the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation, they must maintain a connection with Qin Yin. Only by doing this can they control the energy explosion and destroy the runes. Even if other people know that they can break the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation like this, it is very difficult to do so. Qin Yin has been sealed by the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation several times before. After many years of trial and error, he finally found the method to infiltrate the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation. Begin. Qin Yin secretly controlled the Berserk Nether Sun power to erupt. The space inside the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation suddenly trembled unceasingly. The most important runes of the Heavenly Sealing Forbidden formation have been destroyed, causing the energy of the Great Formation to lose balance. It is now frantically running around. Not only was the God-sealing Forbidden Land trembling, but the surface of the 6 God King cities was also cracking. The power of the heaven-sealing God Forbidden Land was very terrifying. The surface of the 6 Divine King cities had many huge array pillars from the Divine Wasteland. These array pillars could not only form a very strong array, but they could also protect the ground from being torn apart. However, at that moment, the grand formation formed by those spirit pillars was destroyed by the heavenly God sealing Forbidden. The people of the 6 cities of the Divine King immediately screamed and fled in panic. Even the people from the natural law divine realm were terrified, because they could feel the explosion of the heaven-sealing God's seal. The people of the natural law divine realm were very clear about the power of the heaven-sealing God restriction, so they did not dare to be careless. The ones controlling the sun altar were all heavenly beings of the natural law divine realm. At this moment, they were all escaping from the sun altar. The heavenly God sealing restriction had already gone out of control and was unable to form the sealing power. Therefore, Xianxia easily ran out from the depths. When he came to the surface, he saw a small golden sun condensed above the sun altar. It was the energy from the divine wilderness. At this moment, the small sun was releasing a very strong energy, as if it wanted to suppress the fluctuations coming from the ground. Although the heavenly God sealing restriction has gone out of control, it did not explode. Xianxia took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and aimed it at the sky above the sun altar. After the white spatial cannonball was shot out, it transformed into a white light and shot out. It exploded in the sky above the sun altar and created a white light mist. It only exploded with white light and a gust of wind. It did not produce any powerful destructive power. However, the surrounding space is distorting and even being torn apart. The small golden sun at the top of the mountain-like sun altar suddenly disappeared. It means that the sun altar has already been cut off from the divine desolate. The power of the divine desolate cannot be transmitted to the sacred desolate, so it is impossible to control the sun altar to defend or attack. Success. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil and charged into the white light mist. He hid in the white light mist in the sky and controlled the 9 sun divine spirit to release a burst of intense light that enveloped the mountain-like sun altar and absorbed it into the 9 sun divine spirit. Not long after the space fluctuated, the sun altar suddenly disappeared. The people who escaped from the 6 cities of the Divine King are all shocked. The Divine King altar disappeared? Could it be that the Divine King of the Divine Desolate took it back? Someone said in bewilderment. The 6 cities of the Divine King had just been rebuilt, and even with the protection of the powerful array pillars that had descended from the Divine Wasteland, they were still unable to protect the entire city. This kind of huge city cracked under the continuous tremors, and the buildings that had just been built suddenly collapsed. After a large number of buildings collapsed, waves of sand and dust rose up, and the most shocking thing was that this time, the huge altar did not release any energy to protect itself and had even disappeared. The powerful Divine King altar was the most invincible existence in the sacred wasteland in everyone's eyes. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, it caused many people to panic, especially those powerful forces that were very close to the Divine King. Palace. If the Divine King Palace could not block that mysterious attack, then they would definitely not be able to either. In order to calm the hearts of the people, the group of people from the natural law divine realm announced that the Divine King altar had only returned to the Divine Wasteland and told everyone not to panic. Actually, everyone in the natural law divine realm knew that there was a very strong heaven sealing restriction under the altar. The reason why the entire 6 cities of the Divine King was destroyed again was also because of the heaven sealing restriction. The reason why the entire 6 cities of the Divine King was destroyed once again was also because of the heaven sealing restriction. Regarding this matter, the people of the heavenly Tao sacred region all kept their mouths shut, because this involved the yang seed. This was because after a simple inspection, the people of the heaven realm had determined that the yang seed was no longer underground. One of the 9 yang seeds had suddenly disappeared. This caused a stir in the entire natural law divine realm. The group of heaven realm people could also feel a very powerful spatial energy at the scene. The knowledge of the heaven realm was also extremely rich. They could associate it with the spatial Xian ant and believed that the spatial energy came from it. The yang seed was a very strong energy source, so it was normal for it to be targeted by the spatial Xian ant. It was just that they could not understand why the spatial Xian ant wanted to take away their altar. After Qin Yan took down the altar, he did not leave for the next few days. Instead, he wandered around the 6 cities of the Divine King and inquired about all sorts of information. After a few days of investigation, what surprised him was that the natural law divine realm actually denied that the altar had been taken away by someone. Instead, it declared that the altar had returned to the divine wasteland. Such a huge altar suddenly disappeared. If the people of Sacred Desolate knew what the altar was, the prestige of the entire Divine King Palace would be affected. Qin Yan found it funny because even now, the natural law divine realm still did not know what was going on. Qin Yan took out a communication talisman and contacted the old hunter Kongqing. Kongqing is from the Supreme Saint Palace. He went to help Qin Yan investigate the whereabouts of the Divine Inscription Mountain. After Xian Rujing found out that the 6 cities of the Divine King had been broken, she immediately rushed over to look for him and even found him. Xian Rujing found out that God King's 6 cities have been breached. She immediately rushed over to find him and found him. He felt that the people in the Divine Rune Mountain would come to find him after learning about the situation in the 6 cities. I heard some news but I am not sure. Kongqing's voice entered Qin Yan's mind through the communication talisman. News. Heaven. Qin of the news. Qin said. News. Qin said. It's like this. I heard about that strange mountain that can move. This mountain likes to devour Sun God Stone. This strange mountain was once very close to the people of the Dragon Clan. Kongqing said, I received news that there was a group of dragons in the dragon race that stayed with this strange mountain for a period of time, and then they all disappeared. Disappeared? A group of dragons from the dragon race and that group of strange mountains have disappeared? Qin Yan said in shock. It is very normal for the Divine Inscription Mountain and the dragons of the dragon race to mix together. Because inside the Divine Inscription Mountain, there are several heavenly rune dragons. Moreover, there is also the little black donkey, great god Xian Wu, as well as several formidable inscription beasts. However, such a powerful force had suddenly disappeared. That was a very strange thing, Kongqing said. I found out from the dragon race that they are also looking for the missing strange mountain, as well as their dragon race disciples. Qin Yan said with frown, apart from this, do you have any other news? Kongqing said, one of my friend of dragon race told me that they suspect that their missing group of dragons were captured by Dark Royal race. Why would dragon race suspect this? Qin Yan feels that it is possible because Divine Inscription Mountain is very strong. It can transform into Hercules with very strong battle strength. Hercules has been very active in many battlefield, it is very eye-catching. Adding that this is the lair of Inscription Gate, it is very normal for Dark Royal race to target it. Any other news? Qin Yan asked. Not for now, I will continue to investigate. Little brother Feiyun, I heard that many things happened in the 6 cities, can you tell me about it? Kongqing said. Qin Yan told Kongqing about the situation in the 6 cities. Naturally, he did not tell Kongqing about the matter of him stealing the altar and Sun Seed. He only said that the altar is gone and that a very powerful energy burst out from under the 6 cities. Little brother Feiyun, what do you think about this matter? Kongqing asked. Elder Kong, I heard a rumor, it might not be true, do you want to hear it? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Let's hear it. Kongqing is also very curious. There is a treasure hidden under the 6 cities, that is why Divine Tiger Sacred Ground wants to attack. Now, there is a problem with the treasure under the 6 cities, causing the altar to disappear. That altar did not return to Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said. Kongqing said in shock, little brother Feiyun, how did you get this information? I heard from an elder of the Supreme Saint Palace that there are things hidden beneath the 9 godly king cities. I helped the Divine Tiger Sacred Ground attack before, so I came in contact with them and learned about it from them. Qin Yan said. This is a very explosive news, it seems like I have to spread it out. Kongqing said with mischievous smile. Alright, we will contact each other if we find anything. Oh that's right, I want to go to the Supreme Saint Palace. Qin Yan said. Alright, come to the Supreme Saint City near the Supreme Saint Palace first, we will contact each other later. Kongqing said, then told Qin Yan a direction so that he can find it himself. Kongqing is also very anxious to spread the news he got from Qin Yun. He has a very large information network. If he provides this kind of information, he will gain a certain amount of prestige. Like this, people will be even more willing to provide him with information. Although the 6 cities of the Divine King had been destroyed once again, many people still lingered in the vicinity. They wanted to know what would happen to the 6 cities of the Divine King. Qin Yun went to the Supreme Saint City. On the way, he stopped and entered the floating cloud pagoda. He tried to contact the star god but to no avail. A new Divine King has appeared in the Divine Desolate. He wants to contact the star god to ask about the situation of the new Divine King. This won't do. Qin Yun looked at the star god altar and shook his head. It seems like the communication channel between the other gods and the sacred desolate has been sealed. Only the love god can communicate with the sacred desolate. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, didn't you just obtain the Divine King altar? You can use it to transform it into the star god altar. This is possible, but it is a bit difficult. Qin Yun said, I first need to be able to control the Divine King altar, at least make it a bit smaller. Qin Yun now began to think about how to use the Divine King altar well. He poured his formidable mental power into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to investigate the altar. The altar is placed inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and sealed by the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. As a result, the Divine Desolate cannot sense the altar. After Qin Yun investigated the altar for a whole day, he finally found many ways to break it. What he needed to do now was to first remove the control of the Heavenly Law Divine Domain over the altar. This was a very crucial point. If the removal was successful, he would be able to control the altar and make it smaller. This way, it would be easier to take it out and dissect it for research. Inside the altar, there is a very strong consciousness. Because this consciousness has been cut off from the Divine Desolate, it has become very manic. Qin Yun had no choice but to release the nether moon and let it enter the altar to erase this consciousness bit by bit. This was not an easy task. It took Qin Yun several days to completely erase the consciousness inside the new altar. Because that consciousness was unable to communicate with the Divine Desolate, it was a blank consciousness, but it had a very strong resistance. Fortunately, Qin Yun possessed the powerful nether moon and he had a lot of experience in refining souls, so he was able to erase that consciousness that had turned into a soul. Done. Qin Yun can now control the new altar to become smaller. The new altar became the smallest, more than 10 meters tall. It was not like the previous altar, which could turn into a small table. Qin Yun could only go to the warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and take out the new altar. He began to dissect and research it. Qin Yun is very interested in all kinds of complex runes. He was originally a very talented inscription master, not to mention the rich knowledge of runes from his past life's 9 Sun Palace King's memory. Whether it was him, Immortal King Floating Cloud, or the King of Gods, they all studied runes very much. Therefore, when he was researching the new altar, he discovered many important things. I don't need to modify it, I only need to connect the original Star God altar with this one. Maybe I will be able to contact Sister Star God. Qin Yun immediately took out the Floating Cloud Pagoda's Star God altar. After the Star God altar became very small, it became the size of a table. And the new altar became a 10-meter tall small hill. Qin Yun placed the Star God altar on top of the new altar and took out some dragon tendons. He carved many complicated runes inside the dragon tendons to connect the 2 altars. After more than 10 days of torment, Qin Yun finally connected the 2 altars together and released the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Finally, he let the little ant queen come out and release her spatial power to activate the 2 altars to connect with the Star God's divine position. The main reason why Qin Yun was able to do this is because he participated in refining the divine position before, so he has a very good understanding of space. Not long after, a charming woman wearing red armor appeared on top of the Star God altar. Qin Yun had previously performed a large number of death sacrifices for the Star God. Logically speaking, even if the Star God did not go into seclusion, he should not be fighting. Little brother Xiao Yun, the power you sacrificed to me has been stored in my divine position. The Star God sighed, many unforeseen events have occurred in the divine wasteland. Logically speaking, other than the love god, the other gods have all lost contact with the lower realms. How did you contact me? The star god also knew that her connection with the lower realms had long been cut off. Xianxia said, I took away a new sun altar, which is what they call the God King altar. I modified it and combined it with your star god altar. Then, I released my own spatial power and formed a spatial connection with your divine position. It sounds very complicated. You are truly amazing. As expected of the King of Gods. The star god smiled and said, Xiaoyun, the situation here is very complicated. You should be able to guess, right? Is this caused by the love god and the heavenly law divine realm? Xianxia asked. He already knew that the imperial clan could not protect her and the Nine Suns sect was from the heavenly law divine realm. The star god nodded, yes. I'm being chased by the love god. This damned woman, she pretends to be high and mighty and filled with justice, but she's actually a snake and scorpion. Love god. Xianxia clenched his fists, anger surging in his heart. Xiaoyun, I'll escape first. They'll chase after me. The star god said, there are many people chasing after me. There are Heaven Man, Nine Suns sect, Dark Royal race and even the subordinates of the love god. Can't you hide? Xianxia asked. No, they have a way to track me according to the fluctuations of the divine position. They can track me. The star god said anxiously, Xiaoyun, that's it for now. Goodbye. After cutting off the connection, Xianxia immediately stopped the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and took back the little ant queen. He is currently burning with anxiety. He paced back and forth in the large warehouse, looking at the new altar from time to time. Xiaoyun, they have a way to track the divine position. What's going on? Ling Yin'er said, then can they track you? Other than me and the spatial god's divine position, they can track all the other gods. Xianxia said with frown, even Sister Kiru's moon god position and Sister Shuyan's slaughter god position are being tracked by them. Ling Yin'er was surprised, what's going on? Xianxia said, this is mainly a type of energy left behind by the Heaven Creation God Palace in the past. It can be locked down and tracked by the Heaven Creation God Palace. If Big Sister Star God didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of this. It seems like the Heaven Creating God Palace has lost its power, or perhaps they have compromised with the natural law divine realm, which is why they cooperated with the natural law divine realm and the love god to track down Star God Elder Sister. Is there any way to block their tracking? Ling Yin'er said. Of course there is a way. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, the most effective method is to put the divine position and divine universe golden stone together. Let the fluctuations of the divine universe gold stones disturb the energy within the deity seat. This way, it won't be tracked. Does Big Sister Star God have divine universe metal stones? Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, you have many divine universe metal stones but even the gods of the divine desolate land might not have seen them once. Xianxia looked at the altar and said, I want little Queen Ant to help me a lot. Big Sister Star God is being chased by so many powerful forces, she definitely won't be able to hold on for long. I want her. Just now, he saw that the Star God looked very weak. She must have been on the run for many days. Ah? You want the little Queen Ant to bring you to the Divine Desolate? Ling Yin'er shouted in shock, can you do it? No. With my current strength, I am still unable to pass through the spatial wall between the Sacred Desolate and the Divine Desolate. I will be torn to pieces. Xianxia said, I don't need to go to the Divine Desolate. I just need to bring the Divine Universe Golden Stone to the Divine Desolate. As he spoke, he quickly took out the dragon eggshell and quickly refined a box. Then, he placed 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones inside. Big Sister Star God will receive this box and place her divine position inside. Xianxia also sealed the 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones slightly, preventing them from running around. And the next step was the most difficult, to get the box to the Divine Desolate. Xianxia let the little Queen Ant come out and let Ling Yin'er communicate with her. In order to let the little Queen Ant release even stronger spatial energy, Xianxia threw caution to the wind. He planned to use the Divine Universe Amethyst and a large number of Divine Universe Golden Stones. He obtained a Divine Universe Amethyst but he rarely used it. 1 or 2 Divine Universe Golden Stones were placed inside the 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Sabers that formed the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Xianxia opened the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, the little queen ant frantically released spatial energy and poured it into the two altars. Then, it cooperated with the spatial runes inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. Suddenly, a very strong spatial energy erupted and forcefully opened a spatial passage. Through the star god altar, Qin Yin can sense her and determine her spatial location. Xiaoyun, what did you do? Why is there a very strong spatial power? Star God's astonished voice came out. Big sister Star God, I want to pass a box to you. Put your divine position in the box and you will be able to get rid of those guys tracking. Qin Yin said, prepare to receive it. After he finished speaking, he controlled the strongest spatial power to erupt. The spatial passage between the divine desolate and the sacred desolate suddenly opened for an instant. This instant consumed a lot of energy, but it was enough for Qin Yin to bring the box over. Star God is very astonished. She knows that Qin Yin has recovered the memories of the King of Gods, but she never expected him to be so powerful. He can actually transport things from the sacred desolate to the divine desolate. So powerful! Star God exclaimed in admiration. Big sister Star God, that box can become very big. You can hide deep underground and absorb the sacrificial energy stored in the divine position. We'll talk about it after your cultivation is strong. Qin Yin said. Inside the box, there is a purple gold divine universe sword. Thank you, little brother divine king. Star God is very happy. She originally thought that she was very helpless in the divine desolate. She never expected that Qin Yin would be able to help her in the sacred desolate. Oh right, are you not with Sister Xuyan's clone? Qin Yin asked. Not for the time being, but I will go find her. Star God said, I really need help right now. I have a few old friends in the divine desolate. Tree God and Heavenly Lion King are both. Qin Yin said. Heavenly Lion King can't even protect himself now. On the other hand, Tree God is very powerful, but he isn't willing to help others. Star God said, since he is your friend, I can go find Tree God. Tree God is a very big tree, it is very powerful. Qin Yin nodded and said, then you can cultivate first. Oh right, can I give you the divine flame leaves you want now? Star God said. It is much easier to transport things down from the divine desolate. I will open a passage and you can bring them down for me. Qin Yin said hurriedly. Star God gave Qin Yin a lot of divine flame leaves. Divine flame leaves are very common in the divine desolate. Star God doesn't know what Qin Yin wants to do here. She won't be chased and beaten by others anymore. Star God can now happily hide away and cultivate. Feeling Qin Yin's help, her heart feels warm and she wishes that she could immediately kiss Qin Yin. Qin Yin obtained a lot of divine flame leaves. Each of them is the size of a palm, golden red and emitting flames. He put away the altars, looked at the large amount of divine flame leaves in the storage bag and said with a long sigh, this thing is finally no longer rare. Xiaoyun, what do you want the divine flame leaves for? Ling Yin'er asked. In the earliest period of the Nine Sun heavenly domain, this kind of divine flame leaves were very rare and very difficult to grow. The Nine Desolate Land has experienced many nirvana rebirth. The soil of the divine desolate is becoming more and more suitable for growing divine flame leaves. Qin Yin said with smile, this kind of thing has many uses, but only I know how to use it. Ah? What use does it have? Ling Yin'er is very curious. It can be used to make fire, it can produce very strong divine flame. This kind of divine flame leaves can also be used to refine pills, it can be used to refine a kind of divine flame body tempering pill. Qin Yin said, as for the specifics, I still have to try it out. Back when I was still the Nine Sun Palace King, I obtained a few pieces and realized that this kind of thing has many uses. Then there are so many capable people in the divine desolate, are they unable to discover the use of the divine flame leaves? Ling Yin'er said. The divine flame leaves must be used in conjunction with the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. If there is a divine universe golden stone, it would be even better. Qin Yin said, back then, I had the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation and divine universe golden stone, but I didn't have the divine flame leaves. Ling Yin'er said with smile, that means to say, only you know the secret method to turn trash into treasure? Qin Yin faintly smiled and said, indeed, I will be staying in Sacred Desolate for a period of time. I want to quickly become stronger, I will need divine flame leaves along with divine universe golden stone. Xiaoyun. Do you think love god will track Sister Rujing? Ling Yun'er somewhat anxiously said, they have a way to track god position. If Sister Rujing is tracked, it will be very troublesome. Qin Yan took out a communication talisman and contacted Xian Rujing. Sister Rujing, where are you? Qin Yan asked. I am on my way to Extreme Land. I passed by a city and found out that the altar disappeared. Was it your doing? Xian Rujing said. It was my doing. Immediately go to the Supreme Sacred City. I have something important to give you. Qin Yan finished speaking and informed Xian Rujing about Star God's misfortune. Xian Rujing said, I will immediately go to the Supreme Sacred City and wait for you. Qin Yan let out a sigh of relief knowing that Xian Rujing is fine for the time being. Then he immediately set off for the Supreme Sacred City. Father is Fire Dragon God, he also has God position. Shouldn't he be in Dragon Race? I must go talk to him. While flying towards the Supreme Sacred City, Qin Yan is also thinking about Qin Long's matter. During the day, Qin Yan is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, flying high in the sky and being illuminated by the intense sunlight. Suddenly, a talisman in his hand has a very big reaction. Qin Yan promptly took out the talisman. Earlier, he asked Door God to give a talisman to Space God. This talisman is used to communicate with Space God. Now that the talisman is reacting, it means that Space God has obtained the talisman from Door God. Qin Yan arrived outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and let the talisman be illuminated by the sunlight. Because their method of communication is through the sun, only he and Space God can use this method. Qin Yan was also very happy to be able to contact the Spatial God. He said with a smile, Brother, are you in a good mood? How can I not be happy to be able to contact an old friend? The Spatial God said with a smile. What's your situation in the Divine Wasteland? In the Divine Wasteland, it seems like you no longer have anything to do with it. Qin Yan said. It's best if I don't have anything to do with it. Anyway, I'm already tired of it. Now that they're fighting over these trivial matters, I'll just let them do whatever they want. After the 9 suns destroy the world, everything will start from the beginning. The Spatial God was rather carefree. Qin Yan said, Brother, these fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm want to take advantage of this opportunity to lead the entire 9 suns heavenly domain. This way, after the 9 suns are reborn, the new 9 suns heavenly domain will be completely under their control. This is something we can't stop. The Spatial God let out a long sigh. What can we do? The current Heavenly Law Divine Realm is extremely powerful, no one can suppress them. As long as I go to the Divine Wasteland, I will definitely bring them down. Qin Yan said very confidently. Your previous life has already failed, they will not give you another chance. The Spatial God said, even if you come to the Divine Wasteland, you will definitely be suppressed. Even the powerful Imperial race will not be able to resist them. Besides, the Love God knows you like the back of his hand. If you come to the Divine Wasteland again, she will definitely make you suffer a crushing defeat again. This woman is very powerful, I think you will definitely fall into her hands again. The Spatial God sighed, let go, let's leave the 9 suns heavenly domain together and travel the vast universe. Qin Yan shook his head, the 9 suns heavenly domain made us so powerful, we definitely can't watch the 9 suns heavenly domain be stirred up by those fellows, we must chase them away. Up to you. The Spatial God sighed. Then has the space between the Divine Wasteland and the Sacred Wasteland changed? Qin Yan asked, the Star God is unable to contact me. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm has taken action to control the spatial operations of the 9 suns heavenly domain. Their methods are much more brilliant than mine. After all, they have obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Tao and understand the laws of space better. The Spatial God said, therefore, there is nothing for me in the Divine Wasteland. Qin Yan said, Brother, do me a favor. The Heavenly Lion King is in a bad situation in the Divine Wilderness. Help me find him and bring him to the Tree Goddess. Alright. That's simple, the Space God said with a smile. Brother, you are currently in the Sacred Desolate, how is the situation there? Qin Yan told the Spatial God about the Godly Monarch Palace and the young seed. After the Space God heard this, he said in shock, the 9 suns can actually give birth to the sun seed? Now you know how strong 9 suns are, right? The 9 suns are just like us, they all want to break free from the control of the heavenly Tao. Xianxia said, that's why the heavenly law divine realm is paying so much attention to the 9 suns heavenly realm. Then you have to be careful. Since the sacred wasteland has a yang seed, the natural law divine realm will definitely focus all its energy on the sacred wasteland. The god of space said. I will be careful. Xianxia said. Then I'll go look for the heavenly lion king now, the spatial god said with a smile. Let's keep in touch if there's anything. Goodbye. Xianxia put away the talisman and returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle. Just as he had guessed, the spatial god no longer had any influence in the divine wasteland. All sorts of spatial operations were interfered with by the natural law divine realm and modified. The law of space that the space god grasped could be said to be completely useless, which meant that his spatial abilities had been crippled. This was extremely cruel to the god of space, but he was very open-minded. The heaven-leaping shuttle continued to fly towards the Supreme Holy City. The Supreme Holy City was a very large city, and many of the businesses of the Extreme Saint Palace's subsidiary sects and clans were gathered there. Many sects or clans of various sizes in the sacred wasteland would choose to merge with a powerful sect in order to find a strong backer. Especially in this kind of environment, they needed to unite even more to protect their common interests. If they merged with the Supreme Holy Palace or the Green Hong School, they would only need to hand over some resources every year, but they would be able to exchange for the protection of a great power. Currently, the situation in the sacred wasteland was very complicated. There were outer heaven realm and natural law divine realm interfering, plundering the sacred wasteland's resources. To the local powers of the sacred wasteland, the divine king palace built by the outer heaven realm and the natural law divine realm were all foreign powers. Furthermore, they were extremely tyrannical, occupying a large amount of their resources. The powerhouses of the sacred wasteland were not to be trifled with. Right now, they were all secretly discussing how to fight against the foreign powers. Especially the outer heaven realm. The outer heaven realm and the dark royal race had joined forces, and they were also on the same side as the natural law divine realm. The divine king palace was also part of the natural law divine realm. Therefore, the local powers of the sacred wasteland were under great pressure because they felt that their interests were being threatened. There were also many powerful forces in the sacred wasteland. For example, the sacred wasteland dragon race had allied with the imperial clans, and there were also the local inscription beasts. There were also the two powerful sects of the sacred wasteland, the Supreme Holy Palace and the Green Hong School. In addition, there were also a small number of cultivators from the sacred desolate ancient era. There were also cultivators from the ancient era in the sacred wasteland. Although there weren't many of them, they were all very strong and were also a very strong force. Previously, when Xianxia was in the Divine King Palace, the Divine King Palace had all sorts of bragging about how powerful the Divine King was and how they all yearned to join the Divine King Palace. But after he arrived at the Supreme Holy City, the people here were all cursing the natural law divine realm and the Divine King Palace. It seems like there are still many clear-headed people who were not fooled by the Divine King Palace. Xianxia thought. That guy Kongqing was in the Divine King City before, he must have gone to scout for information. Ling Yuner said with smile. Although the Supreme Holy City is very big, much bigger than the other Divine King City, its defense is not very strong, especially in terms of barrier. It is far inferior compared to Divine King City. However, the entire city is full of vitality, there are many experts doing business here, all kinds of rich resources are circulating. After Xianxia arrived at the Supreme Holy City, he strolled around the city for 2 days before Xianrujing arrived. Xianxia rented a courtyard in the Supreme Holy City and took out the floating cloud pagoda. After Xianrujing entered the city, she used the soul-chasing talisman to find Xianxia. Inside the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda, Xianrujing took the box from Xianxia. The box is made from the dragon eggshell of the Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon. There are 2 Divine Universe golden stones sealed inside. Sister Rujing, you can put the divine position inside, you won't be tracked. I am worried that the heavenly law divine realm people will track you in the sacred desolate. Love God's hands and eyes are everywhere, maybe she already knows that we have arrived in the sacred desolate. Xianxia said. Many thanks. Xianrujing put the divine position inside the box and then kept the box. You are going to search for the extreme land by yourself, is there really no problem? I have time now, I will go with you. Qinyan said. No need. You have more important things to do, there are still many altars waiting for you to collect. Those altars are the bridge between Divine Desolate and Sacred Desolate, you should be more clear about this than me. Xianrujing said. Qinyan is very clear that Divine Desolate uses the altars to influence Sacred Desolate and collect a great amount of sacrificial power from Sacred Desolate. If Sacred Desolate people want to obtain divine liquid or other rewards from the altars, they have to perform sacrificial ceremony. There are two kinds of sacrificial ceremony, life sacrifice and death sacrifice. Who knows whether or not someone will perform sacrificial ceremony during the sacrificial ceremony. Moreover, after the sacrificial ceremony, love God will become even stronger. Therefore, if all the altars are taken away or destroyed, it will prevent love God from becoming stronger. Alright, you must be careful. Qinyan held Xianrujing's hands, lightly sighed and warned. Xianrujing nodded and said, You are the same. Then I will send you out of the city. Qinyan laughed and pulled her out of the floating cloud pagoda. I came from far away to see you, moreover I don't know when we can meet again, do you really want to part with me like this? Xianrujing coldly looked at Qinyan. Qinyan is startled, then hugged her, kissed her for a while and said with smile, Sister Rujing, you clearly don't have any feelings, why are you still? I am already your woman, I am only reminding you to do what you should do with your woman. Xianrujing groaned. Qinyan now finds it even more difficult to see through Xianrujing. He said, Thank you for your reminder, put on the mask, I will send you out of the city. Xianrujing coldly glared at him and groaned, Are you in such a hurry to drive me away? Qinyan is startled again, then said with smile, Alright, let's cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level together. No need to cultivate together, the next time we meet will be very long, I will properly accompany you. Xianrujing finished speaking and slowly took off her outer clothes. Qinyan suddenly felt that after this ice-cold ice goddess was deprived of her feelings, she instead became extremely passionate. Just that this passion is somewhat unfathomable. Just like this, Qinyan and Xianrujing spent a short period of sweet time together. Qinyan sent off Xianrujing outside the city. After seeing her off with his eyes, he recalled the sweetness and gentleness of this ice goddess and can't help but feel perplexed in his heart. Has her feelings recovered? Qinyan is very doubtful in his heart. Maybe when her feelings were regenerated, she felt very unfamiliar with feelings but also very familiar feeling, that's why she is acting like this. Ling Yuner said with smile, Get used to it. Qinyan took out a communication talisman and contacted Kongqing. Kongqing is already in Supreme Holy City. After Qinyan contacted him, he immediately came to the city gate to meet Qinyan. Kongqing is a great sage, so he has quite a bit of status. He has a flying car that can fly above Supreme Holy City. Qinyan is now inside Kongqing's flying car, he is heading towards Kongqing's residence. Old Kong, I remember you said that you have a friend from Dragon Race, I want to meet him, can I? Qinyan asked. He also wants to meet Qin Long. Of course you can, my friend is also in the city. He found out that I obtained Divine Dragon Tooth and immediately came over. Kongqing said with smile. Divine Universe Ice Dragon? Qinyan was slightly surprised and said, Is the Divine Universe Ice Dragon in the Sacred Desolate? Where is it? When did it appear? Kongqing chuckled and said, Brother Feiyun, I knew you were very interested in the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. I don't know the specific situation right now. Let's talk about it when my friend comes. Qinyan had 2 Divine Universe Dragon Balls in his hands. If he met the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, he might be able to get a 3rd one. The flying carriage flew towards Kongqing's residence. Along the way, Qinyan learned a lot about the Sacred Desolate from Kongqing. Kongqing had cooperated with Qinyan before and they had even done something big, so they had established a certain level of trust between them. Elder Kong, can the Supreme Saint Palace and the Azure Great Sect join hands to fight against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm? Qinyan asked. It's hard to say. If a conflict really breaks out, the Supreme Saint Palace and the Azure Great Sect will definitely suffer. Of course, the Outer Heaven Realm and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm will also feel pain. Kongqing said, At present, the Outer Heaven Realm and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm do not dare to touch our bottom line. Xianxia nodded and asked again, what is your bottom line? The Supreme Saint Palace and the Azure Great Sect both control many areas. They cannot act in our territory. Otherwise, we will attack. This is our bottom line. Kongqing said. The sun has descended, so many resources are in the sacred desolate. These creatures should belong to the 9 suns' heavenly realm. They were given to us by the 9 suns to pass the tribulation. What right do the outer heaven realm and the heavenly law divine realm have to take our resources? Xianxia was also very angry when he talked about this matter. That's right. That's why we are all very angry, but what can we do? They are all very powerful. If a war breaks out, we will also be courting our own destruction. Kongqing sighed helplessly, therefore, we can only prepare to avoid being destroyed by them. Xianxia hated the outer heaven realm the most. The outer heaven realm clearly discriminated against the 9 suns' heavenly realm and treated it as a lowly heavenly realm. But now that they saw the rich resources of the 9 suns descending, they all came over to snatch them. Xianxia was once the king of the gods. Protecting the overall interests of the 9 suns' heavenly realm was also his mission as the king of the gods. Therefore, when he thought of the sacred desolate's resources being robbed by outsiders, he felt extremely furious. This is the territory of our Supreme Saint Palace, so they don't dare to act recklessly. At most, they just walk around and don't dare to rob our resources. Kongqing said. Before long, the flying car landed in Kongqing's residence. Kongqing brought Xianxia to a living room. Xianxia was in the living room, drinking the fruit juice Kongqing had prepared for him. He patiently waited for his dragon friend. Kongqing's dragon friend soon arrived. He was a healthy old man with a goatee and wore a gray robe. This elder was very spirited and had a bright smile on his face. If not for the faint dragon mite on his body, it would be impossible to tell that he was a dragon. Seeing this old man, Xianxia said in shock, Senior Longbei? The old man looked at Xianxia and said with a frown, Young man, I seem to recognize you. You are. Senior, I never thought that we would be able to meet again after parting at Dragon King Manor. You actually came to Sacred Desolate so early. Xianxia said with smile, Brat Feiyun. Longbei is the dragon Xianxia met in 9 Dragon Devil Prison in Spirit Desolate Dragon King Manor. Back then, he was an immortal dragon and was sealed. Later on, Xianxia helped him break the seal and he returned to Immortal Desolate. You are my benefactor. Longbei said with smile, we can still meet again, it is truly unexpected. It has been so many years. Kongqing said with smile, so you two know each other. Very good. Very good. Senior Longbei, when did you come to Sacred Desolate? Xianxia asked. I have been here for several years. Longbei said with smile, he knows that the young man before him is Xianxia. When he was in Immortal Desolate, Xianxia was very famous. Even in Sacred Desolate, Xianxia had a bit of fame. Kongqing said, Old dragon, Brother Feiyun wants to know about the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, quickly tell him. Since you are not an outsider, don't have any misgivings. Longbei nodded and said, It is like this, our dragon race found traces of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon in Sacred Desolate. We suspect that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is in Sacred Desolate. In Sacred Desolate? This is a very formidable Divine Universe Dragon, it should not be in Sacred Desolate. Xianxia said with frown, could it be that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's cultivation has been weakened? No, there is a sun-sacred land in Sacred Desolate. That place is very strange, even if the Divine Universe Ice Dragon possesses very formidable divine dragon power, it can still be inside the sun-sacred land. Longbei said. Longbei spoke of the sun-sacred land, Xianxia recalled many things. He is very familiar with 9 Desolate's sun-sacred land. There is indeed a very strong sun-sacred land in Sacred Desolate. Of course, Sacred Desolate's sun-sacred land is very special, it is different from Immortal Desolate. Then did your dragon race discover anything about the sun-sacred land? My Supreme Saint Palace has been searching for it for many years but has not been able to find it. Kongqing said. Xianxia knows about the sun-sacred land, it is hidden very deeply. Even if he wants to find it, it will be very difficult. However, he still has a way to find it. I don't know for now. In short, my dragon race has already dispatched many dragons to search for the sun's sacred land. Long Bei said. Senior, why does your dragon race want to find the divine universe ice dragon? I heard that the relationship between the divine universe ice dragon and your dragon race is very faint. Xianxia asked. Long Bei is somewhat surprised and said, Little brother, how do you know about this matter? Although the divine universe dragon is a dragon, it is very different from us dragons. It can be said that they have no blood relation with us, so our relationship is very faint. Xianxia said with smile, this is what I heard. I also know that some dragon race reveres the divine universe dragon very much, but very few of them put in so much effort to find them. That is because our sacred desolate dragon race has encountered a crisis and we need the help of the divine universe ice dragon. Long Bei shook his head and sighed. He looked at Kongqing and said, Old Kong, you should know about the crisis our dragon race is facing, right? Kongqing nodded and said, Your sacred desolate dragon race triggered heavenly punishment some time ago, causing many dragons to encounter heavenly tribulation. Xianxia is startled in his heart. It is very rare for an entire race to encounter heavenly punishment, unless they did something that angered heavenly rules. Heavenly Dao is already dead, only ruthless heavenly rules remain. Now heavenly rules are very strict. Xianxia is also very curious as to why the sacred desolate dragon race triggered heavenly punishment. What did your dragon race do? Xianxia asked. Normally speaking, even if you resist the heavenly law divine domain, you should not trigger heavenly punishment. Kongqing said, Little brother Feiyun, this old dragon will not say anything because this is sacred desolate dragon race's secret. They must have done it for some reason. They did not hesitate to risk triggering heavenly punishment. Long Bei shook his head and sighed, Two friends, I really can't say, I hope you can understand. No problem. Xianxia said with smile, Senior Long Bei, immortal desolate dragon race should be merged with your sacred desolate dragon race. Did they receive heavenly punishment? They did not. Long Bei said. Oh, that's right, among the dragons from immortal desolate dragon race, is there a very strong fire dragon? Xianxia asked. There is. That guy is very awesome, he is very knowledgeable about heavenly punishment, he gave us many suggestions. Long Bei said. Qin Long has already joined the dragon race. He did not use the name Qin Long, instead he used Fire Dragon God as his title. I know that guy, can you deliver a letter to him? Xianxia said with smile. No problem. Long Bei nodded. Xianxia handed over a letter to Long Bei and said again, roughly when can I deliver the letter to him? Qin Long used to be Fire Dragon God, he worked for Heavenly Dao, he has a very close relationship with Heavenly Dao Pawnshop. 3 days at most. Long Bei said, Alright, I will leave first, my dragon race has a group of missing dragons, I want to go find them. Old dragon, didn't you say that your missing dragons might be related to Heavenly Law Divine Domain? Kongqing said, Directly go to Heavenly Law Divine Domain to find them. We suspected this before but now we think that they must have found Sacred Desolate's Sun Sacred Land and entered it. Long Bei said. The group of missing dragons were with the Divine Inscription Mountain. There is a group of very powerful inscription beasts inside Divine Inscription Mountain. They have a certain connection with Sun. Maybe they found Sun's sacred land and brought a large group of dragons there, then entered Sun's sacred land and couldn't come out. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of this possibility. There is a way to find Sun's sacred land. Xianxia suddenly said. Little brother, tell me about it. Kongqing knew that Xianxia was not a simple person. After all, a person who possessed the divine dragon's tooth and dared to provoke the divine king palace and the heavenly law divine realm was definitely not an ordinary person. Long Bei also looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to speak. Xianxia looked at Long Bei. He said with smile, Senior Long Bei, how is the relationship between your sacred desolate dragon race and divine tiger sacred land? Our relationship is not bad. We also sent people to congratulate them for their beautiful performance in the God King's 6 cities. Long Bei said. Sacred Tiger King is a very strong inscription beast, he knows where the Sun Holy Land is. Xianxia said, inscription beasts have a very peculiar feeling towards Sun Sacred Land. Don't your dragon race have Heaven Rune Dragon or Sun Rune Dragon? Long Bei shook his head and said, Our dragon race doesn't have inscription dragon, we also hope to have one. After I return, I will report this to our clan leader Sacred Dragon King and have him discuss with Sacred Tiger King. Then hurry up. If we can find the Sun Sacred Land, we might be able to find a powerful helper inside to fight against the natural law divine realm. Kongqing laughed. Long Bei also hastily left the Supreme Holy City. He came to find Kongqing to exchange some useful information. He did not expect that after meeting Qin Yun, he would have such a great harvest. After listening to Qin Yun's speculation, Kongqing jumped in fright. Little brother Feiyun, you are really just guessing for fun. This shouldn't be true, right? It's too scary. Kongqing said, as far as I know, Divine Universe Dragon was created by Heavenly Tao. For Sacred Desolate Dragon race to be able to create it, this is really amazing. I think it's possible. Qin Yun said, Heaven Creation God Palace, Ling Tian City, Heaven Suppressing Sect, these guys have mastered a lot of knowledge in this area. Go and investigate the people from the Heaven Creation God Palace and see if they are with the Sacred Desolate Dragon race. Qin Yun knows this kind of thing the best. The new palace master of Heaven Creation God Palace is Elder Situ. This Elder Situ is also a relatively reckless guy. He controls the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation of Heaven Creation God Palace, has Divine Universe Golden Stone and has seen the power of Divine Universe Evil Dragon. He will definitely have some ideas. Kongqing immediately took out a communication talisman and sent a message to others, asking about Heaven Creation God Palace. When Qin Yun was in the 6 Divine King cities, he learned that after Heaven Creation God Palace, Ling Tian City and Heaven Suppressing Sect people came to Sacred Desolate, they caused a lot of commotion. They just arrived in Sacred Desolate, they definitely chose to join a more reliable power, and Sacred Desolate Dragon race is a power that suits them very well. After Kongqing contacted his friend, his face revealed a shocked expression and said, just now, the old dragon told me that there are indeed people from Heaven Creation God Palace in Sacred Desolate Dragon race. Let's wait patiently for news. Sun Holy Land should have already been discovered and there will be movement soon. Qin Yun smiled and said, Elder Kong, arrange a place for me, I want to rest. Kongqing brought Qin Yun to a quiet courtyard behind his mansion. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. On the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Yun took out the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. The Sun Emperor inscription spirit is sealed, but Qin Yun went to the Heavenly Tao pawnshop to exchange for a talisman to unlock the seal. Xiao Yun, you originally planned to use the Sun Emperor inscription spirit to subdue the Sun Seed, but now it seems that you don't need to. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. Yes. Therefore, I want to start fusing with the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. This will allow me to better control the Sun Heavenly Rune. Qin Yun took out the talisman and stuck it on the jade. That piece of jade suddenly burst out with an intense light. The light was very hot. Qin Yun and Ling Yin'er quickly controlled the Nether Sun and absorbed the Sun Emperor inscription spirit into the Nether Sun. One of the benefits of Nether Sun is that it can fuse with this kind of soul body very quickly. Not long after, Qin Yun fused with Yang Emperor inscription spirit. He tried to carve a few sun runes, and the process was extremely fast. Originally, when he was the 9 Yang Palace King, he was already very familiar with sun runes. Now that he has obtained the Sun Emperor inscription spirit, his speed of carving sun runes became even faster. Xiao Yun, is the Yang Emperor inscription spirit the most powerful inscription spirit? Ling Yin'er asked. That's not it. The most powerful inscription spirit is Heavenly Venerable inscription spirit. Qin Yun said with smile, legend has it that only with Heavenly Venerable inscription spirit can one master heavenly runes. There is also a legend that the Heavenly Tao obtained the Heavenly Venerable inscription spirit, so it can control formidable power. Star, Moon and Sun, these 3 kinds of inscription spirits have been gathered by you. In addition, there is also the Violent Fire Beast King. You have more and more inscription spirits. Ling Yin'er laughed. Actually, having Star, Moon and Sun is enough. Qin Yun said, it's a pity that I don't have enough strength right now. Otherwise, I would be able to refine a large number of Star, Moon and Sun inscription spirits together with UMA. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, UMA's little mirror is really amazing. What exactly is that thing? Is it really her martial spirit? Her little mirror is a sun spirit. The 9 sun goddesses all have very strong sun spirits. Yuemei, Sister Kiru, and Sister Bingxing all have very strong sun spirits. That is something they were born with, and it is within their 9 souls and 9 spirits. Qinyan said. So that's how it is. No wonder they are so powerful. Ling Yuna laughed. Not only do they have sun spirit, they also have moon soul. The 9 suns bestowed them sun spirit and the mother moon bestowed them moon soul. Qinyan said with a smile, their latent power is very astonishing. Next, Qinyan began practicing his inscription battle technique. He has already drawn 10 lines of runes. Coupled with the special ability of the heavenly eye, he can also draw runes with one thought. With just a thought, he can condense runes on his palms. However, this will consume a lot of mental power and it will easily expose the powerful heavenly eye. In Qinyan's previous life, he already had a lot of knowledge on inscription. Coupled with his talent in this life, it is even more extraordinary. He practiced for an entire night and is very satisfied. Xiao Yun, you should be considered a sacred inscription master now, right? Ling Yin'er said. N. Qinyan nodded and said, I don't need to painstakingly learn inscription in the future. I have too many powerful runes in my memory. I only need to familiarize myself with them. As my cultivation increases, I will be able to draw even more powerful runes. Xiao Yun, what's going on with this heavenly Tao divine rune? Ling Yun'er asked again, this thing has been in your body for a long time. I still don't understand. I suspect that this is a rune that was split off from a powerful heavenly rune. As for what kind of heavenly rune it is, I still don't know. Qinyan looked at the 9 sun divine spirit and said, I want to start absorbing the mental power inside the 6th pearl. I need to open the 6th pearl as soon as possible. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, since you have come to Sacred Desolate, you should be able to open the 6th pearl. Could it be that the things inside the 6th pearl are of great help to you in Sacred Desolate? I don't know. Let's open it first and take a look. Qinyan said with smile. Ling Yin'er is very curious about the things inside the 6th pearl. She said, could there be a great beauty sealed inside? How is that possible? Qinyan shook his head and said with smile. He is absorbing the mental power inside the 6th pearl. Why is it impossible? Back then, Sister Yao Fang inside was a 9 sun divine maiden and also a god of slaughter. She was a super great beauty. Ling Yin'er said, moreover, she is very charming and very good at flirting with you. Qinyan chuckled and said, maybe there is a little black pig, little black dog or little black cow sealed inside? There was a little black donkey that appeared before. Xiao Yun, don't be a wet blanket. I want a great beauty, I think there must be a great beauty inside. Ling Yin'er has gone crazy thinking about beauties. While absorbing the mental power inside the 9 sun divine soul, Qinyan took out the imperial heaven diagram and spread it out on the ground. Xiao Yun, we have already returned from buried heaven land, what use is this imperial heaven diagram? Ling Yin'er asked. Yun'er, imperial heaven diagram is very mysterious, MOG obtained it from Heavenly Law Pawnshop. If we can see through the imperial heaven diagram, we can master imperial heaven technique. Qinyan said. Ah? Then how can we see through it? Ling Yin'er said. I also don't know. Qinyan shook his head, after I see my father, I will ask him. He stayed in Heavenly Law Pawnshop before, he must know something. If there is no other way, I can only go to 9 Nether Realm and find MOG. Qinyan stored away the imperial heaven diagram and concentrated on absorbing the mental power inside the 6th pearl. There is a lot of mental power inside the 6th pearl. If Qinyan wants to completely absorb it, he will need at least a month. He also contacted Xian Rujing from time to time and asked her about her situation. Xian Rujing only gave a simple reply every time, saying that she is very safe and is currently heading towards Extreme Land. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed by. The speed of absorption is faster than I expected. In another 5 days, I will be able to absorb it all. Qinyan faintly smiled. In just 10 days, I have absorbed so much mental power, my 9 souls and 9 spirits have recovered a lot. Qinyan originally wanted to continue absorbing but he heard Kongqing shouting outside. Little brother Feiyun, old dragon is here, he brought some explosive news. Kongqing yelled with smile, If you are interested, come out. Qinyan very much wants to know. He can only temporarily stop absorbing mental power, walked out of Floating Cloud Pagoda and stored it away. Old Kong, what news did Senior Long Bei bring? Qinyan asked. Important news. I will bring you to a secret room, we will discuss the news inside. Kong Qing said with smile. Qinyan asked Long Bei to deliver a letter to Qin Long. He also wants to know Qin Long's current situation. After arriving at the secret room, Long Bei took out a communication talisman and handed it over to Qin Yun. Fire Dragon God gave this to you. This communication talisman is used to contact Qin Long. Qin Yun did not immediately contact Qin Long. He put away the communication talisman and asked, Senior Long Bei, do you have any explosive news? We have confirmed that Divine Universe Ice Dragon is in Sacred Desolate. He is inside Sun's Sacred Land. Moreover, he is sealed inside Sun's Sacred Land. This matter was confirmed by Sacred Tiger King. Long Bei said. Sacred Tiger King already knew about this matter? Qinyan asked. Indeed. He didn't want to tell us where the Sacred Land is, moreover he said that they want to protect the Sacred Land and not allow anyone to enter. Long Bei said with sigh, Little brother Feiyun, do you have any method? Kong Qing said with mischievous smile, Little brother Feiyun, you surely have a method. I have more or less guessed who you are. You are the sect master of Inscription Gate, right? When you were in Immortal Desolate, your fame spread all the way to Sacred Desolate. Qinyan fought against heavenly beings and killed Divine Universe Evil Dragon in Immortal Desolate. All the major powers of Sacred Desolate are very clear about it. It is not strange for Kong Qing, who is in charge of gathering information, to guess that it is Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, Senior Long Bei, since your dragon race already knows the whereabouts of Divine Universe Ice Dragon, then Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Dark Royal Race and Outer Heaven Domains people must also know about it. Sacred Tiger King won't be able to defend it, tell them to quickly join hands with your dragon race. I will immediately return and inform Sacred Dragon King. Long Bei nodded and said. I have a bold conjecture, Sun Sacred Land seal is gradually weakening, that is why your dragon race can sense the Divine Universe Ice Dragon inside. Qin Yun said. Indeed. It seems like Heavenly Law Divine Domain has already noticed. Long Bei said. After Long Bei left, Qin Yun said to Kong Qing, Senior Kong, I will go into seclusion for a period of time and prepare to enter Sun's Sacred Land. Brother Feiyun, the disappearance of the altar in the 6 Divine King cities is very strange, is it related to you? Kong Qing said with smile. Qin Yun can feel that the mental energy in the 6th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is gradually decreasing. As long as he absorbs it for a few more days, it will be completely absorbed. After absorbing the mental energy, it means that their mental power is strong enough to break the seal of the 6th pearl. At that time, not only will he be able to obtain the items inside the 6th pearl, the 6th pearl will also become a very large storage space. Xiao Yun, do you need a very strong mental power to carve the Sun Dragon totem you obtained? Ling Yin'er asked. Of course. Some inscriptions required a sufficiently powerful blood-soul power. Blood-soul power is the power of blood and soul. Both aspects must be strong enough. Qin Yun said, especially a powerful rune like the Sun Dragon Totem. Qin Yun said, didn't I encounter those strange spirits in the ancient tomb of the Long family? Do you still remember? I remember. Those strange spirits are very powerful. They can form a very powerful barrier. Ling Yin'er said, what the hell is going on? Those strange spirits were born from the Sun Dragon Totem on the stone slab. They are indeed very powerful, so I have an idea. If my mental power is strong enough, then I can release a large number of powerful runes with a single thought and form a sealing enchantment, or a killing formation or something. Qin Yun paused for a moment and said with a smile, this is the strongest state of inscription do technique. Using this kind of inscription do technique to fight, the power will definitely be very strong. How strong must one's mental power be to reach this state? Ling Yin'er said. It's not mental power, the most important thing is the power of the blood soul. Qin Yun said, my blood soul power is currently only at the mid-saint rank. If I absorb the energy of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, I should be able to reach the high saint rank. Above the high saint rank, there is still the king saint rank. I feel that I need to have at least a King Saint rank blood soul. Only with the power of blood soul can the runes instantly condense into a formation. Ling Yaner asked, Xiao Yun, if you have the power of a high saint rank blood soul, what is your level in the sacred desolate? Above average level. I don't know much about the situation of the inscription masters in the sacred desolate, I'm just guessing. Qin Yan said, there should be something in the divine inscription palace to test the power of the blood soul. As Qin Yan thought about the inscription do technique, he absorbed the powerful mental power. I wonder if the things in the sixth pearl will be of any help to you. Ling Yaner sighed softly, it would be too disappointing if we were to come up with a fellow like the little black donkey. Qin Yan said with a smile, the little black donkey's Xianwu totem is very useful. If I can really instantly form a formation with my palm, then the core of the defensive formation would be the black tortoise totem. Then I can add other runes or totems. Ling Yaner said, then when we attack, will we use the Hercules totem rune? There are too many offensive runes. According to the situation, the most important thing is to restrain the opponent. Qin Yan had already rehearsed all kinds of situations in his mind. A few days passed by very quickly. Qin Yan finally finished absorbing the mental energy of the Nine Sun Divine Soul Sixth Pearl. His mental cultivation had also made a breakthrough, and the blood soul power he had condensed was at the saint rank. Qin Yan is still in the late stage of sage realm. He also wants to quickly become a great sage and become stronger. You can open it now. Qin Yan took a deep breath and concentrated his mental energy into the sixth pearl. After he tried for a moment, he said with a frown, it seems that just mental energy is not enough, I also need the power of the blood soul. What exactly is sealed inside? Why does it have a requirement for the power of the blood soul? It seems that the thing sealed inside is not a great beauty. It has a requirement for the power of the blood soul, it should be something. Ling Yaner is very disappointed inside. This made Qin Yan unable to help but laugh. He said, Great beauty Yaner, my Nine Sun Divine Soul has quite a few beauties. Wait until I help you cultivate your body, you can be with them. How can a few be enough? Ling Yaner mumbled. Qin Yan speechlessly smiled and shook his head. Then he released formidable blood soul power and poured it into the sixth pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul. His blood soul power is golden in color and has 3 layers of brilliance. It looks very beautiful. 3 layers of brilliance means that it is a high saint rank blood soul power. In order to blast open the seal inside the sixth pearl, he condensed the blood soul power into strands and then attacked it wave by wave. The seal inside the sixth pearl is like a drum, continuously attacked by the blood soul power, making dong 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 sounds. Qin Yan can hear that kind of sound, it is a dull rumble. The seal inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul Sixth Pearl also gradually became clear. It is formed by many runes. Following the continuous attack of the blood soul power, the runes on the surface of the seal were gradually destroyed. I should be able to break it. Qin Yan looked inside the sixth pearl and heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would not be able to break it with his current strength. The seal was bombarded by waves of powerful blood soul power. After a full hour, the surface finally cracked. It's going to open. Qin Yan is overjoyed. He said with a smile, now I can rest assured. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to break it. Ling Yaner said with a smile, hurry up and open it. Let's see what's inside that requires such powerful blood soul power. Qin Yan is also very curious because the things inside were all placed inside by MOG. MOG was once a member of the Heavenly Dao Pawn Shop. The things she placed in the Nine Sun Divine Soul must have come from the Heavenly Dao Pawn Shop. Moreover, that kind of seal should have been formed through the power of the Heavenly Dao Pawn Shop. The pill transformation heavenly furnace from before is a very heaven-defying thing. It is a sun soul and only the Heavenly Dao Pawn Shop has such a thing. The seal inside the sixth pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul was finally blasted open by Qin Yan's blood soul power. The moment it was blasted open, the entire sixth pearl surged with a strong golden light. What a big movement. When I opened the other pearls before, there was no such movement. Qin Yan said in surprise, could it be that the thing sealed inside is very strong? Now that the seal has been broken, there is such a big movement? Quickly take a look at what it is. Ling Yaner shouted. Just as Qin Yan was about to penetrate the sixth pearl with his mental power, He suddenly sensed something running out of the sixth pearl, something that can run out by itself. This made Qin extremely surprised. He quickly released his mental power to sense the thing that ran out. Fortunately, he is inside the floating cloud pagoda. There are many powerful enchantments in the pagoda. Without his permission, it would not be so easy to run out. That thing is invisible. Qin said with a frown, is it a living thing? Ling Yuner immediately became very excited and said with a smile, maybe it's a naked beauty. Because it's shy, it's invisible. Yuner, aren't you too imaginative? Qin said and quickly locked onto that thing. He immediately released the powerful power of the blood soul and condensed it into a divine tree totem, tying up the invisible thing. After tying it up, the thing revealed its true form. It turned out to be a small blue square cauldron. The small cauldron is about the size of a wine pot and seems to be carved out of blue crystal. The square cauldron has 4 legs and there are no patterns or other things on the surface. It is just smooth. The strange thing is that this small cauldron actually has a pair of wings. The translucent blue wings are like the wings of a fairy. Although it is not a great beauty, Ling Yuner is still very excited because this is her own kind, a fairy. Xiaoyun, is this a fairy? Cauldron fairy? Ling Yuner shouted in surprise, a cauldron can turn into a fairy, this is too awesome. Qin walked over and looked at the small blue cauldron. The small cauldron flapped its wings and really struggled, as if it was frightened. Yuner, can you communicate with this cauldron? Qin asked. I'll give it a try. Ling Yuner immediately tried. Soon, Ling Yuner said in surprise, Xiaoyun, this cauldron is called Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Have you heard of this cauldron? I have an impression. Qin frowned and quickly dug into the memories in the depths of his soul. He said, I have only heard of this legend. This is what Tian Daozi told me. He said that Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron created many soul bodies, so humans and beasts have soul martial spirits. I asked this little thing about it but she didn't seem to know anything. She said she was very scared. Ling Yuner said, she should be a girl, her voice is very cute. If it is really Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, then this thing is dangerous. Qin expression changed slightly and said in a deep voice, I guess that this Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron may have encountered heavenly punishment, so it lost its memory. Wait, isn't Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron used by the Heavenly Tao to create soul bodies? Ling Yuner asked hurriedly, how could it encounter heavenly punishment? Tian Daozi told me that before the Heavenly Tao was formed, many soul bodies appeared in the primal chaos space. Those soul bodies were created by Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Later on, this cauldron was controlled by the Heavenly Tao. Qin said, why is it in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit? Only MOG knows. Ling Yuner said with a smile, Xiaoyun, can you use Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron to create many soul bodies? Qin nodded, yes, but I don't know how to do it for the time being. However, I think I should be able to cooperate with you, Ma. In her small mirror, there are many soul bodies recorded. Using Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron to refine inscription spirit, will you be punished by heavenly punishment? Ling Yuner asked again, if you can, won't you be able to have a large number of inscription spirits? Inscription spirit is very rare. If it is obtained by someone, it will be fused into a person's body. Qin is also secretly excited. He said with a smile, in addition to being fused with people, inscription spirit can also be refined into weapons and magic tools, making weapons and magic tools stronger. In addition to soul refining, there should be other abilities, right? Ling Yuner said. I have to study it carefully. Qin said, continue to communicate with her and appease her. Don't let her fear me. Qin planned to let the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron familiarize itself with him before coming into contact with and studying this mysterious cauldron. For the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron to be able to turn into a spirit, it was definitely not simple, and it required a very strong blood soul power to be able to use it. He believed that the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron could not only be used to create souls, it definitely had other uses. He looked at the 7th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and felt that the seal inside is incomparably powerful. He released a very powerful blood soul power but was unable to shake it in the slightest. I wonder when I can open the 7th pearl. Qin Yan shook his head and took out a communication talisman. It is the one Long Bei gave him. This message talisman could contact Qin Long Dad. Qin Yan contacted Qin Long through the communication talisman. Xiao Yun, you brat, you finally came to the sacred wasteland. I thought you wouldn't be able to come. Qin Long laughed. How are you doing in the supreme holy city? Not bad. Qin Yan said with smile. Dad, Mom has been resurrected. I know this. Qin Long said, wait for Yun Long's notification, I will be able to see her then. Dad, why was your true body in the buried heaven land back then? Qin Yan had always been curious about this. Sigh, I placed this in the buried heaven land to preserve my body. Qin Long said, there is still a portion of my memories in my real body. Qin Yan said, you used to work at the Heavenly Dao pawn shop. What was the main job of my Heavenly Dao pawn shop? It's just a bunch of miscellaneous things. For example, to issue a bounty or to find something that the Heavenly Law pawnshop needs. Qin Long laughed and said, you, the Nine-Yang Palace King, were a frequent customer of the Heavenly Law pawnshop back then. By the way, Dad, have you heard of Mog? She once stayed in the Heavenly Law pawnshop for a period of time. Qin Yan asked. Speaking of Mog, Qin Long sighed, she went to the Netherworld realm. I don't know the specifics. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, Dad, the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron should belong to the Heavenly Law pawnshop. Do you know anything about it? Qin Long was shocked and quickly said, this thing was stolen from the Heavenly pawnshop and has been missing for many years. You have it? Just as Qin Yan guessed, the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron was once in the Heavenly Dao pawnshop. It's in my hands. What use does it have? Asked Qin Yan with a smile. It's quite useful. Not only can it create souls, but it can also duplicate souls. For example, it can copy a person's 9 souls and 9 spirits. Of course, I'm not too sure about the specific process. Qin Long said, also, the soul-creating Heavenly Cauldron can also refine souls. I have to become stronger. When Qin Yan heard Qin Long's explanation, he gained a general understanding of the soul creation Heavenly Cauldron. He laughed, Father, how much do you know about the Divine Universe Ice Dragon in the sacred Desolate Dragon race? My inscription Divine Mountain might go to find the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and fall into that holy land. The sacred Desolate Dragon race has been punished by the heavens. This bunch of fellows actually created a Divine Universe Dragon egg. Although it is relatively small, once this dragon egg hatches, it will be a divine cosmic dragon. Qin Long's deep voice came from the communication talisman. Qin Yan guessed that the sacred Desolate Dragon race created a small Divine Universe Dragon, but the truth is that the sacred Desolate Dragon race created a Divine Universe Dragon egg. Do you know how they did it? Asked Qin Yan. I don't know, it's a secret technique they mastered. However, these guys are very regretful now because they are being punished by the heavens and get struck by lightning from time to time. Their Divine Universe Dragon egg is very small and they don't know how to hatch it, so they need the help of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Qin Long said. Qin Yan is very interested in this matter. He said with smile, Father, I want to see that dragon egg, can you help me arrange it? Those guys from the sacred Desolate Dragon race are very vigilant towards our immortal Desolate Dragon race. Qin Long cursed in low voice, they are worried that our immortal Desolate Dragon race will snatch away their Divine Universe Dragon egg, so they won't even let us take a look. So don't even think about it, they are guarding that Divine Universe Dragon egg like it's their lifeblood. They created a dragon egg and before they can even benefit from it, they are being punished by the heavens. We must indeed be cautious. Qin Yan said with smile, then forget it. Xiao Yun, I am also preparing to go out and look for the Sun Holy Land. We suspect that the strongest dragon race in the sacred Desolate Sun Holy Land is the Divine Universe Dragon race. Qin Long said, have you heard of the Divine Universe Dragon race? Speaking of the Divine Universe Dragon race, Qin Yan recalled some of his memories. He promptly said, I heard that back then, the Heavenly Dao used the power of the Divine Universe to create many Divine Universe Dragons. But later on, these dragons did not listen to the Heavenly Dao's orders, so they were sealed. I suspect that those dragons are hiding in the Sun Holy Land. Qin Long said, there must be a reason why the Divine Universe Dragon race betrayed the Heavenly Dao. Those guys from the heavenly law divine realm seem to be secretly looking for the divine universe dragon race. Xianxia said, Father, you have to be careful of those guys from the heavenly law divine realm. I know, I will set off now to look for the Sun Holy Land. If I find anything, I will contact you again. Qinlong said. After Qinyan and Qinlong cut off contact, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. He also wants to see the divine universe dragon race. The divine universe dragon race must understand the heavenly Tao very well, yet they still betrayed it. There must be a reason. After Qinyan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, he went to contact Kongqing. Kongqing was also in the city. When he found out that Qinyan had come out of seclusion, he immediately came to find Qinyan. Kongqing knew that Feiyun was Qinyan, but he did not reveal this matter. Once the people of the heavenly law divine realm knew that Qinyan had come to the sacred desolate, they would believe that the altar was destroyed by Qinyan. After Kongqing returned to his residence, he saw Qinyan come out and immediately said with a smile, Little brother, your complexion looks good. Has your cultivation gone smoothly these past few days? Qinyan nodded and said with a smile, Not bad. Elder Kong, did you bring any good news? Kongqing said, I know that you must be most concerned about those altars. From the 1st to the 6th cities of the Divine King City, there was originally an altar. But ever since the altar in the 6 cities of the Divine King City disappeared, the other 5 altars also disappeared one after another. They should be hiding. Qinyan said with a frown. That's right, I suspect that their altar is hidden underground. Kongqing said. Those sun altars could become smaller, and hiding them underground was also a very easy thing to do. If it becomes smaller, it will be easier to get it, right? Kongqing said with a mischievous smile. Not necessarily, they are willing to strengthen their defense now. It will be very difficult to obtain another altar. Qinyan shook his head. Just as Kongqing and Qinyan were chatting, an old man suddenly walked in. That old man was the butler of this place. Boss Kong, young Master Ji is here. The old butler said with a trembling voice, his face filled with fear and anxiousness. Young Master Ji is here? Invite him in. Kongqing's expression also slightly changed. The old butler immediately walked out. Qinyan asked in a low voice, Who is young Master Ji? To scare your butler to such a state. Kongqing snorted in a low voice, The Supreme Saint Palace has 3 palace masters, Great Palace Master, Second Palace Master and Third Palace Master. Young Master Ji is the son of the Third Palace Master. This guy's talent is very outstanding, so his position in the Supreme Saint Palace is extremely high. Young Master Ji and I are both disciples of an elder of the Supreme Saint Palace. He entered the sect many years later than me. Because of his outstanding talent and the fact that he has a palace master as his father, he is stronger than us senior brothers. Because he is a junior brother, he is very unconvinced and said that we should use strength to determine seniority. His strength is the strongest, so he became the great senior brother. Qinyan said with smile, This guy is really something. Kongqing sighed and said, I also have backbone, I don't want to recognize that guy as great senior brother, so I don't want to call him great senior brother no matter what. I just call him young Master Ji. Then he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Qinyan said. He is a guy who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, moreover he is extremely arrogant, vicious, and merciless. How could he not make things difficult for me? In order to not be made things difficult for him, I walked the path of being a spy, then I went hunting and left the Supreme Saint Palace. Kongqing cursed in low voice. After Qinyan sat down, he said with smile, He came to find you this time, it is definitely not a good thing. Kongqing coldly groaned and said, I am a spy, I said that I have a lot of useful information, he will definitely come to me for information. Not long after, young Master Ji walked in. Young Master Ji is wearing a large furry white robe, it can be seen that the fur is from a very precious saint beast. There are several middle-aged men behind him, all of them are great saint cultivators. Young Master Ji is holding a short sword, he is mainly playing with it. Although he is very handsome, his face is filled with arrogance. When he looks at people, his expression is always filled with contempt. After young Master Ji entered the hall, a middle-aged man took out a very luxurious huge dragon chair from his storage magic tool. It seems like he doesn't want to sit on this chair. Moreover, he also brought his own drink. The cup and kettle are all golden and dazzling. This is a very pompous young man. After he entered, his ice-cold eyes are filled with contempt as he looked at Qin a few times. Old man Kong, is this guy your son? He is just as bad as you. He looks like a late-stage saint cultivator, young Master Ji said with sneer. He is also trying his best to hide his cultivation. Is he afraid that I will look down on him? Kong Qing is somewhat surprised because last time he met Qin Yun in the 6 cities, he knew that Qin Yun was an initial stage saint cultivator. But now he is a late-stage saint cultivator. He is my friend, Fei Yun. Kong Qing coldly replied. Is he also a hunter? His ability to hide his cultivation is not bad. But he can only last 3 moves in front of me, Ji Jingshi. Ji Jingshi looked at Qin Yun and said with sneer. Kong Qing said with sneer, young Master Ji, you are a mid-stage great saint cultivator, my friend is a late-stage saint cultivator. There is a difference of 2 levels, it is natural that he can't defeat you. Ji Jingshi laughed loudly and said, Old man Kong, my dogs are all great saint realm, your friend is only late-stage saint realm. He is not even comparable to my dogs, why should he stay here? Those few middle-aged men behind him are not angry at all after being called dogs. So what if we are young Master Ji's dogs? We can bite whoever we want if we follow young Master Ji, one middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. Qin Yun felt embarrassed for that middle-aged man after hearing these words. Kong Qing said with sneer, young Master Ji, tell your dogs to scram. Dogs are not allowed in my living room. Old man Kong, I came from afar to find you and even took out my precious time. Hurry up and drive that guy out, don't disturb our conversation. Ji Jingshi drank a mouthful of tea and said coldly. If you have anything to say, go to my secret room and talk, just the 2 of us will be enough. Kong Qing already stood up. He hates Ji Jingshi but he can't afford to offend him, otherwise he would have kicked him out long ago. Ji Jingshi said, I don't want to leave, I want to talk here. He is the one who should leave. Qin Yun is very puzzled, why is Ji Jingshi targeting him? He did not even say a single word. Young Master Ji, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Kong Qing said angrily. Indeed, I am deliberately looking for trouble, then I want to talk to you about something. Ji Jingshi sat there, indifferently drank his tea and said with sneer, who told you not to acknowledge me as your eldest senior brother? I am deliberately targeting you. Young Master Ji, I am not feeling well today, let's talk another day. Kong Qing is so angry that his whole body is tensed up. Ji Jingshi looked at Qin Yun and angrily rebuked him, what are you looking at? You are asking for a beating, why are you still not scramming? Let me tell you, the way you looked at me just now made me feel very disgusted. From today on, you are my enemy, I will make sure you can no longer stay in Supreme Saint City. Qin Yun clenched his fists, he is a very restrained person but now he can't help but want to attack. He finally endured because Ji Jingshi is deliberately targeting Kong Qing, so he is very arrogant towards Kong Qing's friends to infuriate Kong Qing. Old Kong, I will take my leave first. Qin Yun stood up and cupped his hands towards Kong Qing. Brother Fei Yun, wait for me in the secret room. Kong Qing said. Just as Qin Yun was about to leave, a middle-aged man behind Ji Jingshi appeared behind him and pressed on his shoulder. What are you going to do to my friend? Kong Qing roared. What are you doing? The way he looked at young Master Ji was very unfriendly, which disgusted young Master Ji. I want to beat him up. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, then waved his thick palm and slapped Qin Yun's face. The middle-aged man was at the Great Sage Realm initial stage. He felt that it would not be a problem for him to fight a sage. What he did not know was that the sage he was fighting was not an ordinary sage. Qin Yun followed the principle of if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Ji Jingshi was only targeting Kong Qing. But this middle-aged follower came over to beat him up. In the face of such a matter, he simply could not tolerate it. The moment the palm landed, Qin Yun's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Kong Qing and Ji Jingshi are shocked to see Qin Yun suddenly disappear. Especially Kong Qing, he understands Qin Yun very well. These past few days, he has been inquiring about Qin Yun in Immortal Desolate. He knows that Qin Yun is a ruthless person who is not afraid of heaven or earth. Otherwise, he would not have dared to destroy the altar of 6 divine king cities twice. The moment Qin disappeared, he suddenly appeared behind that middle-aged follower. A large golden saber appeared in his hand. It is the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. It looks very ordinary, but it is incomparably powerful, bringing along a very fierce and ruthless aura. The saber flew over. Its imposing aura brought along a scorching hot saber wind. Voila! The saber burst out with a burst of flame wave. The fiery saber images overlapped and fell on the middle-aged follower's body like a tidal wave. The middle-aged follower's body suddenly burst into flames and he let out a miserable scream. He only let out a miserable scream and then his voice faded away. At the same time Qin waved his hand, the flames also returned to the saber. The middle-aged follower who turned into flames disappeared without a trace along with the flames. The entire hall is filled with residual heat, not even a speck of ash remains of the middle-aged follower, only the echoes of his miserable scream was left behind. The middle-aged follower's miserable scream is still echoing in everyone's ears, but he is already dead. Qinyan's expression is calm. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Watch your dog, the consequences of randomly biting people are very serious. This time I am only butchering the dog, next time your dog bites me, I will teach the dog's owner a lesson." Xianxia is startled, his expression suddenly became incomparably gloomy. His eyes are filled with ruthless killing intent because no one has ever spoken to him like this before. After Qin finished speaking, he walked towards the secret room without even turning his head. Of course he can feel Xianxia's killing intent, but he is not the least bit afraid. He is not even afraid of the heavenly Tao. How can he be afraid of a person? Kongqing is also extremely apprehensive. Qin took out his saber in an instant and a great saint disappeared into thin air just like that. The most frightening thing is that nothing in the hall has been destroyed. It must be known that this kind of flame can instantly turn a great saint into ashes. The majority of the furniture in the hall is made of wood, but none of it has been ignited. This kind of fire control technique has reached the peak of perfection. Xianxia can also see this point, so he did not attack Qin again. "Old man Kong, who is this guy? He killed my dog, I will at least break one of his legs." Xianxia said coldly. "Don't provoke him. He is not someone to be trifled with." Kongqing said with sneer, "Those who provoke him will not have a good ending." Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "You think I am afraid of him? Quickly tell me who he is, I will find him and get it back." Kongqing said, "Don't worry, he is a sect master of a sect, he will join the Supreme Saint Palace in the future. You will naturally know who he is at that time." Good. His sect will join the Supreme Saint Palace? Then I must play him to death." Xianxia laughed sinisterly and said, "When his sect joins the Supreme Saint Palace, you must remember to inform me." Kongqing said, "I will definitely inform you." He is not the least bit worried that the inscription gate will suffer a loss because he knows how dreadful the inscription gate is. "Why did you come to find me?" Kongqing asked. "Master is about to die. As the eldest senior brother, of course I have to inform the junior brothers to prepare for his funeral. Also, how much do you know about the Sun Holy Land? Recently, there was a rumor that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon might be inside the Sun Holy Land." Kongqing said in cold voice, "I am also inquiring about the Sun Holy Land, but I have no news at the moment. He lost to someone else in a spar and was so angry that he went berserk. Plus his lifespan is almost up, he won't be able to live for more than a few days. If you want to see him, hurry up." Xianxia coldly groaned and said, "That damned old man is overestimating himself. He is clearly dying, but he still wanted to spar with someone else and lost so badly. He is truly a disgrace to me." Kongqing said angrily, "Xianxia, you should respect Master a bit. Without him, would you have this kind of strength?" Xianxia raised his head and laughed loudly, "My talent is unparalleled, without him, I am still a young and promising expert. Get the hell out of here." Kongqing roared. Xianxia stood up and said in cold voice, "Tell your friend to be careful, I will not let him off." "Then you should quickly prepare for your funeral." Kongqing is extremely angry. After Xianxia left, Kongqing angrily slapped the table. Qin walked out and said, "Old Kong, your master must be a very good person. You seem to respect him very much." "My master is like my father, how can I not respect him?" Kongqing let out a long sigh and said, "He told me before that the thing he regretted the most was taking that bastard Xianxia as his disciple, causing us disciples to be in a state of disunity. Let's go and see your master. Take me with you, I might be able to extend his lifespan. Xianxia said. He has already reached the end, he will soon return to heaven. Kongqing shook his head and said, his destiny has run out, this is the law of heavenly Tao. Xianxia patted Kongqing's shoulder and said, let's quickly go and see him. Kongqing nodded and said, I will take you with me, he is an inscription master, you can ask him for guidance on some things. Inscription master? Xianxia said with smile, that would be for the best, I will have to learn from him. Kongqing brought Xianxia on a flying carriage and left his residence. In a short while, they flew out of Supreme Saint City. Inside the flying carriage, Kongqing said, that bastard Xianxia also received news that he is looking for Sun Holy Land. It seems like he did not receive any news from his father. The news of Sun Holy Land having Divine Universe Ice Dragon should spread very quickly. Did the dragon race leak the news? Xianxia said. Kongqing shook his head and said, it can't be the dragon race. I suspect that it is the doing of the heavenly law divine domain. They are looking for Sun Holy Land but they have no clue. If they release this kind of news, they will be able to mobilize even more people to search together. Xianxia nodded and said, if there is any sign of trouble, they will know. Kongqing said, now we can only look at the dragon race. If they can persuade the sacred Tiger King, they will know where the Sun Holy Land is. Xianxia took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Kongqing looked at the black spear-like arrow and said in shock, is this the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Elder Kong, you are truly awesome, you can see through it with a single glance. Xianxia said with smile. My father told me about the sun-suppressing divine arrow, so after I saw it, I could roughly guess. Kongqing laughed and said, you are so awesome, once you become a great saint, a tramp like Xianxia will not be your match. Xianxia said, this arrow might be able to help me find the Sun Holy Land. Kongqing said with frown, there is a reaction between the sun-suppressing divine arrow and the Sun Holy Land? Not at all. There are 9 sun-suppressing divine arrow and 1 in Azure Dragon's hand. Azure Dragon is inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and my Divine Inscription Mountain has most likely entered the Sun Holy Land. Xianxia said, there is a possibility that there is a reaction between the 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Kongqing exclaimed in admiration and said, if we can truly sense it, that would be great. Although Kongqing doesn't know much about formations, his master is an inscription master after all. Therefore, he has a certain level of understanding in this aspect. Little brother Qin, maybe I can ask my master to help when setting up formations. If he can still move, he can help a lot. Kongqing said. How is your master's inscription level? Xianxia asked. That's awesome. Kongqing said with smile, then sighed and said again, he is one of the 3 strongest inscription masters in our Supreme Saint Palace. Back then, Xianxia and his son pestered him for a long time before he accepted Xianxia as his disciple. Xianxia immediately thought of something and said, Old Kong, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. I suspect that Xianxia and his son have bad intentions. That's why they want to become your master's disciple. Tell me. Kongqing said with frown, Xianxia doesn't respect my master at all. Especially now that my master is about to leave, he is even more impudent. It seems like he really hates my master from the bottom of his heart but he still wants to become my master's disciple. Your master must have something very precious in his hands. Isn't Xianxia's father a palace master? That's why they know your master's secret. Of course, this is just my guess. Xianxia said. Kongqing immediately cursed in anger, that bastard Xianxia, I don't know if he succeeded or not. If he succeeded and still disrespected my master, I will kill him even if I have to risk my life. I am just suspecting. If I want to clarify this matter, I can only ask your master. Xianxia said, maybe he doesn't want to talk about this matter? Kongqing slapped his thigh and said, I finally understand why Xianxia, that wretch, made us leave in anger and tried to sow discord among us. He wanted us to distance ourselves from master so that he could get what he wanted. Logically speaking, Old Kong, you are also an old fox. How come you only realized this matter now? You should have some suspicions. Xianxia said. That's because I didn't expect Xianxia to be so bad. I only knew that he didn't respect master at all when I saw him say those words. Kongqing said, in order to become Master's disciple, he coaxed and pestered Master and said all kinds of good things. Xianxia said, it seems like only by meeting your Master will I be able to clarify this matter. I'm just afraid that he won't speak. After all, being betrayed by his own disciple is a very unbearable matter. Speaking of being betrayed by his disciple, Xianxia's heart inexplicably surged with resentment because he too had been betrayed before. Not only did the god of love betray him, but also his apprentice. He also had a disciple in his previous life as the king of Pantheon, and this matter, only he knows, even Xiaqiru and the others do not know. Maybe. Kongqing let out a long sigh. My master is known as Great Sage Martial. He is a very accomplished inscription master. Although he is only at the late stage of Great Sage realm, his level of inscription is extremely high. Even Sky Saint realm experts are very respectful to him. Xianxia nodded. Even if a powerful inscription master's cultivation is not too high, they will still be respected by many experts. He is very clear about this point. But that bastard Ji Jingshi actually treated him like this. Kongqing cursed in anger. It can be seen that he respects and loves his master very much. Kongqing cursed Ji Jingshi the whole way from the carriage. Not long after, the flying carriage arrived at the top of a tall mountain. There are many ancient stone houses built on top of this tall mountain. Although they look weather-beaten, they are very stable on top of the mountain. The stone hall on top of the mountain is blown by the cold wind and frost. It looks like it is wrapped in a layer of silver-white clothes. After Kongqing arrived at the top of the mountain, he brought Xianxia and rushed into the hall. Later on, many people saw Kongqing and immediately greeted him respectfully. Senior brother Kong, Xianxia heard Kongqing say before that he is the eldest disciple of Great Sage Martial. He is the eldest senior brother. But because Ji Jingshi is too powerful, the other disciples of Great Sage Martial don't dare to call him eldest senior brother. This is also one of the things that Kongqing is most vexed about. Not long after, Kongqing arrived at a gloomy and cold stone room. The stone room is very bright. There is a stone platform in the middle and a handsome young man with white hair is sitting on it. The young man's eyes under his white eyebrows slowly opened. His eyes look slightly gloomy, like a lamp that is about to run out of oil. Master! Kongqing promptly walked over and shouted in grief. Xianxia is secretly shocked. He thought that Great Sage Martial would look like a skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles. He did not expect that Great Sage Martial would look as young as him. Only his hair and eyebrows are white. This is Master's fate, there is nothing to be sad about. Great Sage Martial faintly smiled. Acheng, I heard that you obtained a divine dragon tooth. Can you let Master take a look? Kongqing hurriedly took out the huge divine dragon tooth. After Great Sage Martial saw it, he smiled and said, very good material. Unfortunately, Master doesn't have enough power to refine this kind of divine tier material. Where did this divine dragon tooth come from? Kongqing and Xianxia had an agreement that he would not say that he gave it to him. He vaguely said, I did something for my friend, he repaid me. Oh? What is it? You actually repaid such a precious thing, you did not take advantage of others, right? Great Sage Martial said with smile. I gave it to old Kong, he did a small thing for me. Xianxia said. Great Sage Martial looked at Xianxia with eyes that seemed like they are about to extinguish. When Xianxia came into contact with Great Sage Martial's eyes, he could not help but shiver. You are also an inscription master? Great Sage Martial saw that Xianxia is wearing a blue rune robe and said in shock, Dragon Transformation Rune? Senior Wu, is your soul injured? Xianxia said, your body seems to be fine but your soul is very weak. I have lived for many years, I was born at the beginning of this era. Great Sage Martial said with smile, my soul is about to return to heaven, so I can't withstand torment, injuries are inevitable. Xianxia suddenly thought of creation spirit heavenly cauldron. His father Qin Long said that soul creation heavenly cauldron can refine souls. The soul also has a lifespan. If the cultivation does not break through for a long time, it will become very weak, it will decline and then dissipate. The cultivation breakthrough of the soul is very particular about fate. Great Sage Martial's body can be maintained without aging but his soul can't. It can be seen that his soul is limited by a bottleneck. Senior, your soul is unable to grow, so to a certain extent, it has also restricted your cultivation. Xianxia said, logically speaking, with your age, you should have entered the divine desolate. Kongqing said in low voice, little brother Qin, my master did not want to break through, so he did not become a heavenly saint. He stayed in a great sage realm to cultivate some kind of secret technique, I told you before. Xianxia shook his head and said, I thought so before, but now I am very sure that Senior Wu is unable to increase your cultivation because of the problem with your soul. Great Sage Marshall sighed and said, I only have a soul, I don't have a soul. I was born with 9 souls and now, I only have 1 soul left. The other 8 souls have already disappeared with the passage of time. Little brother Qin, you are truly amazing, you can actually see through this. This is a secret I have hidden for many years. I also don't want others to know my weakness. Xianxia took out a blue square cauldron, it is the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Senior, since you are already indifferent to life and death, do you dare to let me try my soul refining technique? Xianxia said with smile, if it goes smoothly, you might be able to live for a few more days. Great Sage Marshall said with frown, I used many methods to barely make my soul last until now. My destiny has run out, this is my fate, what you said is wrong. Senior Wu was born without 9 souls. You refused to lower your head to fate and bravely fought against the heavens to live to this day. How can you accept your fate? Xianxia faintly smiled, let's try my method. Master, little brother Qin is an extraordinary person. He came from a mortal desolate. Kongqing said in low voice. Alright, what do I need to do? Great Sage Marshall can see that Xianxia is not ordinary, he said with smile, if it really succeeds, I might be able to live to the next era. Xianxia said, I will extract your soul and put it into my small cauldron to refine. I don't know the specific process for now, so there is a certain amount of risk. Alright, come on. Great Sage Marshall closed his eyes and said, Aching, wait outside the door, don't allow anyone to come in and disturb us. Yes. Kongqing is very at ease with Xianxia because he knows that Xianxia is a very awesome person. It can be said that he was once the overlord of a mortal desolate. Great Sage Marshall did not resist Xianxia and let Xianxia extract his soul. Xianxia took a deep breath and released the nether moon. He used the nether moon to extract Great Sage Marshall's weak soul and brought it into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Yuner, ask the Ascendant Spirit how to help that soul become stronger. Xianxia said. After a while, Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, the cauldron spirit said that it needs to absorb 9 types of primal chaos energy when opening the heavens. Primal chaos 9 elemental power. Xianxia said with frown, this is a legendary energy, I don't have it. Ling Yuner said, then what should we do? This little thing said that it needs this kind of energy. Xianxia thought for a moment, then took out a soul-sealing pearl and said, you ask her if other soul bodies can do it. I have a star spirit in my hand, I want to give it a try. After Ling Yuner asked the cauldron spirit, she said, she also doesn't know if it will work or not, you should give it a try. I'm afraid that Great Sage Marshall's soul will disappear. Xianxia said, at that time, Ji Jingshi will have even more reason to cause trouble for me. In any case, he is going to die, it's a hopeless situation, let's give it a try. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia brought the star spirit of the soul-sealing pearl into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Not long after entering, Ling Yuner said, she said it won't do, she must have the 9 types of primal chaos energy. After Xianxia withdrew the star spirit, he suddenly shouted in alarm, maybe the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can do it. If Xianxia did not use the soul creation heavenly cauldron, he would not have known that he needed the chaos 9 essence power. This caught him off guard. He had a lot of energy in his possession. He had Divine Universe Metal Stone, Divine Universe Purple Crystal, Sun God Crystal, and so on. He also had the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Therefore, he believed that there was no need to worry about the soul creation heavenly cauldron's energy source. Only now did he realize that it actually required the 9 elemental chaos energy, the legendary energy. Xianxia released the 9 dragons heavenly origins array. Each of the 9 dragon-patterned heavenly sabers had a storage space. Now, the astral souls were stored inside. These star spirits were collected by Yu Shedian in the past. There are 2 in each of the 9 dragon mark heavenly sabers. Let's begin. Qin Yan is controlling the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After the Grand Array was activated, the energy of the Divine Universe Goldstone would fuse together with the energy of the astral souls, before being drawn into the Soul Creation Heaven Cauldron. Yuner, ask the Ascendant Elf about the current situation. Qin Yan said. I'm communicating with her. She didn't answer me for the time being. Ling Yuner smiled and said, maybe it worked, so she didn't answer me. After Qin Yan waited patiently for a while, Ling Yuner said, she answered me. She said that the energy is useful but it needs a lot of it. As long as it's useful. Qin Yan let out a sigh of relief and said, then ask her if she can make Great Sage Wu's soul stronger or not. Qin Yan was currently unable to control the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron, so he could only rely on the cauldron sprite. He suspected that the reason why the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron was sealed in the Heavenly Law pawnshop was most likely because it was out of control. Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron used its own consciousness and did not want to be controlled, so it lost control. Qin Yan did not dare to forcefully control the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron to prevent it from running away. She said yes, it just needs a little time. Ling Yuner smiled and said, it finally worked. Yes. Qin Yan smiled slightly, otherwise, I really can't face Elder Kong. Oh right, Yuner, ask the Ascendant Elf what's the difference between the energy she's absorbing now and the Chaos 9 elemental energy. After Ling Yuner asked, she said that the difference is quite big. The energy absorbed now contains a little bit of primal Chaos 9 origin power. As expected, the final goal of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation is to release the chaotic 9 elemental energies. Qin Yan pondered and said, if I can create 9 primal divine suns and use them to power the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, I can condense a very strong primal Chaos 9 origin power. Xiao Yun, take it slow. You should first collect the Divine Universe Dragon Balls and use them to create a 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. Ling Yuner laughed. I only have 2 Dragon Balls in my hand, I still lack 7. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, it's far away. Qin Yan also took the opportunity to let Ling Yuner talk to the Cauldron Spirit and ask it about some matters. He wanted to further understand the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Outside the secret room, Kongqing is anxiously pacing back and forth. He is worried that Qin Yan will fail and cause his master to die ahead of time. Of course, he was also prepared for the worst. Even if Qin Yan failed, he would not blame Qin Yan. Because Qin Yan's original intention was for the good of his master. Moreover, his master, Great Sage Wu, had also agreed to Qin Yan's request. While Kongqing was waiting anxiously, Xianxia hurried over. Old man Kong, what are you doing here? Why don't you go in to see master? Xianxia said coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. Master is in seclusion, he asked me to guard outside. Kongqing said. I want to see master. Xianxia said, I know that you brought someone to see master. That guy is the bastard who killed my subordinates, right? Kongqing said coldly, master is in seclusion inside, he asked me to guard outside. If you want to force your way in, I can only fight you to the death. Old man Kong, the guy who defeated master is here again. They are very arrogant, I came to ask master to fight. Xianxia said, I am doing this for the honor of our entire sect, quickly get out of the way. You don't know what kind of state master is in right now? You actually want him to fight, you want him to die quickly, right? Kongqing's voice is getting colder and colder, that kind of ice-cold killing intent is slowly surging out. What is your friend doing inside? You can't be colluding with that guy to attack master, right? Xianxia is very anxious about this matter. Kongqing coldly groaned and said, I don't know, in short, master said that he has something to discuss with my friend and my friend is helping master heal. Oh that's right, my divine dragon tooth was given to me by my friend. Your divine dragon tooth was given to you by that bastard? What kind of background does that bastard have? Xianxia's eyes are filled with jealousy and greed. It can be seen that he is very jealous of Kongqing's divine dragon tooth, that's why his greedy gaze is showing, it is as if he wants to rob Kongqing. My friend is very powerful, moreover, he is very low-key. Even if I told you about his background, you wouldn't know. After all, a guy like you who considers everyone else beneath him must have no experience. My friend is an inscription master, a very strong one at that. Kongqing said with sneer. Ji Jingshi also recalled the blue robe that Qin Yun is wearing. There are many runes on it. He just didn't expect that a late-stage Saint Realm guy would have a divine dragon tooth and even casually give it to someone else. He truly misjudged Qin Yun. Old man Kong, if something happens to Master, just you wait and see. Ji Jingshi furiously shouted, then turned around and left. Kongqing coldly smiled. Ji Jingshi, you are so concerned about Master, are you trying to obtain something from him? Ji Jingshi immediately stopped, his back is facing Kongqing, his voice is filled with incomparable coldness and said, Old man Kong, don't think too much, otherwise you won't live to see the day the sun sets. Are you threatening me? What are you and your father planning? Kongqing is now certain that Ji Jingshi has some kind of goal to become the disciple of great sage Wu. Old man Kong, you don't even know what kind of treasure Master has, as a former big brother, you are such a failure. Ha ha ha. Ji Jingshi wildly laughed and said, Old man Kong said that after his death, his inheritance will only be passed on to his eldest disciple and I am his eldest disciple. Ji Jingshi finished speaking and quickly left. Kongqing narrowed his eyes, killing intent burst out. If Ji Jingshi did not leave quickly, Kongqing might have already attacked. Ji Jingshi, just you wait. Kongqing only hopes that his master can live a little longer, so that Ji Jingshi will not succeed. Although Qin Yun is inside the secret room, he can still hear the voices outside. This is just as he guessed, Ji Jingshi indeed has a scheme, that's why he became the disciple of Great Sage Wu. Great Sage Wu's soul is inside the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron, it is being tempered by the energy released by the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. The Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron absorbs the energy of the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to temper the soul. Because there is no true primal chaos 9 elemental power, the progress is rather slow. Xiao Yun, Great Sage Wu should be in a state of deep sleep now. After he wakes up, ask him about Ji Jingshi's situation. Ling Yin'er said. Great Sage Wu must know what Ji Jingshi is thinking. Qin Yun is suddenly not that worried because after he met Great Sage Wu, he knows that he is not that easy to swindle. The Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron soul restoration is also on the right track, the speed is gradually increasing. At first, Qin Yun only planned to strengthen Great Sage Wu's remaining soul, but later he discovered that the soul has actually given birth to a soul. If this goes on, his other 8 souls and 8 souls will be reborn. Qin Yun said in shock, this Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron is truly heaven-defying. It can allow missing souls to be reborn. Your father already said that you can duplicate the 9 souls and 9 souls and create a soul martial spirit. Ling Yin'er said with smile, if you can master the primal chaos 9 elemental power, you will be invincible. The progress is very smooth but it takes a long time and consumes a lot of energy. Looks like I need to consume 9 Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun checked the Divine Universe Golden Stones inside the Dragon Rune Heavenly Saber and estimated. This is after all an attempt, it will let us experience the power of the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Qin Yun said with smile, losing these Divine Universe Golden Stones is also worth it. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron should have many uses, it's just that we haven't discovered it yet. Qin Yun nodded and said, unfortunately, the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron needs to absorb a lot of primal chaos 9 elemental power, otherwise I would be able to study it often. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by and Qin Yun is still inside the secret room. Ji Jingshi came again and shouted, Old man Kong, Master still hasn't come out? Don't worry, Master won't die. Kongqing said with sneer, oh that's right, didn't you say that someone came to challenge Master? You are the eldest disciple, why don't you fight? I also want to but he is an inscription dome master and I am not, how can I fight him? Ji Jingshi said, Master is about to die but now he is in seclusion with your friend of unknown origin. That guy won't kill Master, right? Kongqing said, my friend wants to extend Master's life, what do you think? Ji Jingshi said with sneer, don't bullshit, is your friend the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? He can extend the life of a person who has reached the end of his life. Just wait and see. Kongqing closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to Ji Jingshi. Ji Jingshi can't do anything because he knows very well that if he were to charge in, Kongqing would definitely fight him with his life on the line. A desperate Kongqing is also not easy to deal with. Xianxia spent 10 days inside the secret room. He checked the inside of the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and discovered that the 9 souls and 9 spirits inside are complete. Very smooth, Xianxia said with smile. He opened the lid of the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and brought Great Sage Wu's soul into his body. After the soul returned to his body, Great Sage Wu immediately woke up. His eyes immediately flickered with golden light, filled with vitality. In the blink of an eye, Great Sage Wu's white hair turned jet black. He looks like he has revived from the dead, his vitality is very vigorous. The saint power that erupted from Great Sage Wu's body was very strong. Xianxia was watching from the side and he could feel a burning sensation. He was shocked because Great Sage Wu's saint power was very special and it gave him a very familiar feeling. Strange, why do I have such a feeling? Xianxia was alarmed. Little Yun, how do you feel? Ling Yuner didn't feel anything. I feel that this saint energy is the same as Sacred Desolate's saint energy. Sacred Desolate also has saint energy. Xianxia's face is filled with doubt. The Sacred Desolate absorbed the power of the 9 suns and released this kind of aura. Ling Yuner said, different people should have different holy power, right? Why is Sage Wu's saint energy like the Sacred Desolate's saint energy? So it is very strange. Xianxia shook his head. After Great Sage Wu broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the early quintessential saint stage, he did not stop and continued to break through. Not long after, the saint power released from his body was actually enveloped by 8 layers of light. His saint energy was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Is he going to break through to the mastery quintessential saint stage? Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. He said with a smile, that's not bad. After Great Sage Wu broke through, his saint power became even more powerful. Even Xianxia found it hard to bear. After all, he was only at the late-stage saint realm. When Great Sage Wu broke through, the holy power that erupted from his body was very wild, and it brought with it a piercing heat. Just as Xianxia guessed, the saint power released by Great Sage Wu's body suddenly appeared with 9th layer radiance. 9 levels of saint energy was equivalent to the mastery quintessential saint stage. Great Sage Wu had stepped into the mastery quintessential saint stage, and the saint energy in his body continued to erupt for a period of time before it gradually weakened. Half an hour later, Martial Sage heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. He could tell that Xianxia was not an ordinary late-stage saint realm expert. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to do such a heaven-defying thing. Great Sage Wu is very clear about the situation of his soul. Originally, he only had 1 soul left, but under Xianxia's soul refining, his 8 souls and 9 spirits were reborn. Many thanks for Senior's help. Great Sage Wu promptly walked down and wanted to kowtow to Xianxia, but Xianxia promptly held him up. Senior Wu, no need to be so polite. Xianxia immediately said with a smile. How would I dare to be your senior? Martial Sage laughed at himself. I said you are my senior, so you are my senior. Xianxia said with smile. Martial Sage asked curiously, Brother Qin. Are you really only at the late-stage saint realm? What you've done doesn't seem like the sage realm at all. Even a cultivator at the mastery quintessential saint stage would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. In my previous life, I was a god of the divine wasteland. However, I reincarnated. Xianxia said, I have also offended the heavenly law divine realm, so I ask Brother Wu not to spread this matter. Great Sage Wu quickly nodded and said, so that's how it is. Only a powerful deity from the divine wilderness can have such power. Xianxia faintly smiled, don't tell Elder Kong about this matter. I know. Martial Sage nodded. Oh, that's right, Brother Wu, the saint power on your body is very strange and also very strong. Xianxia has always been suspicious about this matter and asked, your saint power is very similar to Sacred Desolate's power. Great Sage Wu said, this is a kind of innate rune that allowed me to obtain this kind of formidable saint power. Even I don't know what kind of rune it is. As he spoke, he spread out his palm and many densely packed runes appeared on his palm. I have this kind of rune all over my body. Brother Qin, you come from the divine desolate, what kind of rune is this? Xianxia carefully looked at it and exclaimed, this is a desolate rune. Desolate rune? Great Sage Wu said in shock, I have never heard of this kind of rune. This is a very special kind of rune, it evolved from the Sun Heavenly Rune. It is bestowed by the Great Desolate to the creatures born at the beginning of the Great Desolate. Xianxia said, generally speaking, the creatures with desolate runes are mainly beasts and humans. Through the desolate runes, they grasp a very strong power and want to protect the Great Desolate. So that's how it is, but it seems that I didn't fulfill my duty to protect the sacred desolate. Great Sage Wu sighed with guilt. That's because you were born with a defect, missing 9 souls, so you can't sense the sacred desolate. Xianxia said with smile, not long from now, you might be able to sense the call of the sacred desolate again. Under his control, the desolate rune on Great Sage Wu's palm gradually hid under his skin. These desolate runes are very strong and have helped me a lot over the years, allowing me to become a powerful inscription master. Otherwise, if I were missing 9 souls, it would be impossible for me to have my current achievements. Great Sage Wu is very grateful to these desolate runes. Xianxia said, Brother Wu, I am preparing to set up a great formation. When the time comes, can you use desolate runes to help me set up the formation? Great Sage Wu quickly replied, of course, to be able to set up a formation with Brother Qin, I am extremely honored. Oh, that's right, Brother Wu, what's going on with Xianxia? Xianxia told Great Sage Wu about Xianxia. After Great Sage Wu heard this, his face sank and said, this father and son pair have been waiting for me to die so that they can obtain the desolate runes on my body and my son's soul. Since Brother Wu knows their plot, why did you still accept that guy as your disciple? Xianxia said with a frown. Great Sage Wu coldly snorted and said, they begged me for many years and Xianxia's performance at that time was extremely good. However, after he became my disciple, his true colors were gradually revealed. In addition, his father found out that I am missing 9 souls and used this to threaten me. I can only beat them at their own game. First, I let the other disciples lead the sect and alienate me. Then, I plan to perish together with the father and son before I die. Great Sage Wu was only late-stage Great Saint Realm before, but now he is late-stage Quintessential Saint Realm. In addition, he has mastered desolate runes and his saint power is even more powerful. It can be said that it is difficult to find an opponent in the sacred desolate. Let's go, Elder Kong has been waiting outside for a long time, he must be very worried. Xianxia said with a smile, that Xianxia has also come many times. Great Sage Wu laughed. Under his control, his jet black hair and eyebrows suddenly turned white. He said, I want to maintain my original appearance and make them think that I am very weak. This is also good. The guy who defeated you with inscription battle technique is here again. You can take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Xianxia said with a smile. Great Sage Wu and Xianxia went out together. After opening the door, Kongqing promptly walked over and looked at Xianxia and Great Sage Wu. Master, how are you? Kongqing can see from Great Sage Wu's eyes that his master is a lot more spirited. Many thanks to little brother Qin's help, I can still live for a few more years. Great Sage Wu said with smile, Acheng, I will find time to help you refine the divine dragon tooth into a weapon. Very good. Kongqing is extremely happy and then immediately told Xianxia about Xianxia. Great Sage Wu has late-stage quintessential Saint Realm cultivation, but Kongqing cannot see through it. Kongqing is also somewhat worried that Xianxia's father will deal with Great Sage Wu. Don't worry, I will take care of him. We can talk about this later, I will first go meet those guys who take advantage of people's difficulties. Great Sage Wu walked a few steps and said to Xianxia, Brother Qin, when you see Xianxia, don't say anything to him, just leave it to me. Alright. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia and Kongqing followed Great Sage Wu to a large hall outside. Just as they went out, Xianxia promptly rushed over. Xianxia saw that his master is very spirited and his eyes flashed with disappointment, but his face is filled with smile. Master, it's great that you've recovered. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, he did not expect Xianxia to be such an expert, he can make a dying person recover so spirited. Of course, Xianxia is not clear about Great Sage Wu's situation, he only thinks that Great Sage Wu is forcefully prolonging his life and won't be able to hold on for long. After arriving at the large hall, Xianxia saw a few people with arrogant expression. These 5 people have faint dragon power aura, 2 of them are old men, the other 3 are middle-aged. Variant dragon race. Qin said in low voice. Master, these few variant dragon race friends want to challenge you again, they want to compete with you in inscription battle technique. Xianxia said. No problem. Great Sage Wu faintly smiled, I have been in seclusion to heal my injuries these past few days, I have made you all wait for a long time. How about we go out and compete in the sky outside? Great Sage Wu, if you lose, hand over your son's soul to us, how about it, the valiant old man from the variant dragon race said. Then what if you lose? Great Sage Wu said. If we lose, we will give you a Divine Universe Dragon Pearl, it is the Divine Universe Fire Dragon's Dragon Pearl, the old man said with smile. No problem. Great Sage Wu feels that he won't suffer any loss after hearing this and immediately agreed. Qin is very happy in his heart, he did not expect that these variant dragon race people would have the Divine Universe Fire Dragon's Dragon Pearl. If Great Sage Wu obtained it, he would propose an exchange and Great Sage Wu would not refuse. Great Sage Wu and the variant dragon race old man signed a soul contract. Qin seems to be able to see something because Xianxia seems to be very happy. This made him suspect that Xianxia and the variant dragon race people are in cahoots. Xianxia must have reported Great Sage Wu's situation to the variant dragon race and even instigated Great Sage Wu to go out and compete. However, Xianxia and the variant dragon race don't know that Great Sage Wu is no longer the Great Sage Wu from before. It can be said that he is now Wu Tianqing and a very strong one at that. Kongqing is somewhat worried, he pulled Qin and said with sound transmission, Little brother Qin, what is going on with my master? Why is he so confident? Can he win? He lost before. Don't worry, he will definitely win. Qin very confidently said. Great Sage Wu only had one soul before but his inscription level is very high. Now that he has been reborn with 8 souls and 9 bodies, in addition to his cultivation breakthrough, his inscription mastery has become even stronger. Great Sage Wu and the variant dragon race old man flew out of the main hall and arrived in the sky far away from the tall mountain. Qin heard Xianxia's voice from behind and sneered in his heart. Great Sage Wu said before that he would take care of Xianxia, but Xianxia still doesn't know that he is about to be finished. Great Sage Wu obtained a new life and his vitality is vigorous. His cultivation has broken through a lot and his strength has increased by a lot. He is no longer worried about Xianxia and his son. Great Sage Wu flew into the sky and looked at the old man from the variant dragon race. The variant dragon race's inscription level is very good. When Qin was in the Immortal Desolate, he fought with the variant dragon race's inscription dosher. The old man from the variant dragon race looked at Great Sage Wu with a face full of confidence and said with smile, Great Sage Wu, you are only late-stage Great Saint Realm but you have such a high level of inscription. It is really not easy. I heard from your disciple that your lifespan is almost up. You still dare to fight with all your might before you die. Truly admirable. Since you already know my situation, let's hurry up and begin. I can't live for more than a few days, I cherish my time very much. Great Sage Wu's expression is indifferent as he looked at the old man and said. After Great Sage Wu and the old man from the variant dragon race are ready, they began the duel of inscription masters. Both of them can draw runes in 10 lines with both hands, moreover, the blood soul power they released has 3 layers of brilliance. They are both high-level Saint Realm inscription Saint Masters. Qin is somewhat astonished because Great Sage Wu is considered a peak inscription master in the Sacred Desolate but his blood soul power is only high-level Saint Realm. He thought that Great Sage Wu's blood soul power is at least King Saint level, the old man from the variant dragon race is the same. His blood soul power is high-level Saint level but it doesn't seem to be as powerful as Great Sage Wu. The others couldn't tell which of the 2 blood soul powers was stronger. However, Qin can tell that because Great Sage Wu has desolate runes, his saint power is very strong. In addition, he now has a complete soul and his body has been tempered by desolate runes. Whether it is the power of his body, saint power, or soul power, they are all very powerful. The blood soul power condensed together is quite terrifying. Even my blood soul power might not be a match for Great Sage Wu. Qin exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Little Yun, you've only just cultivated the blood soul energy that's at the saint stage. Moreover, the martial sage is at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he's an old fellow. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, if you had his cultivation, your blood-soul power would be at the king saint level. For Qin Yan to be able to cultivate high sacred level blood-soul power means that his blood-soul power is first-rate in sacred desolate. Great Sage Wu and the old man from the mutated dragon tribe drew the patterns at an extremely fast speed. However, Great Sage Wu was even faster. Not long after he started, he had already drawn a set of runes that looked like a top. The spinning top was huge, like a small mountain. It was completely blue, and as it spun, it flickered with blue lightning. Qin Yan looked at the spinning top with a frown. He is extremely shocked in his heart because the runes used by the top are all Dao evolution runes. What shocked him the most was that those runes were evolved from desolate runes. Great Sage Wu's innate desolate runes have already been thoroughly studied by him. It can be said that he is incomparably familiar with his own desolate runes. Moreover, he can use desolate runes to coordinate with other runes. In this way, when he draws desolate runes, he can instantly draw runes and then simply draw other runes. The old man from the mutated dragon race is extremely shocked and shouted in alarm, Great Sage Wu, how did you become so powerful? Compared to me before, your blood-soul power wasn't that powerful. Because I broke through. After Great Sage Wu finished speaking, he controlled the blue top to fly over. The old man from the mutated dragon race did not finish drawing his runes at all. However, Great Sage Wu has drawn a spinning top with extremely strong attack power. As the blue top spun, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, energy soared to the sky, bringing along a burst of berserk energy as it whizzed over. The wind and clouds immediately surged between heaven and earth. Just this kind of imposing manner is enough to make people feel fear. Wait, the old man from the mutated dragon race shouted in panic. He doesn't want to admit defeat, but he is also afraid of the spinning top. He can only shout wait and hope that Great Sage Wu will show mercy. Boom, the blue top is as big as a small mountain. It fiercely flew over and attacked the body of the old man from the mutated dragon race. Roar! The old man suddenly transformed into a crocodile dragon. The dragon scales and crocodile skin on his body were torn apart by the spinning top. His body became badly mangled. You lost. Great Sage Wu's expression is indifferent as he said. During a battle between inscription masters, one cannot use one's formidable power to block attacks. And the old man from the mutated dragon race released very strong saint power to defend, so this is equivalent to losing. This is the stipulation of the soul contract. The old man from the mutated dragon race had no other choice. If he did not change into his original form and release formidable saint power to defend, he would have been seriously injured by the blue top. Apart from Qin Yan, there is no one present who is not shocked by Great Sage Wu's strength. Earlier, Great Sage Wu was suppressed by the old man from the mutated dragon race. Moreover, he was seriously injured and lost in an extremely unsightly manner. This matter has already spread throughout the entire Supreme Saint City and Supreme Saint Palace. That is why Xianxia said that Great Sage Wu lost face for him. And now, Great Sage Wu actually ended the battle as soon as it began and obtained victory. You lost, hand over the Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl to me. Great Sage Wu said coldly. Qin Yan also noticed Xianxia's expression. Xianxia is also very shocked, but his eyes flashed with ruthlessness and disappointment. It can be seen that he did not want his master to win. Qin Yan can tell with a glance that Xianxia must have received some benefits from the mutated dragon race. That is why he allowed his master to fight and provided information about Great Sage Wu to the mutated dragon race. Because they signed the soul contract, the old man from the mutated dragon race has no choice but to hand it over. He can only gnash his teeth, angrily took out a box and handed it over to Great Sage Wu. Let's go, the old man from the mutated dragon race coldly groaned. Congratulations, master, on your victory. I will immediately send off the few friends from the mutated dragon race. Xianxia promptly flew over and chased after the few people from the mutated dragon race. Let's go back. Great Sage Wu laughed, then returned to the main hall on the mountain top and arrived at a living room. Kongqing is extremely happy, he said with smile, Master, it seems like your cultivation has already broken through. What is your current cultivation? Late stage quintessential saint realm. Great Sage Wu faintly smiled, looked at Qin Yan and said, It is all thanks to the great help of this expert that I was able to escape from death and break through bottleneck. He finished speaking and took out the box and handed it over to Qin. Inside the box is the Divine Space Fire Dragon Pearl. Qin thought that he would have to exchange some things with Great Sage Wu. He did not expect that Great Sage Wu would actually give him the Divine Space Dragon Pearl. Brother Qin, no need to be polite. Great Sage Wu laughed and said, without your help, I would not have been able to win. Since it is like this, I can only accept it. Qin said with smile. He returned the courtesy and gave a Divine Space Golden Stone to Great Sage Wu. He placed it in a box and told Great Sage Wu to go to Divine Desolate to open it. Therefore, Great Sage Wu does not know that there is a Divine Space Golden Stone inside. Little brother Qin, you are truly awesome. You truly helped extend Master's life and even made him so strong. Kongqing said with mischievous laugh, worthy of being an influential person in Immortal Desolate. Great Sage Wu said, Brother Qin, you said before that you wanted me to help you set up a formation. What kind of formation is it? That formation is for me to find the sacred desolate sun sacred land. Qin took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and told Great Sage Wu about the specific situation. The sun-suppressing divine arrow needs to pass through a formation to form a connection with the sun in the sky and then sense the sun-suppressing divine arrow in the azure dragon's hand. As for whether or not it will succeed, Qin is not sure. Speaking of the sun-sacred land, Great Sage Wu let out a long sigh. I have been searching for the sun-sacred land for many years, that is my birthplace. Master, you were born in the sun-sacred land? Kongqing said in amazement, how come I have never heard you mention this? Qin is not surprised at all. Great Sage Wu has desolate runes on his body, he was born with them, so it is not strange that he was born in the sun-sacred land. However, he is still a bit doubtful and asked, Brother Wu, how did you leave the sun-sacred land? After I matured to a certain stage in the sun-sacred land, I was suddenly teleported to the sacred desolate by a spatial power. Great Sage Wu said, I have been searching for my hometown for many years, I hope to die there. Kongqing said with smile, Master, it seems like little brother Qin is your benefactor. Not only did he save you, he also has a way to help you find your birthplace. Great Sage Wu said with smile, indeed, I am very grateful to him. Soon after, Kongqing told Great Sage Wu about some of Qin's matters in the Immortal Desolate. Great Sage Wu exclaimed in admiration again and again. Brother Qin, it seems like your Divine Space Dragon Pearl is very important to you. If you use it to lay down the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it will be even stronger. Great Sage Wu said, don't worry, if I enter the sun-sacred land, I will definitely do my best to obtain the Divine Space Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl. I originally planned to exchange for that Divine Universe Flame Dragon Pearl with Brother Wu. Qin laughed and said, I am very grateful to Brother Wu for the gift. Moreover, Brother Wu also wants to help me obtain the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl, thank you so much. Great Sage Wu waved his hand and said, Brother Qin, you and I don't need to be polite. Master, is there really a Divine Space Ice Dragon inside the sun-sacred land? Kongqing asked. There is, moreover, the Divine Space Ice Dragon watched me grow up. Maybe I can make him give the Divine Space Dragon Pearl to Brother Qin. Great Sage Wu muttered, Senior Ice Dragon said that his Dragon Pearl can be reborn. He did not even finish speaking when the main hall suddenly trembled violently. Someone is attacking my main hall. Great Sage Wu's expression sank, he said in cold voice, it is most likely the variant dragon race's bastards. The mountain protecting Great Formation has been activated, we should quickly ask the Supreme Saint Palace to send people over. Kongqing said. Alright. Great Sage Wu took out a communication talisman and contacted the Supreme Saint Palace. Soon after, they walked out of the main hall together. After coming out, they saw that there are many giant flying ships all around, they are the variant dragon race's warships. Great Sage Wu is not panicking at all when he saw so many giant ships flying over. Instead, Kongqing and the other disciples are very worried. Even though Great Sage Wu is still called Great Sage Wu, he is now late-stage quintessential saint and the other disciples don't know about it. Even though Kongqing knows that his master has already broken through, he can't help but feel flustered when he saw so many powerful giant ships. Great Sage Wu, don't you feel that the Divine Domain Fire Dragon Pearl is a bit heavy in your hands? The mutated dragon elder who had lost to Great Sage Wu earlier chuckled and said, "You're a person who's about to die. Not only do you have a young soul, you even have a divine universe fire dragon pearl. This is such a waste of a treasure." Great Sage Wu said with angry smile, "You bunch of bastards, are you looking down on a dying person like me? Have you forgotten how you lost to me before? Great Sage Wu, you are one of the 3 great inscription masters of the Supreme Saint Palace, yet you used despicable tricks to defeat me," the old man furiously shouted. "This is what your eldest disciple Xianxia said. You are truly a despicable old thief." Xianxia said it? What proof does he have? What's more, we signed a soul contract before. Great Sage Wu now wishes he could pinch Xianxia to death. Your eldest disciple can't bear to see your way of doing things. He said that you were seriously injured and your lifespan is almost up. You are about to die yet you have such formidable power. You must have used some method to win and even bypassed the soul contract, the old man said. Tell Xianxia to come out. Great Sage Wu said in cold voice. What, you want to kill me to silence me? Anyway, no matter what, I will take back the divine domain fire dragon pearl today. The old man shouted, also, you used some method to win, that means you lost to me, your son's soul is also mine. You bunch of bastards, don't even think about succeeding. Great Sage Wu said in anger. The Great Mountain Protecting Formation has already been activated and those giant flying ships are now condensing formidable energy. Boom boom, 2 giant ships shot out condensed energy balls towards the Great Hall on the mountain peak. The 2 energy balls collided with the Great Mountain Protecting Formation and erupted with a burst of gale and lightning, enveloping the entire mountain peak. Xianxia and company are looking at the densely packed violent lightning bolts in the sky. They can also sense the terrifying energy. Kongqing whispered, when the reinforcements from the Supreme Saint Palace arrive, it will be the death of these bastards. Xianxia said, the variant dragon race really found a very good excuse. It's all Xianxia's fault. I was planning to deal with them when he and his father arrived. Martial Sage grunted and said, my mountain guarding formation won't be able to hold off the mutated dragon tribe's attack for long. Xianxia said, Brother Wu, bring me to the array foundation. All right. Great Sage Wu immediately brought Xianxia into the main hall and through a secret passage, they arrived at the array base inside the mountain. After arriving at the array base, Xianxia released the 9 dragon. Heavenly Origin Array, seeing the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, Great Sage Wu exclaimed, with the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation strengthening, the Great Mountain Guarding Array will be even stronger. We can hold on until the reinforcements from the Supreme Saint Palace arrive. Xianxia nodded and said, let's go out. If you hide, the other disciples will feel very uneasy. Great Sage Wu immediately went out and waited with the disciples outside for the arrival of the Supreme Saint Palace's people. This place is not very far from the Supreme Saint Palace, reinforcements will arrive very soon. This made the disciples feel more at ease. Xianxia said, the variant dragon race must have sent a lot of experts to snatch back the dragon balls. I wonder what kind of experts the Supreme Saint Palace will send. It's all because of that little bastard Xianxia, he actually sold out master. I really want to beat that bastard up. Kongqing cursed in low voice. The variant dragon race old man is inside a battleship. Seeing how sturdy the Great Mountain Guarding Formation is, he very anxiously said, Xianxia, didn't you say that the Great Mountain Guarding Formation is very weak? Why hasn't it been breached yet? We spent a lot of energy. Great King Crocodile Dragon, I understand this mountain's Great Mountain Guarding Formation very well, it really shouldn't be this strong. Xianxia also very anxiously said. You bastard, why do you always give me wrong information? You clearly said that your master is on the verge of bursting and his injuries are very serious, that's why I dared to bet the Divine Space Dragon Ball with him. Great King Crocodile Dragon said very angrily. It was indeed like that before but later on, his injuries were healed by a guy. I told you about this before, that guy is very strange. Xianxia said. Great King Crocodile Dragon said with frown, is it the young man beside Kongqing? He has divine dragon tooth in his hands and he even gave it to Kongqing. This person's origin is definitely not ordinary. Xianxia said, I am also investigating this person but I can't find anything. Normally speaking, that bastard great sage Wu only has one soul and that soul was injured by me before, it was almost finished. But now it has recovered very well, it is even more powerful than before. Great King Crocodile Dragon said with frown. It's all because of that mysterious guy. Ji Jingshi gnashed his teeth and looked at Qin Yan from inside the huge ship. Not long after, the Supreme Saint Palace's reinforcements arrived. Seeing more than 10 huge flying ships coming over from the distance, Great Sage Wu and Kongqing let out a sigh of relief. Because their mountain-protecting Great Formation managed to hold on until the arrival of the Supreme Saint Palace's reinforcements. Supreme Saint Palace's huge golden ship flew over. There are many experts on it and the ship's attack power is also very strong. These huge ships were originally prepared to go to Outer Heaven Domain in the future, they are very good in all aspects. Great Sage Wu, what's going on with you? Why did you provoke friends from the variant dragon race? A voice came from inside the Supreme Saint Palace's huge ship. Hearing this voice, Great Sage Wu's originally relaxed expression suddenly sank, moreover his expression became filled with anger. Ji Jingsu, you should ask your son. You should first drive away those variant dragon race bastards. Great Sage Wu said in deep voice. Clearly, Ji Jingsu is Ji Jingshi's father. Great King Crocodile Dragon said, Third Palace Master, you came at the right time. Your Supreme Saint Palace's famous inscription master swindled our variant dragon race's dragon pearl, we are now taking it back. Ji Jingsu is clearly in cahoots with the variant dragon race. Soon after, the Crocodile Dragon King continuously complained to Ji Jingsu, saying that Great Sage Wu is very cunning and used some tricks to swindle his dragon pearl. Moreover, Ji Jingshi also admitted to this matter, angrily scolding his master for being so cunning and shameless. Great Sage Wu is so angry that his entire body is trembling. He now secretly blamed himself for being too sentimental before, he should have killed Ji Jingshi earlier. Great Sage Wu, sigh. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ji Jingsu sighed, since it's like this, you should hand over the Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl and your son's soul, they belong to the variant dragon race. Qin Yan is not surprised at all about this matter. Because everyone knows that Great Sage Wu's lifespan is coming to an end. And Ji Jingsu is the third palace master of the Supreme Saint Palace, no one would offend the third palace master for a person who is about to die. At this time, inside the 10 or so huge ships of the Supreme Saint Palace, there are many elders who are shouting, asking Great Sage Wu to hand over the Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl and Sun's Soul to the variant dragon race. This angered Great Sage Wu so much that he wanted to go out and fight with his life on the line. At this time, Great Sage Wu finally realized that the people who respected him back then, after seeing that his lifespan was coming to an end, had no value in befriending him, they immediately cut off all relations with him. Many of the elders of the Supreme Saint Palace are criticizing Great Sage Wu. They don't know how powerful a soul contract is, but you seniors don't know? You clearly know that I am in the right, but you don't help me. Isn't it because I am about to die? Great Sage Wu said coldly. If not for Qin Yan's help, he really would have died. The more it was like this, the more grateful he was to Qin Yan, allowing him to clearly see the faces of these people. Qin Yan is not surprised. He has seen this kind of thing many times. He is just surprised that Ji Jingshi and his son really have some tricks up their sleeves. Great Sage Wu, you won unfairly. Even your brilliant disciple said that you swindled my dragon pearl, what else do you have to say? The Crocodile Dragon King said, if you don't hand over the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl and Sun's Soul, then we can only continue to attack your Great Saint Peak. Ji Jingsu said, Great Sage Wu, you have done this kind of thing. You have already lost the face of my Supreme Saint Palace. The Supreme Saint Palace will not help you. Moreover, as the third palace master of the Supreme Saint Palace, I announce today that you are expelled from the Supreme Saint Palace. You are no longer a member of the Supreme Saint Palace. Many of the elders of the Supreme Saint Palace also agreed. Ji Jingsu, the Supreme Saint Palace still has the Great Palace Master and Second Palace Master. What right do you have to drive out an inscription master like me, a person of virtue and prestige? Great Sage Wu's heart is filled with anger, he said, I will contact the Great Palace Master and Second Palace Master. Ji Jingsu said with sneer, the Great Palace Master and Second Palace Master have gone to the dragon race. If they knew about this, they would definitely not come because they feel that it is very embarrassing. Continue to attack. After the Crocodile Dragon King's cold voice spread out, the dozens of giant ships of the alien dragon race condensed energy balls and continued to attack the mountain. The crazy earth quaked and the mountain shook continuously. All kinds of tyrannical gales wreaked havoc in this mountain range. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The continuous and violent attacks are very terrifying. And the most shocking thing is that the Great Mountain Protection Formation is extremely powerful. It has not been broken. Great Sage Wu is already contacting the Great Palace Master and Second Palace Master. After some attempts, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "I can't contact them. Could it be that these two guys also want to cut off all relations with me?" Qin Yan took out a communication talisman and contacted Qin Long. After he contacted Qin Long informed the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and asked him to go and support them. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the Red Sun Dragon Mother have already arrived in the Sacred Desolate. Because the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor has the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation, his status is extremely high. Great Sage Wu sighed, "Brother Qin, you have a way. Let's go in and talk." He told all the disciples to enter the building and hide in peace. The alien dragon race's flying ships continued to attack for a while before finally stopping. At this moment, Ji Jingsu also arrived at the Crocodile King's cabin. "Old Ji, what's going on? Why is that guy's mountain protection formation so powerful?" The Crocodile King said anxiously, "Your son gave me a lot of wrong information. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Father, this really isn't my fault. It's all because of that evil fellow that old man Kong brought," Ji Jingsu said. Ji Jingsu was a middle-aged man with a round face and a little beard. His eyes were very small and narrowed into slits. His face was gloomy as he said, "Logically speaking, Great Sage Wu only has one soul. It's impossible for him to break through and he's about to die. But now, he has become so strong, that's right. That old fellow only has one soul." After he was injured by the Crocodile King, he was no different from a dead person. He couldn't even move. But, he defeated the Crocodile King in an instant. Ji Jingshi said. "Brother Crocodile, did you underestimate Great Sage Wu when you fought him?" Ji Jingsu said. "Not at all. That guy's cultivation should have broken through to the late quintessential saint realm. And his blood-soul power has increased by many times," the Crocodile King said very seriously. "If that's really the case, then we have to quickly attack that formation and get rid of Great Sage Wu in advance." Ji Jingsu's face darkened as he said, "If the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master interfere, then we'll be in trouble. You have to know that Great Sage Wu broke through a bottleneck and extended his life. It's a terrifying existence. Father, if we don't get rid of that old fellow, then won't I be targeted by him?" Ji Jingshi immediately said in fear. "Not only you, I'll also be targeted by him." Ji Jingsu cursed in a low voice, "Jingshi, what's wrong with you? Why did you allow others to cure Great Sage Wu?" Ji Jingshi gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of that bastard. I really didn't know that he was so heaven-defying that he could actually help Great Sage Wu extend his life and even help him break through." Then, Ji Jingshi told them what he knew. "That guy must be an expert." Lord Evil Dragon said, "To be able to make Great Sage Wu so strong, it can be said that he has remarkable abilities." Ji Jingsu said, "Maybe that mountain-protecting Grand Array was also strengthened by that person. Therefore, we must take down the Great Sage Wu as soon as possible. If we give him a chance to counterattack, we'll be in danger." Qin Yan and Great Sage Wu are inside the main hall. They are carving runes on a very large beast skin. Now it was mainly Great Sage Wu who was drawing some desolate marks. Those desolate runes are all Daoyan runes. After they are drawn, they can change and flow. When the runes change and flow, they will produce a very powerful force. Desolate runes are runes derived from the Great Desolate. They have a certain resonance with the 9 suns. Qin Yan said. "The desolate rune I am carving now can absorb 9 suns' energy." Great Sage Wu said, "After I finish carving, it will be Brother Qin's turn to carve the remaining runes." Qin Yan nodded. With Sage Wu's desolate rune, it allowed him to establish a connection with the sun-suppressing divine arrow more smoothly. Attacks are still unceasingly coming from outside. Although there are unceasing tremors, it is very stable. The variant dragon race's attacks are still unable to break through this great formation. The fleet led by the Supreme Saint Palace's third palace master Ji Jingsu also launched an attack and bombarded the mountain-protecting Grand Array. After Kongqing saw this, he promptly ran over and loudly cursed, "Ji Jingsu's fleet is also attacking. Ignore them, our reinforcements will arrive very soon." Qin Yan said with smile, "My 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can hold on until the reinforcements arrive." Great Sage Wu's speed of carving desolate rune is very fast, he finished it in a short while. Next, Qin Yan will carve some special sun runes. Earlier, Qin Yan asked the door deity to hand over a talisman to the space god. It is a talisman that uses the sun as a medium to transmit information. The reason why only Qin Yan and the space god can use it is because their souls are all carved with special sun runes. The 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows also have this kind of connection, that's why Qin Yan wants to carry out this kind of experiment. Because he has Great Sage Wu's help, Qin Yan only used half a day to finish. "Let's wait until the weather is clear to try." Qin Yan said with smile, "It's already dark outside and those guys are still attacking, it's not time yet." Great Sage Wu said, "To be able to return to the sun-sacred land is my wish for many years. I have always wanted to return to the sun-sacred land. On one hand, I miss my hometown, on the other hand, I want to find Senior Ice Dragon and see if he can help me cultivate the missing 9 souls." "Master, your missing soul has already been refined by this expert," Kongqing said with smile. "Indeed. I really did not expect that there would be someone in this world who could control such power." Great Sage Wu laughed and said. Even now, he feels that this is unreal. Late at night, Qin Yan arrived inside the mountain. He took out the beast skin formation he made today and guided the power of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation into it. At daybreak, Qin Yan took out the communication talisman. It is Qin Long who is contacting him. "Xiao Yun, I will immediately rush to Great Sage Wu's Great Saint Peak. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the others will also arrive soon." Qin Long said. "Dad, you also came?" Qin Yan is somewhat shocked and said with smile, "I thought you wouldn't come. You obtained a divine domain fire dragon pearl, I am the fire dragon god, of course I have to go take a look." Qin Long said with mischievous smile. "Dad, did Sacred Tiger King tell the dragon race where the sun-sacred land is?" Qin Yan asked. "No. Sacred Tiger King refused to say no matter what. However, I found out that those guys from Heavenly Law Divine Realm have already found the location of the sun-sacred land, but they are very secretive, we can't find any information." Qin Long sighed and said. "Let's wait until you come." Qin Yan said. He put away the communication talisman and went outside. The mountain is still trembling unceasingly. The mountain protection formation strengthened by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very strong. The dozens of giant ships of the variant dragon race are releasing berserk energy attacks, but they are still unable to break through. When it is almost noon, a wave of furious dragon roars suddenly came from the distance. The variant dragon race's giant ship immediately stopped attacking. The Crocodile King also flew out and looked into the distance and said with frown, "A dragon is coming. What's going on?" "From the looks of it, it seems like a group of dragons are coming." Ji Jingsu looked in the direction of the dragon roar and is very puzzled. "Maybe they are just passing by?" Ji Jingxia said. The group of dragons from the dragon race arrived very quickly. Many huge dragons are circling in the air, circling around the Great Saint Peak and the dozens of giant ships of the variant dragon race. There are not many dragons, only 100 or so, but they are very powerful. Qin Yan also saw the Red Sun Dragon Mother and the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor transformed into dragons. They are not the strongest among the group of dragons, but their status is the highest. "Bastards of the variant dragon race, if you don't want to start a war, then hurry up and scram," Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted. "Friend from the dragon race, my variant dragon race did not provoke you," the Crocodile King said. He tried very hard to raise his voice, but it was not very high. It is very obvious that he is afraid of the dragon race. The sacred desolate dragon race is a very powerful force in the sacred desolate. I was entrusted by someone to come and help great sage Wu. Immortal desolate dragon emperor furiously said, if you don't leave now, you will never be able to leave. Ji Jingsu and Ji Jingshi also arrived beside the crocodile king. The dragon race was entrusted by someone to help great sage Wu. This is something that the variant dragon race and Ji Jingsu did not expect. Ji Jingsu said, friend from the dragon race, that great sage Wu is very despicable. He used all kinds of means to swindle the variant dragon race's divine universe fire dragon pearl. Bullshit, I understand the situation very clearly. It was clearly that crocodile dragon that was too weak. His skill was not as good as others, so he said others used all kinds of means. Immortal desolate dragon emperor furiously cursed. Friend from the dragon race, did the great palace master and second palace master of the supreme saint palace ask you to come? Ji Jingsu is shocked in his heart and asked. Who do they think they are to call us? A dragon said very disdainfully. Ji Jingsu is even more shocked. To be able to call these powerful dragons of the dragon race, they are indeed not ordinary people. At this time, Qin Yun and Great Sage Wu also walked out of the main hall. Great Sage Wu and Kong Qing both know that this group of dragons was called by Qin Yun. They admire Qin Yun's ability even more. After Qin Yun came out, he shouted, it was clearly someone who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, yet he framed Great Sage Wu. Soon after, Kong Qing spoke of Ji Jingshi's various evil deeds. Great Sage Wu also added a few things from the side. Great Sage Wu is quite famous in the Sacred Desolate. After all, he was one of the earliest people in this era. Although his cultivation has been stagnant, his level of inscription is extremely high. And now, everyone knows that Great Sage Wu was born without 9 souls, which is why his cultivation has been stagnant. This is even more admirable. Even though he is missing 9 souls, he is still so powerful. Now, everyone knows that Great Sage Wu has already stepped into the late-stage quintessential saint realm. His strength has naturally increased, so defeating the Crocodile King is also very normal. After listening to the ins and outs of this matter, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed loudly and said, Variant Dragon Race, you bunch of bastards can't afford to lose, that's why you did this. Another dragon said, I never thought that the third palace master of the Supreme Saint Palace would actually be such a despicable person. Oh right, the great palace master and second palace master of your Supreme Saint Palace are both guests in my dragon race. When they found out that we came to help Great Sage Wu, they are also on their way. Ji Jingshi and Ji Jingsu, the father and son pair, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They had been defeated and thoroughly defeated. At this moment, waves of powerful heavenly might came from afar. Thick golden clouds accompanied by thunder and lightning surged over. The fellows from the heavenly law divine realm are here. Qin Yun said with a frown. The heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm arrived on a cloud. A heavenly man said, the great Saint Peak's defense is so strong. If I'm not wrong, that is the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. The celestial being suddenly arrived. This caused Qin Yun to be extremely surprised. He did not know why the heavenly law divine realm had come, or if it was related to the variant dragon race. Although the natural law divine realm was very powerful, they still needed the divine universe fire dragon pearl or the sun soul. Now that they had appeared here, Qin Yun could not help but suspect if the heaven realm wanted to snatch the divine universe dragon pearl as well. What does it have to do with you? What power my grand protective spell formation releases? Great Sage Wu said in a deep voice, heavenly people of the natural law divine realm, don't interfere in this matter. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Great Sage Wu, am not. The golden mist in the air dissipated, and dozens of devas appeared. They were all clad in heavenly armor, and radiated holy power. From their holy splendor, one could tell that they were at least in the Great Sage realm, and all of them had at least the 4th level of holy splendor. The leader of the Celestials was a square-faced middle-aged man. Only he had the divine universe sword in his hand. He looked at Great Sage Wu and smiled faintly. Great Sage Wu, right? You have important desolate runes on you. Those desolate runes are of great use to us. If you are willing to hand them over to us, we will guarantee your safety. Qin Yun was alarmed. The heavenly man had actually come for the desolate inscription. Great Sage Wu didn't know about desolate runes before. He only knew that he was born with it and it allowed him to obtain a very high talent in inscription. When he uses runes and adds desolate runes, the entire set of runes will become even stronger and he can draw them even faster. Ji Jingsu knew that Great Sage Wu had a strange rune on his body, but he didn't know that it was a desolate rune. However, they were the most likely to tell this matter to the heavenly beings. What desolate rune are you talking about? I don't know. Martial Sage shouted coldly, Natural Law Divine Realm, Mutated Dragon Race, all of you should leave quickly, don't force me to take action. Ji Jingsu laughed heartily and said, Great Sage Wu, a very powerful rune will appear on your body. That rune is neither a totem nor a heavenly rune, it can only be a desolate rune. The middle-aged man said, Great Sage Wu, I have seen the weapons you refined before, there are signs of desolate runes on them. Hand over the desolate rune. Great Sage Wu shouted furiously, I was born with that rune, why should I give it to you? The middle-aged celestial said arrogantly, Your desolate rune was given to you by the heavenly Tao, and we are the incarnations of the heavenly Tao. I'm just taking back the desolate rune given to you by the heavenly Tao. What's wrong with that? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, Natural Law Divine Realm bastards, don't brag all day, what kind of heavenly Tao are you? Have you forgotten how badly you lost in Buried Heavenland so quickly? The reason why we lost in the Buried Heavenland was because of Qin Yan's enemy of the heavenly Tao. The middle-aged man said coldly, My heavenly law divine realm has chased after Qin Yan for several eras. As long as we capture him again, we will definitely execute him publicly. At this moment, a large group of dragons suddenly flew over. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother, and the others had also taken human form. Seeing the dragon race's dragons arrive, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. However, he immediately realized that these powerful dragons are from the sacred Desolate Dragon race. The sacred Desolate Dragon race was not led by the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. If the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor wanted to deal with the foreign dragon race, the dragons of the sacred Desolate Dragon race would help. If they wanted to fight against the heavenly law divine realm, then the sacred Desolate Dragon race would have to consider it carefully. Sure enough, Qin Yan could already see something from the expressions of the old dragons of the sacred Desolate Dragon race. Qin Yan's father, Qin Long, was also beside the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, his expression extremely solemn. Qin Long never thought that the heavenly law divine realm would interfere in this matter. Martial Sage was very clear that the heavenly law divine realm was here for him. If the heavenly law divine realm wanted to attack the Great Mountain Protection Formation, it might really be broken. Heavenly people of the heavenly law divine realm, listen up, I don't believe in the heavenly Tao. Martial Sage said coldly, I was born with the runes on my body. If the heavenly Tao really wants to take them back, then just take them away. Why would I let you dogs come? Ji Jingsu immediately shouted, originally, you were going to return to the heavens, and the desolate marks would naturally return to the heavenly Tao. But who would have thought that you would do such a heaven-defying thing and forcefully extend your life? If the heavenly Tao wants to deal with a person, how could it allow that person to live? Martial Sage said angrily, in my opinion, you group of heavenly people are just raising the banner of the heavenly Tao to harm the common people and do whatever you want. The middle-aged man from the heavenly law divine realm looked towards the dragon race and said, Sacred Desolate Dragon race, are you guys going to interfere in this matter? We won't interfere. An old man from the sacred Desolate Dragon race said. Great Palace Master, Second Palace Master, Third Palace Master, what about you guys? I am going to capture the Martial Sage, he is a member of the Supreme Saint Palace. The middle-aged man said with a smile. The Great Palace Master and Second Palace Master of the Supreme Saint Palace were both old men. They looked at the Martial Sage with a troubled expression. If they were to face the foreign dragon race, they would indeed not feel any pressure. But facing the heavenly law divine realm, their Supreme Saint Palace had to consider it carefully. At the moment, the Supreme Saint Palace was a powerful force in the sacred wasteland. It could be said that they were extremely resistant to the foreign dragon race, the outer realm, and the heavenly law divine realm. However, the Supreme Saint Palace did not dare to start a war with the heavenly law divine realm because they were not prepared yet. If they were to start a war, the Supreme Saint Palace might be surrounded and annihilated by a large group of forces from the heavenly law divine realm. At that time, they did not know if the Azure Flood School, D-Clan, and Sacred Desolate Dragon Race would help. Great Palace Master, Second Palace Master, you don't have to make things difficult for me. From today onwards, I, Martial Sage, am no longer a member of the Supreme Saint Palace. If you have to worry about the entire Supreme Saint Palace, you really don't have to destroy the Supreme Saint Palace for me. After all, we are friends, so I won't make things difficult for you. The Martial Sage said loudly. He was very clear about the current situation. Even the Sacred Desolate Dragon Race did not interfere, let alone the Supreme Saint Palace. Jingsu sneered, Martial Sage, as long as you hand over your desolate mark, you will be safe and sound. You insist on resisting the heavenly law divine realm, so you brought this upon yourself. My Supreme Saint Palace will naturally not pay a painful price for the trouble you have brought upon yourself. Xianxia could also tell that the Supreme Saint Palace had already been infiltrated by the heavenly law divine realm. Jingsu, the palace master, was standing on the side of the heavenly law divine realm. The heavenly law divine realm was powerful and had a large amount of resources. If they wanted to bribe a despicable person like Jingsu, it would be as easy as flipping their hands. Xianxia immediately sent a message to his father, telling him to stop the immortal desolate dragon emperor and the red sun dragon mother and not let them act recklessly. Xiaoyun, we will act according to the situation. Qin Long contacted Xianxia through the communication talisman. Dad, you guys aren't strong enough. You don't need to do anything. Xianxia replied, Martial Sage is very strong, don't underestimate him. I'm worried about those fellows from the mutated dragon race. Mutated dragon race? Just leave it to us. Qin Long said. Xianxia also had a plan in his heart. After the middle-aged man from the heavenly law divine realm confirmed that the Supreme Saint Palace and the sacred desolate dragon race would not make a move, he waved his hand. 10 old men suddenly appeared behind him. These 10 elders were all heaven realm cultivators. Each of them released a gigantic golden mountain. In just an instant, 10,000 feet tall mountains floated in the air. A young man said with a face full of pride, this is the 10 mountains heavenly formation. The 10 mountains are all refined from sun god stone. The middle-aged man sneered, there are powerful heavenly runes inside the mountain. After absorbing the energy of the sun god stone, the power released is not any weaker than the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Great Sage Wu, you really hid your strength well. You actually have the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. Jingsu coldly snorted, you have the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation but you hid it yourself and did not contribute it to the Supreme Saint Palace. It can be seen that you are not that loyal to the Supreme Saint Palace. The middle-aged man said, it might not be the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. His desolate runes are very strong, so it's normal for the formation he set up to have a power similar to the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. This immediately caused the dragon race, the mutated dragon race, and the expert from the Supreme Saint Palace to exclaim in shock. The desolate runes on Great Sage Wu's body are actually so powerful. No wonder the heavenly law divine domain wants to take them back. Xianxia took out a purple gold divine universe sword and stuffed it into Great Sage Wu's hand. He also gave him many armor-suppressing sacred talisman tools. Great Sage Wu, those sacred talisman tools are used to deal with the heavenly armor. The purple gold divine universe sword in your hand is more than enough to deal with those heavenly beings. Xianxia said, the power of the heavenly beings is their heavenly armor. You should know this point. Great Sage Wu is secretly alarmed because he can already see that Xianxia is preparing to attack. Boom, the 10 mountains heavenly formation suddenly revolved around the Great Saint Peak and shot out a violent golden lightning bolt that bombarded the top of the Great Saint Peak. The energy is very strong. The Great Saint Peak violently trembled as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation is very strong. The powerful defensive power it released was able to resist the 10 mountains heavenly formation. Great Sage Wu, wait for me to destroy the 10 mountains heavenly formation. Then you can kill those heavenly beings. Xianxia secretly transmitted his voice to Great Sage Wu. That 10 mountains heavenly formation is very strong. Brother Qin, can you destroy it? Great Sage Wu asked with a voice. Transmission. The 10 mountains heavenly formation is very weak. They only moved the 10 divine mountains over. A truly powerful formation would meticulously refine the materials needed to set up the formation. Xianxia said with a smile, "They are just bragging." Boom, another golden bolt of lightning attacked the Great Saint Peak. At this time, the Great Saint Peak is also enveloped by golden lightning and light mist. No one could see the situation inside, but they knew that the mountain protection formation was about to be broken. Xianxia also took advantage of the fact that he couldn't see the Great Saint Peak's peak from the outside to use the light transformation sacred pupil to rush out of the formation. Suddenly, a golden altar that was as large as a mountain appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the huge altar. This is the Divine King altar of the 6 cities of the Divine King, the mutated dragon race, Xianxia and the others, as well as the sacred desolate dragon race, all thought that this altar was obtained by the heavenly law divine realm. Only the heavenly beings of the heavenly law divine realm knew that this altar had mysteriously disappeared. Now that it had appeared here, they felt extremely terrified. Because the person who had the ability to control this altar must be extremely powerful, especially in terms of mental power. The 10 Mountain Sky Formation looked very strong, and its offensive power was also very terrifying. If it continued to attack the mountain protecting formation, it would definitely be broken. However, one of the 10 mountains of the 10 Mountains Heaven Formation had been smashed to smithereens. There were only 9 mountains left. As a result, the 10 Mountains Heaven Formation was instantly destroyed. The 9 mountains were simply unable to form a complete formation. Originally, the foreign dragons, Xianxia and the others were very excited, because they all thought that the altar was summoned by the Heaven Man. But now, they were completely frightened. This altar that suddenly appeared actually destroyed one of the mountains of the 10 Mountain Heaven Array. Even the Devas were staring blankly at the glittering altar. Not many celestials knew that the altar was missing, and only a few knew about it. Under Xianxia's control, the altar suddenly spun on the spot and charged towards a huge mountain. In the blink of an eye, another huge mountain was crushed by the altar. Although these mountains that were used to set up the 10 Mountain Sky Formation were picked up from the sacred wasteland, the natural law divine realm had spent a lot of effort to refine them. Now that it had been smashed into pieces, their hearts ached. "Hurry up and take back those mountains," the middle-aged man shouted. Just as the elders in charge of controlling the mountain were about to retract the mountain, a bright light suddenly flew out from the top of the Great Sage Peak. Great Sage Wu had made his move. He rushed towards an old man in heavenly armor. As he rushed over, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. That flying dagger was an armor-suppressing holy talisman weapon that could suppress the heavenly armor. After the flying knife flew over, the old man's heavenly armor immediately dimmed. At the same time, Great Sage Wu arrived beside the old man and waved the violet gold divine universe sword in his hand to split the old man in half. The sight left the exotic dragons, Lan Zhu, and the others in the sky astounded. Great Sage Wu actually took the initiative to attack a celestial and even killed one of them. Just now, the saint energy released by Martial Sage's attack had caused the mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses present to shudder in fear. This was mainly because Great Sage Wu's saint power was very strong. Xianxia continued controlling the altar to collide with those mountains. In the blink of an eye, a few more golden mountains were crushed. The people of the natural law divine realm were also furious and immediately rushed towards the martial sage. And at this moment, in the air above the sun altar, a powerful spatial energy suddenly appeared, devouring the sun altar. Xianxia, who was inside the altar, immediately knew that the spatial power came from the divine desolate. After the sun altar appeared, it was sensed. The divine wilderness released a very strong spatial force, wanting to pull the sun altar back into the divine wilderness. Xianxia was inside the sun altar. If he followed the sun altar to the divine wilderness, he would not be able to pass through the spatial barrier. He immediately left the sun altar and stored the sun altar into the nine yang divine soul. Dozens of devas rushed toward Great Sage Wu and surrounded him. Great Sage Wu was originally a very strong inscription dome master. His mental power is very strong. He controlled the throwing knives to form a formation and shot them out in all directions. In the natural law divine realm, there were only a dozen or so people in the late period of the quintessential saint realm. The rest were all in the Great Sage realm. Most Great Sage realm celestials were at a disadvantage when facing the Great Sage of martial arts. Even those mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses were terrified after their heavenly armor lost its effect. Qin Yan already hid himself and watched Great Sage Wu's battle. Great Sage Wu released the armor-suppressing sacred talisman weapon and temporarily suppressed the defense of the heavenly armors. Then, he attacked the Great Sage Realm Celestials first. The Great Sage Realm Celestials are extremely weak in front of Great Sage Wu. Great Sage Wu only thrusted his sword from afar and a very terrifying sword energy rushed out, piercing through the body of a Great Sage Realm expert and tearing him apart. The most shocking thing is that the moment Great Sage Wu attacked, he could transform the power of the Blood Soul into desolate runes and condense them into sword energy to attack, producing a very strong power. The group of Great Sage Realm Celestials just charged at Great Sage Wu, but in the blink of an eye, they were killed to the point of jumping up and down, screaming miserably as they flew away. Even the Heavenly Sage Realm Celestials, after losing the protection of the heavenly armor, were like mud. As long as they were pierced by Great Sage Wu's angry sword, their bodies would be torn apart in an instant. Great Sage Wu slaughtered in the sky. This handsome-looking man was expressionless as he slaughtered, very deep and cold. Moreover, runes appeared in his eyes. Those are the desolate runes that he was born with. These desolate runes are really powerful, they can fuse with his blood soul power. Qin Yan exclaimed in his heart, during battle, fusing runes into saint power, this is a very brilliant technique. Xiao Yun, can you do it? Ling Yan'er asked. If I practice more, I can do it. Qin Yan said, however, I need to be more familiar with the inscription spirit. Currently, I can cultivate the Moon Lady inscription spirit into form. After I become proficient, I can fuse the moon runes into saint power. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, strictly speaking, your Nether Sun totem is also fusing with your power. The three forms that Qin Yan has cultivated are also three types of Nether Sun totem. They can indeed fuse with his power, causing his power and body to become very powerful. But I can't use it as naturally as Great Sage Wu. Qin Yan said, Great Sage Wu's desolate runes have completely fused with his soul and body. My Nether Sun totem is still not able to reach this state. Take your time, Great Sage Wu's desolate runes have been there since he was a child. Moreover, Great Sage Wu is the earliest human in this era. He has lived for many years. Ling Yan'er said with smile, although you were once the Nine Sun Palace King, you are still very young in this life. Qin Yan nodded and earnestly watched Great Sage Wu's battle. Great Sage Wu is very strong. Qin Yan believes that even if Great Sage Wu doesn't have the suppression sacred talisman tool and the purple gold divine universe sword, he would still be able to kill those heavenly beings and make them scream miserably again and again. In just a short moment, those heavenly beings were all killed. Fragments of heavenly beings are still floating in the air, the heavenly beings that the sacred desolate dragon race and the supreme saint palace don't dare to fight against were all killed by Great Sage Wu alone. Great Sage Wu coldly looked at the alien dragon race's crocodile dragon king and Xianxia and his son. The alien dragon race didn't attack earlier, they also didn't dare to attack, heavenly beings were easily killed by Great Sage Wu. The alien dragon race are not stronger than heavenly beings, they definitely can't defeat Great Sage Wu. Great Sage Wu. Xianxia's heart is filled with extreme fear because Great Sage Wu is currently staring at him. Master, I am your disciple, you want to kill me? Xianxia is also incomparably afraid. He is very clear that if he is targeted by Great Sage Wu, he won't be able to escape. The crocodile dragon king shivered and said with a soft smile, Great Sage Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Our alien dragon race was also tricked by this father and son pair. We have offended you before, please forgive us. Boom, at this moment, a loud sound came from the distance. One of the alien dragon race's huge ship suddenly exploded. It was Qin Yan who used the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to blow up a huge ship. When the crocodile dragon king saw the huge ship being destroyed, his entire body trembled again. Because he knew that there is an expert secretly helping Great Sage Wu, the person who can help Great Sage Wu extend his life is definitely a very terrifying existence. A series of loud sounds came from the distance. It is Qin Yan continuously destroying the alien dragon race's huge ships. Great Sage Wu, we are from the same sect after all. I was also forced by the alien dragon race and the heavenly law divine realm. Xianxia promptly begged for mercy. Then, he looked at the great palace master and second palace master and said, "Two palace masters, please help me plead for leniency." Great Sage Wu suddenly appeared in front of Ji Jingsu in a flash and pierced his head with his sword. Ji Jingsu did not die, but his head was attacked by a very strong mental power, causing him to feel extreme pain. "Father! Father!" Ji Jingsu is scared to death. He is usually arrogant and rude because he has a powerful father. It must be said that although Ji Jingsu is frightened, his legs did not go soft. Instead, he ran very fast. However, he did not fly far. Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of Ji Jingsu and smashed his rod on Ji Jingsu's shoulder. A berserk and fierce saint power burst out. The moment the saint power burst out, the earth trembled from the impact. Everyone immediately looked at Xianxia and saw that Ji Jingsu's shoulder and arm had been forcibly smashed into pieces by a rod. It's you." Ji Jingsu looked at Xianxia and shouted in shock, anger, and fear. He knows that Xianxia is the expert behind Great Sage Wu. "It's me. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me?" Xianxia laughed coldly and said, "Bring out your strength." Just as Xianxia finished speaking, he once again smashed his rod. This rod's flame is very fierce. When it swept over, it brought along a violent and turbulent flame wave that enveloped Ji Jingsu. In the blink of an eye, Ji Jingsu was burnt to ashes and disappeared along with the flame. "Goodbye." Great Sage Wu looked at Ji Jingsu and coldly smiled. The purple gold divine universe sword in his hand held with saint power. Ji Jingsu is after all the third palace master of the Supreme Saint Palace. His strength is very strong and there are many elders of the Supreme Saint Palace present. Now that they saw Ji Jingsu being easily killed by Great Sage Wu, they are all extremely afraid of Great Sage Wu's strength. This kind of power is absolutely outstanding within the Sacred Desolate. Ji Jingsu has been killed, his fragments scattered with the wind. "Strange dragon race bastards, you clearly lost to me, yet you say that I used some tricks." Great Sage Wu looked at the Crocodile Dragon King and coldly said, "I, Great Sage Wu, always do things in an open and aboveboard manner. I never do things in the dark." While speaking, he stabbed at the Crocodile Dragon King. Although the Crocodile Dragon King is afraid, it is still very strong. It immediately transformed into a huge crocodile dragon. The other strange dragon race also transformed into their original forms. They are all kinds of fierce beasts with dragon characteristics. The purple gold divine universe sword in Great Sage Wu's hand is very sharp. In addition to his berserk desolate rune power, he can unleash even stronger might. Although these strange dragon race guys have become bigger, they have lost a certain amount of flexibility. Great Sage Wu dodged left and right, he can nimbly shuttle back and forth between these strange dragons. Then he quickly brandished his sword and sent formidable desolate rune saint power into those huge beasts. Great Sage Wu was originally filled with anger, adding on the fact that he had just broken through and grasped a strong power, he wanted to see how strong he was. Whether it was the mutated dragon race or the heavenly beings of the heavenly law divine realm, they were all extremely arrogant just now. Making Great Sage Wu hand over the desolate marks, divine universe dragon pearl and sun soul, they were only so arrogant because they had more people. After Great Sage Wu seized the opportunity, he would naturally not show mercy. In just an instant, the sky above the Great Saint Peak became much quieter, only waves of death aura drifting in the air. After Xianxia went over, he collected all the remnant souls and stood beside Great Sage Wu. Qin Long also came to Xianxia's side. The other people from the Sacred Desolate Dragon race and the Supreme Saint Palace all looked at Great Sage Wu in shock. "Great Sage Wu. Congratulations on your breakthrough." An old man from the Sacred Desolate Dragon race said to Great Sage Wu, "When I was still very young, I had long heard of your great name. Now that I can see you in person, it is even more admirable than the legends." Previously, the Sacred Desolate Dragon race was unwilling to help Great Sage Wu. Not only the Sacred Desolate Dragon race, the Supreme Saint Palace was also in an awkward situation. Great Sage Wu was very strong now, even the Great Palace Master and the Second Palace Master were too embarrassed to speak. "Sacred Desolate Dragon race, I have long heard that your dragon race is a very powerful race. I never thought that you would be so afraid of the heavenly law divine realm." Great Sage Wu laughed. This made the dragons of the sacred desolate dragon race feel very unhappy, but they could not say anything because they really did not want to have a conflict with the heavenly law divine realm. Brother Wu, let's go back and talk, Qin said. All right. Great Sage Wu nodded. Qin and Qin Long followed Great Sage Wu back to the Great Hall of the Great Saint Peak. The Red Sun Dragon Mother and the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor still had to stay in the sacred Desolate Dragon race to understand their situation, so they did not follow them to the Great Saint Peak. The group of people from the Supreme Saint Palace all wanted to keep Great Sage Wu, but they did not say anything. On one hand, Great Sage Wu had completely offended the mutated dragon race and the heavenly law divine realm. If their Supreme Saint Palace accepted Great Sage Wu, they would definitely be besieged by these two powerful forces. Furthermore, Great Sage Wu had already drawn a line with them. No matter what, after today's battle at the Great Saint Peak, Great Sage Wu's name would be known throughout the Holy Wilderness. The Supreme Saint Palace and the Sacred Desolate Dragon race knew very well that the expert behind Great Sage Wu was the most terrifying. Not only did he give Great Sage Wu a new life, but he also obtained an altar. That altar was the Godly Monarch altar. The person who was able to take away the Divine King's altar must have heaven-defying methods, and was not afraid of the natural law divine realm at all. The Supreme Saint Palace and the Sacred Desolate Dragon race left. Everyone, go back and rest. Great Sage Wu smiled at his disciples and said, from today onwards, you don't have to worry about anything happening to me. I know that all of you have been preparing for my funeral. Kongqing was incomparably excited and said with a smile, Master, it's like you've been reborn, you're even stronger than before. The arrogance of the natural law divine realm made many of the disciples of the Great Sage Peak very angry. When they saw the Great Sage of Martial Arts sweeping away the group of Heaven Realm people, they all felt very relieved. Great Sage Wu went to hand over some matters and communicated with many elders of the Great Sage Peak. Qin and Qin Long arrived at a living room inside the Great Hall. Dad, this is the Divine Universe Fire Dragon's Dragon Pearl. Qin took out a dragon pearl and handed it over to Qin Long. Qin Long took it and looked at it, then said, as expected of the Divine Universe Fire Dragon's Dragon Pearl, it's much stronger than mine. Dad, what's the difference between this and your dragon pearl? Qin asked. My dragon pearl was condensed from divine power and the Divine Universe Fire Dragon's dragon pearl was condensed from the Divine Universe Purple Qi. What do you think is different? Qin Long said, the Divine Universe Dragon came from the dragon transformation pool of the heavenly law divine realm. Back then, when the heavenly energy was at its peak, it could only create the Divine Universe Dragon, but now it can't. The dragon transformation pool of the heavenly law divine realm? I've heard of it too. Qin nodded his head, I just feel that it's strange. Why would the Divine Universe Dragon that was created betray the heavenly Tao? Qin Long returned the Divine Universe Fire Dragon Pearl to Qin. After sitting down, he said, the heavenly Tao created dragons, but these dragons received orders from the heavenly law divine realm. Back then, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon rebelled and wanted to establish his own sect. At the same time, he started a war with the Nine Sons royal family. That's why you were able to successfully seal the Divine Universe Evil Dragon back then. Looks like it's a problem with the heavenly law divine realm. Qin said with a smile, the heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm is still the same. Qin Long chuckled and said, that's right. Because in the eyes of the heavenly man, as long as it's something that comes out of the pool, they will look down on it and treat it as a lowly creature. Then wouldn't we be even more despised by them? Qin shook his head and smiled, why would the heavenly Tao create something like the heavenly man to govern the heavenly Tao? I don't know. Qin Long said. I heard from Yunlong that the heavenly Tao is already dead. What's going on? Qin said, I keep having the feeling that the heavenly Tao won't die. The heavenly Tao doesn't have the concept of life and death. The so-called heavenly Tao is already dead, it's just a new cycle of reincarnation. Qin Long looked at the ceiling and said, just like our 9 sons, falling into the 9 desolate looks like self-destruction, but it's actually nirvana rebirth. Dad, Great Sage Wu came from the sacred desolate sun sacred land. Qin told Qin Long about Great Sage Wu. After Qin Long finished listening, he said, if that's really the case, then he should be returning to the sun sacred land to accept a mission. Mission? Qin said with a frown, Is he the mission to obtain the Desolate Rune? Yes. Desolate runes are very special existences, they are something unique to the Nine-Yang heavenly domain. Qin Long said, there should be similar people in the immortal Desolate. However, none of them survived and were killed by the heavenly Tao long ago. Qin Yan nodded and said, Great Sage Wu was born without 9 souls. It seems like this is not a coincidence. The Nine-Yang heavenly domain secretly created many living beings. These living beings all have great potential. For example, I, your father, am one of them. Qin Long chuckled and said, if I become stronger, I can enter a sun and become even stronger inside. I can become a 9-sun heavenly beast. Qin Yan said with a smile, Dad, that divine universe ice dragon betrayed the heavenly law divine realm back then. Was it accepted by the Nine-Yang heavenly domain? Of course. Only the Nine-Yang heavenly domain would dare to do such a thing. Qin Long said, we need to quickly enter the sacred desolate sun sacred land and find the divine universe ice dragon as soon as possible. I already have an idea. Qin Yan nodded and said, I have a great formation that can connect to the azure dragon through my sun-suppressing divine arrow. Soon after, Qin Yan told Qin Long the specifics of the process. Qin Long said, I also have sun-suppressing divine arrow. With mine, the effect might be even better. Qin Yan said with a smile, alright, then let's begin as soon as possible. Early morning the next day. Qin Yan and Great Sage Wu laid out the beast skin formation at a flat area of the Great Saint Peak. Qin Yan has already carved his own runes, the entire formation is already complete. 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows are floating vertically above the formation. The formation began to operate and released a burst of light. The 3 suns in the sky suddenly shone down with intense light. It's effective. Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise. 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows suddenly floated up. What made Qin Yan and Qin Long depressed is that the arrows are pointing in 2 different directions. Xiaoyun, what's going on? Qin Long asked. I want to find Azure Dragon's sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan has seen Azure Dragon's sun-suppressing divine arrow before, he has also recorded the sun runes on it. Could it be that there are 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows? Qin Long asked doubtfully. No, there are 2 places to enter the sun sacred land. Great Sage Wu said, in my memory, Sacred Desolate Sun Sacred Land is located in 2 extreme regions of Sacred Desolate. One south and one north. But the strange thing is that the 2 extreme regions of Sacred Desolate are very mysterious. They were originally at the end of the north and the south but they suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan said, let's wait and see. Noon, the 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows suddenly started spinning. Great Sage Wu said in surprise, looks like those 2 extreme regions have always been moving. No wonder it's so hard to find. Great Sage Wu, who came out of the sun sacred land, has been searching for it for many years. Then which way are we going? Qin Yan said. Xiaoyun, how about this, you guys go in one direction and I'll go in the other. Qin Long said, I'm not going by myself. I'm going to find Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and the others and bring some old friends with me. Qin Yan nodded and said, alright, we'll contact each other again. Let's go as soon as possible. The people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm might have already found them. Qin Long said, I'll go find Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor right now. The 2 sun-suppressing divine arrows already had the power of the sun inside them. They could guide them to the Azure Dragon's sun-suppressing divine arrows. After some discussion, Qin Yan let Great Sage Wu and Qin Long go together while he set off alone. Great Sage Wu was very strong and could fight against Heaven Realm beings. Qin Long and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor had just arrived at the Sacred Desolate not long ago, so their strength was very limited. Great Sage Wu arranged the Great Saint Peak and set up a great formation to hide it before leaving with Qin Long. Qin Yan also immediately set off towards the Sun Holy Land. Qin Yan is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and controlling it to fly. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, he can study the Sun Dragon Totem or master some martial arts and cultivation techniques. He can also travel at the same time, this way he won't waste time. After flying for 3 days, Xianxia contacted Qin Yan through a communication talisman. Qin Yan, I want to enter that extreme land. I might lose contact with you. Xianxia said. Qin Yan took out the spirit-chasing talisman and discovered that he cannot sense Xian Rujing. It means that Xian Rujing has already gone to a very far place and that place can affect the transmission of soul fluctuations. Sister Rujing, you must be careful. Qin Yan said. Relax, I will surely find them. Xian Rujing said, on the road yesterday, I heard about the matter of the Great Saint Peak. Did you participate? You obtained a divine universe fire dragon pearl, you must take good care of it. Qin Yan said with smile, relax, I am fine. I am on my way to the Sun Holy Land to find the divine universe ice dragon. Xian Rujing is ice and snow goddess, it is normal for her to want divine universe ice dragon's ice dragon totem. Qin Yan finds it strange that Xian Rujing attaches great importance to ice dragon totem. Not really. Xian Rujing said, when I obtained ice goddess god seed inheritance, I heard that if I want to become stronger, I need to fuse with ice dragon totem. If I fuse with ice dragon totem, will I become stronger? You are the Nine Yang Palace monarch. You should know, right? The ice goddess totem was originally developed from the ice goddess totem. Back then, it was created by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace according to the movements of the 9 suns and the stars and moon. Qin Yan said, as for the divine universe ice dragon totem, it is bestowed by the heavenly Tao. If you fuse with it, then your ice and snow power will indeed increase. Xian Rujing said, do your best to help me obtain ice dragon totem. I heard that the divine universe ice dragon once sought out the previous ice goddess. As for what they wanted, I am not sure. All right. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will definitely get the ice dragon totem. They warned each other to be careful of danger and then disconnected. I still don't know when we will be able to go to sacred desolate sun sacred land. Qin Yan looked at the sun-suppressing divine arrow, then let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi and Long Tianji out. After becoming a saint, he had not cultivated with the 3 women. Inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, Zi Qingqing and the others would often circulate the Sun Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate or refine some holy talisman papers. They had the Gemini treasure mirror. When they needed it, they would make some divine talisman weapons and use the 9 dragons heaven origin formation to pour energy into them. Therefore, Qin Yan had many armor suppression sacred talisman weapons. Previously, Qin Yan had gotten them to create array flags to set up the armor suppression grand array. It would allow them to suppress the heavenly armor's power faster and more effectively. When Qin Yan saw Zi Qingqing, he could not help but rub her beautiful face. He was also entangled by Shui Tianzi. Let's cultivate together, it's been a long time since we last cultivated together. Qin Yan said with smile, then released the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and released the energy of the divine universe golden stone. When they were cultivating together, Shui Tianzi exclaimed, Little Yun, why do I feel that the energy you're releasing is even stronger? It might have something to do with my 9 solar saint veins. Qin Yan said, I no longer absorb energy through 9 sun divine spirit, instead I directly absorb energy through 9 sun sacred veins. Zi Qingqing frowned and said, the energy absorbed by the 9 sun divine spirit is not as good as the 9 sun sacred veins? I also feel that cultivating with you this time is different from before. I don't know yet, but it's a good thing. Qin Yan said with a smile. Tianzi. Tianzi said with smile. Tian. Shui Tianzi is wearing thin clothes, her delicate and fragrant body is tightly leaning on Qin Yan's body as she said with a grin. Qin Yan was already used to the water fairy's clingy actions. Sometimes, he could not help but touch the water fairy's smooth jade-like skin or kiss her charming face. As for Zi Qingqing, she was extremely serious. Her purple dress made her look especially noble. When she was cultivating, she closed her eyes in a very serious manner. She looked very alluring and cold. This made Qin Yan want to pinch her face even more. Long Tianji did not close her eyes, she is wearing the same clothes as Shui Tianzi. It accentuates her fiery figure, her face is also very charming. However, she was different from Shui Tianzi. She would not take the initiative to interact with Qin Yan. She addressed Qin Yan as her master and was very loyal to him. Although she was charming, she had a faint coldness to her. While cultivating, Long Tianji remained vigilant even inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. From time to time she would look all around, her main goal is to protect Qin Yan. Ling Yin'er said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, you also have the ability of dual spirit sacred vein. If you cultivate the third level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Water Fairy and the others, they should also be able to cultivate the 9 Sun sacred vein, right? I don't know, there is no way to confirm this kind of thing. Qin Yun said. Then let's give it a try. Ling Yin'er smiled tenderly and said, especially the Water Fairy, she has been calling you little hubby for so long. Qin Yun could not help but open his eyes and look at Shui Tianzi who was leaning on him. Then, he kissed her forehead and closed his eyes to cultivate. Cultivating together is to absorb the energy of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can gently release the energy of the divine universe golden stone. Qin Yun can then use the nether sun and 9 sun sacred vein to completely absorb the 9-colored energy. After absorbing, it will be absorbed by Zi Qingqing and the others using the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to refine and strengthen their bodies. Then it will return to Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun is now late-stage Saint Realm, he is attacking the Great Saint Realm. Zi Qingqing and the others were early-stage Saint Realm before and now they are rapidly breaking through. Their cultivation is not as difficult as Qin Yun's but their strength is also not as formidable as Qin Yun's. In just a few days' time, they are all mid-stage Saint Realm. And Qin Yun is only a bit away from breaking through. He is still cultivating the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. This cultivation technique is very suitable for him and it has been improved by Xianxia. Xianxia is a 9 sun divine maiden. She has a very unique understanding of cultivation techniques. Her improved cultivation technique can make it easier to cultivate. Therefore, Qin Yun abandoned the cultivation technique he used to cultivate and concentrated on cultivating the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. The heaven leaping shuttle has been flying in the direction of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He has the little ant queen that can travel through space but he did not use it. Because he has to use the divine universe golden stones sparingly. In the future, the divine universe golden stones will definitely have great use and they will be very difficult to obtain. While cultivating, Qin Yun also explained a lot of knowledge about setting up formations, allowing Zi Qingqing and the others to have a better understanding of this aspect. The heaven leaping shuttle suddenly stopped, as if it was blocked by something. Qin Yun immediately stopped cultivating. What's wrong? Zi Qingqing is in the main control room, she can see the situation outside. She said, there is nothing in front, why did it suddenly stop? It was blocked by some kind of power. You all return to the 9 sun divine soul first. Qin Yun said. You have to be careful. Zi Qingqing nodded. Qin Yun caressed her face and said with smile, I will be careful. Shui Tianzi's charming eyes looked at Qin Yun and said, Husband Xiao Yun, kiss me. Qin Yun smiled and kissed her red lips. Then he also kissed Long Tianji's face. After you go back, remember to help me create a flag formation. Qin Yun said with smile. Got it. Shui Tianzi tenderly smiled and then kissed Qin Yun's face. After Qin Yun let them enter the 9 sun divine soul, he arrived outside the heaven leaping shuttle and released the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is indeed pointing straight ahead. However, the heaven leaping shuttle is unable to continue flying forward. He can only store the heaven leaping shuttle and fly forward on his own. While flying, he sensed a very strong resistance, preventing him from flying forward. It is broad daylight now, there is a very strong power in front but it doesn't seem to have any fluctuation at all. Qin Yun looked at the ground from the sky. Not a single blade of grass grows in this area, it is a desolate yellow land. Can't go in? Qin Yun landed on the ground and walked forward. He used a lot of power but still couldn't go forward. The power blocking him is very strong. Qin Yun can only take out a communication talisman and contact Qin Long. Dad, I arrived at a place and can't go forward. What's the situation on your side? I just wanted to contact you, we are also in the same situation. What is the situation on your side? Qin Long said. Qin Yun gave a simple explanation of the surrounding environment. We are in the middle of a sea. It is really strange. I want to take a detour to see if I can go in. Qin Long said. Qin Yun said, Dad, I remember that the 2 poles can move. Could it be that we have to wait for a long time before we can go in? Maybe, let's wait and see. If there is any situation, we will contact you again. Qin Long said. Xianxia looked at the sky. It is currently afternoon, there is still 2 to 4 hours before the sky turns dark. He took out a communication talisman and tried to contact Xian Rujing, but she is already uncontactable. Sister Rujing must have gone to that extreme place. I hope she will be safe and sound. Xianxia lightly sighed. He is still very worried about Xian Rujing in his heart because Xian Rujing also has heavenly punishment curse power on her body. The sky gradually darkened and many stars filled the sky. When the sun is about to set, Xianxia took out sun-suppressing divine arrow and tested it. He discovered that the direction has changed, but he still has to pass through that mysterious obstruction. Xianxia tested it a bit and discovered that he can pass through that obstruction, but he needs to use very strong power to do so. While he is passing through that obstruction, he secretly used mysterious penetration divine ability, but it has no effect at all. Is this a space barrier? A very strange power. Xianxia secretly exclaimed in admiration in his heart. He took out a communication talisman and tried to contact Qin Long, but discovered that he cannot contact him. Ling Yaner said with smile, "Are we going to Sun Sacred Land soon?" Xianxia is also secretly looking forward to it and said, "It should be. This is truly a very strange place." At night, the obstruction weakens. It is very difficult for people without enough strength to pass through. Xianxia is very certain that ordinary Saint Realm people will not be able to pass through this obstruction. Xianxia's speed is also very slow. Finally, the sky is about to brighten. Xianxia suddenly feels that his whole body is very relaxed. He can easily fly forward. It means that the obstruction has already disappeared. Is this Sun Sacred Land? Xianxia looked all around. He does not sense any change. It does not look like Sun Sacred Land at all. The sun has risen, the heaven and earth are illuminated by the sunlight, becoming incomparably bright. Xianxia took out sun-suppressing divine arrow. Looking at the reaction of sun-suppressing divine arrow, it is still quite far away from Azure Dragon's sun-suppressing divine arrow. There is something over there. Xianxia looked ahead and discovered a blurry white light beam in the distance. He immediately flew over. As he did so, he carefully concealed himself. Xianxia is flying high in the sky. After approaching that white light beam, he is extremely shocked in his heart because there is a very big hole on the ground. It is several kilometers wide. And there are many huge flying ships and many giant heavenly armored guards patrolling all around. Xianxia had previously received news that the heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm had already found the entrance to the Sun Sacred Land. Now that he had arrived at this place, he knew that the news was true. These guys are all outside and did not enter the Sun Sacred Land. Xianxia hid and carefully observed the huge pit that was emitting white light. The white light that was emitted from the huge pit on the ground made Xianxia feel that something was amiss. He did not understand the situation of the heavenly man here, so he did not plan to go over to avoid being caught. Because from the scale of the giant sky-armored guards, he could tell that the heavenly law divine realm attached great importance to this entrance and would definitely guard it to the death. Not only are there giant sky-armored guards patrolling, there is also a group of heavenly men wielding divine universe swords. There are dozens of them and they are all elites. The heavenly men who went to besiege the great Saint Peak were not as strong as this group of heavenly men. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart, why do they attach so much importance to this entrance? Could it be that they don't allow others to enter the Sun Sacred Land? Xiao Yun, I think there might be something very important inside the Sun Sacred Land, that's why they don't allow others to enter. Ling Yaner said, the interior of every Sun Sacred Land is not simple. Xianxia asked Long Tianji to release a small lightning dragon. The small lightning dragon was like a small snake as it quietly approached the huge pit that was emitting white light. The small lightning dragon quickly arrived at the side of the huge pit. After approaching, it suddenly exploded and was attacked by a very powerful force. Master, there is a very strong formation over there. If the small lightning dragon touches it, it will be attacked by a powerful force. Long Tianji said. I got it. Xianxia could confirm that there was an invisible barrier over there that enveloped the huge pit. Xianxia still did not know how strong the formation was, so he did not dare to rashly go over. Let's wait until it's dark. Xianxia thought. At night, he could hide better. Through the nether sun, he could. Release a kind of shadow power that could fuse with the night sky. While Qin patiently waited, he paid attention to the number of heavenly armor guards and heavenly men. What surprised him was that there were actually 3 groups of heavenly men here. Furthermore, they were all hiding in a small mountain beside the huge pit. There are a total of 150 heavenly men and thousands of heavenly armor guards. Qin thought. From time to time, heavenly armor guards would fly over to check where he was hiding. Thankfully, the heavenly armor guards' perception was not very strong, so they were unable to discover the invisible Qin. Xiaoyun, after dark, are you going to enter the sun-sacred land through that entrance? Ling Yin'er said, it looks very dangerous. I still don't know how strong the barrier at the entrance is. Let's wait until nightfall. I'll go over and check it out first. Qin used his mental energy to probe, but his mental energy was completely blocked outside. He was unable to penetrate it. It was dark, but the huge pit was still emitting white light. Did the white light come from the barrier? Or is it glowing? Ling Yin'er asked doubtfully. I'll go take a look. Qin flew high in the sky. While he was invisible, he released shadow power, allowing his aura to blend into the night. He planned to fly high above the crater and observe from above before slowly descending. This was because he realized that both the heavenly armor guards and the heavenly beings were only flying around the giant pit. They did not fly above it. Even in the sky, there were many heavenly armor guards looking for him. It was obvious that their defense was very tight. During the day, there was only 1 team of heavenly beings patrolling. The other 2 teams rotated, and at night, the 2 teams moved out together. It seems that night is the time when they are most vigilant. Qin had just encountered a team of heavenly beings flying in front of him. Fortunately, his concealment ability was extremely strong and he was not discovered. After the team of heavenly beings was far away, he continued to fly towards the huge pit. Not long after, he arrived above the huge pit. Tens of thousands of meters above the huge pit, Qin looked down at the huge pit and felt a very weak spatial energy surging out. It seems that the entrance has been sealed by them and only they are allowed to enter and exit. Qin cursed in his heart, I wonder what the situation is like on Dad's side. Qin was above the huge pit. When he used his heavenly eye to check, he could see many inscriptions swimming above the huge pit. Those inscriptions were invisible to the naked eye and formed a formation barrier. Qin flew into the air and carefully observed for a while. From time to time, he would discover those inscriptions. Previously, he was able to penetrate that strange resistance and enter this area at night. And now that it was night, the huge pit also released waves of spatial energy. Therefore, he suspected that only at night could he enter the huge pit and go to the sun-sacred land. This group of bastards sealed the entrance and didn't allow others to enter. How tyrannical! Qin was very unhappy in his heart. He began to plan how to break the barrier. At night, Qin floated above the huge pit. He slowly descended, wanting to see how strong the barrier was. The huge pit shot out an intense white beam of light. Qin was hidden in the white beam of light and couldn't be seen from the outside. Therefore, he was able to land very smoothly. After Qin landed, he was very close to the huge pit and was about to enter. However, he suddenly felt a very strong power surging up. This is bad. He immediately used the light transformation sacred pupil and looked in a direction. His body turned into a ray of light and quickly left the huge pit. Just as he left, the huge pit spewed out a very violent lightning. If he had been a bit slower, he would have definitely been hit by that violent lightning. It has a very strong attack power. Qin hid beside the huge pit and felt a lingering fear. The formation barrier that sealed the entrance of the huge pit had caused quite a bit of commotion when it exploded out, alarming the surrounding heaven men and heavenly armor guards. Those heaven men and heavenly armor guards all hurriedly surrounded them to check. As for Qin, he quietly distanced himself. He didn't dare to be careless when facing a heaven man from the heavenly law divine realm. The group of heaven men in front of him were all well equipped. They might even have probing equipment in their hands. If they discovered that he was here, they would definitely strengthen their defenses. Qin tried to drill into the ground but found that the ground was very hard and he couldn't enter at all. He suspected that even if he used a very strong force to attack the ground, it would still be difficult to create a pit. Helpless, he could only quietly go around to a place where there were fewer heaven men and then quietly approach the huge pit. This time, he had to be careful and approach the formation barrier. He had to think of a way to break through the formation barrier and enter the sun-sacred land. This group of heaven men spent a lot of effort to seal this entrance. Xianxia thought. When he approached, he could feel that the barrier was releasing a very strong power. He recalled that his soul was suddenly locked onto by something when he was in the sky above the huge pit. Then, that power rushed out. I can sense my soul. The moment Xianxia approached, he sensed that the fluctuations released by his soul were being tracked. He immediately retreated and did not continue forward. The formation of the heavenly law divine realm is quite powerful. Xianxia said, just now, I felt that I was locked onto. Of course. There are a lot of heaven men in the heavenly law divine realm. When they do important things and become serious, they are very terrifying. Xianxia said, their current formation is very powerful. Xianxia laughed, Xiaoyun, you are even more powerful. You are someone who can even break through the heavenly god sealing restriction. This small formation, you can definitely get rid of it, right? I can indeed break it, but it will take a lot of time. Xianxia nodded. He was currently using his heavenly eye to observe the barrier in front of him. He still couldn't see how the formation was set up. When setting up the formation, there were flag arrays or array pillars, but he couldn't see them now. For example, the 10-mountain heavenly formation from before had 10 mountains. The ground is very hard. They couldn't have placed the materials to set up the formation underground, right? Xianxia said, then how did they do it? Xianxia did not answer. Instead, he carefully observed. After a while, he sighed, they used soul runes to set up the formation. Do you still remember when we went to the Long family's ancient tomb to search for the sun dragon totem? I remember, that powerful barrier of the ancient tomb was created by those strange spirits. Xianxia hurriedly said. Those strange spirits are soul bodies. Their soul bodies have turned into runes and there is a very powerful energy hidden within them. Once they are connected to a powerful energy source, they can form a great formation. Xianxia said, the great formation in front of us is this kind of formation. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, weren't you able to break through that strange spirit formation very easily? This soul rune formation in front of us should also be easy to break through, right? No. That kind of soul rune was created by those powerful inscription soul refining masters in the divine desolate land. I can break it, but it will definitely not be easy. Xianxia said with a frown, just what is hidden inside the sun-sacred land? Why does the heavenly law divine realm attach so much importance to it and even seal the entrance so tightly? Xianxia said with a smile, we'll know once we go in and take a look. Xiaoyun, hurry up and break the formation. Xianxia looked at the sky and said, I'll go break the formation during the day. Soul bodies are very strong at night, it's not good for breaking the formation. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a very familiar energy aura. This aura, could it be the power of the altar? Xianxia is extremely alarmed. He immediately looked in the direction of the aura and saw a golden altar that is more than 10 meters tall. It is like a pyramid, slowly passing through the resistance layer. That altar is the sun altar that had been modified by the heavenly law divine realm. It is now also called the divine king altar. Xianxia had obtained one before. Now that he saw this altar appear here, it meant that the altar was heading to the sun's sacred land. After the altar passed through the resistance layer, it landed on the ground. Many heavenly people and humans immediately walked out from the altar. Those humans are all wearing the clothes of the Nine Suns sect. An old man immediately walked out of the altar. He is wearing a black inscription master robe. His black robe has many golden threads of light, they are all runes. This old man is not a heavenly person, but it seems like his status is extremely high. Those heavenly people are all very respectful to him. Star transformation rune. Xianxia saw the golden rune on the black robe and exclaimed in his heart. Those heavenly people all looked at the old man wearing black robe. Elder Ping, what do you think? A middle-aged heavenly person asked with smile on his face. This formation can detect soul fluctuations. If you get too close and produce too much fluctuation, it will also cause the formation to react. Elder Ping said indifferently, as long as we can't find anyone else, it means that the formation's reaction is too sensitive. Elder Ping's tone is very calm but his face is filled with arrogance. Even if it is a heavenly person, he does not put them in his eyes. The other heavenly people all heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Yuner asked, Xiaoyun, what is the level of star transformation rune? I can carve dragon transformation runes. This is a very difficult realm to reach. And star transformation runes are the same. This is the same level as having Star Lord inscription spirit. Qin Yin said, moreover, it is equivalent to having 2 Star Lord inscription spirits. Ah. So awesome. Ling Yuner said in shock, doesn't that mean that the runes he carves are very strong? The same star runes, if they transform into star runes, they will be at least twice as strong. Qin Yin said, that's why his status is very high, because this kind of genius is very rare. Elder Ping said, you guys defend the surroundings, I am preparing to open the formation and bring the altar into the sun-sacred land. Elder Ping, how did the other 8 sun seeds enter the sun-sacred land? Why did they enter the sun-sacred land? A middle-aged heavenly person asked. You heavenly people should be clearer than me about this matter, right? Didn't they tell you? Elder Ping asked doubtfully. The middle-aged heavenly person laughed awkwardly and said, I asked them, they told me to ask you. Elder Ping looked at the huge pit in front of him that is emitting white light and said, the sun seed entered the sun-sacred land, naturally it has to take root and sprout. Originally, the sun seed wanted to take root and sprout in the sacred desolate but it encountered a threat, so it had to enter the safest sacred land. Qin Yun is very surprised, he never expected the yang seeds to enter the sacred desolate sun-sacred land. An old deva approached and said, Sir Ping, weren't the 8 yang seeds sealed by the heaven-sealing god-sealing hex? How did the yang seed come out? The heaven-sealing god restriction is a single entity. After the heaven-sealing god restriction was broken by a sun seed, it temporarily lost its effect. That's why the other sun seeds were able to escape and smoothly enter the sun-sacred land. Elder Ping said. Qin Yin never expected that the heaven-sealing hex was a single entity. This meant that he had cracked the entire heaven-sealing hex back then. He suspected that when he took one of the sun seeds, the other 8 sun seeds ran to the sun holy land. Elder Ping was currently opening the grand array that sealed the entrance. It was obvious that this grand array had been set up by him. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, why is the heavenly god seal restriction 1 body? There should be 9 heavenly god sealing restrictions sealing 9 yang seeds. The power of the heavenly Tao is not enough to release 9 heavenly god seal restrictions. Therefore, after creating 1 heavenly god seal restriction, it split into 8, which is equivalent to 1. Qin Yin exclaimed in admiration in his heart, it seems like the power of the heavenly Tao has become very weak. Elder Ping is opening the grand array, Qin Yin is also quietly approaching the altar. When approaching, Qin Yin said to Ling Yuner, Yuner, hide our souls inside the nether sun. Alright, first enter the nether moon and then fuse the nether moon into the nether sun. Ling Yuner said. When Qin Yin arrived, he very quickly finished all of this. His soul was originally inside the nether moon. After the nether moon entered the nether sun, it can completely conceal the soul fluctuation. After he became invisible, he used the gravity energy of the nether sun to make his body weightless. This way, he can land on the altar without being discovered. The grand array has been opened and other people's souls can no longer be sensed. Elder Ping and more than 100 people entered the altar. Under the control of Elder Ping, the altar slowly moved towards the huge pit that is emitting white light. Qin Yun is on the altar, he has not been discovered. Originally, he planned to break the formation and then go to the Sun Holy Land through the entrance. This altar appeared very timely, Qin Yun can follow it and sneak in. When the altar passed through the passage, Qin Yun sensed a very strong spatial energy. That kind of tyrannical spatial energy attacked his body, causing him to feel a burst of stabbing pain. This kind of stabbing pain is very uncomfortable. Inconceivable. Qin Yun is extremely shocked in his heart. Although it is very painful, he can endure it. This kind of pain was already a common thing for him. Xiaoyun, why is it like this? Ling Yuner doubtfully said, generally speaking, it only happens when one enters a higher level space. That means that the Sun Holy Land of Sacred Desolate is a higher level space. Qinyan said in shock, it is very likely that there are divine beings. Divine beings? Breaking through late-stage quintessential sacred realm and becoming divine beings? Ling Yan'er is very surprised. Indeed. The Sun Holy Land of Sacred Desolate is very strange. Qinyan endured the pain and sensed the change in the space. He said, it should be between saint and god-tier space. When passing through space, it takes a very long time, which means that they are going to a higher level space. If they were inside the altar, they would not be attacked by the tyrannical spatial energy. Qinyan is now also unable to move, he can only endure the pain. Fortunately, he has experience in this area and can endure it. Half a day passed, Qinyan's body suddenly relaxed, the pain disappeared. However, incomparably cold wind rushed in from all directions. The altar landed in a mountain forest. The trees in the forest are relatively large and have lush branches and leaves. There are many weeds on the ground. The plants in the Sun Holy Land are very green, but the surroundings are incomparably cold. Qinyan felt as if he fell into an ice altar. Even he is shivering from the cold. It can be seen how astonishing the ice-cold power here is. Qinyan promptly floated down from the altar. Fortunately, he can control the weight of his body and slowly float down. Otherwise, he would worry that his body would be even colder after landing on the ground. Why is the Sun Holy Land so cold? Ling Yan'er said, is it related to the divine universe ice dragon? Most likely. Qinyan said, I suspect that the divine universe ice dragon has already transformed into the spirit of the Sun Holy Land and fused with it. Qinyan landed on a tree. When he touched the leaves, he felt an incomparable chill penetrate into his body. Everything here is extremely cold. Originally, Qinyan planned to take down the altar, but when he passed through space, he was tortured to the point of suffering. Now that it is unbelievably cold, he can only give up on this idea. Moreover, the people inside the altar are very strong. Old Ping and others came out of the altar. A few young people with low cultivation followed them out. They are not heavenly people, they are all from the 9 Sun sects. As soon as those few young people came out, their bodies immediately stiffened. They all wanted to shout, but just as they opened their mouths, their bodies became motionless. They were all frozen stiff. Quickly retreat! Old Ping shouted. Only the heavenly man wearing heavenly armor is fine. Even a powerful inscription master like Old Ping was shivering just now. After those few young people were frozen stiff, all the functions of their bodies seemed to have been frozen to death. Old Ping waved his hand and those few young people were swept into the altar. Old Ping, what happened to them? A middle-aged man asked. Their bodies have been frozen to death, their energy has been devoured by the cold power. Let's put on our equipment and go out. Old Ping said. The heavenly armor can resist the cold here. If Qinyan took out the heavenly armor, those heavenly men would definitely sense it. Therefore, he can only move far away from the altar. He already left a talisman on the altar, he can use that talisman to find the altar later. Qinyan floated in the mountain forest, he doesn't dare to fly too fast. In this incomparably cold place, flying too fast is like colliding with the cold wind. His body feels like it is being pierced by many ice-cold needles. Qinyan moved far away from the altar, released the absolute yang power within his body and circulated it to every part of his body to resist the dreadful cold power. Near the altar, he didn't release his power to resist because he wanted to hide himself. Now that he released his power, he also felt a burst of warmth. It seems like I don't need to use the heavenly armor. Qinyan laughed and flew to the top of a mountain. Even if a gust of wind blew, he is not afraid. There is sun in the sky, but this place is incomparably cold and gloomy. In this kind of gloomy and cold environment, flowers, plants, and trees are all growing very well. Moreover, they have not condensed into frost. This kind of strange scene made Qinyan feel very strange. He looked all around to investigate the situation here and discovered that there is a very small round bead far away in the sky. That round bead is releasing a faint silver light. Even in broad daylight, it can be seen, it looks like a star hanging in the sky. Qinyan carefully observed for a moment and cannot help but shout in alarm, that is the Mother Moon. The Mother Moon is actually in the Sun Holy Land. Sister Rujing said that she is looking for the extreme land. Is it the Sun Holy Land? Ling Yin'er said, didn't she say that men will die if they enter the extreme land? The area I am in is not the extreme land. Qinyan looked at the very small mother moon and said, the mother moon is so big but what I see is very small. This means that I am very far away from the mother moon. If I want to go to the mother moon's location, the journey will be very long. Ling Yin'er said with smile, but no matter what, it is still inside the Sun Holy Land. The sun seed can grow in this kind of cold land, it is truly miraculous. Qinyan muttered. He promptly took out a communication talisman and tried to contact Xian Rujing but failed. Could it be that Sister Rujing entered through father's path? Qinyan tried to contact Xin Long but failed. Qinyan flew towards the direction of the Divine Inscription Mountain. He is currently unable to contact the people inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. He really wants to know the situation of the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Inscription Divine Mountain entered the Sun Sacred Land a long time ago. Could it be that the group of inscription beasts sensed the Sun Sacred Land and ran in? Qinyan suddenly thought of the group of sacred tigers in the Divine Tiger Sacred Land. The Sacred Tiger King of the Divine Tiger Sacred Land, their duty was to protect the Sun Sacred Land. Now that the natural law Divine Realm had occupied the entrance outside, there was no sacred tiger to stop them, Ling Yin'er said. Could it be that even the sacred tiger is afraid and can't defeat the heavenly man of the natural law Divine Realm? That's possible. Qinyan said, the heavenly armors on the heavenly beings of the heavenly law Divine Realm are not easy to deal with. Unless they grasp an extremely strong power, they will be able to crush that kind of heavenly armor. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to deal with them. As Qinyan flew in the sky, he would occasionally look at the silver pearl in the distance. It was the mother moon in the distant sky. Sister Kiru said before that Muyu came to Sacred Desolate in a hurry to find something. Mother Moon might have directly entered the Sun Holy Land. Qinyan said, this Sun Holy Land is truly hiding many secrets. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, when we find the Divine Inscription Mountain, we will go to Mother Moon's side. For Inscription Divine Mountain to be able to enter the Sun Sacred Land, it will definitely grow rapidly here. The mountain god's devouring ability is very strong. In addition, the Inscription Divine Mountain can turn into Hercules and grow many divine fruits inside, so its growth speed is very fast. With the existence of the Divine Inscription Mountain, there would be a very safe place to hide. Fellow from the natural law Divine Realm, the reason why he brought an altar in is to defend himself. It is clear that they are very clear that the Sun Sacred Land has very dreadful things. Qinyan said. At night, the mother moon in the sky became even brighter. It hung in the ice-cold sky and released a silver glow. What Qinyan did not expect was that after nightfall, the Sun Sacred Land became even colder. Especially when flying at high speed in the air, the gusts of cold wind were like ice-cold knives cutting over, cold and painful. Qinyan had no choice but to take out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and enter it. What surprised him was that the Heaven Leaping Shuttle had only flown for a short while before its surface was covered in a silvery white frost. The power of ice released by the frost is very strong. It can drill into the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and freeze the runes, causing the energy within the runes to be unable to flow. The night is really scary. If you don't have a certain level of strength, you will freeze to death if you run around in here at night. Qinyan is alarmed. Even though he is experienced and knowledgeable, this is the first time he has come to such a strange place. Within the sacred desolate Sun Holy Land, there was no snow or ice, but it was incomparably cold. Generally speaking, in this kind of cold environment, most of them would be a world of ice and snow, not even a blade of grass would grow. However, this place was very different. In this extremely cold environment, there were lush ancient trees that reached into the sky. Flowers and plants also grew very well. There were many beautiful flowers and plants that Qinyan had never seen before. The sky-leaping shuttle was frozen into an ice gourd and fell to the ground. An invisible frost power. Qinyan came outside the heaven-leaping shuttle and gently tapped the layer of ice on the calabash's surface. Very hard. He had to take out a knife and cut the thick ice. After chopping a few times, not even a single piece of ice was produced. This made Qinyan cry out in alarm, "What kind of ghost ice is this? Xiao Yun, quickly get rid of the ice, otherwise the heaven-leaping shuttle will break." Ling Yin hastily said. Qin Yin can also see it. He hastily took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and activated the sacred oil inside, releasing intense sacred flame. The sacred flame contains the power of the 9 Dragon Divine Universe. It is used to strengthen the flame. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon spewed out intense flame, but Qin Yin did not feel any heat. This scared him so much that he shivered. Such intense flame, there is no heat at all, and the next scene caused him to be dumbstruck. The flame that spewed out actually turned into white ice. Flame can actually turn into ice. It is very normal to spray water in cold winter and the water would immediately turn into ice. And now, the intense flame that Qin Yin released actually turned into ice. At this moment, Qin Yin suddenly reacted and exclaimed, "The frost power here can devour all kinds of energy and turn it into ice." When the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was flying, it released a lot of energy, so it was devoured by the frost power. Ling Yin said, "After devouring, the frost power will become even stronger and then condense into a very thick ice." Qin Yin nodded and said, "The thick ice wrapping around the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is like wrapping around a prey and then slowly devouring it. Is there any way to deal with it?" Ling Yin said. "Use Nether Sun Fire." Qin Yin said, "Let's melt this energy first." As he spoke, he released a black flame to burn the thick ice. Not long after, the ice on the surface of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was burned into white mist. The white mist did not disperse, instead it lingered around. The white mist is a very strange ice-cold energy. They can smell the scent of the energy, but they did not approach because the Nether Sun Fire released by Qin Yin can melt the ice they condensed. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle got rid of the ice, it was absorbed into Qin Yin's 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yin's entire body is emitting black flames. He looked at the frost energy around him and said with a frown, "This energy treats me as prey." "Xiao Yun, can't you just keep releasing Nether Sun Fire?" Ling Yin said. "I can only temporarily resist." Qin Yin shook his head. "This kind of frost energy is very terrifying. As long as I adapt to the Nether Sun Fire, I might be able to devour it and turn it into ice." "Then what should we do?" Ling Yin said. Qin Yin took out the heavenly armor and put it on. He said, "Use the heavenly armor to block." After putting on the heavenly armor, Qin Yin can resist the frost even without releasing Nether Sun Fire. However, he still feels a bit cold. The air here has that kind of frost energy. As long as I breathe, I can absorb that power into my body. Qin Yin said, "Then use Nether Sun Fire to burn it to prevent the frost energy from entering my body." After wearing the heavenly armor, he didn't dare to fly in the air. Because the frost energy in the sky is the most terrifying, especially when flying at high speed. Why is the Sun Holy Land like this? Is it because of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon? Ling Yin said. It might be caused by the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Qin Yin said, "I suspect that the 9 Sun Heavenly Domain deliberately created an extremely cold place. The main reason is to let the Sun Seed grow. Although the Sun Seed is fire attribute, it might be more advantageous to grow in this kind of extremely cold place. Otherwise, the Sun Seed would not have come here." Come. Originally, Qin Yin thought that after wearing the heavenly armor, he would be able to run very smoothly. But late at night, the golden heavenly armor on his body actually cracked from the cold. After the heavenly armor cracked, he promptly took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. Qin Yin looked at the cracked heavenly armor and said with sigh, "Truly terrifying. It seems like the 9 Sun Heavenly Domain spent a lot of effort to create this Sun Holy Land." The heavenly armor cracked from the cold. "Too terrifying." Ling Yin exclaimed in admiration. The heavenly armor was refined with a certain amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone. It has very strong heavenly Tao power inside. The Sun Holy Land's frost energy swallowed the energy inside the heavenly armor and destroyed it. Qin Yin said. It is very cold outside but very quiet. The floating cloud pagoda is inside the mountain forest. It did not release any energy, so there is no ice layer. Qin Yin is at the first floor of the floating cloud pagoda. He looked at the beautiful flowers all around him and muttered, "The flowers and trees outside are not frozen. Is it because they did not release any energy?" He took out a divine flame leaf and threw it outside. The divine flame leaf contains energy but it did not release it. The divine flame leaf is calmly lying on the ground, there is not even a bit of frost on its surface. Xianxia took out the flute-shaped Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot a small flame at the divine flame leaf. The divine flame leaf ignited and emitted flames. In the blink of an eye, the flame condensed into ice. So that's how it is. If I don't produce energy, it won't freeze. Xianxia said, when I am running, I release energy to increase my speed. Lingyaner said, so you are saying that as long as you seal your energy and use pure body power, it will be fine? Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, I will go out and give it a try. He walked outside and jumped around randomly. He did not use energy, only flesh and bone power. Although he feels cold, it is not that scary. He can completely endure this kind of cold. I need to pay attention at night, I will be fine during the day. Xianxia stored the floating cloud pagoda and continued on his way. He ran through the mountain forest, crossing over mountain ridges, passing through forest after forest. He did not encounter any danger along the way. After daybreak, the sun came out and he flew in the sky. After rushing for a few days, he finally approached the divine inscription mountain. It is currently noon, Xianxia is flying in the sky. He looked ahead and saw an ice giant. That ice giant is the divine inscription mountain. Is it frozen? Xianxia is suddenly worried that the divine inscription mountain will be damaged. However, after he approached, he discovered that the divine inscription mountain is releasing a very strong energy fluctuation. Xianxia quickly took out the floating cloud rod and thought, after the divine inscription mountain turned into Hercules, it was sealed in ice and has been struggling. He strengthened the floating cloud rod. He did not use energy but used pure power to strike down. Boom, after a burst of muffled sound, a lot of the ice on Hercules' body shattered. Xianxia continuously struck down with his rod and finally completely shattered the ice on Hercules' body. Boss, quickly leave. Mountain God anxiously shouted in alarm. Just as Xianxia wanted to ask what was going on, he felt a bone-piercing cold wind attack his back. He promptly used Heavenly Strong Dao technique and Heavenly Might Tyrant Body. A large number of ice arrows flew over and enveloped Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia's Heavenly Might Tyrant Body barrier vibrated and released a wave of violent energy wave, shattering the ice arrows that landed on his body. Just as Hercules escaped, he was immediately attacked by a large number of ice arrows. Although there is the protection of the Black Tortoise Great Formation, the ice is very strange. It can devour energy and then condense even more ice. The condensed ice is very strong. Hercules was frozen by the ice and was unable to move. When Xianxia came over, he carefully investigated the surroundings and did not find any other people or beasts. But he was still ambushed. Xianxia, who is sealed inside a huge ice ball, released nether sun fire to melt the ice around him. The power of this ice is much weaker during the day. If it is at night, it will be very difficult for me to get out. During this period of time, Xianxia has a certain understanding of the Sun Holy Land's strange ice. The nether sun fire he released will be able to melt those strange ice. Xianxia burned a very large hole inside the huge ice ball. After he drilled out of the hole, he immediately used Light Transformation's sacred pupil to escape. After flying far away, Xianxia promptly hid himself. Hercules' outer appearance is once again wrapped in a thick layer of white ice. After Xianxia became invisible, he sealed the energy within his body to avoid being sensed by the cold energy. In the past few days, he has done some research on this kind of cold energy. This kind of strange cold energy is very sensitive to energy fluctuations. As long as there is a little energy fluctuation, a large amount of cold energy will gather over. Once the strange cold energy gathers together, it will crazily devour energy and then condense into a very strong thick ice. Especially at night, this kind of thick ice is the most terrifying and the devouring power of the cold energy is even stronger. Xianxia, who has become invisible, crawled on the grass and flowers on the ground and looked at the direction where the ice arrow flew from. What is attacking me? Xianxia looked over and released his mental power. Mental power is not energy, so it cannot be devoured by the strange ice. Hercules is motionless in place. Xianxia approached Hercules bit by bit. He wants to enter. The ice arrow has no target, so it did not appear again. After Xianxia approached Hercules, he quickly smashed the ice and entered the divine inscription mountain. After entering, Qinyan saw that there are no major problems inside. Xiaohua and others are also fine. He immediately felt relieved. Boss, you finally came to the sacred desolate. Shiman Dazhuang laughed, I knew you would definitely come. Xiaohua was a little shocked, and said, Boss, your cultivation is quite high, when did you come to the sacred wasteland? It hasn't been long. Qinyan smiled and said, Are you all alright? The black donkey walked over and rubbed its head against Qinyan's waist. Boss, are you at the late-stage sage realm? Yeah, I'm about to make a breakthrough. I'll soon become a great sage. Qinyan said. Seeing that the interior of the divine inscription mountain was fine, he was not worried. Yi Xiaosong said, Headmaster, how did you find this place? It took us a lot of effort to get in. At this moment, the people of the inscription gate and the inscription beasts were all talking about the situation they had entered. After Qinyan heard that, he was secretly alarmed. The entrance to the divine inscription mountain was not the one Qinyan entered from but the one Azure Dragon and company went to. The entrance was at the bottom of the sea. One had to go through an underwater whirlpool channel to reach a space at the bottom of the sea. There was a spatial channel in that space. The resistance of the spatial channel is very great, passing through consumed a lot of energy. The reason why they were able to find the entrance is because the inscription beasts can sense that there is a channel there. Black Rat, Baizhe, and Azure Dragon, these powerful inscription beasts can sense a strange soul fluctuation coming from a certain direction. Therefore, they went to find the entrance. After Qinyan finished listening to their narration, he repeatedly exclaimed in admiration and asked, Then what kind of people did you meet here? They turned you into ice. The mountain god said, The people we met are from the ice race. These wretched people hid and shot arrows in the dark. They even froze us. I don't know what they want to do. Those bastards are very hateful, they have been playing tricks on us for many days. They just froze us and after we broke the ice, they continued to freeze us. Xiaohua is also very angry when he mentioned this matter. The ancient ox devil said, Our cultivation is too low, we can't beat them when we go out. Moreover, we will turn into ice. Ice race? Are they humans from the Sun Holy Land? Qinyan slightly frowned. What? This is a Sun Holy Land? The Fire Qilin said in astonishment, We are inside a Sun Holy Land. Xiaohua and others are not unfamiliar with the Sun Holy Land. It is a very mysterious place in the Great Desolate. Every Sun Holy Land is different. Knowing that they are inside a Sun Holy Land, Xiaohua and others sighed repeatedly. They also understand why this damned place is so dangerous. Boss, what do you think we should do? We are trapped here. Shiman Dazhuang said. Qinyan looked at the mountain god and said, Old mountain, I will break the ice in a moment. After I escape, I will activate the Great Formation to conceal myself and turn small. Remember, don't let any energy leak out. Those ice are mainly formed by devouring energy. Soon after, Qinyan told them about his research on the ice. After Xiaohua and others finished listening, they exclaimed in admiration. Because they have always been trapped here, they don't know much about the situation outside. Just now, when Qinyan broke the ice on the surface of the Titan God, the Mountain God and the little black donkey activated the Great Formation and released a very strong energy. Therefore, a thick layer of ice immediately condensed on the surface of the Titan God. After Qinyan finished talking with them, he immediately arrived outside the divine inscription mountain and used the floating cloud rod to quickly break the thick ice. After the thick ice was broken, the Titan God immediately became very small and disappeared. There is a concealment formation inside the divine inscription mountain. It can make the entire divine inscription mountain completely invisible. The mountain god followed Qinyan's instructions and didn't let any energy leak out. After escaping, he immediately ran away. Qinyan promptly took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot towards a direction. The cannon shot is filled with very strong energy. As it flew out, it burst out with a burst of violent flame. It is a cannonball refined from sacred oil and mysterious sacred silver crystal. After the powerful energy burst out, a large number of ice arrows immediately chased after the cannonball. The speed of the ice arrows is very fast, but they can't catch up to the cannonball. They can only keep flying. After Qinyan shot the cannonball, he immediately hid himself. Just now, he also saw where the ice arrows came from. This was a forest, and the ice arrow flew out from a mountain full of dense trees. He immediately approached the mountain stealthily. When Xianxia arrived, he shot another cannonball towards a different direction. Suddenly, a large number of ice arrows brought along cold wind and whizzed out, chasing after the powerful energy cannonball. Truly miraculous, the ice seems to like flame energy very much. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Flame can melt ice, but the ice in this place likes to absorb flame energy very much. He has already confirmed that the ice race people are inside the mountain ahead. Xianxia, who was invisible, also sensed an ice-cold aura after entering the mountain. On a tree. Xianxia looked at a tree on the mountain and saw a 7- or 8-year-old child standing on a thick branch. He carefully observed and discovered that there are children standing on top of some trees. They are holding something that looks like a white flute in their hands. It looks like it is a blow dart or something. These ice arrows were shot by these wimpy kids? Xianxia is extremely shocked. He took out the flute-like 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot towards the sky. After the cannonball reached the sky, it exploded with very strong energy. It appeared again, quickly suck, a child happily shouted, "This is big flame candy." A large group of naughty children blew many ice arrows through the white tube. Xianxia is extremely apprehensive seeing this scene. Because when these brats blew, several ice arrows flew out in succession. These ice arrows can absorb the energy of the cannonball, and then these brats can absorb the energy. So they eat flame. Xianxia said in his heart. Xiaoyun, could it be that the ice race people are all wimpy kids? Ling Yin'er said with smile, old Xiao and the others have been toyed with by these brats for so long, I wonder if they will vomit blood. He previously asked Xiao Hua and the others about the ice race. Xiao Hua and the others have never seen ice race people, they only heard a voice saying that they are from the ice race. Xiao Hua and the others simply do not know that the ones who have been toying with them are a group of wimpy kids. The main reason they sealed them in ice is to absorb energy. Xianxia secretly counted, there are more than 20 brats here. They can blow out a large number of ice arrows as fast as blowing bubbles. He is also thinking of a way to deal with this group of brats. The 3 cannonballs shot out just now were wrapped by the ice arrows and then swallowed by the power of ice and entered the bodies of these brats. At this time, a little boy said, that stone man is gone and there is no big flame candy to eat. Should we go back? It's rare for us to run out to play, why should we go back? Those adults are so annoying, they make us do things we hate all day long. A slightly older little boy said, it seems like he is the leader of this group of brats. After the leader of the children said this, many children immediately agreed and then began to denounce their parents for being so strict and often spanking their butts. Every time my dad spanks my butts, he can spank hundreds of times in a flash. A slightly fat little boy said with smile, of course, my butts are not to be trifled with. His shoes have been smashed by my buttocks many times. The other children immediately roared with laughter. Xianxia now realized that these are a group of real children. If they were just children, it would be easy to deal with them. It is not good for children to run around, I have to send them home. Xianxia also thought of a way. Xianxia's face is wearing a very comical lion head mask. After he appeared, the group of children immediately became vigilant. They put the white tubes in their hands into their mouths. I am selling fire candy, call me Uncle Fire Candy. Xianxia said with a bright smile. He is also secretly worried because those brats can instantly shoot out a lot of ice arrows. Of course, he is not afraid of these ice arrows. At most, it will only cause him some pain. Although these children are very vigilant, they are still children after all. They like to eat fire candy the most. When they heard someone call himself Uncle Fire Candy, they immediately thought of the 3 large fire candy from before. Uncle, how much is the fire candy? That child king shouted. He was on a tree, wearing beast skin clothes, with his hair in a ponytail. His eyes were round, and he looked quite quick-witted. You are all children, what are you going to use to buy my fire candy? Xianxia said with a smile, I won't sell it to you children, you won't be able to afford it. A few years old child shouted in a childish voice, Old man, don't look down on us children, we can turn you into ice eggs. These brats are very courageous. They immediately jumped down from the tree and surrounded Xianxia. They have a white tube in their mouths. It is something that can blow out ice arrows. The way they hold the white tube in their mouths, they look very arrogant, they even look like adults. Old man, how much fire candy do you have? We'll buy all of them. The Child King shouted, if you don't sell, then don't even think about leaving today. We will turn you into ice eggs. Xianxia found it funny. He had been turned into an ice egg before, but fortunately, nothing happened to him. You children, hurry up and go home. The adults in your family must be very worried about you. Xianxia said, how about this, you listen to uncle and obediently go home. I will protect you, and when we reach your door, I will give you the fire candy for free. The little fatty shouted, I'm not going back. We ran out for so many days, we will definitely be beaten to shit if we go home. That's right, that's right. Old man, aren't you sincerely trying to make us go back and court death? A child said. Old man, you can't be an old monster that eats children, right? Why are you wearing a lion head? Is he ugly? A child suddenly jumped up and patted Xianxia's head. The child's speed is very fast. After hitting Xianxia's head, he immediately dodged. He is very mischievous. Ha ha ha, ugly monster, shameless. Old monster, why are you pretending to be an uncle? You're obviously a liar. We're not that gullible. The group of children laughed and said. These little bastards. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Xianxia could only use his trump card. He quickly took out a cup of holy oil and ignited it. The group of brats immediately let out a wave of cheers. After Xianxia took it out, he immediately put it away and said with a smile, do you want to drink it? I'm not some old monster. I'm Uncle Fire Candy. I'm a good person. You are a good person. You should let me have a taste of the fire candy for free. A round-faced child snorted in a low voice. Xianxia smiled and took out a lot of holy oil. He condensed them into many balls and distributed them to the brats. This group of ice race children are very fond of eating this kind of fire attribute things. The balls condensed from holy oil were eaten by them until they were crispy. Moreover, they are constantly licking their lips. Let me tell you a story. Xianxia said with a smile, a long, long time ago, a group of children ran away from home. When Xianxia said that, he suddenly stopped. The group of children looked at him, waiting for him to continue. What happened next? Quickly tell me, uncle. A child shouted, you can't be like this, you will become a eunuch. Xianxia laughed dryly as he cursed the bunch of brats in his heart. They met an old demon and were eaten by the demon one by one. Xianxia said. Tisk, the group of children immediately ridiculed him. What a rotten story, we have heard it countless times. That's right, you group of adults are all the same. You should continue to give us candy to eat. Xianxia said, you children are running around outside, it's really dangerous. I'll send you home. I promise that after we go back, I'll give you a lot of delicious food. If we go back, we'll die. If we meet an old monster outside, we can still survive if we fight it out, but if we go back, we'll be beaten to death by our parents. The little fatty said. Xianxia said, have you heard of the sacred wasteland? The Child King immediately became excited and quickly said, of course we've heard of it. This time, we are going to the sacred wasteland to roam. There is a legend in our clan that the humans of the sacred wasteland are very weak. They can't even defeat us children. If we go to the sacred wasteland, we will definitely be able to dominate. Xianxia laughed out loud and said, I am from the sacred wasteland. Many bad guys from the sacred wasteland have come, they are very dangerous. The group of children immediately looked at Xianxia with disdain. Are you really from the sacred wasteland? No wonder you are so weak. A child looked at Xianxia with disdain and said, you still want to escort us home like this? You will definitely die on the way. Xianxia also wanted to go to the ice race and find the Lord of the Ice Race to ask about the situation. Alright then, I'll tell you guys about the sacred wasteland scoundrel. After that, Xianxia talked about the heavenly man and heavenly armor guards of the heavenly law divine realm, as well as those fellows from the Nine Suns sect. This group of children had never heard of such a thing, so they listened with great interest. However, they only treated it as a story and did not think much of it. Suddenly, a child said, "To be honest, I really want to go home, but I'm afraid of being beaten up, so I don't dare to go back. I have an idea now, let's capture this old fellow and bring him back to the clan. We'll say that we were abducted by him and that we stubbornly resisted before defeating him and capturing him." "Good idea, as expected of our military advisor." The Child King laughed and said, "All right, let's do it. I have fire candy, aren't you guys going to eat it?" Xianxia hurriedly said, cursing the child's military advisor in his heart for actually coming up with such a good idea. The Child King said, "Uncle Fire Candy, I will have to trouble you for a bit. We will only capture you, we will not have any ill intentions. If you want to run, you will definitely suffer physical pain." Xianxia secretly thought about it and suddenly felt that this is not bad. He will be taken to the ice race by these children and then escape. This way, he will know where the ice race is. "Alright, as a good person, in order to let you go home, I will help you this time," Xianxia said with smile. The group of children are already prepared to take action. Hearing Xianxia's words, they immediately made an ice cage. Xianxia also obediently entered the cage. What surprised him is that this group of children released their power together and condensed a very large ice ship that can even fly in the air. He cannot see what cultivation level these children have, but the ice-cold power they released is very strong. The ice ship is flying in the air, Xianxia is inside the cage. From time to time, he will use holy oil to make some balls for the children to eat. "Uncle Fire Candy, you are really a good person, you gave us so many delicious things. We suddenly don't want to capture you and bring you back. If you are beaten to death, we won't have any candy to eat," the little fatty said. The other children also repeatedly nodded. Xianxia is secretly gratified, this group of brats still have a bit of conscience. "It's fine, if you capture me back, you can still report back, right? Otherwise, if you go back directly, you will be beaten up," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's really dangerous outside." The Child King said, "Then what about you? You might be beaten to death by our parents. How can I die so easily?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "I'm strong." "I don't believe you." Many children hurriedly shook their heads. "I can escape anyway," Xianxia said. In his heart, he really wanted to send this group of naughty children home to prevent them from being captured by the heavenly law divine realm. In addition, he wanted to see the ice race. For the ice race to be able to control the cold energy here, they must have obtained some kind of inheritance. This group of brats are so young, yet they have already grasped a very powerful ice arrow. They can even use the cold energy here to create many things. The ice ship flew in the air. Even at night, Xianxia did not feel cold. At daybreak, the ice ship began to descend. When they landed, many burly men wearing beast skins suddenly appeared around them. These burly men all held white ice spears in their hands as they looked at the ice ship with serious expressions. When the group of brats saw this group of adults, they were all scared to death. This was because this group of adults were their fathers. The prestige of the brats from before disappeared in an instant. At this time, the brats' military advisor mustered up his courage and shouted, "Dad, we caught a guy from the sacred wasteland." This guy said, "There are many strong people coming from the sacred wasteland that pose a great threat to our ice race." After that, the other brats started to talk about the heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm. They had heard all of this from Xianxia. As expected, the expressions of the adults eased up a lot. However, there were also some hot-tempered adults who directly landed on the ice ship, grabbed their children and gave them a beating. Especially that little fatty. He was beaten up by a fat middle-aged man until he cried for his parents. That brat, the military advisor, was the most cunning. When he saw that his father was about to beat him up, he quickly said, "Father, when you brought me to the neighboring village to do business, my mother asked me if you went there to fool around. I told her that I didn't." The adult raised his eyebrows and slowly lowered his raised palm. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Was this guy really captured by you?" That's right, that's right. He shouldn't be a bad person. He's from the sacred wasteland. We chased after him for a long time." The little strategist said, "Dad, we got a lot of useful information from him. Furthermore, he has very delicious fire candy. Those brats began to worry about Qin Yun. They are afraid that Qin Yun will be killed by their father. Qin Yun is inside the ice cage. On the way here, he observed the ice cage and found that it is not very strong. He can easily break out. What makes him feel more dangerous is the strange ice power that the ice race people control. Those brats can release very strong ice arrows. Wouldn't the adults of the ice race be even stronger? Qin Yun asked those brats before. They have never cultivated since childhood, they only learned how to use a special kind of energy. It is an innate ability that they mastered. When Qin Yun was brought back to the village, he attracted many onlookers. He is like a monkey being teased by a large group of people. The people from Sacred Desolate are really weak, they were actually captured by a group of children. Indeed, it seems like if we send a group of children to Sacred Desolate, we might be able to rule over the entire Sacred Desolate. Hee, this person from Sacred Desolate is quite handsome, a middle-aged woman looked at Qin Yun and said with smile. Qin Yun cannot help but shiver. He suddenly realized that the majority of the people in this village are rather primitive. Their clothes are made of beast skin, their residence is a hole dug in a huge tree. The village is in the middle of a mountain forest. When Qin Yun was carried back, many ice race people poked their heads out of the tree's window and looked at him curiously. Those brats were captured by their mothers, they will most likely be beaten up. Qin Yun was carried to a huge tree that is several tens of meters thick. Village chief, those brats are back and they even captured a person from Sacred Desolate, the young military advisor's father shouted. Many tree vines dropped down from the huge tree and covered the tree trunk. At this time, those tree vines suddenly opened to two sides, just like a curtain opening, a tree hole appeared. Bring him in, an old man's unhurried voice came out from the tree hole. The young military advisor's father waved his hand and let everyone carry Qin Yun into the tree hole. After Qin Yun was carried in, everyone quickly left. It is clear that they don't dare to stay inside for long. The tree hole was quickly covered by tree vines. A sturdy old man wearing white ice armor walked over. The old man's bright and spirited eyes emitted a sharp cold light. When he stared at him, Qin Yun felt very uncomfortable. The hall inside the tree hole was very bright, and there were many ice sculptures on display. The chairs were also made of ice. Qin Yun looked around and diverted his attention. He no longer looked at the elder's eyes. Many years have passed and very few people from the Sacred Desolate can come here. The old man looked at Qin Yun and said, I am the village chief of this village. You can call me Village Chief Wang. Village Chief Wang, I have no evil intention. Qin Yun said with a smile on his face. I know you don't have any bad intentions. If you did, those kids wouldn't have caught you. Village Chief Wang's serious face suddenly showed a gentle smile. Then can you get rid of this cage, said Qin Yun with a smile. With a wave of Village Chief Wang's hand, the cage turned into a white mist and disappeared. He looked at a chair and smiled, young man, please take a seat. Qin Yun thought that he would have to waste a lot of time to explain. He did not expect that Village Chief Wang would be able to see through so many things with just a glance. Village Chief Wang, you have to look after the children of the village, don't let them run around. The situation outside is very dangerous. Qin Yun said. You deliberately let them catch you and bring you back, right? Village Chief Wang promptly cupped his fists towards Qin Yun and said, I still have to thank you. Qin Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to be polite. I did this for a bit of selfishness, I just wanted to see the ice people. You have seen them now, right? Then you must have something to talk to us about. Village Chief Wang said. Is the Divine Universe Ice Dragon still here? Qin Yun asked. Speaking of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, Village Chief Wang slowly sighed, his eyes revealed a trace of sadness and said, of course it is still here. It is just that it exists in a special state, it has completely merged with this world. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon has merged with the Sun Holy Land. Qin Yun encountered this kind of situation before, for example, the Cloud Dragon is in a similar state. Qin Yun originally came to the Sun Sacred Land to find the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Later on, he found out that the Sun Seed was in the Sun Sacred Land and that the Mother Moon was also there. Can you communicate with him? Qin Yun asked. No. Village Chief Wang shook his head and sighed, young man, why are you looking for the Divine Universe Ice Dragon? Something big, a group of scoundrels have entered the sun's sacred land. Xianxia told village chief Wang about the heavenly law divine domain. After village chief Wang heard this, his face slightly sank and said, "The divine universe ice dragon once said that if one day, a heavenly man enters this place, it will definitely bring about a disaster." The divine universe ice dragon was born from the heavenly law divine domain. He is very clear about the virtue of a heavenly man. Village chief Wang, did he tell you how to fight against the heavenly man? Xianxia asked. Yes, he passed down a special ability to control the power of the ice sun. Village chief Wang said, "I have to contact the people of the various villages and discuss with them how to deal with it." Xianxia quickly stood up and said, "Then I will take my leave first." Village chief Wang said, "Wait. I want to ask you, why did you come to the sun sacred land?" "I originally came to find the divine universe ice dragon to obtain its dragon pearl." Xianxia said, "Now it seems that the dragon pearl is no longer here." "Of course the dragon pearl is here, but it won't be that easy for you to obtain it." Village chief Wang said, "In short, that dragon pearl is an ominous object to us." Xianxia frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Most of the people who have come into contact with the divine universe ice dragon pearl are dead. Even if they can still live, they will live in extreme pain." Village chief Wang said, "Once, there was a village that treated the dragon pearl as a village guarding treasure, but in less than 3 years, that village was completely wiped out." Xianxia was secretly alarmed and immediately thought of a possibility. The dragon pearl was cursed by the heavens, therefore, whoever touched the dragon pearl would die or suffer a fate worse than death. Village chief Wang said again, "Legend has it that the dragon pearl has already been controlled by the devil, so the divine universe ice dragon gave up on it long ago." "The dragon pearl can be regenerated," Xianxia said. "It can be regenerated, but it will take a very long time." Village chief Wang patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "You are a kind-hearted young man. I don't wish for you to be killed by the divine universe ice dragon pearl, so you must be careful." "Thank you for your reminder, village chief Wang." Xianxia hurriedly nodded and asked, "Then do you know where the dragon pearl is?" Xianxia was not afraid of any heavenly curse. He already had one, so he was not afraid of another. "The dragon pearl appears at night. At night, you should carefully sense it. Whichever direction the wind is the coldest, the dragon pearl will be there." Village chief Wang said, "The dragon pearl is very easy to find, so it has caused the deaths of many people." "Did the divine universe ice dragon tell you not to touch the dragon pearl?" Xianxia asked. "Of course he warned us, but many people didn't listen." Village chief Wang shook his head and smiled. Xianxia had gained a lot from this village and knew how to find the dragon pearl. After bidding farewell to village chief Wang, he immediately left the village. The divine inscription mountain had been secretly following Xianxia, so not long after Xianxia left the village, he found the divine inscription mountain. Inside the divine inscription mountain, Xianxia mentioned the matter of the group of brats. After knowing that they were played by a group of brats, the little black donkey and the others became extremely angry. "I want to give you a mission now. Go find my father, this is his soul-chasing talisman." Xianxia handed over a soul-chasing talisman to Xiaohua and said, "Father brought the immortal desolate dragon emperor and the others here. Moreover, there is also a very strong heavenly saint. Great Saint Wu was born here. He has desolate runes on his body. If he returned to this place, he might be able to contact the ice dragon." Xianxia did not know how to find the sun seed. If he could contact the divine universe ice dragon, he might be able to find the whereabouts of the sun seed. After the mountain god and the others found out about the formation of the strange ice, they were also on guard against it. Therefore, Xianxia could let them set off with ease. After a short gathering, they parted again. The divine inscription mountain went to find Qin Long and the others. As for Xianxia, he waited for night to descend. At night, he arrived at the top of a mountain to feel the wind coming from all directions. The wind in the sun-sacred land is very chaotic, coming from all directions. After earnestly feeling for a while, Qin Yun indeed sensed that there is a direction where the wind is the coldest. He immediately ran towards that direction. Xianxia did not fly in the sky to avoid being frozen. Running at night and flying during the day, this kind of speed is very fast. Xianxia thought that he would be able to reach there in 2 to 3 days by rushing day and night. But even after 2 to 3 days, he still could not find the source of the coldest wind. He can only stop and rest. While resting, Qinyan took out Xian Rujing's soul-chasing talisman and discovered to his amazement that Xian Rujing is a lot closer to him. Sister Rujing is not going to Mother Moon? Qinyan looked towards Mother Moon's direction. Xian Rujing is not there. Strangely, Xian Rujing's direction is exactly the direction he wants to go. Sister Rujing is ice and snow goddess, maybe she has some kind of reaction with the divine universe ice dragon. She might also be looking for the dragon balls. Ling Yin'er said. Not good, divine universe ice dragon's dragon balls are cursed by heavenly punishment. We cannot let her find them first. Qinyan immediately jumped up and continued rushing. Ling Yin'er is also very worried, she said. Sister Rujing is looking for dragon balls because she wants to give them to you. You better get dragon balls before her, don't let her touch the cursed heavenly punishment again. Qinyan is also thinking this way, that is why he is very anxious. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed by. Qinyan stopped in front of a large river. Originally he wanted to fly over this large river, but he discovered that this large river is releasing a very frightening aura. The current is very fast and the river water is pitch black. Qinyan took out the floating cloud staff and floated in the air. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the opposite shore and used the light transformation sacred pupil. The sacred pupil of light transformation shot out 2 strong beams of light and shone on the opposite bank. In the blink of an eye, Qinyan's body flew over along with the 2 beams of light. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the river, and the waves surged violently, letting out waves of crazy roars. It was very frightening. Although Qinyan came to the other side, he felt that something ferocious was coming out from the river. Sensing that the situation was not right, he immediately ran away and used the light transformation sacred pupil to get away from the riverbank. Fortunately, it was daytime. Even if he was flying in the air, he would not be disturbed by the strange cold air. Just when he thought he was safe, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water behind him. When he turned his head, he saw a black flood rushing towards him. Damn it, what is this thing? When Qinyan saw the black flood, he knew that it was the river. This great river actually ran out and chased after him relentlessly. The most frightening thing was that when the river turned into a flood and flowed on the ground, its speed was extremely fast. Along the way, the river water did not seep into the ground. The torrent of the great river had an extremely strong impact, causing many mountains to collapse along the way. Qinyan could only fly higher. He turned his head to look at the ground behind him and secretly drew a cold breath. The black river was like a long worm made of black liquid, chasing after him ferociously. Before figuring out what was going on, Qinyan did not plan on approaching to investigate. Who knew if he would be trapped? Right now, Qinyan has something very important to do, and that is to quickly find the Dragon Ball. Because Xian Rujing is also looking for the Dragon Ball, he doesn't want her to be affected by the curse of the Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball. What is this thing? Qinyan was perplexed. When night falls, I won't be able to fly so easily in the sky. Qinyan looked at the sky. At night, this sun-holy land was filled with all kinds of strange cold energy. Qinyan needs to release a lot of energy to fly in the air. It will cause a large amount of strange ice-cold power to gather, sealing him in ice. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, maybe you don't need to worry about Sister Rujing. Even if she gets the Dragon Ball first, she should be fine. The divine cosmic ice dragon must have been cursed by the heavenly punishment, so he gave up on his Dragon Ball. Qinyan said, the power of the heavenly punishment curse should be inside the Dragon Pearl. So whoever obtains the Dragon Pearl will have bad luck. Thinking of this, Qinyan sped up. He had to make the best use of his time and try his best to shake off the ghost river that was chasing him before nightfall. Qinyan, who had experienced many reincarnations, had seen many strange things and experienced many strange things. But in his memory, this was the first time he had been chased by a great river. Fortunately, he was someone who had been through a lot, so he could quickly adapt to this kind of strange thing. Xiaoyun, it's getting dark. Ling Yin'er said, that big river is still chasing you. What the hell is that thing? I don't know either. Qinyan cursed in low voice, this thing is just like a worm. Maybe it's not a big river at all, it's just a giant worm formed from liquid. Seeing me pass by and running so fast, it chased me without letting go. In this world, Xianxia would not find it strange no matter what kind of thing appeared. Finally, night came. Xianxia still has not gotten rid of that strange black river worm. This big river worm is really persistent. Why is it chasing me? Xianxia is truly speechless. He is currently flying in the air and can feel the cold power penetrating his body. He can only take out the heavenly armor and put it on. Fortunately, he has many heavenly armors in his hands. He can use them to support himself for a period of time. After flying for a period of time, the heavenly armor will crack and be damaged. He can only take out another one to exchange for it. Even at night, the black river worm is still moving very fast. It is rampaging on the ground, creating a large water trough. It chased after Xianxia without letting go. Xianxia endured through the night. At daybreak, he is already very tired. He doesn't know what will happen if he is caught by the river worm and he doesn't dare to try. He is worried that he will be trapped. This won't do, I can only ask the little ant queen for help. Xianxia took out the heaven leaping shuttle during the day. He entered the heaven leaping shuttle and took out 2 divine universe golden stones to feed the little ant queen. While the heaven leaping shuttle is flying at high speed, the little ant queen is also releasing a very strong spatial energy. Let's go, stay away from that big river worm. Xianxia shouted. Through Ling Yuner, the little ant queen knows where to go. She released a very strong spatial power, opened a spatial passage and moved forward. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia is far away from the big river worm. The little ant queen has also consumed a lot of energy. She needs to rest for a period of time before she can continue traveling. I finally got rid of that thing. Xianxia let out a long sigh and looked behind him. After being chased for so long, he is still a bit traumatized. He is worried that when he turns around to look down, the big river worm will roar over. Xiaoyun, this unholy land is truly not simple. It has given birth to all kinds of powerful creatures. Ling Yuner said with smile, Ice Race is very awesome, that big river worm is also very sinister, it pretends to be a big river. If you don't know and fly over that big river, you will most likely be eaten. Xianxia has lingering fear as he recalled. Indeed, this is after all the Sun Holy Land, it is very normal for it to give birth to all kinds of creatures. Xianxia can now feel at ease on his journey. He took out Xian Rujing's spirit-chasing talisman from time to check her. Location. Xian Rujing is looking for the extremine area inside the Sun Holy Land, it is most likely the location of Mother Moon. But she did not go there, instead she is looking for the Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball. Sister Rujing must be able to sense the existence of the Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball, that is why she is looking for it. Xianxia only hopes that he can reach the location of the Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball before Xian Rujing. Xianxia is flying in the sky in broad daylight, looking at the 3 suns and the azure sky, he feels very relieved in his heart. He hates night the most in this Sun Holy Land. Because during the night, he can only run on the ground. If he flies in the sky, he will need to constantly change his heavenly armor to resist the strange ice-cold energy. Evening, night is approaching. Just as Xianxia is about to land, he saw a round black lake in the distance. This lake is several thousand meters wide. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the black lake water appears even more pitch black. Seeing this black liquid, Xianxia immediately thought of the big river worm. Just as he was planning to go around, the spirit-chasing talisman in his hand suddenly reacted. It means that Xian Rujing is in the vicinity. Sister Rujing is here. Xianxia sensed Xian Rujing's location through the spirit-chasing talisman and immediately rushed over. Not long after, he saw an ice-cold white light appear in the sky. It is Xian Rujing flying in the sky, dragging a long ice crystal light tail behind her. She looks very beautiful. Xianxia can see Xian Rujing's beautiful ice-cold face from far away, her eyes are fixedly looking at the black lake. Xian Rujing does not know that Xianxia is in the vicinity, she did not see Xianxia's spirit-chasing talisman after arriving here. Because she believes that this is the extremine area, it is impossible for Xianxia to come here. As she flew towards the black lake, Xianxia chased after her and loudly yelled, Sister Rujing. Hearing Xianxia's voice, Xian Rujing immediately stopped and looked at Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia, she became very vigilant. Xian Rujing is vigilant, her cold and elegant beautiful face is filled with faint killing intent. She is holding the sun-suppressing divine arrow that is emitting cold air and looking at Qin Yun. Qin Yun sensed Xian Rujing's killing intent when he arrived. He is secretly startled and at the same time very worried. He is worried that Xian Rujing has forgotten about him because Xian Rujing is being harassed by the heavenly punishment curse and has been deprived of her emotions. Who are you? Xian Rujing saw Qin Yun and coldly shouted. The sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand overflowed with dense cold air. I am Qin Yun. Sister Rujing, what happened to you? Qin Yun yelled. Qin Yun? It is impossible for you to be Qin Yun, this is the extreme area, men cannot come here. Are you an illusion? Xian Rujing said. Sister Rujing, this is not the extreme area. This is sacred desolate sun holy land. Qin Yun felt a lot relieved in his heart. Xian Rujing has not forgotten about him, she is just too vigilant. Xian Rujing's brows are slightly creased, she stared at Qin Yun and said, Are you really Qin Yun? Qin Yun took out the spirit-chasing talisman and said, Don't you have my spirit-chasing talisman? After Xian Rujing took out the spirit-chasing talisman, she is sure that the Qin Yun before her is the real Qin Yun. Qin Yun promptly took out the floating cloud pagoda and placed it on the ground. He said, The sky is getting dark, we should hide first and talk later. Xian Rujing is also baffled because she still doesn't know how Qin Yun arrived here. She followed Qin Yun into the floating cloud pagoda and said, You look very tired, could it be that you have been chasing me all the way? Xian Rujing suspects that Qin Yun has been using some kind of secret technique to follow her, that is why he arrived here. Qin Yun indeed rushed through the night in order to be ahead of Xian Rujing, he is indeed very tired. I did not follow you. I really did not expect that we would meet here. Qin Yun leaned back on the chair, enduring his exhaustion. He told Xian Rujing about how he met Great Sage Wu at Great Sage Peak and how he used sun-suppressing divine arrow to find this place. Xian Rujing earnestly listened, she knows why Qin Yun is here. She is also very amazed but her expression is ice cold. You are tired, go take a bath first. I will help you scrub your back. Xian Rujing said. This? Qin Yun is startled, looking at Xian Rujing's ice-cold beautiful eyes. He doesn't dare to refuse, he nodded and said, All right. Dawn arrived, Qin Yun woke up from a warm and fragrant bed. This is the warmest and most pleasant night he has had since entering Sun Holy Land. And this warmth is brought by ice-cold ice goddess. Qin Yun gently caressed the ice elegant and moving beauty in his bosom, tidied up her beautiful long hair and kissed her forehead from time to time. Xian Rujing's ice-cold beautiful eyes looked at Qin Yun. Although they are ice-cold, they are filled with a trace of gentle radiance. Sister Rujing, why did you go there? Qin Yun asked. Last night, they did not talk about divine space ice dragon, they did not talk much, they just cultivated together. There is something calling me there. I originally wanted to go to Mother Moon but I suddenly sensed that call and came over. Xian Rujing said. Luckily you did not go there too early. Qin Yun laughed and said, You made me worried to death. Qin Yun, then why did you go there? Xian Rujing sat up, combed her long hair in front of her chest and asked. Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball is over there. Qin Yun's expression is somewhat grave, then he started talking about Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball. After Xian Rujing finished listening, she said with frown, Why is Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball calling me there? But I can receive the call of the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl. Qin Yun thought about this before, he said, Maybe it is because your Ice Goddess Totem is similar to Divine Space Ice Dragon Totem. I suspect that Ice Dragon Totem is inside the Dragon Ball. Then do you plan to go look for Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball by yourself? Xian Rujing asked. Qin Yun hugged Xian Rujing and let her lean on his bosom. Then he enjoyed the faintly discernible and peculiar tenderness of this ice-cold beauty. I am not afraid of heavenly punishment, I have rich experience in dealing with this kind of power. Qin Yun said in low voice, I cannot let you take such a risk. Then you should wait until you reach Great Sage Realm. You and I are late-stage Sage Realm, how about we cultivate together for a few days and wait until we reach Great Sage Realm? Xian Rujing said in low voice. That's fine. Qin Yun nodded. Let Qingqing and others come out and cultivate together, it will be faster this way. Xian Rujing said again. Qin Yan is somewhat startled in his heart. Xian Rujing let Zi Qingqing and others come out because she wants to see them because they used to have a very good relationship. This means that Xian Rujing's emotions have clearly recovered. Her soul originally had this kind of emotional memory. Now that she was gradually recovering, she naturally felt all kinds of feelings. For example, she was enjoying being with Qin Yan. Qin Yan kissed Xian Rujing's face, then kissed her vermilion lips. After the two of them rested, they arrived at a very spacious floor of the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yan took out the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and let Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Long Tianji come out to cultivate together. Previously, Qin Yan had cultivated together with Zi Qingqing and company. At that time, Qin Yan was already on the verge of breaking through. Now that Xian Rujing has joined them, it is indeed possible for them to quickly break through and step into Great Sage Realm. Xian Rujing originally wanted to go find Muyu, but since she met Qin Yan, she decided to stay with him and wait for him to obtain the divine space ice dragon pearl. The Mother Moon was in the Sun's sacred land, but it was relatively far away. Moreover, its location was very likely to be the place of extreme mean. After 2 days, a burst of golden sacred power appeared on Qin Yan's body. 4 layers of sacred splendor appeared on his body. He has finally stepped into Great Sage Realm. On the surface of Xian Rujing's body, faint white sacred power appeared. 4 layers of sacred splendor also appeared. She and Qin Yan broke through together. Zi Qingqing and the other 2 girls are late-stage Sage Realm. And Xian Rujing also wants to continue cultivating together. In one spurt of energy, she wants the 3 girls to step into Great Sage Realm. With Qin Yan and Xian Rujing cultivating together, plus the difficulty of their breakthrough is not as high as Qin Yan's, they can cultivate very quickly. Divine Space Golden Stone's energy is very strong. After being transformed by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it can be easily absorbed and refined. Combined with Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, it can be said that Divine Space's power can be perfectly used to cultivate. This way, cultivation speed can be very fast. Moreover, by absorbing Divine Space Golden Stone's energy, one can cultivate divine power and divine body at a very fast speed. It can establish solid foundation for becoming God in the future. After several days and nights, Zi Qingqing and the other 2 girls finally broke through. After stopping cultivating, Shui Tianzi and the others very happily returned to 9 Sun Divine Soul. These past few days, Qin Yan did not pay attention to the situation outside. Although he can see outside from inside the floating cloud pagoda, he cannot see very far, especially since they are inside a mountain forest. It is daytime now, let's go out and take a look. Qin Yan said, then pulled Xian Rujing's hand and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. He stored the floating cloud pagoda and floated in the sky. They can see the huge black lake from high up in the sky. Qin Yan is amazed because the black river worm from before has appeared beside the black lake and is even connected to it. Is the Dragon Ball still there? Qin Yan asked. The Dragon Ball is inside the lake. I can sense it. Xian Rujing said with certainty. What is going on with that river worm? Qin Yan wants to understand the situation of the river worm very much. It is very dangerous to go over without understanding the situation. Qin Yan used Heavenly Eye to observe, but he cannot see anything unless he uses very strong Heavenly Eye power. Sister Rujing, I will use very strong power later. I will consume a lot of energy. Qin Yan said. Rest assured, I will protect you. Xian Rujing nodded and tightly held Qin Yan's hand. Qin Yan sensed a burst of formidable energy being transmitted from Xian Rujing's soft hand. He felt relieved and condensed all of his power into Heavenly Eye. Activating Heavenly Eye with all his power consumes a lot of energy. Even though he obtained Heavenly Eye, he still can't figure out what is inside it. He can sense that Heavenly Eye has very strong ability, it is just that he is unable to grasp it and also doesn't know how to use it. Qin Yan's eyes suddenly turned purple-red and shot out 2 intense purple-red light rays into the black lake. In a flash, Qin Yan saw a white ice-cold pearl at the bottom of the lake. Dragon balls are not very big, the smallest one is the size of a fist. The white pearl Qin Yan saw is very big compared to other dragon balls because it is several meters wide. What caused him to be shocked is that there is a black thing inside the pearl. What did you see? Xian Rujing saw Qin Yan's serious expression and asked in soft voice. I don't know if it is Divine Space Ice Dragon Ball or not. There is something inside the Dragon Ball, it seems like it is alive, I will go take a look. Xianxia said. The two purple-red light rays released by his eyes suddenly became even stronger and entered the white pearl. After entering the white pearl, Xianxia saw the black thing inside and immediately let out a loud cry in fright. The purple-red light rays released by his eyes also suddenly disappeared. What is that thing? Xianxia asked anxiously. She understands Xianxia, she knows that he has experienced many things. Something that can make Xianxia so scared is certainly not simple. That thing, if I am not wrong, it should be a heavenly devil demon. Xianxia's expression became grave as he said, this thing is very dreadful, it usually grows inside the body of a formidable creature. It is something created by heavenly law divine domain, it is specially used to take revenge or control formidable creatures. Xianxia said, so all the ice race people who obtained divine space ice dragon ball have miserable end? Xianxia nodded, it is all because of the heavenly devil demon. This thing must have tortured the divine space ice dragon for a very long time. What is the matter with that great river worm? Is it related to the heavenly devil demon? Xianxia asked. It is related. Both the great river worm and the black lake were created by the heavenly devil demon. Xianxia said, this black liquid is the energy collected by the heavenly devil demon for many years. Suddenly, the black lake looks like it is boiling, it started bubbling and issuing very dreadful gurgling sound. It looks like a lake of poisonous water is boiling, a golden light ball slowly floated over from the distance. Seeing that golden light ball, Xianxia promptly made himself and Xianxia invisible. The golden light that floated over was the altar that Xianxia had entered with. The altar slowly floated over and floated above the black lake. A voice came out from inside and yelled, little devil demon, do you want to go home? Heavenly law divine domain is becoming stronger and stronger. I don't want to, a hoarse voice came out from the lake. You don't want to? Don't forget how you came here, the person speaking from inside the altar is a heavenly person. Of course I know how I came here. But I worked hard for many years to become this strong. The heavenly devil demon said. If we did not put you inside the divine universe ice dragon's dragon ball, would you have grown so strong? Don't forget, we can create you and also destroy you, the heavenly devil demon said with laugh. Then come, the heavenly devil demon laughed loudly and said. Crash, that great river worm suddenly transformed into a black snake and bit towards the altar. The altar flickered with golden light and released extremely strong energy. After that great river-like snake was hit by the golden light, it was sent flying and its huge body slammed on the ground. The heavenly person laughed loudly and said, little devil demon, you better obediently listen to us. We have very important things to do in Sun's sacred land, if you help us complete them, we can guarantee you freedom, moreover, you will become even stronger. The heavenly devil demon did not reply, apparently he is considering. Xianxia sent sound transmission to Xianxia and asked, should we attack? Don't attack for now, that altar is very strong. Unless Great Sage Wu is here, I won't be able to deal with it. Xianxia said. There are many formidable heavenly saints inside the sun altar. Not only Xianxia has to face those heavenly saints, he also has to face the altar's attack. Just as the heavenly devil demon is hesitating, a large number of ice spears flew over from the distance and enveloped the altar. Seeing those ice spears, Xianxia realized that ice race people have arrived, moreover, they are very strong. After the sun altar was transformed by the heavenly law divine domain, it became very strong. Adding the energy inside the altar comes from the heavenly law divine domain, the energy it released is very dreadful. Xianxia and Xianxia are hiding in a dark place, looking at the ice ball. After sensing the cold air, they cannot help but retreat. This kind of cold air is very strong. The reason why they can control this cold air is because they have grasped the power of Ice Dragon Totem. Xianxia secretly transmitted her voice to Xianxia. It seems like the Ice Dragon passed down its totem. Xianxia said, the Ice Dragon Totem is quite good, they can fuse the totem into their blood. Xianxia said, the Ice Dragon Totem should be inside the Dragon Pearl but there is something inside the Dragon Pearl, there is no way to take it out now. Heavenly Law Divine Domain wants to take away the Dragon Pearl and control the heavenly devil demons inside. And the ice race suddenly appeared to protect the Dragon Pearl, that is why they attacked the altar. Although the sun altar is wrapped up and turned into an ice ball, there are heavenly beings and formidable inscription masters inside. Their overall power is very formidable. The altar shook and the ice ball immediately cracked open. This kind of cold ice can devour energy, but now it seems like it is being suppressed by the altar. After all, it is the heavenly law divine domain. It has mastered all kinds of formidable techniques. Sun Holy Land's strange cold air is completely unable to deal with those heavenly beings. Ice race, you lowly race from ancient times, you can actually survive until now. Heavenly being's voice came out from the altar. This immediately angered those ice race people. Tyrannical cold wind suddenly rose and whistled. Many ice power condensed into all kinds of illusory figures and rushed towards the altar. The sun altar's surface flickered with golden light. Scorching hot air wave brought with it a burst of frantic power, resisting the formidable strange cold power. Xianxia used heavenly eye to look at the sun altar. He can faintly see a trace of heavenly law power. If I use heavenly law power to resist, then the ice race people's attack will not be that strong. Xianxia is somewhat doubtful in his heart. He used heavenly might Dao technique to resist the cold power before, but the effect was not very clear. He suspects that the heavenly law power he cultivated is not strong enough. While the altar is resisting the ice race people's attack, the black great river insect suddenly floated up and wrapped around the altar. The heavenly demonic demons inside the divine universe ice dragon pearl also attacked. The great river worm was formed from black liquid. After it enveloped the altar, the heavenly fiend demon released the power of the divine space ice dragon pearl to freeze the black liquid. Just like that, the altar was sealed inside the river worm. Ice Royal Clan, I know that you are protecting the divine universe ice dragon ball, but you must also understand that the divine universe ice dragon ball no longer belongs to the divine universe ice dragon, so this dragon ball is not yours. The heavenly demonic demon laughed sinisterly. It belongs to me. You'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Dao. Evil creature, just you wait, we will definitely drag you out. An old and slightly angry voice came from afar. The Ice Royal tribe was the royal tribe of the Ice Clan. They didn't show themselves, but they controlled strong ice energy to resist the altar. Xianxia was puzzled as he recalled the past. In his memories, there was no such thing as the Ice Clan. It was also possible that this clan was too weak back then, so they didn't have any sense of existence, so he didn't remember them. Although the altar was sealed, the people inside were fine. The heaven man's voice came out and he shouted angrily, "You are just a heavenly devil demon, just you wait." The heavenly law divine realm attaches great importance to this place. Next, they will send experts over one after another. I'm not afraid of you. The heavenly devil demon laughed loudly. You group of heaven men do indeed have some ability, but you can only scare ordinary creatures. You can't scare me. Then you're wrong. This time, the Sacred King Heavenly Mother will come. You should know the strength of the Sacred King Heavenly Mother better than me. Any random Sacred King Heavenly Mother from our heavenly law divine realm would be an invincible existence in the sacred wasteland. The man in the altar laughed loudly. You. Don't scare me. How noble was the Sacred King Heavenly Mother? How could she come to such a place? Besides, if the Sacred King Heavenly Mother really comes here, it means that you guys are too weak. You will all be sent back to the heavenly embryo by the Sacred King Heavenly Mother to be reborn. The heavenly devil demon is clearly scared. The man in the altar said with sneer, Heavenly devil demon, I say, you are really something. You still don't know how important this place is? We are here to act as the vanguard. The Sacred King Heavenly Mother will arrive very soon. The heavenly devil demon's voice has already become somewhat trembling as he asked, when will the Sacred King Heavenly Mother arrive? How many? 2. She will arrive very soon, the heavenly devil demon said. You, don't scare me. The heavenly devil demon seems to be scared, he can't hide the fear in his voice. Xianxia pulled Xianrujing, unleashed light transformation sacred pupil and immediately flew away towards the direction of the Ice King race. Xianrujing did not even have time to react and they are already far away from the Black Lake. Xianxia, are you afraid of the Sacred King Heavenly Mother? Xianrujing asked. Although she doesn't know what the Sacred King Heavenly Mother is, she can see that she is a very formidable existence in the heavenly law divine realm. I am not afraid, I just don't have enough strength to face the sacred King Heavenly Mother. Qinyan said. Then what about the divine universe ice dragon pearl? Don't you want it? Xianrujing said. Of course I want it. Qinyan flew forward and chased after the Ice King race people. What is the sacred King Heavenly Mother? Heavenly devil demons are very afraid of this kind of people. Xianrujing said. Among the heavenly men, there are many males and very few females. And most of the heavenly men are born from the Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother controls very formidable heavenly law power, she can give birth to many formidable heavenly men. Then, how many heavenly men can a Heavenly Mother give birth to? Xianrujing knows very little about heavenly men. In fact, people under heavenly law know very little about heavenly men. Qinyan is very familiar with the heavenly law divine realm, so he knows about the situation of heavenly men. A Heavenly Mother can give birth to at least several 100,000, at most several million, over 10 million. Heavenly law divine realm is a very large faction, it governs many heavenly domains under heavenly law. Qinyan said. Xianrujing's expression is filled with amazement as she asked, give birth to over 10 million? How do they give birth to that? Qinyan said, this is similar to the composition of an ant colony, the Heavenly Mother is the queen ant. The heavenly men of the heavenly law divine realm are all nests, the stronger the Heavenly Mother, the more she can give birth to, the stronger the heavenly men she gives birth to. The stronger the heavenly men are, the more resources they can provide to the Heavenly Mother, making her evolve even stronger. So it is like this. What does the sacred king of the sacred king Heavenly Mother represent? Xianrujing asked. It means that as long as the Heavenly Mother is in good condition, she can give birth to very strong heavenly saints. The strongest heavenly saints are the kings of the saint-level space. And the arrival of the sacred King Heavenly Mother means that she will be accompanied by many formidable heavenly saints. Qinyan said. Xianrujing now understands why the heavenly devil demons are so afraid of the sacred King Heavenly Mother and why Qinyan doesn't want to fight against the sacred King Heavenly Mother. When the sacred King Heavenly Mother gives birth to heavenly men, does it look like a human giving birth to a child? Xianrujing asked again. As a woman, she feels very scared just thinking about giving birth to several 100,000 heavenly men. She has never experienced giving birth to children. Even though she is the ice goddess, she has at most created some ice spirits. Qinyan said with a smile, of course not. They can absorb the heavenly Tao's powers and use mystic arts to create heavenly humans together with the heavenly embryo. As for the process, the heavenly embryo is like a cauldron. It's like refining a huge egg, allowing heavenly humans to break out of the shell. Many heavenly men are created this way. So that's how it is. Xianrujing nodded. If that is the case, then this Heavenly Mother is truly dreadful. She can create so many formidable heavenly men. It is very difficult for ordinary living beings to cultivate to heavenly saint realm, but they can directly create them. Not only that, Divine Desolate's Heavenly Mother can directly create gods. Those divine heavenly men are also created in this way. Qinyan said, that is why the heavenly law divine domain is very formidable, because there are many of these heavenly mothers there. Xianrujing also secretly sighed at the might of the heavenly law divine domain. She now understands why even someone as heaven-defying as Qinyan is being suppressed so miserably by the heavenly law divine domain. In the past, 9 Sun royal family, as well as many other powerful races and factions under the heavenly law, were incomparably insignificant in front of heavenly law divine domain's heavenly men. 2 sacred king heavenly mothers are coming to the sun sacred land. It means that they will be accompanied by many formidable heavenly men with very high status. Heavenly devil demons came from the heavenly law divine domain, so they are very clear about how formidable heavenly mothers are. Xianrujing and Qinyan are flying hand in hand. Xianrujing asked, Qinyan, have you seen Heavenly Mother? In my 9 lives, I have only seen her 3 times. I have seen her from far away. When Heavenly Mother goes out, she is accompanied by at least 100,000 heavenly men. Moreover, they are all the strongest heavenly men born by that Heavenly Mother. It can be said that she has come out in full force. Are the 2 heavenly mothers coming to the sun sacred land for the sun seed? Is the sun seed very important to them? Xianrujing asked. Speaking of this matter, Xianxia laughed and said, extremely important. I have been dealing with heavenly men for many years. I learned that there is a legend in the heavenly law divine domain. Heavenly Mother cannot give birth to a child in her womb. She can only use a tool called heavenly embryo to use energy to create a heavenly man. Heavenly mothers want to experience true pregnancy and give birth to their own flesh and blood. According to legend, they need a sun seed to give birth to a child. Xianxia also finds this very interesting. She continued to ask, then what they give birth to, will they be very strong? I don't know. According to legend, they are very strong. They can become heavenly law venerable emperor. Xianxia said with smile, of course, these are all legends. However, heavenly mothers are very concerned about the matter of sun seed. Just look at them personally taking action, you will know. Xianxia knows that Sacred King Heavenly Mother is very strong, but he doesn't know the specifics. The information he heard from heavenly people about Heavenly Mother is not very deep. Because majority of heavenly people can rarely see Heavenly Mother. Only very strong heavenly people can stay beside Heavenly Mother and listen to her command. Xianxia and Xianxia are flying in the sky is gradually darkening, night is about to arrive. Night is very dangerous in this sun-sacred land. However, Xianxia is beside Xianxia, she is releasing a very peculiar energy that enveloped Xianxia's body. Xianxia can feel a burst of warm energy coming from Xianxia's hand, he feels very comfortable. Sister Rujing, you are ice and snow goddess, but the energy you are releasing is very warm. Even I am a flame cultivator, I cannot warm myself up. Xianxia said with smile. At night, Xianxia can barely resist the strange cold power. Even if he doesn't release energy while running on the ground, it is still very cold. Xianxia said, this place's ice power is very peculiar, the hotter the energy inside your body, the colder you will feel. If you cultivate the power of ice, then you will feel very warm. But the prerequisite is that your ice power must be cold enough. So it is like this. Xianxia nodded, he also knows that the strange ice power here loves to devour scorching hot energy. For example, ice race's devilish children love to eat fire candy. Sister Rujing, you should go find Muyu. I can get Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl by myself. Xianxia said. Muyu's situation should be very stable now. Xianxia looked at the silver light pearl in the distance and said, I want to be with you. In this kind of environment, I can be of great help to you. She finished speaking and grabbed Xianxia's hand with even more strength, expressing her determination to not leave. Alright then. Xianxia also doesn't want Xianxia to take risks with him because he will most likely have to face the extremely strong Sacred King Heavenly Mother. Xianxia also understands Xianxia's intention, she coldly groaned and said, Xianxia, don't tell me you dislike me for being a burden? Of course not. Xianxia said with smile, if not for you, I would only be able to run on the ground, it would be very difficult to fly. That's good. Xianxia said, this kind of environment is advantageous to me, my strength is not weak, don't look down on me. I know. Said Xianxia with a smile. They were far away from the Black Lake. They wondered how the heavenly demonic demon that controlled the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl was doing. Xianxia saw that the Ice Royal race people were guarding the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl, so he chased after them to make contact with them. While flying, Xianxia and Xianxia released their aura. It can be said that their movements are not small. Especially at night, it was easier to expose his whereabouts. Sure enough, while Xianxia and Xianxia are flying in the night sky, they suddenly sensed berserk cold air all around them. A cold whirlpool of white light appeared in the sky, stirring up a storm. Xianxia said with frown, be careful, someone is controlling very strong cold power, they want to trap us. Xianxia promptly shouted, Ice Royal race friends, we are from Sacred Desolate, we have no malice, we just want to discuss with you about heavenly devil demons. It could only be someone from the Ice Royal family, so he immediately expressed his intentions. The cold whirlpool of white light is still revolving in the sky, but the heaven and earth are not that cold anymore. Burst of cold wind whistled and arrived from all around. More than 10 people wearing ice armor and white ice helmets appeared around Xianxia and Xianxia. They are floating in the sky and surrounding Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia doesn't feel anything, but Xianxia feels somewhat cold. Fortunately, Xian Rujing is transferring energy to him, helping him resist the cold. Sacred desolate people, what do you know about heavenly devil demons? We have nothing to discuss about this matter. The person speaking is an old man. He is the same old man who talked to the heavenly devil demons before. Senior, it is not difficult to deal with heavenly devil demons, it is difficult to deal with heavenly law divine domain. Xianxia very calmly said, I think you also know that heavenly law divine domain's heavenly men have arrived. That old man took off his helmet, looking at his face. He is a valiant old man with an ice-cold expression. His eyes flickered with cold light as he said, then what do you want to discuss with us? Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl cannot fall into heavenly law divine domain's hands. Xianxia said. We know this better than you. Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl can fall into anyone's hands, but it cannot fall into heavenly law divine domain's hands. Can you take away the Dragon Pearl? That old man said in cold voice. Of course I can't now, but if you help me, I can. You should know that Sacred King Heavenly Mother will arrive soon. Xianxia said. These more than 10 Ice Royal Race people immediately let out low sighs. Some of them still don't believe Xianxia. If Sacred King Heavenly Mother arrives, we won't be able to take away the Dragon Pearl. And your strength is too weak, you are not even heavenly saints. Being able to come here from Sacred Desolate alive is already very good, that old man said. Xianxia said, Sacred King Heavenly Mother will arrive, but she will need some time to arrive at the Dragon Pearl. We must take advantage of this time to get the Dragon Pearl. This Sun Holy Land is very big and has a very strong barrier. No matter how strong Sacred King Heavenly Mother is, she cannot directly break through space and enter the Sun Holy Land. We are not a match for heavenly devil demons. And what gives you two the confidence to deal with heavenly devil demons? That old man sized up Xianxia and Xian Rujing. His eyes are filled with disdain. Heavenly devil demons are extremely evil creatures. We can use extreme yang items to deal with them. Xianxia took out a hammer. It is 9 Sun Divine Hammer. He placed the core crystal mother inside the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and poured his absolute yang power into it. The divine hammer immediately flickered with intense light and released a scorching hot air wave. The ice armor worn by the more than 10 Ice Royal Race people immediately melted. This caused the expressions of the more than 10 Ice Royal Race experts to change. After their ice armor melted, they became middle-aged men wearing beast skin. There is only one old man, but that old man is very strong. Sun Soul, that old man's ice-cold eyes suddenly became fiery hot. Indeed. But it won't last long. Xianxia promptly took out the core crystal mother and said, although this is our first time meeting, we have the same goal. We cannot let the Dragon Pearl and heavenly devil demons fall into heavenly law divine domain's hands. That old man said, you seem to understand this matter very well. What else do you know? If my guess is not wrong, the heavenly devil demons have been parasitizing the Dragon Pearl for many years. They know the Divine Universe Ice Dragon like the back of their hand. They are connected to the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's soul. And now, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon has merged with the entire Sun Holy Land. If we control the heavenly devil demons, we can indirectly control the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. Xianxia said. That old man's expression turned cold and said, what else? At that time, heavenly law divine domain will control the Sun Holy Land. If you use the heavenly devil demons to stir up trouble here, your ice race will surely be exterminated. Xianxia said. Who are you? That old man coldly looked at Xianxia. He is still very vigilant towards Xianxia. My name is Xianxia, you won't recognize me even if I tell you. Xianxia said with laugh, Senior, if you don't make a decision quickly, the Divine King Heavenly Mother will come. Xian Rujing said, quickly make a decision. Are you sure you can take down the Dragon Pearl? The old man said, so long as you take the Dragon Pearl and bring it to Sacred Desolate, then cut off the connection between the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and the heavenly devil demons, it will be fine. Xianxia promptly took out 3 Dragon Pearls. These 3 pearls are releasing very strong dragon might. These are the Dragon Pearls of Divine Universe Devil Dragon, Divine Universe Evil Dragon and Divine Universe Fire Dragon. Seeing these 3 Dragon Pearls, more than 10 Ice Race people opened their eyes wide. Their originally ice-cold expression has now turned into one of shock. Xianxia is just a great Sage Realm cultivator, yet he has 3 Divine Universe Dragon Pearls. Xianxia stored the Dragon Pearls and said, can I? Let's go. that old man finished speaking, cold air rushed out of his body and condensed into an ice armor. Other people's ice armor was melted by 9 Sun Divine Hammer's energy. And now they are condensed again. More than 10 Ice King race people are flying in front. Xianrujing pulled Qin Yun and followed behind. With Xianrujing's help, Qin Yun doesn't need to consume any energy. Xianrujing has 9 sacred veins. It can be said that she is like a fish in water inside the Sun Holy Land. Qin Yun thought about it for a long time and decided to bring the Ice King race people back. He concluded that Sacred King Heavenly Mother won't be able to arrive so quickly. He wants to take this opportunity to capture the Heavenly Devil Demon and obtain the Dragon Pearls. If the Dragon Pearls fall into Sacred King Heavenly Mother's hands, Sun Holy Land's situation will be under their control and they can easily obtain the Sun Seed. Late at night, the Black Lake can't be seen from the sky. However, Ice King race people and Xianrujing both know where the Black Lake is. That sun altar is being wrapped up by the great river worm. It is now struggling. After Qin Yun and the others approached, they heard the Heavenly Man yell, "Heavenly Devil Demon, what do you think? We are not lying to you, Sacred King Heavenly Mother will arrive soon. You must pledge allegiance before she arrives and you won't be punished." "If I pledge allegiance, what benefits will I get?" The Heavenly Devil Demon is very afraid of Heavenly Mother but he doesn't want to obey Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Naturally there will be benefits, the specifics will depend on your attitude. That Heavenly Devil Demon is also very afraid of Heavenly Mother, so he did not clearly state his conditions. Alright, the Heavenly Devil Demon agreed. After the Heavenly Devil Demon finished speaking, the great river worm released the altar. The altar once again appeared. It is flickering with intense golden light. Suddenly a white ice ball floated out of the Black Lake. There is a black thing inside the ice ball. It is the Heavenly Devil Demon. On the way here, Qin Yun discussed with the Ice King race people. At this moment, the people of the Ice Royal tribe attacked the altar, and Qin Yun and Xianrujing rushed towards the Dragon Pearls. The heavenly person inside the altar furiously shouted, "Wretched ice race bastards, you are opposing Heavenly Law Divine Domain, there will be no end for you." Even though there are only 10 Ice Royal race people, they are all very strong, moreover they can use cold power all around them. They want to freeze the altar. Qin Yun used Heavenly Eye and rushed towards the huge Dragon Pearl. After approaching the Dragon Pearl, Qin Yun used Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability. "Bring me along." Xianrujing firmly grabbed Qin Yun's hand and said. Qin Yun pulled Xianrujing and entered the Dragon Pearl. His other hand is also tightly holding 9 Sun Divine Hammer. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. As soon as they entered, Qin Yun felt incomparably cold, moreover a ruthless evil energy rushed over. Fortunately Xianrujing used her 9 sacred power and Sun and Moon Heart Sutras method to pour it into Qin Yun's body. This allowed Qin Yun to resist the coldness. Qin Yun's body released overwhelming righteous energy and purified the ruthless evil energy. Inside the Dragon Pearl, Qin Yun saw a Heavenly Devil Demon. His whole body is made of black liquid. He has a pair of red eyes. The Heavenly Devil Demon sensed that someone has entered and let out angry roars. When he saw Qin Yun, his angry roars came to an abrupt halt. He said with trembling voice, "Palace. Palace King? You recognize me?" Qin Yun said in amazement. You still haven't been played to death." The Heavenly Devil Demon saw the 9 Sun Divine Hammer in Qin Yun's hand. He felt very uncomfortable after being burned by the extreme yang power. "I was almost played to death a few times but luckily I survived," Qin Yun said with laugh. "It is impossible to be lucky. The Heavenly Devil Demon's evil power is very strong." He burst out with roar and said, "Let me kill you, Heavenly Mother will surely reward me." "Dream on. You and I both understand that group of fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. In their eyes, you are nothing more than a tool. After using you, they will refine you into energy." Qin Yun sneered as he struck with the Divine Hammer in his hand. While attacking, Qin Yun fused the Nether Sun and Nether Moon within his body and released Sun and Moon Splendor power. This kind of power is the most dreadful. It contains vigorous and ferocious yang power as well as yin moon power which is extremely harmful to the soul. After using the 9 Sun Divine Hammer to increase its power by several times, its might is ferocious and berserk. Boom boom boom, Qin Yun held the hammer with one hand and began hammering at the Sky Fiend Demon. In an instant, he struck out dozens of times. Each strike was a move from the 9 forms of heavenly annihilation. The most dreadful thing is that Qin Yun is using the power of Nether Sun Totem. Although the sky demonic beasts had cultivated physical bodies, their strongest aspect was still their soul bodies. It is very easy for Qin Yun to deal with this kind of evil soul body. As he continuously hammered, Nether Sun Flame also burst out and smelted the heavenly devil demon. The heavenly demonic demon's soul was torn to shreds by the power of sun and moon splendor. This thing is so weak. After killing the heavenly devil demon, Qin Yun took out an ice pearl from its body. It is the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's Dragon Pearl. After obtaining the Dragon Pearl, the frost power contained in the huge ice ball immediately surged into the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. The Skyfiend demons had been purified by Qin Yun and transformed into pure energy that was absorbed by the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer consumed a lot of energy. The Mother Crystal Core's energy had already been used up. It needed to store energy before it could be used again. Qin Yun stored the Divine Hammer. Xianxia pulled Qin Yun and rushed towards the distance. Ice King race people are still besieging the altar. They saw Qin Yun succeed. They are extremely happy and promptly retreated. Xianxia brought Qin Yun and left with the Ice King race people. After they left, a burst of angry cursing came from inside the altar. Because those heavenly men don't know what is happening outside. They only know that they are being besieged by Ice King race people. After they understood the situation outside, they became even more furious. Because the heavenly devil demon has been killed and the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl has been taken away. The altar broke open the thick ice and a few old men flew out. One of them is wearing robe with star transformation runes. He is precisely the very high position Elder Ping. Elder Ping, what is going on? Someone can actually kill a heavenly devil demon and even take away the Dragon Pearl. One heavenly man looked at the Black Lake. There is a very strong extreme yang power. Elder Ping closed his eyes and earnestly sensed. He slowly said, "It is impossible for Ice King race people to have this kind of extreme yang power." That heavenly man's expression sank and said, "Could it be that someone else has entered the sun-sacred land? It shouldn't be. We are guarding the entrance. If someone comes, we will know." "Wait here for your heavenly mother, maybe she knows what is going on," Elder Ping said. "Ice King race bastards, I must exterminate them," that heavenly man furiously said. Qin Yun and Xianxia arrived at a mountain forest with Ice King race people. Day has already brightened when they arrived. There are many holes in the trees inside the mountain forest. These are the residences of the Ice King race people. Qin Yun went to village Chief Wang's village before. The ice race people also live like this. Qin Yun and Xianxia arrived at a cave residence inside a large tree. "You two, wait for our clan king to return. Before that, you cannot leave our village. You have the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl in your hands. Although our Ice King race doesn't want the Dragon Pearl, we still want to discuss this matter," that old man said. "All right." Qin Yun nodded. He also wants to meet the clan king. He cannot remember that 9 desolate great land once had an ice race. Could it be that ice race is too weak, so I never noticed them? Qin Yun took out the heaven leaping shuttle from inside the tree hole. Xianxia followed Qin Yun into the heaven leaping shuttle and said, "Back when you were 9 Sun Palace King, your main focus was on heavenly law divine domain. Naturally you did not notice other races." "Maybe so," Qin Yun said with smile, then took out the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. He handed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and looked, then said with frown, "My snow goddess totem has appeared." Qin Yun looked at the back of her snow-white hand and sure enough, there are faint white totem runes. Dragon Pearl also has totem runes. Qin Yun said, "This small pearl indeed has Ice Dragon totem inheritance. It is fusing with my snow goddess totem." Xianxia is somewhat looking forward to it. She looked at the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl and said in low voice, "I wonder what will happen after I fuse with the Ice Dragon totem." While speaking, she vigorously pulled and tore apart the clothes on her body. She doesn't seem to mind that Qin Yun is beside her. Many totem runes appeared on Xianxia's flawless body, moreover they are still moving. Amazingly, the Ice Dragon totem on the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl is like ants moving house, it is entering Xianxia's body bit by bit. Xianxia's brows are creased and she said in deep voice, "Very cold." Divine Space Ice Dragon Totem is truly awesome. Her body suddenly emitted burst of cold air. Do you need my help? Xianxia asked. Come. Xianrujing said, I need your 9 Sun Sacred Veins help. Let's cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd level. Although Xianrujing is ice-cold towards Xianxia, she has already acknowledged him as her man. Therefore, the two of them are very close. Two of them are now cultivating together and a strange situation occurred. Xianrujing's body is burning hot and Xianxia's body is ice-cold. This kind of power is caused by the Ice Dragon Totem inside the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. Xianrujing has already obtained the Ice Dragon Totem but has not completely fused with it. Even though Xianxia is an inscription master, he is powerless when it comes to totem fusion because it is beyond his understanding. Not long after, Xianrujing and Xianxia's situation stabilized. Xianrujing's totem seems to have evolved and she has become very spirited. Xianxia is somewhat tired but seeing Xianrujing's great harvest, he is very happy in his heart. Sister Rujing, how is your situation now? Xianxia slightly hugged the beautiful woman in his bosom who is emitting a faint cold fragrance. Xianrujing's face is somewhat tender and beautiful. She leaned on Xianxia's chest and said in soft voice, I also don't know, it seems like I have mastered Ice Race's ability. This is very good. Xianxia said with smile. Thank you. Xianrujing said in soft voice and then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia faintly smiled, then kissed the beautiful woman's vermilion lips. Both of them spent a sweet night together. Next morning. Xianrujing is elegantly wearing clothes. Her elegant eyebrows are slightly creased as she asked, Xianxia, do you think Ice King race people want to snatch away the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl? Even if they want to snatch it away, it won't be that easy. Xianxia said with smile, if we want to leave, we can leave at any time. I just want to ask their clan king a few things. Xianrujing is wearing simple and unadorned white clothes. After her Ice Snow Goddess totem evolved, her aura has become even more ice-cold. However, in Xianxia's eyes, she seems a lot more gentle. Xianxia looked at the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl in his hand and said, I thought I could contact Divine Space Ice Dragon through this Dragon Pearl but I did not succeed. Maybe the method is wrong. Xianrujing said. That is why I have to ask Ice King Race's clan king. Xianxia stored the Dragon Pearl, then walked towards Xianrujing, gently caressed her absolutely beautiful face and said with smile, Sister Rujing, it seems like your emotions are gradually recovering. I don't know. Xianrujing faintly sighed, I just feel that being together with you gives me a very comfortable feeling. I don't know what kind of feeling it is. It is called happiness, it is called happiness. Xianxia kissed her vermilion lips and said with smile, you will surely recover completely later. But I don't want this kind of feeling makes me feel very tired. Xianrujing finished speaking and her expression suddenly became somewhat cold. It doesn't matter, just do it bit by bit, you will get used to it. Wait until you see Sister Kiru and the others, your emotions will surely recover even faster. Xianxia said. At this time a voice came from outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Little friend Xianxia, our clan elder wants to see you. The person speaking is the old captain of the Ice King race. Xianxia thought about it, then tidied up his clothes and left the Heaven Leaping Shuttle with Xianrujing. What matter does your clan elder want to see me for? Xianxia asked. I also don't know, he said it is an important matter, the old man said. Xianxia stored the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and left the tree hole with Xianrujing. After they came out of the tree hole, they saw an old man with a big nose and gloomy eyes standing outside. Elder Chen is floating outside the tree hole, his hand is holding a white ice-long staff, there is a snow-white skull on top of the staff. There were 2 dark green eyeballs embedded in the skull's eyes. At first glance, it looked quite eerie and frightening. Moreover, there is a very large necklace hanging on Elder Chen's neck. The pearls on the necklace are all small white skulls the size of a thumb, they are also condensed from ice. Elder Chen, what are you talking about? The old captain said with frown, he has a very good impression of Xianxia. He led a team to protect the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl for many years, he knows how powerful heavenly devil demons are, they are basically unable to deal with them. Only after Xianxia appeared, they were captured and the Dragon Pearl was taken away. Elder Chen's sinister eyes are filled with green light, he stared at Qin Yun and coldly said, "This person is a Bane star, he will bring calamity to our tribe." Originally, Qin Yun thought that Elder Chen was a charlatan. That's because Elder Chen looked like a charlatan from a primitive tribe that pretended to be mysterious. But after carefully sizing up Elder Chen, he feels that Elder Chen has some ability. "Elder Chen, how can you see that I am a Bane star?" Qin Yun's expression is indifferent, his handsome face has a slight smile. Xian Rujing's expression is ice-cold, she looks elegant and beautiful, her overbearing killing intent made that Elder Chen feel as if he is facing a great enemy. You are a dangerous guy. You should quickly leave our tribe," Elder Chen pointed at Qin Yun and said. "Alright, we will leave now." Qin Yun said, he originally wanted to meet the Ice King but since Elder Chen has ordered him to leave, he has no choice but to leave. Wait, Elder Chen saw Qin Yun and Xian Rujing flying out of the tree hole and suddenly shouted. "What else do you want?" Xian Rujing coldly glared at Elder Chen. After Xian Rujing fused with the Ice Dragon Totem, the cold air released from her body caused the Ice King race people to feel shocked. "I want to see the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl," Elder Chen looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun took out the Dragon Pearl and placed it on his palm. Elder Chen looked at the Dragon Pearl, the green light in his sinister old eyes became even more intense. "Alright, you can leave now." After Elder Chen finished speaking, he looked at the captain and said, "Captain Yu, send them off." Qin Yun doesn't know what Elder Chen was looking at just now. He stored the Dragon Ball and left with the old captain together with Xian Rujing. Captain Yu shook his head and sighed. While flying, he said to Qin Yun and Xian Rujing, "You too, if it were not for you, the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl might have already fallen into the hands of Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Our Ice Royal race must thank you." "What is going on with that Elder Chen?" Xian Rujing asked. "I don't know about Clan Elder Chen, but he has a very high status in the clan. He knows a lot of things." Captain Yu said. "Elder Chen wants me to leave your tribe, it is not his own idea. It is Divine Universe Ice Dragon's idea. He can communicate with the Ice Dragon." Qin Yun said. Captain Yu was shocked. "Little friend Qin, why did Ice Dragon chase you away? Logically speaking, you prevented his Dragon Ball from falling into the hands of the Celestials, so he should be grateful to you." Qin Yun said with laugh, "Because I am indeed very dangerous, I can bring disaster to your Ice Royal race." Captain Yu did not speak, he thought that Qin Yun would be angry but Qin Yun is not angry at all. Qin Yun said, "Ice Dragon has always been protecting your Ice Royal race. He told Elder Chen to chase me away, it seems like he is always paying attention to the situation here." Qin Yun is very happy in his heart because Ice Dragon is not dormant, he must know where the Sun Seed is. Now, as long as he meets Great Sage Wu, he can communicate with Ice Dragon and ask about the whereabouts of the Sun Seed. What he is worried about is that Ice Dragon is not willing to hand over the Sun Seed to him. "Little friend Qin, how do you know so many things?" Captain Yu asked. Qin Yun smiled and did not say anything, he flew out of the mountain forest in a short while. After arriving outside, just as Captain Yu was about to bid farewell to Qin Yun, a cold air rushed over from distance. Captain Yu very happily said, "Clan King and the others have returned." A large group of people arrived along with the cold air, there are several tens of them. They are releasing a very strong ice-cold aura. Xian Rujing immediately tightly held Qin Yun's hand and sent sound transmission to him, "This Ice Royal King is very strong." The Ice Royal King is indeed very strong, none of the people around him are weak. Captain Yu promptly walked over and told a tall and sturdy old man about the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. The tall and sturdy old man is floating in the sky, the people behind him are patiently listening to Captain Yu's narration. From time to time they would look at Qin Yun with amazement in their eyes. "It is like this," Elder Chen said that he is a calamity star and did not let him stay in the tribe, Captain Yu said. "That tall and sturdy old man is the Ice Royal King, he looks very strong and his body is releasing a very threatening aura." He looked at Qin Yun and said with straightforward smile, "Little friend Qin, since you have helped us greatly, as the Ice Royal King, I must properly entertain you. Let's go back." "No need, it is enough to see the Ice Royal King's elegant demeanor." Qin Yun said with laugh, "Elder Chen is right, I am a calamity star, I don't want to bring disaster to your Ice Royal race." Behind the Ice Royal King is a handsome and stern-looking youth. He is wearing a scholarly white gown, a jasper hanging on his waist and a jade crown on his head. The youth said to Qin Yun, "Since the heavenly devil demon inside the divine space ice dragon pearl has been destroyed, the dragon pearl should be returned to its original owner. The original owner is the divine space ice dragon, but now the divine space ice dragon can no longer use the dragon pearl. Since we are the protectors of the divine space ice dragon, the dragon pearl should belong to us. Junior King. Whoever obtains the dragon pearl, it belongs to them, we cannot take it by force," Captain Yu said in low voice. The dragon pearl is now in his hands, he doesn't have enough strength to protect it." While speaking, the junior king arrived in front of Qin Yun in a flash and extended his hand to grab Qin Yun's shoulder. Courting death. Xian Rujing became furious, her ice-cold beautiful eyes shot out too swift and fierce energy that transformed into a burst of gale and blew away the junior king. The junior king is also extremely furious. "You bunch of weak sacred desolate people only relied on sun spirit to kill the heavenly devil demon, you don't have enough qualifications to take possession of the divine space ice dragon pearl." Xian Rujing is very strong, the ice-cold power she released caused all the ice royal race people present to be secretly amazed, even the junior king is secretly terrified. "Then what qualifications do you have?" Qin Yun asked. "I have divine space ice dragon's blood inside my body, I am the only person in the ice clan who can fuse with divine space ice dragon's blood. After I transform into a dragon, I will become a divine space ice dragon." The junior king's face is filled with arrogance, he wanted to attack again but he was stopped by his father, the Ice Royal King. The Ice Royal King said to Qin Yun with smile, "Little friend Qin, my son has offended you, please forgive him. You are an expert, you should not bicker with this kind of young and frivolous guy." The junior king is still angrily looking at Qin Yun because in his eyes, the dragon pearl should belong to his ice royal race. However, whether it is his father or the elders of his race, none of them have any intention to take back the dragon pearl. This is very hard for him to understand. Qin Yun really doesn't want to bicker with the junior king, in his eyes, the junior king is the same as those naughty brats. He doesn't want to bicker with a child, he said with smile, "Ice Royal King, do you have divine space ice dragon's blood?" "We do, it has been passed down for many years. This divine space ice dragon's blood is very strange, it has very strong regenerative power. Half of that of blood will become full after being stored for a period of time," the Ice Royal King said. Qin Yun said, "Then what is the matter with fusing with divine space ice dragon's blood? The Ice Clan has many tribes, every year the children born will be sent to our royal race tribe. We will drip the divine space ice dragon's blood on those children to test whether or not they can fuse with the dragon blood," the Ice Royal King said. "If they can fuse, what will happen?" Qin Yun asked, then looked at the junior king. The junior king coldly replied, "If they can fuse, they will obtain the inheritance of the divine space ice dragon, like me. I will become the strongest person in the Ice Clan." "Ice Royal King, do you have any more dragon blood? I want to give it a try," Qin Yun said. "Ridiculous, you are a guy from Sacred Desolate, you don't even have Ice Clan bloodline, how can you fuse with Ice Dragon's blood?" the junior king said with sneer. The Ice Royal King took out a small bottle, handed it over to Qin Yun and said, "Although this blood is precious, it can be regenerated, I will give you a small bottle." Qin Yun wants the dragon blood mainly to see whether or not Xian Rujing can obtain the approval of the Ice Dragon. The divine space ice dragon has been hiding in the Sun sacred land for so long, it must have received special care from the Ice Sun. Among the 9 suns, the Ice Sun is also very strong, Qin Yun researched it before. "Many thanks." Qin Yun promptly expressed his thanks and said, "We will take our leave, see you again." "All right." The Ice Royal King is a very straightforward person, moreover, he can see that Qin Yun has the demeanor of an expert, he knows that Qin Yun's origin is extraordinary. Just as Qin Yun and Xian Rujing were about to leave, a majestic aura suddenly rushed over from the distance. Ear-splitting drum sound reverberated over, this kind of drum sound is like the roar of a dragon. Qin Yun's expression abruptly changed, he said, "Heavenly Mother has arrived. She must have come for me." "Sacred King Heavenly Mother?" The Ice Royal King's expression sank, "Are you sure that Sacred King Heavenly Mother has arrived?" "Heavenly Mother travels, 10,000 dragons roar together." Xianxia's expression became grave. He looked at the direction of the majestic aura and said in deep voice, "Ice Royal King, although you are very strong, you are not enough to deal with Heavenly Mother." "Are you looking down on my father?" the Junior King furiously said. The Ice Royal King vigorously knocked the Junior King's head, then said to Qin Yun, "Heavenly Mother must have come for me. Little friend Qin, you leave first." Qin Yun and Xian Rujing immediately left. After they flew far away, they entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and concealed themselves. Then they quietly turned around and flew back to the Ice Royal tribe. After the heaven-leaping shuttle flew over, it saw a large patch of golden mist. Seeing the mist, Qin Yun's face became even more solemn. He muttered, "I hope the Ice Race King can hold on. Is the Sage Monarch Heavenly Mother really that strong?" Ice Race King is already very strong. Moreover, inside the Sun Sacred Land, the environment is very beneficial to him. Xian Rujing saw Qin Yun's worried expression, but she feels that Ice Race King can fight against Heavenly Mother. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. If the Ice Race King can't hold on, maybe Ice Dragon will take action." The Divine Universe Ice Dragon had already fused with the Sun Sacred Land, and through the entire Sun Sacred Land, it absorbed and stored a large amount of the power of the 9 suns. Therefore, Qin Yun believed that the Divine Cosmic Ice Dragon would definitely be able to repel the Sacred Monarch Heavenly Mother. What he was most worried about was that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon wouldn't be able to fight when the time came. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew through the thick golden fog. The golden mist had a very strong resistance, causing the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly very slowly. What did those heavenly men do? Why is the golden mist so strong? Xian Rujing said in amazement, seeing the heaven-leaping shuttle suddenly slow down. "This is a barrier." Qin Yun said, "They released a very large barrier. It should be to prevent other powerful energies from entering. It seems that the group of heavenly people have made sufficient preparations." Suddenly, 2 huge figures appeared in front of them. It was the colossal sky-armored guard. Qin Yun immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to conceal itself, not releasing any aura at all. After turning invisible, the heaven-leaping shuttle was hidden in the golden fog. It was very difficult to discover it. Only the giant sky-armored guards were patrolling this area. Their mental power was limited, so it was difficult for them to detect the existence of the heaven-leaping shuttle. Their strength should be at least heavenly sage, right? Did these heavenly armor guards come from that life creation pool? Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun nodded and said, "They came out from the pool of life, but they also need the Heavenly Mother to go to the pool of life to extract them. In short, when the Heavenly Mother needs them, she will go to the pool of life. Just like drawing water, she will take out these heavenly armor guards. They also need to consume some energy. The natural law divine realm is a world that operates independently. There are also complicated rules and factions within. These guys have so many good equipment, they are very strong. It is really hard to deal with them." Xian Rujing coldly groaned. After all, it's the heavenly law divine realm. This heavenly law divine realm is mainly used to manage the operation of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun began to control the heaven-leaping shuttle and slowly flew through the golden mist. While flying, the heaven-leaping shuttle would more or less release a lot of energy fluctuations, so it would be sensed by those celestials. Qin Yun had the heavenly eye, so he could see through the thick golden fog. He knew from afar that a heavenly armor guard was approaching and hid himself in time. Qin Yun took quite a while to pass through the golden fog by stopping and walking. The golden mist was like a barrier. After passing through it, they could see the Ice Royal tribe. The Ice Royal tribe was located in a forest. The forest was shrouded in a thin layer of white mist. At first glance, one could tell that it was formed by a very strong cold force. Could it be that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon made a move? Qin Yun saw that the Ice Royal tribe was being protected by a very strong energy and asked doubtfully. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon had already integrated into the Sun Holy Land and could control the energy of the Sun Holy Land. Xian Rujing looked at the densely packed celestials in the distance and exclaimed in admiration, "This is the battle formation of Sacred King Heavenly Mother? Such a grand display! There are several tens of thousands of formidable celestials in the distance. They are all wearing heavenly armor and holding Divine Universe weapons. These celestials are all very strong, they are at least great sage realm. There are also many heaven sage realm experts. In the middle of these several tens of thousands of celestials, there is a palace. This palace is located on the back of a huge eagle with a wingspan of several hundred meters. And there are several mighty golden dragons surrounding the palace. On the back of the golden dragon or on the head of the dragon, there are celestials wearing purple gold heavenly armor and holding purple gold divine universe sword. These celestials are the core power of the palace. Sacred King Heavenly Mother is inside that palace. Is she not coming out? Xianxia looked at the palace attentively and sensed a wave of oppressive might coming over. Heavenly Mother is inside, I can't see what she looks like. Xianxia said with smile, back then, I only saw Heavenly Mother go out a few times. Of course, the few times I saw her were in God-level space, they were far more magnificent than saint-level space. Xianxia said, you have never seen what Heavenly Mother looks like. Is there any legend about her? Is she beautiful? Xianxia shook his head and smiled, I have never seen her before. Her appearance is definitely passable, after all Heavenly Mother can change her appearance, she will certainly make herself look the most beautiful in her heart. Heavenly Mother is not attacking Ice King race. Or is it that they are unable to break through Ice King race's barrier? Xianxia said. Ice King race's barrier is very strong, it is filled with a gloomy coldness that makes people feel very uncomfortable. Even though Xianxia is inside the heaven leaping shuttle, he can still feel the unbearable coldness. Xianxia is not feeling anything but she knows that Xianxia is very uncomfortable. She promptly got up and sat on the same chair as Xianxia and then hugged his waist. Xianxia is feeling very uncomfortable because of the coldness. Now that he is hugging the beautiful woman, he feels very comfortable. He can even breathe in the cold and bizarre fragrance of the beautiful woman's body. A tall and big heavenly person standing on the dragon's head yelled, Ice King race, listen up, quickly hand over the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. What does the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl have to do with you? Why should we give it to you? Ice King's deep and cold voice echoed out from the mountain forest. Divine Space Ice Dragon is created by our heavenly law divine domain, don't pretend you don't know. The heavenly being said angrily, the Heavenly Mother has personally come forward. If you don't hand over the Dragon Pearl, then only death awaits you. Another old man said in cold voice, Ice race was a very weak race in the past, it is not easy for them to grow to this stage. They can be said to be one of the strongest race in saint-level space. You must properly cherish your current days. Are you threatening our Ice King race? Ice King said with sneer, I am not afraid of you. If you have the guts, then attack. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, that old heavenly person furiously said, in our eyes, you are unable to withstand even a single blow. As the strongest existences in saint-level space, we are worshipped by countless experts in other heavenly domains. Only ignorant weak races like you dare to be impudent in front of us. Ice King laughed loudly and said, no matter how strong you are, how strong can you be? If you were that strong, you would have obtained the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl long ago. At this time, the huge sun altar appeared. After the altar appeared, a very strong energy condensed at the top. Boom, the energy condensed at the top of the altar suddenly rushed towards the thin layer of fog in the forest ahead. When it collided with the top, it exploded out with a burst of intense energy wave, the vibration caused the earth to tremble. This sun altar is really powerful. Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle was also blown away by the burst of energy wave. Although the sun altar's attack is very powerful, the Ice King race's defense is completely fine. Is this all you have? Ice King said with sneer, you can continue attacking, I am not afraid of you. Ice King, if you don't know what's good for you, we will not only destroy your Ice King race but the entire sun-sacred land. The old heavenly person said with evil smile, your ice race can only have such formidable power inside the sun-sacred land. If you run out, you won't be able to survive, how long will it take? Another heavenly person said, so long as we destroy the sun-sacred land, you will become a group of even weaker creatures. Ice King would not believe other people saying that they want to destroy the sun-sacred land. But if it is a sacred king heavenly mother of heavenly Tao divine domain, then it is possible. Xianxia and Xianxia are sitting on the same chair, both of them are hugging each other tightly. They are inside the control room, looking at what is happening ahead. Xianxia, can those guys truly destroy the sun-sacred land? Xianxia asked. If they are willing to pay a certain price, they can do it. But they will not destroy the sun's sacred land for no reason at all because it will not bring them any benefits. Xianxia said. Those heavenly people do not know that the dragon pearl is not in the hands of Ice King. Ice King also did not say who has it, clearly he wants to protect Xianxia. Just from this point, Xianxia is very grateful to Ice King. Then you can destroy the sun's sacred land. Ice King laughed heartily and said, who is afraid of who? Our ice race is originally very weak, but to be able to survive for so many years, we are already very satisfied. If we die, we die. Boom, the altar attacked again. If he continued to attack the barrier, it was possible that it would be broken. Inside the Ice King tribe, inside a big tree, Elder Chen said, Tribe King, the dragon pearl is not in our hands. It is in the hands of that guy surnamed Qin. The young tribe king added, he is very dissatisfied and said, the dragon pearl is clearly not in our hands but we are the scapegoats. Elder Chen shook his head and said with sigh, that brat surnamed Qin is truly a calamity star. Ice King said, the dragon pearl cannot fall into the hands of heavenly Tao divine domain. If the dragon pearl falls into their hands, our ice race will also be indirectly controlled by them. At that time, ice race and divine universe ice dragon will become their slaves. Father, is this true? This kind of legend is just to scare us? The young tribe king said. It's true. Elder Chen said with a very solemn expression. The power in our bodies comes from the divine universe ice dragon. If we leave the sun's sacred land, we will not be able to use the formidable power of the divine universe ice dragon. Ice King said with smile, Elder Chen, it is good that you drove away that brat before, otherwise if he stayed here, the dragon pearl would have truly fallen into those guys' hands. Elder Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Because he drove away Xianxia because he received the ice dragon's instruction. The barrier of the Ice Clan King tribe has been continuously attacked by the altar and is starting to waver. The thin layer of white mist has become a lot thinner. At this time, there were even more powerful quintessential Sage Realm Celestials that were constantly releasing powerful energy to attack the barrier. If this goes on, the barrier will be breached and Ice Royal Tribe will be exterminated. Even if they are not exterminated, if they fall into the hands of heavenly men, their fate will be very miserable. Xianxia, if this goes on, the barrier will surely be breached. Xian Rujing looked at the golden palace in the middle of the tens of thousands of heavenly men and said, is there any way to directly attack that palace? That place's defense is very strong. Heavenly Mother has not said a single word, clearly she is cultivating inside and doesn't care about what is happening outside. Xianxia said. Why did Heavenly Mother come here? Does she really not care about what is happening outside? Xian Rujing said. Heavenly Mother personally came here to show that she attaches great importance to a certain matter. She attaches great importance to the sun seed here, that is why she came here. This way, she can gather all the formidable heavenly men she created and form a very strong cohesive force. Xianxia said. That is to say, she sent word before but her subordinates did not do it properly? Xian Rujing said. Indeed. Heavenly Mother created many heavenly men, they are all scheming against each other, they are not of the same mind. Xianxia said with smile, that is why only Heavenly Mother personally takes action can unite the heavenly men she created. Xian Rujing said in mockery, I thought Heavenly Mother was very strong, did not expect that her prestige is not enough to unite her subordinates, especially at the most crucial moment. If she cannot unite her subordinates, then she is very ordinary. Many heavenly men under Heavenly Mother are like this, actually this is to prevent her subordinates from forming an alliance to control her. Heavenly Mother's heavenly men are scheming against each other, it is most likely caused by Heavenly Mother secretly inciting them. Xianxia said. Sacred King Heavenly Mother arrived but she did not show her face. Xian Rujing wants to see what kind of person she is but now she is very disappointed. Xianxia said, not only did Sacred King Heavenly Mother not show her face, those formidable Saint Kings also did not appear. Ice Royal Tribe's side is under great pressure because if this continues, their barrier will be breached. Xianxia, Ice Royal Race's barrier won't last much longer. Do you have a way to save them? Xian Rujing said. Xianxia said, if you weren't by my side, I might have taken the risk to attack, but, Xian Rujing held Xianxia's hand and said, be at ease and do it. You're my man, I don't want you to become as cold-blooded and heartless as me. Qinyan faintly smiled, kissed her face and said, you saying this means that you are not cold-blooded and heartless. You also want me to save the Ice Royal family, right? I don't know. I just think that you should save them. Xian Rujing coldly groaned and said, although that little race king is very hateful, Ice Race King and Captain you are both very good. Later when we travel in Sun Holy Land, with their help, it will be very easy. Since you said so, I will do it. Qinyan nodded. The little ant queen suddenly appeared. She was a ball of white energy within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. With little ant queen's spatial power, the heaven leaping shuttle can easily travel through Sun Holy Land, but it will consume a lot of energy. After little ant queen is ready, Qinyan said in a loud voice, Heavenly Mother from Heavenly Law Divine Realm, you came to Sun Holy Land to find Sun Seed to give birth to your own flesh and blood, right? He let his voice spread out. Hearing Qinyan's voice, the Ice Royal Tribe's Ice King frowned and said, how can this guy appear? Don't tell me he wants to lure away those heavenly men? Who are you? You are not qualified to talk to Heavenly Mother, one of the heavenly men furiously said. Qinyan laughed loudly and said, Heavenly Mother, I understand your feeling of wanting to give birth to your own flesh and blood. Because these heavenly men created through heavenly embryo are essentially not yours. After all, they are still born from heavenly Tao, moreover they are a bunch of retards. Those heavenly men immediately became extremely furious. Just as they were about to rush over, the Golden Palace suddenly trembled and released a powerful aura. Come back, a voice filled with dignity echoed out. Those heavenly men who just flew out immediately returned. And at this time, there was a handsome man dressed in golden embroidered clothes. He looked completely different from those heavenly men. He didn't have any heavenly armor on him, nor did he have any divine universe divine weapon. He didn't even have the slightest bit of powerful aura. This man still had a smile on his face. He had just come out of the palace and looked at Qinyan's heaven-leaping shuttle with a smile. But in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qinyan knew that this man was extremely dangerous. It was extremely likely that he was a king under the Heavenly Mother. The strongest among the heavenly saints usually called themselves the Holy King. The man in front of him was the Holy King. Who are you? You actually know about the Sun Seed and the heavenly embryo? The man said with a gentle smile. You are not qualified to ask me these questions. Let Heavenly Mother talk to me. Qinyan said, but I can tell you bunch of stupid heavenly men who came out from the heavenly embryo, the dragon pearl is not in the hands of the Ice Royal family, but in my hands. The other heavenly men were infuriated. Tens of thousands of heavenly eyes stared at the heaven-leaping shuttle with resentment. That anger turned into a gale and was very frightening. However, the man floating in front of the heaven-leaping shuttle said with a faint smile, if the dragon pearl is really in your hands, then we are indeed very stupid. We actually wasted so much energy to attack the Ice Royal family. You don't believe me? Qinyan said with a smile. Your words are empty, making me feel like you are luring us away. The man laughed, if we were lured away by you, then we would be the real idiots. Qinyan chuckled and said, looks like the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl is very important to you. I'm guessing that there are many heavenly mothers who want to snatch the Sun Seed, and you guys are the first to arrive here. If you can obtain the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl, you will be able to find the Sun Seed as soon as possible, right? Could it be that you are the Divine Universe Ice Dragon? You really know quite a bit about the matters of my heavenly law divine realm. The man laughed. Of course I'm not the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. In terms of understanding of the heavenly law divine realm, even the Divine Universe Ice Dragon might not be able to compare to me. Qinyan said with a smile, although you are an expert under the Heavenly Mother, I can see that you don't have any heavenly veins. You shouldn't be the strongest person under the Heavenly Mother. Amazing, you really know a lot about the matters of my heavenly law divine realm. The man was truly shocked as he sighed. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in the distance were also in an uproar. Because they all thought that the man who was talking to Qinyan possessed heavenly veins. The matter of heavenly veins was a very confidential matter, so it was difficult to see through it. The main reason Qinyan could see it was because he had the heavenly eye. Tianhui, step down. The Heavenly Mother finally spoke again. Heavenly Mother, you can cultivate in peace. Tianhui said, Tianhui can deal with this person. Tianhui, step down. The Heavenly Mother's voice carried an irresistible majesty. Even Qin Yin felt somewhat fearful of that stern voice. Tianhui hurriedly said, yes, Tianhui will immediately step down. But can Heavenly Mother tell Tianhui why you want him to step down? You are not his match. You will die, I don't want you to die. The Heavenly Mother's imposing voice sounded. Tianhui didn't say anything else. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the back of the giant eagle and entered the palace's gate. Although the white jade gourd was several meters long, in front of the tens of thousands of Heaven Realm people and the few giant dragons, it appeared extremely weak. Who are you? The Heavenly Mother asked. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the dragon pearl is in my hands. You don't need to waste your energy on the Ice Royal clan. Qin Yin replied indifferently. He was also secretly on guard. If there was a sudden attack, he would activate the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation with all his strength and then let the little ant queen release her spatial energy to travel. Then hand the dragon pearl to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. The Heavenly Mother said. You have no use for the dragon pearl. The heavenly devil demon inside the dragon pearl has already been purified by my son's soul. It has long since lost its soul connection with the divine universe ice dragon. Qin Yin said, you only obtained the dragon pearl to control the flow of energy in the sun's sacred land. The Heavenly Mother seemed to be angry. She raised her voice and said in a deep voice, less nonsense, quickly give me the dragon pearl. Qin Yin took out the dragon pearl and activated the divine universe ice dragon pearl's ice-cold power. The ice-cold power rushed out, causing the group of heavenly beings to cry out in low voice. However, Qin Yin did not hand over the dragon pearl. He only wanted to prove that the divine universe ice dragon pearl is in his hands. If you have the ability, then come and take it. Qin Yin said with smile, Heavenly Mother, I want to see how much you will risk your life to give birth to a child. The group of heavenly beings flew into a rage and released wave after wave of terrifying killing intent. However, without the Heavenly Mother's order, they didn't dare to go over. The palace where the Heavenly Mother is located suddenly flashed with golden light. Intense killing intent accompanied by a burst of heavenly might rushed over. In the blink of an eye, a golden lightning bolt burst out from the palace. A figure, as if stepping on golden lightning, charged towards the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle immediately trembled violently. It suffered a burst of powerful energy attack. Qin Yin immediately activated the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. A very strong barrier appeared on the surface of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, blocking the violent golden lightning bolt. And the person on top of the golden lightning bolt is wearing a golden tunic dress, holding a black longsword. She stabbed at the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heavenly Mother made her move. Go. Qin Yin immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and began to travel through space. Don't even think about leaving. The Heavenly Mother sensed the spatial fluctuation. Her body surged with boundless and mighty power, causing the surrounding space to ripple from the impact. However, the little queen ant is a spatial Xian ant. She is not affected at all. She very smoothly left with the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle disappeared. The heavenly radiance appeared behind the Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother is wearing a golden outfit, holding a black longsword. Her long hair is dancing wildly. Her face is covered by the golden light. It is impossible to see what she looks like. She looked at the place where the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was and said coldly, it's the power of spatial Xian ants. Who exactly is this person? He can actually capture spatial Xian ants for his use. Even when Heavenly Mother took action, she was unable to detain the enemy. This made the group of heavenly people hate Qin Yin even more. Tianhui, who is behind Heavenly Mother, looked at the location where the Heaven Leaping Shuttle disappeared and said, Heavenly Mother, we need to find out who that guy is. Otherwise, we don't know how to deal with him. Only by attacking the Ice Royal Race's tribe can we ask them. Tianhui, you have followed me for so many years, how can you still be so stupid? Even now, you still don't know who that person is? Heavenly Mother sternly reprimanded. Tianhui really doesn't know. I hope Heavenly Mother can remind me a bit. Tianhui promptly bowed and said. It can be seen that he is very respectful towards Heavenly Mother. That giant white jade gourd is not an ordinary flying magic tool. Heavenly Mother said, "Is this reminder enough?" Tianhui immediately frowned. He dug through his memories and tried hard to recall anything related to this gourd-shaped flying magic tool. He has seen many gourd-shaped flying magic tools, so he tried very hard to think but couldn't think of anything. Tianhui is stupid, I can't think of anyone. Tianhui shook his head and said. Suddenly, a ball of red light appeared beside Tianhui. A bewitchingly beautiful young man with red eyelids and long hair appeared. Although this young man is a man, his appearance and attire are very bewitching. Especially his thin jade-white bewitching face, it is comparable to some beauties. His voice is also very bewitching. He said with a smile, "Tianhui, you are really too stupid. Tianyan, don't act coquettishly in front of me, I can't stand it." Tianhui snorted. The other heavenly people are watching with bated breath because they know that Tianyan is a heavenly saint realm expert with heavenly veins. She is a very powerful saint king and her strength is even stronger than Tianhui. And Tianhui actually said such words to Tianyan, this will definitely lead to a fight, of course, with Heavenly Mother here, they don't dare to fight. Tianyan, do you know who that person is? Heavenly Mother asked. If my guess is not wrong, that gourd should be the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The person inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is the Nine-Yang Palace King of the ancient Nine-Yang era. Tianyan giggled and said, that person is Qin Yun. Tianhui's expression slightly changed. Almost all the people in the natural law divine realm had heard of the Nine-Yang Palace King. There were also many devas who knew of Qin Yun. Due to the storm in the buried heaven grounds, Qin Yun's name had spread far and wide. Many devas had been killed because of it. Furthermore, the altar and the divine universe amethyst in Qin Yun's hands were things that the natural law divine realm really wanted to take back. There was a divine king altar before, it must have been taken away by Qin Yun. Tianyan said again, this person has been a great enemy of the heavenly Tao for many years. Heavenly Mother said coldly, for Qin Yun to appear here, he must be here for the Yang seed. He was once a king of the Nine-Yang Palace, so he has an extremely good understanding of the matters of my natural law divine realm, and has a deep understanding of the 9 suns. He definitely knows the use of the sun seed. Tianhui frowned and did not say a word. He cursed himself for being stupid for not realizing that it was Qin Yun. Heavenly Mother, how should we deal with this person? Tianhui asked. We don't know what Qin Yun's current cultivation is. Tianyan said with smile, this person is crafty and crafty. Moreover, his methods are endless. If we want to deal with him, we must be very cautious. You all lead your people and use the holy talisman I gave you to search for the sun seed. I will chase after Qin Yun myself. Heavenly Mother said. Heavenly Mother, leave the matter of chasing after Qin Yun to us. Tianhui said. Then tell me, where did Qin Yun go? Heavenly Mother said with sneer. Tianyan used her orchid fingers to play with her long hair and said with smile, Tianhui, Qin Yun is a ruthless character. He is worthy of Heavenly Mother's attention. Heavenly Mother personally took action to capture him quickly. If Qin Yun falls into the hands of other Heavenly Mothers, the gains will not make up for the losses. Heavenly Mother said, I can invite an altar to help, moreover, it is the Heavenly Mother who came to the sun sacred land first. I have the initiative, I cannot let other Heavenly Mothers find the sun seed before me, and even more so, I cannot let Qin Yun fall into their hands. Tianhui understands. Tianhui said in a low voice. Heavenly Mother, we will definitely earnestly search for the sun seed. After Tianyan finished speaking, her body overflowed with a burst of red light, turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the group of heavenly men. Among the tens of thousands of heavenly men, more than 10,000 heavenly men flew out and followed Feng Feili who was emitting red light. The holy kings under Heavenly Mother all led their subordinates and flew in all directions to search for the sun seed. Now there is only a giant golden eagle carrying a palace floating in the sky. All the heavenly men and heavenly armor guards have already left. And Heavenly Mother has returned to the palace. The giant golden eagle did not fly away, it is still hovering outside the Ice Royal tribe. Within the Ice Royal tribe, the Ice Race King, Elder Chen and others are all shocked. Qin Yun, little friend Qin, he is actually the 9 Sun Palace King. Ice Race King looked at Elder Chen in shock and said in a low voice, "Elder Chen, you should know more about the Nine Sun Palace King than me." Elder Chen, who was in a daze, came back to his senses, shivered and said, "According to the ancient records left behind by our ice race ancestor, this Nine Sun Palace King once saved our ice race." "There is such a thing? Then why do you still say that he is a jinx?" Captain Yu coldly snorted and said. "Back then, our ice race ancestor and the others had not established the ice race yet. That was after we were saved by the Nine Sun Palace King." Elder Chen said with a face full of guilt, "Just now, it seems like he saved us again. That damned Heavenly Mother is still outside, she wants to personally deal with the Palace King." Ice Race King said. "Father, isn't the Nine Sun Palace King a legend? I thought it was just a story." Young Tribe King is still unable to accept that Qin Yun is actually such an awesome person. Elder Chen said, "Of course it is not a story, it is something that really happened. Back then, our ancestor was only a very small faction. Back then, he was chased by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and was saved by the Nine Sun Palace King. No wonder he is so powerful, he can easily get rid of the Heavenly Devil Demon. We have been unable to subdue the Heavenly Devil Demon for many years, even the Divine Universe Ice Dragon can't do anything to them." Captain Yu exclaimed again and again. The Ice Race King said, "How about I go out and fight with the Heavenly Mother, don't let her cause trouble for the Palace King." However, at this moment, the giant golden eagle outside let out a sharp cry, that cry seems to be filled with vigilance, warning the enemy not to approach. Heavenly Mother's dignified voice could be heard, "Palace King, since you are nearby, don't hide. I know you are back." Qin Yin originally rode the Heaven Leaping Shuttle far away, but he suddenly felt that running away would be too much of a loss, so he wanted to go back and trick those Heaven Realm people. Who would have thought that after he returned, the Heaven Realm people would disappear, only the golden eagle carrying the palace was left floating in the sky. After the Nine Sun era, the Palace King was defeated, it can be said that there are no more Palace Kings. Qin Yin said with a faint smile, "The Palace King was defeated before, I don't really like this title. No matter what, you are still the Palace King." The Nine Sun Palace King is the #1 enemy of my Heavenly Law Divine Realm, and your style in this life is still the style of the Nine Sun Palace King, the enemy of the Heavenly Law we are familiar with. Heavenly Mother said. "You came here for the Yang Seed and I also came here for the Yang Seed. You have interfered in the Nine Suns' heavenly realm for so many years, causing the Nine Suns' heavenly realm to be in misery and suffering. It is time to stop." Qin Yun said. The Nine Suns' heavenly realm was created by the Heavenly Tao. Why can't our Heavenly Law Divine Realm interfere to maintain the order of the Nine Suns' heavenly realm? Heavenly Mother sneered. "That's where you're wrong." Qin Yun said, "The Nine Suns' heavenly realm was created by the Heavenly Tao." Who created the Heavenly Tao? Not everything was created by the Heavenly Tao. Qin Yun, I advise you to stop and cultivate in peace. Perhaps you can still see the day of the Nine Suns' Nirvana rebirth. Heavenly Mother said, "Hand over the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl." Qin Yun laughed loudly, "Heavenly Mother, you little girl are too naive. It seems like you don't understand me well enough. If you understood me, then you definitely wouldn't be so naive as to advise me to stop." He had been tortured by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm for several lifetimes. It could be said that he had been enemies with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm for 9 lifetimes, so how could he stop? Little girl? This is the first time someone called me that. Heavenly Mother sneered a few times. You are the sacred King Heavenly Mother. At most, you were born in the Nine Suns' heavenly realm. If you were the Heavenly Mother from the last era and you still haven't become the Divine Heavenly Mother, then you should go back to the furnace and be reborn. Qin Yin said with smile, "Since you are only from this era, then in my eyes, you are indeed just a little girl." Heavenly Mother did not say anything, as if she is silent. The world is very quiet, but there is a powerful anger. Even the people of the Ice Royal tribe feel very oppressed. After a moment of silence, Qin Yin laughed loudly and said, "You can't be the Heavenly Mother from the last era, right?" "It seems like I was right." "Qin Yun, just you wait, I will let you off this time." Heavenly Mother said coldly. "Heavenly Mother, how should I address you? Should I call you Old Heavenly Mother?" Qin Yun said with smile. Remember, I am the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Qin Yun, next time we meet, I will make you kneel in front of me. After Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother spoke ruthlessly, the huge eagle suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace. Xian Rujing coldly groaned and said, "She left so quickly, is she going back to the furnace to be reborn?" "Sister Rujing, did you see her appearance when she attacked the Heaven Leaping Shuttle?" Qin Yun said with smile. "Her appearance was covered by golden light, I couldn't see it." Xian Rujing said, "She is indeed very strong, but if I had the same cultivation as her, I would not be weaker than her." Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, "I saw her appearance, she is not as beautiful as you." Xian Rujing is secretly proud in her heart, she lightly groaned and said, "Of course." Qin Yun's expression suddenly became grave, he said, "She suddenly left, she must have discovered something. Could it be that her subordinates found the Sun Seed?" Qin Yun really does not want the Sun Seed to fall into the hands of those Heavenly Mothers. If the Heavenly Mothers use the Sun Seed to give birth to their own flesh and blood, it is very likely that they will give birth to very dreadful things. Even though it is only a legend, it is better to believe it. Heavenly Law Divine Realm has many legends, these legends sound exaggerated, but since they have been passed down, they must have some basis. That Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother discovered you in the vicinity just now. If you follow her, won't she discover you? Xian Rujing said, "If she goes to meet other Heavenly Mothers and join hands with them to attack, it will be very dangerous." "Don't worry, I have Little Ant Queen," Qin Yun said with smile. Just now Little Ant Queen broke through the space blockade. Heavenly Mother released very strong power to reinforce the space, but Little Ant Queen released spatial power to let the Heaven Leaping Shuttle escape very smoothly. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is quietly following behind Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Qin Yun is doing his best to hide his aura. As for whether or not Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother discovered him, he is not sure. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is very sinister, she clearly knew that Qin Yun was in the vicinity but she did not say anything. It seems like she deliberately sent away other heavenly men to talk to Qin Yun alone. Naturally, the result of the negotiation was not successful. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother did not obtain the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle followed the eagle until late at night. Only then did the eagle's speed slow down a lot. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Xian Rujing looked at a silver light pearl in the distance and said with frown, "Qin Yun, look at Mother Moon." Qin Yun has been focusing on following the eagle, he did not pay attention to Mother Moon at night. Hearing Xian Rujing's voice, he looked at Mother Moon and discovered that it is flickering. Every time it flickers, it releases very strong silver light. What is going on with Mother Moon? Xian Rujing's beautiful eyes are filled with worry as she asked in low voice. Mother Moon is very important to Xian Rujing because she knows that it is a place where women can become very strong. Nothing happened for now, maybe Mother Moon is devouring some kind of energy. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun, I cultivated inside Mother Moon before, I have a bad premonition. I want to go and take a look. Xian Rujing shook her head and said. I will go with you. Just as Qin Yun was about to change the direction of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Xian Rujing immediately shouted to stop. No need, that should be the extreme land, you will be in danger. I will go by myself. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun is very worried and said, Heavenly Mother has come to the Sun Sacred Land, this place is very dangerous. I will be fine. Trust me. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun and said. Qin Yun also doesn't know what is going on with the Mother Moon. Since Xian Rujing has a different feeling, he can only let her go and take a look. Alright, then be careful on the road. Qin Yun warned. N. Xian Rujing nodded, her ice-cold beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness. Qin Yun smiled, hugged her and kissed her. If time was not pressing, I would accompany you more. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun gently caressed her face and then teleported her out. Xian Rujing immediately flew towards Mother Moon. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, Sister Rujing still wants to spend a night with you. It seems that she is infatuated with your time together. I am not worried about her, I am worried that she will encounter that inexplicable heavenly punishment. Qin Yun said. Don't worry, she can surely deal with it. You should keep a close eye on that Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Ling Yun'er said. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle continued to follow the Golden Eagle. The golden eagle is flying in the sky with a palace on its back. It is creating a lot of commotion along the way. It is very easy to follow it. Even if Xianxia is very far away from the golden eagle, he can still follow its aura. It seems like Sacred King Heavenly Mother never thought of hiding her whereabouts because she is fearless, Xianxia said. As for how strong the imperial sound Heavenly Mother he was tailing was, he was still unsure. At the moment, it seemed that she was alone with the giant golden hawk. The other powerful devas under her command had long since left to search for the sun seed. She is alone, she must have come to deal with me. Now she suddenly left, is she really going to meet other heavenly mothers? Xianxia is very suspicious in his heart. Only until late at night, Xianxia sensed that the golden eagle has stopped. His heaven-leaping shuttle also stopped. Xianxia closed his eyes, released a strand of his soul and let his consciousness roam. That strand of his soul flew forward and floated in the sky. Although the night is very cold and there is strange ice everywhere, Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is not afraid at all. However, the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was not afraid at all. Clearly, she had a way to fight back. And because Xianxia obtained the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl and cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Xianrujing many times, he is able to adapt to the cold power of the night. He can use the power of the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl to prevent the heaven-leaping shuttle from being frozen. It suddenly stopped. Xianxia closed his eyes and muttered, "What is this Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother doing? Could it be that she sensed the location of the sun seed?" The golden eagle spread its wings and hovered in the sky, its whole body is releasing golden light. The palace is also dazzling in gold and jade, it can be seen in the night sky. Xiaoyun, maybe you don't understand the Sun Holy Land as much as Sacred King Heavenly Mother. After all, they are the strongest existences in the sacred level space. I suspect that they are not only here for the sun seed. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia thought about it carefully and felt that it is very possible. The Sun Holy Land is very big, the Mother Moon is very far away and there are 2 entrances. The place where the Mother Moon is located is also a place of extreme mean, men are not allowed to enter. Apart from this, Xianxia has no idea what other things there are inside the Sun Holy Land. Not long after, a blue light flew over, it is a huge blue light ball, it is several kilometers wide, it is floating in the sky and releasing intense blue light. At first glance, it looked like a small blue star. Not long after the small blue star appeared, a huge white light tornado appeared. The tornado is as tall as 10,000 feet, it is soaring straight up. In the night, this tornado is flickering with white light, it engulfed the earth and let out a sharp whistling sound, everyone who hears it feels horrified. 2 heavenly mothers have arrived. Xianxia said in amazement, he thought that there were only 2 heavenly mothers in the Sun Holy Land. Now 2 more have arrived, adding the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. There are 3 in total. There is a Heavenly Mother inside the small blue star. There is also a Heavenly Mother inside the huge and berserk white light tornado. None of them have shown themselves. Imperial Sound, you were the first to arrive, what harvest did you get? I heard that you met the 9 Sun Palace King, an aged voice came out from the blue star, it sounds like an old granny. Xianxia is very surprised, he always believed that even if the Heavenly Mother lived for a very long time, she would still be able to maintain her youthful and beautiful appearance. The Heavenly Mother inside the blue star, from her voice, it seems to be very old. The voice that came out from the white light tornado seems to be that of a middle-aged woman, she said with sneer, Imperial Sound, not only you borrowed the altar, we also borrowed it. You came earlier than us, not only did you not obtain the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl, you even let the 9 Sun Palace King escape. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother, White Wind Heavenly Mother, you have twice as many heavenly men as me, moreover you have the support of the Divine Heavenly Mother. You can definitely find the sun seed before me, why are you mocking and ridiculing me? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said leisurely, in front of you, I am nothing but a little girl. The Heavenly Mother inside the small blue star is the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother inside the white tornado is the White Wind Heavenly Mother. These are all just their names. Imperial Sound, are you laughing at the 2 of us for being old cured meat? Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother snorted in displeasure. Imperial Sound, don't be complacent. If you can't break through and become the Divine Heavenly Mother, you will also become old like us. When you become old cured meat, you might not look better than us. White Wind Heavenly Mother mocked and sneered. There are only 9 sun seeds, how many Heavenly Mothers are here to find them? I came too early, so I didn't find out. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. There are only 10 Heavenly Mothers in the sacred level space, everyone is here. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said, as long as we obtain the sun seed, not only can we become gods, we can also give birth to our own flesh and blood. Who would miss this kind of opportunity? White Wind Heavenly Mother said, let me add, there are only 8 sun seeds in the sun sacred land. This is the information I received, we 10 Heavenly Mothers, only 8 can obtain the sun seed. Not necessarily, the 9 Sun Palace King is here, maybe one of them will be taken by him. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said, Imperial Sound, what's going on with you? According to reason, the 9 Sun Palace King has just become a sacred in this life, you actually failed to capture him. White Wind Heavenly Mother said, not only the 9 Sun Palace King, that Muyu also wants to take away a sun seed. Muyu already obtained a sun seed. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, Muyu is now fusing with the sun seed. Xianxia is very bewildered in his heart because according to his understanding, it should not be that difficult to break through to the Heavenly Mothers in the sacred level space. Now there are only 10 Heavenly Mothers in the sacred level space, they actually need a sun seed to break through. Could it be that after so many years, the Heavenly Mother in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is not as good as before? Or is it restricted? Xianxia said in his heart. Muyu obtaining a sun seed also caused Xianxia to feel astonished. Xian Rujing went over now, maybe she was summoned by Muyu. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said with sinister smile, it seems like there are not many sun seeds left for us, how are we going to divide them? Kill a few Heavenly Mothers and we will have enough. White Wind Heavenly Mother sneered. If you want to kill, go kill. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, you must understand clearly how we can borrow the altar. If we borrow their altar, we must agree to help them find that thing. Let's talk about it after we find the sun seed. With the sun seed, we will have the motivation to help them find that thing. Besides, who knows if this place has that thing they are talking about or not? Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia is very curious as to who is searching for the item of the sun sacred land. For that item, they did not hesitate to lend the altar to these Heavenly Mothers. The control of the altar should be in the natural law divine realm, and it was very likely that an even stronger Heavenly Mother was searching for it. We, the Heavenly Mother with the altar, want to search for that thing together. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, I hope you guys can cooperate a bit, don't fight among yourselves. Yuan, why do I feel like you're a little afraid? What does our Heavenly Mother have to be afraid of? In this kind of place, besides other Heavenly Mothers, who can be our match? Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said with a smile. Don't forget that 9 Yang Palace King and Muyu are here, as well as that illusory divine universe ice dragon. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, when necessary, we need to join hands. Don't kill each other. Let's find the Yang seed first. Only with the Yang seed can I feel at ease. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said. Because she was already very old, if she did not go to the divine level space, she would have to go back to the furnace to be rebuilt. With that, the blue ball of light turned into a blue light and flew away. I'm going to look for the sun seed. Without the sun seed, it's useless to say anything. Goodbye. White Wind Heavenly Mother said. The huge white glowing tornado also moved quickly in one direction and disappeared in an instant. The Yang seed is hiding really well. They won't be able to find it in a short period of time. Xianxia was secretly delighted. If he hadn't broken through the Heavenly God sealing restriction in time, these Heavenly Mothers might have already obtained the Yang seed. That was why the Heavenly Mothers hated him to death. Xianxia did not know how to find the Yang seed. If the Mother Moon could obtain the Yang seed, maybe the Yang seed had found the Mother Moon by itself. Just as Xianxia was considering how to find the Yang seed, the concealed Heaven Leaping Shuttle was suddenly enveloped by an intense golden light. The giant golden eagle was right beside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. We've been discovered. Just as Xianxia was about to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to leave, he heard Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound shout, Xianxia, please wait. That voice was transmitted by a very strong soul mental power. The voice only appeared in Xianxia's mind. Spatial fluctuations appeared around the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia was using the little ant queen's energy to distance himself from the dangerous heavenly mother of imperial sound. You must have consumed a lot of energy to leave through the spatial Xian ant, right? I asked you to stay, not to kill you. The imperial sound heavenly mother's voice once again appeared in Xianxia's mind. Besides, I can't kill you. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying with his psyche, what's the matter? You should have heard my conversation with the other two heavenly mothers just now, right? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. Well, I did hear it. So you knew I was following you? Xianxia said with smile. I didn't know you were following me, but I guessed you would. Because according to the ancient records of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, you are very interested in the matters of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, but you do not understand the Heavenly Mother, so I feel that you will not let go of the chance to study the Heavenly Mother. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Then why did you make me stay behind? Is there something you want to discuss? Xianxia was rather calm. The Heavenly Mother could not keep him here. I want the Yang seed. You have a sun seed in your hands. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, the sun seed below the 6 cities of Divine King is definitely in your hands. The sacrificial altars of the 6 God King cities had disappeared. Previously, that altar had appeared on the Great Saint Peak. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound carefully recalled these matters and confirmed that Xianxia was also present at the Great Saint Peak. The sun seed is not in my hands, that sun seed ran away. Xianxia said, but I can clearly tell you that I was the one who broke the Heavenly God sealing restriction and the altar is also in my hands. You were once sealed by the Heavenly God sealing restriction and you were able to break it every time. I know this. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said coldly, but I believe that you will definitely not let the sun seed escape. Even if the sun seed is in my hands, what makes you think that I would give it to you? Xianxia chuckled and said, the sun seed is so important, would I give it to you? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, Xianxia, I know that you have always wanted to overthrow the Heavenly Law Divine Realm that controls the Heavenly Tao. But relying on yourself is not enough, you need a spy. Only then will you be able to understand the Heavenly Law Divine Realm better. Xianxia was startled. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's meaning was very clear. She wanted to become his spy and provide him with information about the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The Heavenly Tao is already dead and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is currently in chaos. Many Heavenly Mother Heavenly Emperors are fighting for the supreme position. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. The sun seed is also very important to me. With the sun seed, I can become even stronger. With great power, it will naturally be very easy to deal with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Xianxia said with a faint smile, therefore, I will not give the sun seed in my hands to you. Xianxia only had one sun seed. If he gave it away and he couldn't get it in the future, the gains would not make up for the losses. Right now, he was not confident that he could get the other sun seeds. After all, so many powerful Heavenly Mothers were personally fighting for the sun seed. Don't worry, I don't want your sun seed. I'm just borrowing it. After using it, I will return it to you. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, if you are worried, we can sign a soul contract. Just borrowing it for a while? There's such a thing? Xianxia was secretly alarmed. He knew that the sun seed could help the Heavenly Mother give birth to her own flesh and blood, but it seemed that she did not need to completely possess the sun seed. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said again, of course, I don't know if it will succeed or not. But the sun seed is very useful to our Heavenly Mother. We Heavenly Mothers are born from the Heavenly Tao, but we are also restricted, so we can't bear children. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, I can lend you the sun seed, but you have to agree to a few conditions of mine. State your conditions. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound promptly said. She saw that there was hope in this matter. Take care of your heavenly man, don't let them harm the ice race and other humans. Xianxia said. That's not a problem. With a thought, they will have to do as I say. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. You have to help me deal with the other Heavenly Mothers. I want the altars in their hands. Xianxia said, don't worry, we can slowly discuss this matter. I will do my best not to expose you because you still need to sneak into the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Sure. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Because this is not an easy matter. She also secretly cursed Xianxia in her heart. He already has so many sun altars in his hands, yet he still wants others. Also, this time you came to the sun sacred land, you still have other important matters to do. Tell me what it is. You borrowed the altar, who are you going to help find something? Xianxia asked. I can't agree to this. Because this is a secret, I signed the soul contract and promised to keep it a secret. If I tell you, I will die. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Alright, then let's sign the soul contract. Xianxia said. He seems to have written the conditions of the contract on a piece of beast skin. Then he released it for Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound to see. After Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound saw it, the two of them signed the soul contract and branded the contract power into their souls. Whoever breaks the contract will have to bear serious consequences. After signing the soul contract, Xianxia secretly confirmed it and felt a lot more at ease. Many of the conditions in the contract were added by Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, mainly to keep it a secret. In other words, Xianxia can't tell anyone about this matter, not even his closest people. After all, he is the enemy of the Heavenly Tao. If Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound and the enemy of the Heavenly Tao join hands, she will truly be done for. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is very cautious, that's why she used very strong mental power to converse with Xianxia before. The gate of the palace above the Golden Eagle opened. After Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle became invisible, it slowly flew in. The heaven-leaping shuttle entered a large hall. A noble woman wearing golden tight-fitting clothes is sitting in the main seat of honor. Her face is very pale. Her face is as pale as paper, it caused her beautiful oval face to lose a lot of charm. Her hair is simply tied up, her eyes are somewhat dull and colorless. She is sitting on a chair and looking at Xianxia with her gloomy eyes. Although she looks like a lamp that is about to run out of oil, her majesty is still not reduced. When Xianxia used Heavenly Eye earlier, he could see through the golden light on her face and see her appearance. However, he did not see that her expression is so unsightly. Nine Yang Palace King who has experienced 9 lifetimes, you truly live up to your reputation. You look full of youthful energy, vigorous like a dragon and fierce like a tiger, but I am about to die. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with jealousy. I am really surprised that you, the high and mighty Heavenly Mothers, are actually so afraid of death. Xianxia stood in the main hall and looked at Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound. He is not afraid of her prestige at all and said with a faint smile. The Heavenly Tao is already dead, our lifespan will also end. We are no longer immortal. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, then lightly flew down from her seat and landed in front of Xianxia. As far as I know, the Heavenly Tao is not truly dead. Why did you become like this? Xianxia said. The Heavenly Tao indeed does not have the concept of life and death, it only requires nirvanic rebirth. However, our heavenly law divine realm is greatly affected. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, just like your 9 Yang heavenly domain, 9 Yang nirvana, 9 desolate world extermination. Xianxia nodded. Where is your sun seed? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Xianxia pointed at the heaven leaping shuttle and said, it's inside the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. You want to go to my place, you don't have any objections, right? Up to you. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sized up Xianxia and said with a cold snort, you are weaker than I imagined. With your cultivation, you actually dare to jump up and down in front of so many experts, you are truly reckless. Xianxia said with a smile, is that so? My cultivation is low but you seem to be a bit afraid of me. You are just putting on an act. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound thought that Xianxia is a quintessential saint. She did not expect that Xianxia has just become a great saint. Xianxia brought Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound and arrived at the warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is slowly operating, the sun seed is at the center of the formation. Originally, the sun seed was inside the 9 sun divine spirit. If Xianxia directly took out the sun seed from the 9 sun divine spirit in front of Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, she would definitely notice that he has the 9 sun divine spirit. He does not want Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound to know so many things. Can I come over now? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother asked. She knew how powerful the Nine Dragons' Heaven Origin formation was. She could also sense the power of the Nine Dragons' divine universe released by the Nine Dragons' Heaven Origin formation. Even with her strength, she was very afraid of the power of the formation. Sure. How do you want to use the Sun Seed? Xianxia asked. As they had signed a soul contract, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was only borrowing it. She would not take away the young seed, so Xianxia was very relieved. I don't know. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, let me go and touch the Sun Seed first. In any case, according to the information I have, our Heavenly Mother does not need to obtain the Sun Seed. We only need to borrow its power. The young seed's energy was very strong. Even if the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother borrowed it, she wouldn't be able to borrow much. Xianxia has obtained the Sun Seed for some time, so he knows how strong the Sun Seed's energy is. Furthermore, the Sun Seed's energy can be regenerated. The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound came to the center of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation and extended her hands to touch the Sun Seed. She felt a very scorching power and said with a frown, very, very hot. After touching the young seed for a while, she had no choice but to withdraw her hand. What made Xianxia alarmed was that her hands were red and swollen. Furthermore, they were somewhat black. It was the result of being burned by the young seed. You don't know how to use the Sun Seed? I thought you knew how to use it. Xianxia was puzzled. There was once a Heavenly Mother who touched a young seed. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, but I only know that she doesn't have that Sun Seed, yet she can give birth to her own child. Has any Heavenly Mother ever succeeded? Xianxia was very shocked. He thought that such a thing was only a legend in the natural law divine realm, he never thought that it would actually exist. Yes. However, that Heavenly Mother received extremely severe heavenly punishment and died in the end. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother frowned and left the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, because it was extremely uncomfortable inside. What about the child? Asked Xianxia. She gave birth to a baby girl, her whereabouts are unknown. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound shook her head, for many years, the natural law divine realm has been searching for that baby girl. Xianxia said with a frown, baby girl? When did this happen? Did the Heavenly Tao instruct you to search, or did the Heavenly Law Divine Realm want to search? It happened a few thousand years ago. We, the Heavenly Mothers, are looking for it. We mainly want to see how the baby girl has grown. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound stared at the young seed, and her eyes were filled with fanaticism because she felt that she could also give birth to a child. A few thousand years ago? At that time I was a mortal King Fu Yun. Xianxia said with frown, if that baby girl is really strong, she will definitely do something world-shaking. The baby girl is not in the Nine Yang heavenly region. In short, we have searched many heavenly regions but could not find the baby girl's whereabouts. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother sighed. Xianxia is also very curious. How strong is the baby girl that the Heavenly Mother gave birth to? After all, she is the only existence. If you give birth to your own child, maybe you will also suffer heaven's punishment. Xianxia said. The Heavenly Tao is dead. Only heavenly rules still operate. As for us, the children of the Heavenly Mother, we are not included in the heavenly rules and punishments. As for the Heavenly Mother that was punished by the Heavenly Tao, it was the Heavenly Tao itself that took action. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother looked at her hands, which had already returned to their original state. She walked into the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation again. Xianxia is looking at her from outside. This time, she hugged the Sun Seed that is emitting intense scorching light with her hands and let the Sun Seed approach her chest. The intense scorching heat caused the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother to let out a burst of painful groan. She is enduring the pain, trying to guide the Sun Seed's energy into her body but to no avail. After trying for a bit, she can only give up. Her clothes have already been burnt to ashes. The Sun Seed is very scorching hot, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's body is completely red from being roasted. Xianxia is secretly alarmed when he saw the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's body. Although the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's body looks very beautiful, she has no vitality at all. Her skin color is also very poor. After the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother left the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation, Xianxia promptly took out a robe and draped it over her. "Thank you." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother let out a long sigh. Her expression is very complicated as she looked at the sun seed. She said with great disappointment, "I don't know how to use it." "Do you want to hear my opinion?" Xianxia said. "You are the Nine Sun Palace King, you have very deep research on Nine Suns, your opinion is naturally very important, tell me about it," the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. "The sun seed should be considered as an extreme yang item, you need a very strong yin cold power to guide the sun seed's energy into your body." Xianxia said, "For example, the ice race, they innately possess a very strong yin cold power, moreover they are very fond of devouring flames." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother slightly nodded and said, "The place where the Mother Moon is located is an extreme yin land of the sun sacred land, it will be able to smoothly fuse with the sun seed very quickly." This is also what Xianxia just thought of. The Mother Moon is located in an extreme yin land, it needs to release the sun seed's energy so that it can be easily devoured. "But I don't have yin cold power," the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia took out the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl and said with smile, "This thing should be useful, I will help you give it a try." "Alright," the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's heart stirred. This time, Xianxia and she went to the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation together. Through the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation, Xianxia triggered the yin cold power of the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl and poured it into the sun seed. The sun seed immediately shot out a kind of white-blue colored light. "Can you absorb it now?" Xianxia asked. Yes, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's face revealed pleasant surprise, she immediately began absorbing the sun seed's energy. The blue-colored light released by the sun seed is very gentle, it is clearly the result of the extreme cold power and the extreme sun's berserk energy neutralizing each other. This blue-colored light has many crystal granules, they are formed from energy, these tiny granules contain very powerful energy. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother only absorbed for a while and then was unable to absorb any more. "It's done," the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother promptly shouted. Xianxia stored the Divine Space Ice Dragon Pearl. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother also promptly walked out of the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin formation. After she took off her robe, her beautiful jade body, her skin is sparkling and translucent, there is a faint layer of rosy, white and red, it is like a beautiful jade. Before, her skin was dry and also had a layer of black gas. Now, her flesh and blood are filled with lively vitality, the gloominess in her eyes has completely disappeared, they have become bright and beautiful, her eyes are filled with spirituality. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, quickly put on your clothes. Xianxia faintly smiled, "No matter what, I am still a man." "Palace King, of course I know you are a man." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother sweetly smiled, "I also know you have seen many beauties but this is your first time seeing the Heavenly Mother, right? Aren't you very interested in the Heavenly Mother? I am only satisfying your curiosity." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is a bit disappointed in her heart because she cannot see any desire in Xianxia's eyes. In other words, she is not the least bit attractive to Xianxia. She took out a red dress and slowly put it on in front of Xianxia. Xianxia is also watching from the side, there is no fluctuation in his eyes, it is as if he is looking at a very normal thing. "Many thanks to your help, I was able to be reborn." A charming and beautiful smile appeared on the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's oval face, "You are indeed an enemy of the Heavenly Tao, originally I was about to die but you pulled me back." "Then do you feel like giving birth to a child?" Xianxia asked. "I also don't know, maybe it will take a period of time." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with light smile, "If I am really pregnant, then you can be considered the father of that child." The corner of Xianxia's eyebrows twitched, he promptly waved his hand and yelled, "Don't talk nonsense, I did not do anything." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother giggled and said, "Relax, I am not pregnant. As for the reason, I don't know. But I have indeed been reborn through the sun seed. Even if you are pregnant, it will be a fatherless child." Xianxia sighed and said, "The sun seed is yours, you should be the child's father," the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with smile. Back when the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was about to die, she always had a gloomy appearance. Now that she has been reborn, she has become very playful. "I won't admit it." Xianxia said with smile, Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, you must remember our cooperation. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother stopped smiling and said, of course I remember our cooperation. After I regained my vitality, my strength has become even stronger. It will not be a problem to deal with those old Heavenly Mothers. Xianxia wants to obtain those altars, but his own strength is not enough, so he needs the help of the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. I don't want those altars in your hands. You will have to return them. Xianxia said, I will get them when I have the opportunity in the future. As for the other Heavenly Mother's altars, I will definitely take them. Palace King, you seem to be very attached to those altars. Are they of any use to you? With your strength, you can also make those altars, it's just that it will take some time. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother asked. These altars were originally sun altars, but now they have become love gods' altars. Xianxia's expression suddenly sank. You have a grudge with the love god. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother seems to have noticed something. Enemy. How much do you know about the love god? Xianxia said. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's beautiful eyes flashed. She asked, then tell me, what kind of grudge do you have with the love god? She betrayed me. Xianxia said coldly, she was once a very capable subordinate of mine. Because of her betrayal, my sect was exterminated and I, who was once the king of gods, also fell because of it. She even killed my lover. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother slightly exclaimed, so there is such a thing. No wonder the love god received so many rewards in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. What kind of status does she have in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm? Xianxia said. For many years, he has always wanted to understand the love god better. She is a Heavenly Mother, but she doesn't have many heavenly people in her hands. Furthermore, she is a very important Heavenly Mother. That's all I know. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, you have been with her for so long, yet you don't know that she is a Heavenly Mother? Xianxia circled around the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound and carefully observed her. Do you want me to let you take a closer look? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother smiled and asked gently. No need. Xianxia frowned, recalling his impression of the goddess of love. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, Xianxia, I know you are very interested in Heavenly Mother, but there is nothing special about her. When the goddess of love was by your side for such a long time, you didn't even realize that she was the Heavenly Mother. Xianxia shook his head and said, no, you are still different from humans. You have a very strong Heavenly Tao power on you. In other words, your saint energy is cultivated by absorbing the energy of the heavenly way, so it's very different. Really? The Heavenly Mother frowned and said, can you really tell the difference from the saint power in my body? Yes. Xianxia said, I have fought with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm for so many years, I am very familiar with the power within your bodies. As for the Goddess of Love, she does not have the aura of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound shook her head and said, impossible. The Goddess of Love must be the Heavenly Mother. Since she is the Heavenly Mother, her power must originate from the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. She must have used some secret technique to conceal herself. Xianxia said, she is my subordinate, we often fight and train together, I understand her divine power aura very well. Then there is only one possibility. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound looked at Xianxia and said, you should have also thought of it. Xianxia nodded and said, the love goddess is an avatar of Heavenly Mother. This avatar grew up in the divine wilderness, so there are no flaws. After all, you are the enemy of the Heavenly Tao. If the Heavenly Law Divine Realm wants to deal with you, they will definitely do anything. The Heavenly Mother sighed. Xianxia suddenly laughed, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, then are you sent by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to deal with me? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound chuckled, Natural Law Divine Realm can't be that stupid, they won't use the same method to deal with you. As for you, you won't fall for the same trick twice. You are so passionate that I can't help but be suspicious. Xianxia faintly smiled and said, I am not deluding myself, but you are indeed seducing me. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound suddenly smiled very charmingly. Then she extended her hand, wanting to touch Xianxia's face, but her wrist was grabbed by Xianxia. So stingy. Can't I touch your face? The Heavenly Sound Matriarch snorted bitterly. Our cooperation is based on a soul contract. Qinyan said, you are Heavenly Mother. Perhaps you have a way to restrain the soul contract? So, I have to let you off a little. I am not on guard against you, but you are on guard against me. Qinyan, your actions will make me very sad. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. If I'm cheated by you, I'll be the one feeling sad. Qinyan said with smile, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too enthusiastic. You are a grand Heavenly Mother, yet you act so casually in front of me, so I am very vigilant. The Heavenly Mother flirted with her hair, and the smile on her face carried a hint of charm. Palace King, you really want to understand the Heavenly Mother of our natural law divine realm, but do you know that we also want to understand you? What's there to understand about me? I have been tortured and sealed by the Heavenly Law divine realm. Don't you know me well enough? Qinyan spread out his hands, finding it extremely funny. We are all very curious, how did you come to be the Palace King? Have you ever thought about this question? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. Of course I've thought about it, but it's not important to me at all. Qinyan said with a smile. Back then, he was the king of the Nanyang Palace. He had no impression of how he got there. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with a mysterious expression, Palace King, let me tell you a secret. This is the result of our Heavenly Law Divine Realm's research on you. Only a few Heavenly Mothers know about it. What secret? How do you know? Qinyan also wanted to know how much the Heavenly Law Divine Realm knew about him. As long as we eat your heart, we Heavenly Mothers will be able to break through the sky. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with a serious expression, do you know about this yourself? What's so delicious about my heart? Qinyan shook his head and smiled, then touched his chest. It's not this heart. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, back then, when you were imprisoned and tortured, there were a few divine Heavenly Mothers who participated. They were all searching for your true heart. That heart is called the soul heart, it's within the soul. Soul heart? Qinyan said with a frown, I don't even know about this thing. When I was tortured back then, no one asked me for the soul heart. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, I don't know about that. In short, I heard that you have a soul heart. After eating your soul heart, I can transcend the heavenly Tao and break through the heavens. Qinyan immediately fell into deep thought. He thought of the heavenly eye. Back then, when his consciousness entered the space inside the heavenly eye, he heard a voice saying something about going home. He even said that if he couldn't remember, he wouldn't be allowed to go home. Later on, he even obtained the heavenly eye. This matter had always puzzled him. This was something that he did not even know when he was the king of the Nanyang Palace. Now, when he combined it with what Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound had said, he suddenly felt that his life experience was very bizarre. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes turned purple-red and surged with a heavenly might filled with deterrence as he looked at Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound. When Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound saw Qinyan's eyes, she immediately let out a terrified scream and retreated. Her delicate body trembled non-stop. What are you doing? Don't come over. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound saw the heavenly eye and was scared out of her wits. Qinyan used the heavenly eye to look at Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's head. He discovered that there is a ball of faint golden light inside her head. Is that the soul heart? Qinyan is astonished. This Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound has a soul heart. The soul heart should be located in the spiritual world of the soul. Apart from seeing the soul heart, he also discovered something very special. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound has already retreated to the wall. Her face is filled with fear as she looked at Qinyan. She did not dare to speak again. Qinyan put away the heavenly eye and returned to its original appearance. That is Heavenly Eye? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound took a deep breath and asked. N. Qinyan said, I just saw your soul heart. In your spiritual world, it is a flower, right? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said in astonishment, You saw a flower? I don't know what it is, but it has existed in my spiritual world for many years. Qinyan believes that his soul heart has not been cultivated yet. In his spiritual world, there is only Ling Yuner, but Ling Yuner is only a Tao spirit. How can the heavenly eye be with you? You are the enemy of the heavenly Tao. Before the heavenly Tao underwent nirvana, it actually gave you its most precious heavenly eye. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's face is filled with disbelief. I used the heavenly eye and saw a very strange situation on your body. Xianxia also doesn't know how he obtained the heavenly eye, so he did not answer. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound hastily asked, "What strange situation is on my body?" "You have 2 sun seed energy in your body. In other words, before you absorbed the sun seed's energy, your body already had the sun seed's power," Xianxia said. What's going on? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is also very astonished. She immediately sensed the energy in her body, but she can't sense anything. "I suspect that all of you Heavenly Mothers were born from the sun seed," Xianxia said. "The sun seed energy in your body is aging and drying up. If you don't get replenished, you will die. Therefore, by absorbing new sun seed energy, you can be reborn. In other words, the sun seed energy is your lifespan." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is startled. She paced back and forth a few steps and said, "If that's the case, then what's the deal with giving birth? You can't be considered real living beings, so you can't give birth. Your body is only formed from the sun seed energy and then controlled by your soul." Xianxia said indifferently, "To be precise, you are just very high-level puppets." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is dumbstruck. She is so shocked that she gasped for breath. Then what's going on when a Heavenly Mother gave birth to a child? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound now has a better understanding of herself, but she can't accept this kind of thing. This is something they never knew before. That Heavenly Mother should have cultivated her true body. Xianxia said, "Whether it is your Heavenly Mother, Heavenly Man or Heavenly Armor Guard, they are all puppet bodies condensed from the power of the Heavenly Tao. You are not real life. Puppets with flesh and blood could be created, but it was impossible for them to reproduce like real life." The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound understood puppets very well because they often used them. They, the high and mighty Heavenly Mothers in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, were actually just puppets of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao had already undergone nirvana and no longer provided them with energy, so they began to age. The Goddess of Love should know this. Furthermore, she has extremely high authority, which is why she used the altar to collect the power of sacrifice to cultivate her own stronger true body, Xianxia said. This discovery was very important to him, because it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was very powerful. Now that he knew that these Heavenly Mothers were all puppets, he could find their weaknesses. Impossible, impossible. We are so powerful, how could we be puppets? The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound could not accept this. If I were the heavens, then the clay figurines I made out of mud would definitely be very powerful. Xianxia said with a smile, "You guys are similar to this kind of existence." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound bit her lips and said, "Palace King, then what's with me having my own soul? I still have a soul heart." "That's what you said. Your bodies are puppet bodies, but your souls are also bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. Maybe you are the seed of a strand of the Heavenly Tao's soul." Xianxia chuckled, "It seems that you are also the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao." The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound sat on the ground. She had lived for so many years, and in the saint-level space, she could be said to have a high status and authority. She was second only to one and above tens of thousands. However, she was only a puppet. Although she was temporarily not being controlled by anyone, she could be at the mercy of the Heavenly Tao at any time. "Although I am the enemy of Heavenly Tao, I can resist Heavenly Tao and you can't," Xianxia said. "Palace King, the Heavenly Tao is undergoing nirvana. If he is reborn, will he be able to control us again?" When Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound thought of Xianxia's heavenly eye, she knew that Xianxia wasn't lying. She just couldn't accept it. "Yes. At that time, he might let all of you go back to the furnace, and then get a new batch of Heavenly Mother celestial beings, and set up a new order of the Heavenly Tao." Xianxia said, "Therefore, the Love God must take this opportunity to cultivate a powerful true body and break away from the control of the Heavenly Tao." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound gritted her teeth and said, "I also want to cultivate a true body." "Do you know what to do? You have to give up your current body." "Are you willing?" asked Xianxia. Although I have cultivated doppelgangers, those doppelgangers are not as strong as my current body. Moreover, they are all very fragile. I don't have the heart to cultivate them." The Heavenly Mother shook her head and said, "It seems like the goddess of love already knew about this. That's why she cultivated the avatar of the goddess of love to be very powerful." Xianxia said, "The reason why the love goddess can cultivate avatar and is not restricted by the heavenly Tao is very likely because she made a great contribution. She cheated me miserably, so she got this opportunity." He looked coldly at the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and said, "Don't trick me like she did. Sooner or later, I will make the goddess of love pay in blood." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound knew how terrifying Xianxia was. For him to obtain the precious heavenly eye, he must have grasped some formidable power. "Don't worry." The Heavenly Mother calmed down. What she needed to do now was to cooperate with Xianxia. "When I'm ready, I'll take action immediately and help you get those altars," the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound said. If she wanted to cultivate a good body and rid herself of her puppet body, she could only seek Xianxia's help. "Oh right, you should have something like a heaven vein, right?" Xianxia said. "The vein of the heavens is what we use to absorb the heavenly energy." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound spread open her palm and a dozen or so golden threads overflowed from it. She said, "This kind of thing can be cultivated again after being extracted. I'll give it to my celestials, and they'll advance by leaps and bounds." "Why doesn't that Tianhui have heavenly veins?" "You are quite biased," Xianxia said with smile. "Tianhui treats me with respect, and his words are nice, but he won't amount to much." The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother snorted. "These fellows under me are quite good at scheming and plotting against each other, but they are far from being able to fight against the holy kings under the other Heavenly Mothers. Can you give me a heaven vein?" Xianxia looked at Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's palm and asked. "How can one be enough for you? A guy like you needs at least 9. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, then took out 9 shining golden threads and said, "Use them together with sacred veins." Xianxia took it and stored it in the Nether Sun. Then the Nether Sun fused it with his 9 sacred veins. Even the holy kings under the Heavenly Mother have to put in great effort to obtain 1 heaven vein. Yet the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother casually gave Xianxia 9. If those holy kings knew about this, they would vomit blood out of jealousy. "Palace King, show me a clear path. How can I break away from the control of Heavenly Tao? I always thought that I was a child of Heavenly Tao and was favored by Heavenly Tao. I never expected that I am just a tool." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. "Heavenly Tao is heartless, how can it favor you?" Xianxia cannot help but laugh. "It can be said that one who keeps company with ink is stained black. After coming into contact with you, I also want to fight against the Heavenly Tao." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, "I just gave you so many heavenly veins, you just showed me a clear path. Otherwise, I will start acting like a spoiled child." "Acting like a spoiled child is useless against me," Xianxia said with smile. "But it will make you unable to bear it." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound playfully smiled. Xianxia said, "It's very simple, you can cultivate a body of flesh and blood, just like how you cultivate fairies, you can refine a very powerful avatar." "Can an avatar give birth to a child?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. "Why are you so obsessed with giving birth?" Xianxia said with smile, "It should be possible." "How do I give birth?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked. "You don't know about this? How do humans give birth? How do you give birth?" Xianxia said with smile. "Is it that simple?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound thought about it and said with smile, "Just find a man, right?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "There are many men, when the time comes, you can find as many as you want, give birth to as many as you want." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's beautiful eyes stared straight at Xianxia and said with smile, "When the time comes, I will borrow you to help me give birth to one, can you?" "No." Xianxia immediately shouted. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound lightly groaned and said, "Miser. Quickly adjust your condition and take action." Xianxia said, "Oh that's right, continue to let your subordinates search for the sun seed. After they find it, inform me, I have a way to collect it." "Palace King, if my subordinates find the sun seed and you successfully collect it, how will we split it?" "I can't suffer a loss." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. "How about this, we will split it in half." If we find two, we will each take one. If there is only one, we will discuss it again. Xianxia said. You help me give birth to a good child, I will give you the sun seed. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with smile. No need, just do as I said earlier. Xianxia promptly said. He hastily sent Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound out of the heaven leaping shuttle to prevent her from pestering him. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, in the eyes of those old heavenly mothers, you should be very delicious. You must be careful, he, wretched girl, what are you thinking? Xianxia curled his lips and said. Other heavenly mothers are not as beautiful as Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, right? If you fall into the hands of those old salted meat, you will be finished. Ling Yun'er said with smile. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia closed his eyes inside the heaven-leaping shuttle and sensed the fusion of 9 sacred veins and heavenly veins. What made him amazed is that after the fusion of 9 sacred veins and heavenly veins, he can absorb a very peculiar heavenly Tao power. This is the direct absorption of heavenly Tao power, not indirect absorption. For example, before, he had to absorb it from heavenly man's body or devour other things to obtain it. Direct absorption of heavenly Tao power is the purest. While he is absorbing this heavenly Tao power, the heavenly Tao divine rune suddenly reacted and began devouring this energy. Very good, the heavenly Tao divine rune finally has some reaction. Xianxia is extremely happy in his heart. The heavenly Tao divine rune should not be complete yet. If it absorbs enough heavenly Tao power, it might be able to completely mature. The heaven leaping shuttle is inside the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's main hall. Xianxia is cultivating inside the shuttle when he suddenly heard Tian Hui's voice. Heavenly Mother, this is the heaven leaping shuttle? You captured Xianxia? Tian Hui said in shock. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is inside the main hall, her face is covered by golden light, Tian Hui cannot see her appearance. Indeed, Xianxia has been captured by me. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother coldly said, the might within her voice is even stronger than before. Tian Hui and other sacred kings have been feeling that Heavenly Mother's strength is weakening day by day. Some sacred kings even have the intention to rebel, they want to defeat Heavenly Mother and take control of the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. Now, Tian Hui can sense that Heavenly Mother's strength has been restored and he is secretly alarmed in his heart. He suspects that Heavenly Mother has been hiding her strength all along and now she is revealing her strength to deal with Xianxia. Heavenly Mother truly wants to capture Xianxia, however it is the kind of capture, for example to have children with her. What's the matter? You all did not violate the orders I gave you. Heavenly Mother said. No, we did not attack the ice race. I don't know why Heavenly Mother showed mercy to the ice race, we discovered that they have many villages. Tian Hui said. I have a request for the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. We all know the relationship between the ice race and the Divine Universe Ice Dragon. If I attack the ice race, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon will not cooperate with me. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Heavenly Mother is wise. Tian Hui said with smile. Tian Hui returned this time to obtain important news. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother has been ambushed and suffered disastrous losses. Who ambushed Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother? Blue Pearl Palace is stronger than our Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is somewhat shocked and asked. It was Heavenly Mother Love's subordinates. The reason is that Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother is obstructing them from finding the sun seed. Tian Hui said. I know, you continue searching for the sun seed and tell me the location of Heavenly Mother Love's subordinates, I will go take a look. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Yes. Tian Hui will take his leave. After leaving the main hall, Tian Hui looked at the heaven leaping shuttle again. After Tian Hui left the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace, Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother arrived beside the heaven leaping shuttle. She knocked on the heaven leaping shuttle and yelled, Palace King, what are you doing inside? I have something important to discuss with you. Xianxia came out of the heaven leaping shuttle and said, I heard everything just now. Heavenly Mother Love is the goddess of love. She is the divine Heavenly Mother, she actually personally sent people to find the sun seed. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, her subordinates must have an altar. How exactly are those altars distributed? Xianxia is very suspicious about this. It's controlled by the supreme group of Heavenly Mothers in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Heavenly Mother Love is one of them, but after she lost an altar, she can no longer control all the altars. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, her subordinates should have found the Sun Seed and are still a match for Blue Pearl. Xianxia can already sense that the palace is moving. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with smile, Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother doesn't dare to fight against Heavenly Mother Love, so she can only swallow her anger. But I'm not afraid. Love God's subordinates? Xianxia laughed coldly, it's time to greet Love God, otherwise she will think that I have already forgotten about those things. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother controlled the Golden Eagle to carry her huge palace in the sky. Both the palace and the giant eagle were huge, but their flying speed was not slow at all. Xianxia was also making preparations in the palace. He was mainly organizing some armor suppression sacred talisman artifacts and checking the flag array that Xianxia and company had taken out. Then, he asked the little Queen Ant to cooperate with him and make spatial cannonballs. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound took out the violet gold Divine Universe sword and inspected its condition. Xianxia looked at the Heavenly Mother's purple gold Divine Universe sword and said, you also use such a thing as a weapon? If not? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, could it be that you look down on divine swords refined from Divine Universe amethyst? This kind of thing looks very awesome, but I feel that it is very ordinary. Xianxia said with smile, I didn't expect a Heavenly Mother like you would also use this kind of thing. The purple gold Celestial Universe sword is a pretty good weapon for me. At least in the Saint class space, there are very few Saint class artifacts that can compare to it. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, the only flaw is that after the Divine Universe purple chi dissipates, this sword will become useless, and we will need to find a new sword. Seeking swords? I remember you have a lot of these purple gold divine cosmic swords. Xianxia said doubtfully. That was in the past. There aren't that many now. In the past, when the Heavenly Tao was still around, we could easily obtain large amounts of it. But now, we can't. There aren't many Divine Universe amethyst left in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, so you can't abuse it. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia held many flying sabers in his hand and asked, how did you deal with the heavenly armor? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother shook her head slowly and said, even we don't have any effective methods. We can only use sufficient strength to break through the heavenly armor. Enough power? How strong is it? Xianxia also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to understand more about the heavenly armor. The heavenly armor of a saint class space is different from that of a god class space. The sacred level space's heavenly armor is much weaker, so it is difficult to resist the attack of a god level expert from the god level space. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia also understood. He said with a smile, then do you have that kind of strength? If he had the purple gold heavenly armor, his defense would be even stronger. Against the purple gold heavenly armor, we can only use the sealing method. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, don't worry about this, I will be able to help you when the time comes. Xianxia gave her some throwing knives and said, if you meet someone wearing purple gold heavenly armor, use this. A talisman weapon to deal with the heavenly armor? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound smiled and said, I've long heard that you have a way to deal with the heavenly armor. I'm an enemy of the heavenly Tao after all. The heavenly armor is the strongest defense of you heavenly beings. If I don't think of a way to overcome it, how am I to fight you? Xianxia smiled lightly. After flying for a while, the golden eagle suddenly landed on the ground. Xianxia is also prepared. When the time comes, he only needs to hide and then secretly use talisman tools to deal with those heavenly armors. Also, he had to seize the opportunity to take away the altar. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother changed into a set of purple gold heavenly armor and wrapped herself in a black robe. She wore a ghost mask on her face and looked quite scary. Because she is wearing armor on the inside and black robe on the outside, plus she is very tall, she looks very robust, not like a woman's body type. Those guys are in the vicinity. I don't know if they found the sun seed or not, but they have an altar in their hands. I will do my best not to expose myself. If I offend Heavenly Mother Love, my days will be very difficult. Xianxia took out a talisman and gave it to her. He said, take this talisman with you. When you fight, you can release dragon power aura and make them think that you are a dragon. This is a good thing. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with smile, you really have a lot of tricks. After their altar appears, do your best to delay them. Leave the rest to me. If you can't beat them, you better run away quickly and don't die. Xianxia said. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound laughed coldly, Palace King, you are looking down on me, the Heavenly Mother. Xianxia followed behind Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound and left the palace. The golden eagle and the palace suddenly became very small, only the size of a palm. They looked like golden stone sculptures and were stored away by Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound. When they came out, they sensed the aftermath of the battle. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's subordinates were attacked here and suffered heavy losses. It can be seen that the subordinates sent by Heavenly Mother Love are very strong. There are sun seeds in this area? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound looked at the 3 suns in the sky and said, 9 sun seeds, 1 is in your hands, 1 is in Mother Moon, there are still 7 hidden. Xianxia said, I originally wanted to use the sun seed in my hand to sense the existence of other sun seeds but I didn't succeed. It doesn't matter, we have a special holy talisman that can find sun seeds. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound took out a talisman and handed it to Xianxia. This was refined by Heavenly Law Divine Realms Inscription Saint Master. After approaching the sun seed, there will be a certain reaction. Xianxia took the talisman and used his heavenly eye to look at it. He said in surprise, there is a special energy inside, the runes are also very strange. I paid a great price to exchange for this talisman. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, it can be said that it consumed more than half of my wealth. The talisman in Xianxia's hand did not have any reaction, it means that the sun seed is not nearby. It only reacts when it's 100 feet away from the sun seed. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, I need to quickly deal with Heavenly Mother Love's subordinates. I'm worried that Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother will come over. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound followed the aura here and flew forward. Xianxia is invisible, flying at a low altitude in the mountain forest. His speed is not very fast. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is indeed very strong. In order to not expose herself, she deliberately suppressed a portion of her power. However, the aura of that power is still very frightening. When Xianxia went over, a loud sound suddenly came from the front, the entire mountain forest also began to shake. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound made her move, a great battle that could break out at any moment. When Xianxia went over, he was blown away by a wave of turbulent air waves, making it difficult for him to move forward. More than half of the mountains in the mountain forest have collapsed, trees have been uprooted by the tyrannical gale. The battle ahead is very intense. The battle is really intense. Xianxia is also unable to distinguish Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's aura because she is deliberately concealing it. Her aura is very chaotic but it is good for Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, at least she won't be recognized. After Xianxia approached the battlefield, the talisman in his hand suddenly reacted. It is a talisman to search for the sun seed. The sun seed is indeed here. Xianxia cannot see the center of the battle because there is a surging multicolored light energy wave, it is shrouded in thick fog. He circled around and determined that the sun seed is not on the battlefield. The altar has not come out yet. He used his heavenly eye to look but he did not see the altar. Instead, he saw the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound being besieged by dozens of experts. By the time he looked over, the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound had already killed 2 experts. This woman is indeed a bit strong. Xianxia held the talisman and forcibly moved towards the location of the sun seed in the tyrannical gale. Lingyuner said, Xiaoyun, why didn't the sun seed run away? Could it be that it is sleeping? Sun seed can run around and its speed is also very fast. It can even travel deep underground. The yang seed here seemed to be fixed in place, not moving at all. I don't know. Xianxia shook his head, let's find the sun seed first. He used mysterious penetration divine ability and drilled into the ground. This place has been razed to the ground by the explosion of the fierce battle. The sun seed can only be deep underground. Xianxia arrived deep underground and gradually approached the sun seed through the talisman. What made him puzzled is that the sun seed did not release that kind of scorching energy. This sun seed was very different from the one he had obtained. After a moment, he finally saw the sun seed. It is actually a fist-sized black pearl. He touched the black pearl and can feel a trace of sun seed aura. The surface of the black pearl is somewhat warm. What's going on? Ling Yin'er asked. This sun seed seems to be in a cocoon state. Qin Yin said in shock, after the cocoon, will it germinate? He promptly placed the sun seed into the 9 sun divine soul. He will ask Xianxia about the situation later. 9 sun divine maiden and you must have a good understanding of the sun seed. After Qin Yin obtained the sun seed, he immediately came to the surface. He looked at the dazzling battlefield in front of him and used his heavenly eye to look. He discovered that there are only 20 or so people attacking the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Many of them have been killed. Those 20 or so people finally couldn't hold on any longer. They can only release the altar and use the altar's power to attack the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Qin Yin took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. The spatial cannonball he refined through the Little Ant Queen has once again come in handy. This kind of spatial cannonball can cause the space to become chaotic and sever the connection between the altar and the Divine Desolate. The moment the connection is severed, the altar will temporarily lose control. At this time, as long as one has a good enough storage magic tool and formidable mental power, they can take away the altar. Qin Yin aimed the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon at the altar that is releasing berserk energy and shot the spatial cannonball inside. The spatial cannonball pierced through the space and hit the altar. However, it didn't burst out of very strong energy, it only released intense spatial fluctuations. At the same time, Qin Yin used his heavenly eye to activate the light transformation sacred pupil. His body turned into a beam of light and instantly arrived beside the altar. Let's go. Qin Yin waved his hand. Nether moon mental power as vast and mighty as the sea enveloped the altar. Then combined with the 9 sun divine soul, the altar was sucked into the space inside the 9 sun divine soul. With the altar in hand, the pressure on the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother greatly decreased. Who took away the altar? His Majesty the Divine King will not let you off, an old man roared. I am Qin Yin. Go back and tell the love goddess that she can forget about sitting on her Divine King position. Qin Yin's voice echoed. At this time, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother promptly rushed towards Qin Yin and brought him far away from this place. Because the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother and the White Wind Heavenly Mother are approaching. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother only knows that Qin Yin took away the altar, she doesn't know that he obtained the sun. This time, the Heavenly Sound Matriarch was opposing a powerful Heavenly Matriarch, causing the Heavenly Love Matriarch to lose an important altar. Offending the Heavenly Mother was a very dangerous thing for the Heavenly Mother. Once she was discovered, she could forget about staying in the natural law divine realm in the future. Furthermore, she had joined forces with Qin Yin, the enemy of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, her heart was thumping wildly. She felt extremely excited, so she pulled Qin Yin and did not stop for a moment. She used her fastest speed to escape. It was because Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother and White Wind Heavenly Mother had both come. If they knew that an altar had been stolen, they would definitely chase it back, because they could take credit for it. That was why the Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was worried that they would chase after her. It's far enough. Qin Yin shouted, we have been flying for more than half a day, they won't be able to catch up. Run further away, it's better to be cautious. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was a little nervous at this moment, she was more or less worried that she would be exposed. Qin Yin said with smile, don't worry, when you were fighting, you didn't expose your aura, I can sense it. That's hard to say. After all, 2 Heavenly Mothers are here. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, they might be able to see something, I have to be cautious in the future. I got a sun seed. Qin Yin said. Is there really a young seed in that place? When the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound learned of this, she suddenly sped up. Qin Yin obtained a sun seed and an altar, it is enough for the 2 Heavenly Mothers to join hands and risk their lives. Don't worry, when I find another sun seed, I will give you one. Qin Yin said with smile. I'll leave it with you for now. I don't need it yet. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, this kind of thing can't let me give birth, but it can let me prolong my life. She knew very well that without Qin Yin's help, it would be difficult for her to absorb the energy within the young seed. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother flew continuously for 3 days. Moreover, she went around and around, completely leaving that battlefield. At this moment, she did not know where she was, but this allowed her to release the golden eagle and the palace without any worries. I want to rest. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, I will contact my subordinates, I will continue to instruct them to search for the sun seed. Xianxia said, previously, when Tianhui saw my heaven leaping shuttle here, would he spread the news? Don't worry, he won't say anything. Tianhui's mouth is very tight. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, do you want to stay here? No, I have other matters to attend to. Xianxia took out the heaven leaping shuttle and said, we will contact each other again. Xianxia had the soul-chasing talisman of the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. He could find her when needed. He had just obtained another altar, so the other Heavenly Mothers would definitely be on guard. It wouldn't be easy to snatch another altar from a Heavenly Mother. Only if his strength was stronger could he do it. Xianxia and the Heavenly Mother parted ways and flew towards the Ice Royal race. The heaven leaping shuttle flew for an entire night. At daybreak, Xianxia sensed something odd. He looked up at the three suns in the sky. The three suns were still the same, but Xianxia felt that one of the suns was releasing a stronger light. Could it be an illusion? According to my many years of research on the sun, my perception of sunlight is very accurate. It shouldn't be an illusion. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the three suns. It would take a few days for the sky-leaping shuttle to reach the Ice Royal tribe. Xianxia deliberately slowed down to let the heaven-leaping shuttle fly a bit slower so that he could feel the sunlight. At noon, when the sunlight shone on his body, he indeed felt that one of the suns was a bit stronger. This is something that has never happened before. Even though it is only a bit stronger, I can feel it. Xianxia shook his head and muttered, whatever, I will cultivate first. The battle between the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and Love God's subordinates is very intense, their power is very formidable. This made Xianxia realize that Love God's subordinates are very strong. If he wants to deal with Love God, he must have sufficient strength. Furthermore, there are several altars waiting for him to collect. To me, the sun seed is the core of the sun creation. Xianxia looked at the black pearl in his hand. This sun seed is completely different from the one he obtained from the 6 cities. As for how to use it, he can only wait until he meets Xiaqiru. He wants to create a primal divine sun. This process is very difficult. Once it is successfully created, he will obtain extremely formidable power. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew for 3 days. After daybreak, Xianxia sensed the first ray of sunlight shining down and said with a frown, the sunlight of one of the suns has increased again. These past few days, the sun's radiance has been increasing bit by bit. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun. Could it be that a sun is about to fall? It seems so. Xianxia's expression is grave. Once the sun falls, it will affect Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. The doomsday of Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate is coming. Before the sun falls, it will gradually approach the earth and finally fiercely smash down. It is precisely because the sun is gradually approaching the earth that the sunlight will become more intense. Because the Sun Holy Land has a very strange ice-cold power, causing the entire Holy Land to feel very cold. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been able to accurately determine the approximate time based on the temperature of the sunlight. Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate are about to be finished. Ling Yin'er lightly sighed, I wonder when they will be reborn. Before Sacred Desolate is destroyed, I must go to Divine Desolate. Xianxia slightly clenched his fists and said earnestly, I must quickly break through my cultivation. Xianxia is in the main control room of the heaven-leaping shuttle, cultivating through the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and cultivating together with Zi Qingqing and others. At this time, he suddenly sensed a talisman flickering in his storage space. It is the space god contacting him. He and the space god both have a talisman. It is connected through the sun. Xianxia took the talisman and arrived outside the heaven-leaping shuttle to receive the sunlight. Brother, where are you? Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate are about to be destroyed. The space god's voice transmitted into Xianxia's mind from the talisman. It is filled with a trace of anxiousness. I am at Sacred Desolate's Sun Holy Land. Xianxia said, I can also see the situation of that sun. I really didn't expect it to be faster than I expected. Yes. Before that, try your best to come to Divine Desolate. otherwise you can only wander around in the outer heaven domain. The space god said. I will do it as soon as possible. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, the talisman ignited with flames. This kind of talisman can only be used a few times, mainly because the materials Xianxia used to refine it are not good enough. Through the space god's message, he is certain that a sun is about to fall and destroy Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate's creatures should be preparing to escape, right? Ling Yin'er sighed and said, leaving the Great Desolate is truly unbearable. Everyone is already prepared. Xianxia said, there is no other way, this is not the first time 9 suns are going to destroy the world. The heaven-leaping shuttle flew for a few days and finally arrived outside the Ice King tribe. The Ice King tribe was originally protected by a divine space ice dragon barrier, but now that barrier is no longer there. After Xianxia arrived, he shouted a few times. Not long after, the Ice Race King, Elder Chen, and Captain Yu hastily flew out. They are very pleasantly surprised to see Xianxia. Last time, Xianxia appeared and saved their Ice King tribe, otherwise they would have been destroyed. Therefore they are very respectful towards Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia was once the 9 Sun Palace King. He saved their ice race in the very beginning of the era. Along the way, the Ice Race King and Elder Chen talked about many legends about the 9 Sun Palace King. Xianxia carefully recalled that when he fought against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, he indeed saved many people in passing. However, he doesn't remember those people were from the ice race. I'm really sorry, I can't remember your ancestors. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and said, I saved many races and the situation at that time was very chaotic. It doesn't matter, as long as our ancestors remember you. Elder Chen said with smile, Palace King can still live until now, truly amazing. Most of the people from that era are already dead, right? The people of the Ice King tribe all know that the era of the 9 Sun Palace King is the very first era of the 9 Desolate. And the fact that the 9 Sun Palace King is still alive is indeed amazing. Xianxia is now being treated as a distinguished guest by the Ice Race King. I came here this time to contact the Divine Universe Ice Dragon through Elder Chen. Xianxia said, Elder Chen said that I am a calamity star, this must be the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's idea. Yes, but I don't know how to contact the Ice Dragon. In short, every time he comes to find me, his voice would suddenly appear in my mind intermittently, Elder Chen said. Oh, that's right, do you feel that there is a sun that is very close to the earth? Xianxia asked. I feel it. Captain Yu replied, it makes us even warmer, it allows us to absorb even more energy. The Ice Race King said with smile, isn't that so? Our race has been very happy these past few days. The sun is very close to the earth, it has become very hot, it makes us very comfortable. These ice race people can absorb heat, after the sun is close to the earth will become even hotter and they will feel more comfortable, they will be able to absorb even more energy. Xianxia carefully thought about it, then suddenly stood up and said, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is very likely to be resurrected. Reconstruct the dragon body. Palace King, why do you say that? Elder Chen asked in amazement. The sun is very close to the earth, so the heat it releases is very strong. After colliding with the cold energy of the Sun Holy Land, that kind of energy is very beneficial for the Ice Dragon to absorb. It seems like the Ice Dragon already knew what would happen today. Xianxia said. The Ice Race King is very happy, he said with smile, is this true? When will the Ice Dragon come back? It won't be long. I wonder if he can defeat those heavenly mothers after he comes back. Xianxia said. After Xianxia interacted with the heavenly mother, he learned that her body was a puppet body. It was very different from the body of a real living being. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon was created by the natural law Divine Realm, so it naturally had a puppet body. That was why it gave up its own body and obtained the guidance of the 9 suns. It could borrow the energy gathered by the sun when it approached the sacred wasteland to build a powerful body. In this way, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's new dragon body was reborn through the 9 suns and 9 desolation, and it could be considered a 9 suns and 9 desolation divine beast. Back then, the reason why the Divine Universe Ice Dragon was able to hide in the sun's sacred land and escape the pursuit of the natural law Divine Realm was also because the 9 suns had secretly helped out. The reason why the divine universe ice dragon betrayed the heavenly law divine realm is most likely because he discovered that he is only a puppet body and could be taken back by the heavenly Tao at any time. Xianxia said with a smile, if he were to be reborn, he would be a new self and would no longer be controlled by the heavenly Tao. The Ice Tribe King and the others were very happy. With the divine universe ice dragon around, their days would be more stable. Xianxia recalled Xinyu Tianlong. The mysterious Xinyu sky dragon had once laid a dragon egg. Being able to give birth to a dragon egg meant that the divine universe sky dragon had already cultivated his own body. Xianxia, the Ice Clan king, and the others talked about many things that happened in the Nine Suns era, which shocked them. After the sky darkened, Xianxia entered a cave abode in a gigantic tree. The location that the Ice Royal tribe had chosen was a very good place. There was a natural formation in the ground that allowed everything to grow well. Xianxia suspected that the divine cosmic ice dragon would be reborn in the Ice Royal clan. In the Ice Royal tribe, there was a huge pond. It was the center of the natural formation of the Earth Vein star. If the divine universe ice dragon is reborn here, then I can find out the location of the Yang seed through him. Xianxia secretly looked forward to it. At night, he looked at the mother moon in the distance. It was still flashing, still devouring the sun seed. The mother moon was extremely mysterious, even the natural law divine realm did not have much understanding of the mother moon. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if the divine cosmic ice dragon tells me where the sun seed is, I won't be strong enough to obtain it. Xianxia released the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and let Zi Qingqing and the others come out to cultivate together. While cultivating, Xianxia used the heavenly vein he just obtained to absorb heavenly Tao power. After the heavenly energy entered his body, it would be absorbed by the mysterious heavenly Tao divine rune. The heavenly Tao divine rune had always been half dead, and it would occasionally have some reaction. And this heavenly Tao divine rune was very useful. It allowed Xianxia to gain a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao and create his own heavenly Tao. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Xianxia was already in the Great Sage intermediate stage and had cultivated the 5th level of Holy Brilliance. He stood in the tree hole and looked at the 3 brilliant suns in the sky. The one in the middle had become bigger, which meant that it was very close to the sacred wasteland. If this continues, the sun will become bigger and bigger and the immortal desolate and sacred desolate will become very hot. However, this sun holy land was different. It was extremely strange. The bigger the sun, the more joyous the creatures here would be. What made Xianxia depressed is that the sun sacred land is getting colder and colder. This place was the complete opposite of the immortal desolate and sacred desolate. Because the immortal desolate and sacred desolate are close to the sun, it is definitely very hot. However, the ice race people here are very happy every day, they feel very comfortable. Outsiders like Xianxia and company would not be able to withstand the bitter cold if they did not have sufficient strength. Although it is cold, Xianxia can endure it. He had originally planned to continue cultivating, but he received news that there was a running mountain waiting for him outside. The divine inscription mountain has arrived. Xianxia immediately flew out of the Ice King tribe and arrived outside. The divine inscription mountain previously went to find Qin Long and Great Sage Wu. Now that they are here, they must have found them. The inside of the divine inscription mountain is very lively. Xianxia saw Great Sage Wu and Qin Long, as well as the immortal desolate dragon emperor and others. They came in from another passage, the sea passage. They encountered many powerful strange beasts there. Fortunately, Great Sage Wu has desolate runes and is very powerful. He is also an inscription dome master, so everyone is very safe. After meeting up, Xianxia told them about the situation here. The sacred desolate's doomsday is coming. If we don't get out in time, they can also make a decision to fly to the outer heaven domain. Great Sage Wu sighed. His great Saint Peak has many disciples. Everyone is prepared. The sun has also dropped many resources, enough to stay in the outer heaven domain for a period of time. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. The sun holy land will not be affected. This is a place to avoid disaster. Xianxia said. Great Sage Wu said, although this is my birthplace, I feel very unfamiliar with it. It is not the birthplace I am familiar with. Xianxia said with smile, the divine universe ice dragon should be reborn soon, you can meet him then. I don't know if he still remembers me. Great Sage Wu shook his head and smiled. It has been so many years. Oh, that's right, the Ice Race King here said that he is also very old. Maybe you know him? Qin Yan said. Take me to see him. Great Sage Wu said. Qin Long wanted to go with them, but he knew that the Ice Clan liked to eat food with fire, so he didn't go. He was afraid that he would be targeted. Qin Long, the fire dragon god and fire Qilin, found out about the eating habits of the ice race and felt a bit disgusted in his heart. Qin Yan brought Great Sage Wu to the Ice King tribe. As soon as he arrived, he found out that the Ice King tribe's small sacred lake is bubbling. Qin Yan is very happy because the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is about to be reborn. Qin Yan and Great Sage Wu immediately arrived next to the small sacred lake. Many Ice King tribe people are now gathered on the shore of the small sacred lake. It is broad daylight now. The small sacred lake is releasing a faint golden light into the sky. It can be seen from far away. Great Sage Wu arrived at the lakeside and saw the Ice Race King. He shouted in amazement, Xiao Bing. Is that you? Xiao Wu, the Ice Race King, also cried out in alarm after seeing Great Sage Wu. The Ice Race King looks like a middle-aged man and Great Sage looks like a handsome young man, but both of them are very old monsters. Qin Yan suspected that the Ice Race King knew Great Sage Wu, and it is indeed so. The two of them very happily hugged each other. Crash, at this time, the small sacred lake is bubbling even more. It looks like it is crazily boiling. However, the golden lake water is very ice-cold. Even Qin Yan can't stand the ice-cold lake water. He had no choice but to take out the Divine Universe Ice Dragon Pearl to increase his cold resistance. The Ice Dragon's rebirth is not small, especially the golden light coming out of the small sacred lake. It also has a very strong aura. Qin Yan is very worried. Sure enough, this kind of movement alarmed many heavenly beings. Many powerful heavenly beings wearing heavenly armor and heavenly armor guards surrounded the Ice King tribe. Outside the Ice King tribe, there is also a very large blue pearl. It is the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. Apart from this, there is also a huge white tornado. It is the White Wind Heavenly Mother. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother did not come. She knows I am here, so she did not come close to avoid being exposed? Qin Yan pondered in his heart. Great Sage Wu also knows about the Heavenly Mother. He is now a very strong peak Heavenly Saint, so he is not afraid of anything. Adding that he has Sun's Soul and Desolate Runes, even if the Heavenly Mother appears, he would still dare to fight. Don't worry, I can deal with those guys. Great Sage Wu looked at the densely packed heavenly beings in the sky and said in cold voice. Xiao Wu, we will join hands, we can definitely beat them back. The Ice Race King said, let's go out now. Alright. Great Sage Wu nodded. Great Sage Wu and the Ice Race King went out because the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is now at the critical moment of resurrection. They cannot be disturbed. Qin Yan has already prepared the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. If necessary, he will release the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to protect the small sacred lake. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon once integrated into the entire Sun Sacred Land, so it is very clear about the matters of the Sun Sacred Land. Those heavenly mothers are all looking for the Sun Seed. Ever since Qin Yan obtained the Sun Seed last time, the other Sun Seeds have hidden even deeper and are very difficult to find. The heavenly mothers know that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon is about to resurrect, so they all rushed over. Once they capture the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, they can ask about the location of the Sun Seed. Qin Yan looked at the small sacred lake and secretly used his heavenly eye. He discovered that the small sacred lake is emitting a very strange aura. This aura is very similar to the Sun Seed. Qin Yan is alarmed. He suspects that there is a Sun Seed under the small sacred lake. He promptly took out the talisman given to him by the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. It is used to detect the Sun Seed. After he took out the talisman, it indeed reacted. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon's resurrection is related to the Sun Seed. This Divine Universe Ice Dragon might become even stronger. Qin Yan sighed in his heart. After Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King came out, they released their formidable aura. Those two holy kings under the old Heavenly Mother felt great pressure when facing Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King. They don't dare to directly fight. Even those heavenly mothers are somewhat afraid of Great Sage Wu's power. After all, Great Sage Wu has Desolate Runes. The movement of the small sacred lake is getting bigger and bigger. the light rays are getting more intense. The ice race people at the lakeside are being enveloped by the golden mist overflowing from the water. They all let out a burst of comfortable exclamation. But Xianxia is feeling very cold. He feels like he is being frozen stiff. He has no choice but to retreat far away from the small sacred lake. This ice-cold power is too dreadful. Is it because of the sun seed? Xianxia exclaimed in admiration in his heart. He is a 9-sun palace king. He has seen all kinds of energy. He has seen many formidable ice-cold power, but this is the first time he has seen such dreadful ice-cold power. Just as he is retreating, the small sacred lake suddenly released a large amount of ice crystals. The ice crystals are like a fountain that shot up to the sky. Dreadful cold current swept through all directions, giving rise to a burst of berserk blizzard. The blizzard very quickly stopped. The ice crystals that shot up to the sky fell to the ground, turning the surrounding mountain forest into a world of ice and snow. The small sacred lake is still flickering with golden light, but it is no longer boiling. A handsome young man with an imposing appearance, wearing white clothes and an ice-cold expression slowly rose up from the small sacred lake. Palace King, you're really forgetful. We did meet a few times, but you don't remember? The Divine Universe Ice Dragon snorted. He was a little annoyed that Xianxia had forgotten about him. Xianxia looked outside and said with a smile, "There's your esteemed guest outside. Go entertain your guest first. We'll talk later." Although the divine cosmic ice dragon had been reborn, Xianxia could sense that it was not very strong. It was only at the peak of the quintessential saint realm. This was because the divine universe ice dragon was considered an overlord in the divine wilderness. Although the divine cosmic ice dragon did not have the strength it had in the past, it was still the divine cosmic ice dragon. It immediately soared into the sky. When he flew up, his entire body overflowed with a bone-chilling power. Even Xianxia was affected by the cold power and could not help but shiver. Heavenly mothers from the natural law divine realm, I, the divine universe ice dragon, have long since repaid what I owed the heavenly Tao. I have long since severed my ties with the heavenly Tao, so I, the divine universe ice dragon, will no longer listen to the orders of the natural law divine realm. The divine universe ice dragon's ice-cold voice was accompanied by a cold wind that enveloped the tens of thousands of people in the surroundings. That kind of bone-chilling coldness caused the group of heavenly armors to tremble uncontrollably. The divine cosmic ice dragon had already secretly displayed its strength when it had spoken just now. He was strong, but not invincible. If they really had to face the two heavenly mothers and their subordinates, the entire ice royal race would be implicated. Divine cosmic ice dragon, the Yang seed is here, and you once merged with the earth, so you definitely know where the Yang seed is. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl's cold voice traveled over. It seemed like she was not afraid of the divine cosmic ice dragon at all. I really don't know where the Yang seed is. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. The divine universe ice dragon said, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the sun-sacred land. To tell you the truth, there are demigod experts and demigod-leveling beasts here. You should save some strength to deal with them. A demigod existence. This instantly caused the tens of thousands of devas to be visibly moved, and they began to discuss in alarm. When Xianxia entered the sun-sacred land, he could tell that the sacred land space could withstand a half-god expert. The divine universe ice dragon's words were very clear. If they fought here until both sides were severely injured, it wouldn't do any good for them. Divine universe ice dragon, even though you have left the natural law divine realm, our natural law divine realm does not owe you anything. In the matter of finding the sun seed, we can cooperate. White Wind Heavenly Mother said. The present is different from the past. You have just been reborn, so you will definitely need to consolidate your foundation, and we can provide you with enough resources. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said. Those heavenly mothers were smart enough to know that they couldn't fight the divine cosmic ice dragon head-on, so they used the method of bribing it. I really don't know where the Yang seed is. The divine cosmic ice dragon said coldly, I was reborn through the Yang seed, but after the Yang seed helped me rebirth, it burrowed into the ground and its whereabouts are unknown. Earlier, Xianxia used Heavenly Sound Heavenly Mother's sacred talisman to sense the sun seed under the small sacred lake. Divine Universe Ice Dragon, we'll give you 3 days to consider. We'll be back in 3 days. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said. They were already certain that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon knew the whereabouts of the sun seed. The two heavenly mothers and heavenly men had left. The divine cosmic ice dragon's eyes are ice cold as it watched the heavenly men leave. Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King are very happy to see the divine cosmic ice dragon again. But now they are very nervous, they are on guard against the sneak attack of the heavenly men. Not long after, the sky became quiet. The two heavenly mothers have already left with their people. Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King immediately flew towards the divine cosmic ice dragon. The divine cosmic ice dragon saw them and his expression became a lot more relaxed. He even revealed a smile and said, "I didn't expect to see you again. Especially Xiao Wu, although you obtained Sacred Desolate's desolate rune, your 9 souls were also taken away by the heavenly Tao. I really didn't expect that you could still live until now." He looked at the sky and said again, "In this era, the 9 desolate Nirvana rebirth, you were all born at that time. Next, Sacred Desolate will undergo Nirvana again." Speaking of these matters, they are also very emotional. Great Sage Wu also told the divine cosmic ice dragon about his own matter. After learning that Great Sage Wu's 9 souls were reborn because of Qin Yun, the divine cosmic ice dragon is very shocked. The divine cosmic ice dragon looked at Qin Yun who was beside the small sacred lake and then flew over. "Palace King, let's talk in private, follow me." The divine cosmic ice dragon flew towards a tree hole on top of a giant tree. Qin Yun followed behind, although he has some doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything. Great Sage Wu and Ice Race King are also discussing how to strengthen the tribe's barrier formation. Previously, Great Sage Wu also talked with Xiao Hua and the other inscription masters inside the Divine Rune Mountain and gained a lot. Now he invited Xiao Hua and the others to help him set up the formation. Qin Yun followed the divine cosmic ice dragon and arrived inside the tree hole. "Palace King, you have 2 sun seeds, right?" the divine cosmic ice dragon asked. "How do you know?" Qin Yun is very surprised in his heart but his expression is calm. "The sun seed told me." The divine cosmic ice dragon opened his palm and a white ice-like round crystal appeared. Qin Yun can tell that it is a sun seed and it is different from the 2 he obtained before. Now he finally knows that all sun seeds are different. The sun seed in front of him belongs to the divine cosmic ice dragon. "So the sun seed is in your hands?" Qin Yun said with smile. "The matter of the sun seed is very complicated. Although I have the help of the sun seed, I don't know how to use it." The divine cosmic ice dragon looked at the sun seed with a confused expression. "Don't worry, this kind of thing naturally needs time to study." Qin Yun said, "I also only came into contact with the sun seed in this life." The divine cosmic ice dragon coldly snorted, "Palace King, do you really not remember me?" Qin Yun frowned and thought carefully again. Then he shook his head and said, "In my memory, there is no such thing as meeting the divine universe ice dragon. Back then, I was an elder. I had conversed with you on several occasions and asked about the suppression of the Skyfiend demons." The divine universe ice dragon looked at Qin Yun with a look of resentment. "Do you have any impression of it now?" Qin Yun suddenly remembered that there was indeed an old man who talked with him about suppressing the heavenly devil demon. At that time, he promised the old man that he would help refine the divine talisman to suppress the heavenly devil demon. But he was too busy at that time, so he forgot about it. "So that old man was you, divine cosmic ice dragon?" Qin Yun said with a guilty expression, "I'm really sorry, I was too busy at that time and forgot to help you refine the divine talisman." The divine cosmic ice dragon said, "My identity at that time was special, I had no choice but to hide my identity to find you. And you are the enemy of the heavenly Tao. If you met the divine cosmic ice dragon, you would definitely be on guard. If I had helped you refine the divine talisman back then, what would have happened now?" Qin Yun asked. "I don't know, because I couldn't get rid of the heavenly devil demon in the dragon pearl. I flew aimlessly in the divine wilderness and became disheartened. But I was suddenly sucked into the sun-sacred land and met an old man. That old man told me some things and told me to turn this place into a cold land. That old man also said that as long as I did as he said and succeeded, I would be able to get rid of the heavenly devil demon and transcend the heavenly Tao, no longer being controlled by the heavenly Tao." The divine cosmic ice dragon recalled the past, its face is still filled with astonishment. "An old man?" Qin Yun said with a frown. The divine cosmic ice dragon nodded and said, "After so many years, I still remember that old man's words very clearly. At that time, I only felt that he was very powerful, so I did as he said and started turning this place into a cold land. Now that you have broken free from the heavenly Tao's control and obtained the sun seed, he also fulfilled his promise. Xianxia said with smile, it can be seen that that old man is truly an expert. The divine cosmic ice dragon looked at Xianxia and said with solemn expression, the heavenly devil demon was killed by you and I was reborn because it is something that will forever be entangled with my soul. The conditions for my rebirth are very harsh. First, I need the heavenly devil demon to be exterminated, then I need the sun to approach the sacred desolate and also need the help of the sun seed. All of this happened naturally and that old man never appeared, everything happened naturally. Why is this happening? He looked at Xianxia, hoping that Palace King Xianxia would answer. Xianxia looked at the divine cosmic ice dragon, from its ice-cold eyes, he can see deep fear. The divine cosmic ice dragon is afraid of that mysterious old man, because that mysterious old man seems to be in control of everything. This made the divine cosmic ice dragon feel that just after jumping out of the heavenly Tao, he jumped into the hands of another person who can control his fate. Xianxia did not answer because he could not answer. It is not that he did not feel fear towards this kind of arrangement. Because all of this made him feel that he and everyone else are chess pieces. Someone is playing chess step by step, the chess game looks messy and disorderly but it is gradually forming a complete situation. I don't know. Xianxia was silent for a long time and then sighed. You are the palace king, with your many years of experience, you still can't see through it? The divine cosmic ice dragon's voice is slightly excited but in fact, it is filled with fear. He has just been reborn, he does not want to be controlled by others, because his rebirth seems to be the result of many coincidences but after careful thought, he felt that there is a mysterious power secretly driving this kind of lucky coincidence. This kind of lucky coincidence is very natural, it made the divine cosmic ice dragon afraid. He is worried that he will be controlled by this lucky coincidence power, pushing him to do things and indirectly controlling his fate. This kind of power can control his life and death without him knowing. It is much more brilliant and terrifying than the heavenly Tao that controlled the heavenly law divine domain. Let nature take its course. Since you and I are still alive, we should muster up the courage to live and find the answer. Xianxia faintly smiled, no matter what, you obtained the sun seed that the heavenly mother spent so much effort to find, this is a good thing. Palace King, the most important goal of those heavenly mothers in coming to the sun sacred land is not to find the sun seed. Do you know what they are looking for? The divine cosmic ice dragon let go of the fear in his heart. The current him can only live in peace and become stronger, only then can he find the answer. The divine universe ice dragon's expression was indifferent as he slowly nodded and said, Palace King, do you know why the heavenly law divine realm is so concerned about the 9 suns heavenly domain? Because the 9 suns heavenly domain is different. Xianxia said, with the 9 suns heavenly domain as the center, most of the 3,000 heavenly domains only have 1 or 2 heavenly suns, at most 3 or 4. But our 9 suns heavenly domain has 9. Xianxia was very sure of this point. Back then, the 9 suns royal family was so powerful that they swept through the 3,000 heavenly domains. No heavenly domain could contend against them. In the end, they could only submit to the 9 suns royal family. The 3,000 heavenly domains obtained the inheritance of the 9 suns royal family and gradually became stronger. After that, due to many reasons, the 9 suns royal family finally disintegrated and was completely exterminated. Because of this, the 9 suns heavenly domain began to fall to the ground every tens of thousands of years. The 9 desolate and the 9 suns experienced many nirvanas. In this way, even if the other heavenly domains could occupy the 9 suns heavenly domain, they would not be able to last for more than an era. The heavenly law divine realm started eyeing the 9 suns heavenly domain not after the 9 suns royal family conquered the 3,000 heavenly domains but before. The divine universe ice dragon said, this is the greatest secret of the 9 suns heavenly domain. Even the heavenly mothers do not know of this. Xianxia frowned as he pondered, a look of doubt appeared on his face. Could it be that the heavenly law divine realm has been searching for something in this sacred land for many years? According to my guess, it's pretty close. The divine universe ice dragon said, the mother moon also came because of this. The divine universe ice dragon had merged with the sun sacred land, so he understood the situation here very well. He also knew very well when the mother moon would appear. Is the heavenly law divine realm searching, or is the heavenly law searching? The doubt on Qin Yan's face suddenly disappeared, as if he had already guessed something. Originally, the heavenly law divine realm was searching, but after the heavenly law nirvana, the heavenly mother heavenly emperor of the heavenly law divine realm wanted to take it for himself. The divine universe ice dragon saw Qin Yan's calm expression and said in surprise, "Palace King, you guessed it?" Qin Yan smiled indifferently. The only thing that can make the heavenly law divine realm crazy is the primal chaos, is the primal divine sun. This place contains the chaos divine sun god. Chaos divine yang was very mysterious. Back when Qin Yan was the 9-yang palace king, he only learned of it after deciphering some of the ancient divine stones that fell from the sky. After that, the natural law divine realm began to spread the news about the primal chaos divine sun, and the various heavenly realms also found out about it. Although I once fused with the sun sacred land, I really don't know where the primal chaos divine sun is. I don't even know where the sun seed is. Divine Universe Ice Dragon sighed softly. He was secretly impressed that Qin Yan, the 9-yang Hall King, knew such a secret. One had to know that he, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, had only learned of the existence of a Chaos Divine Sun after living in the Sun sacred ground for many epochs. The Chaos Divine Sun existed before you came, right? Asked Qin Yan, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, it should have existed a long time ago. The old man who guided me to turn this place into a land of Coldine. He was the one who told me a secret technique. He told me to use hundreds of thousands of years to roam around the holy land of the sun and use the entire land as the foundation of the array. He drew a simple rune and activated the primal chaos divine yang power. Power. I only completed the great formation at the end of the last great era. Only at the start of this great era did the sun holy land start to transform, gradually becoming a land of Yin and cold. When the Divine Universe Ice Dragon recalled this matter, he let out a long sigh. He had experienced hundreds of thousands of years alone to accomplish this. He was able to escape the puppet body created by the heavenly Tao and be reborn into a powerful ice dragon body. This was his reward. Qin Yan's eyes drooped slightly as he pondered over this matter. Although the Divine Universe Ice Dragon felt resentment towards Qin Yan, he carefully thought about it. Although Qin Yan did not give him the divine talisman to suppress the heavenly devil demon, the heavenly devil demon was still suppressed and killed by Qin Yan in the end. After that, he was reborn and changed his fate. From this, he thought of great sage Wu, who was born without 9 souls, being able to defy the heavens and extend his life because of Qin Yan's help. Palace King, what do you think of this? At this moment, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon revealed a bit of respect towards Qin Yan. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon knew very well how powerful the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was. And the 9-yang Hall King had fought against the Heavenly Law Divine Realm for so many years, yet he was still able to live until now. From a certain point of view, the 9-yang Hall King could be considered to have transcended the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Heavenly Tao long ago. Someone is creating a Chaos Divine Sun here. Qin Yan's eyes widened as his gaze flickered. He said in a low voice, "It seems like we know very little about the world." Creating a Chaos Divine Sun, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's heart trembled as his eyes were filled with fear. He thought of that mysterious old man. Why did that mysterious old man ask him to set up an array here and use the power of the primal Chaos Divine Sun to change this place into a cold place? Palace King, that primal Chaos Divine Sun. What use does it have? The Divine Universe Ice Dragon asked in a low voice. He was worried that the primal Chaos Divine Sun would be angered and destroy this place. It was said that the primal Chaos Divine Sun gathered boundless energy. When a small wave erupted, it could destroy a heavenly domain with hundreds of millions of stars. It was incomparably powerful and could destroy the heavens and earth. Qin Yan shook his head and said, "I don't know much about the primal Chaos Divine Sun. I'm just guessing that an expert used the 9 suns to create a primal Chaos Divine Sun. The specific process is very complicated." The reason why he had such a guess was because the 9 suns were originally a very powerful formation. Is that mysterious old man creating a primal Chaos Divine Sun here? The Divine Universe Ice Dragon said in shock. It's extremely possible that he used the 9 suns as the fire source and the 9 desolate lands as the furnace to create a primal Chaos Divine Sun. This person is definitely an otherworldly expert that has transcended the heavenly Tao. Although Qin Yan's voice was calm, his heart was in turmoil. There was actually such an otherworldly expert in the Nine Suns heavenly domain. Back when Qin Yan was the Nine Yang Palace King, he had begun preparing to create the primal chaos divine Sunday. The Nine Yang divine spirit and the Nine Yin divine spirit were the key. Of course, this was his own creation method. He wasn't sure if it would succeed or not. Later on, due to various reasons, he had no choice but to stop. After that, he was hunted down and persecuted by the heavenly law divine realm. He had been captured and tortured for several lifetimes. Thinking back carefully, he realized that it was because he had begun to create the primal chaos divine sun that he had gradually embarked on a path of no return. Will the primal chaos divine sun be taken away by the heavenly law divine realm? The divine universe ice dragon asked. If that group of fellows were to obtain this kind of thing, wouldn't they become even more powerful? Qin Yan shook his head and said, the primal chaos divine sun is unfathomable, it's not that easy to obtain. This kind of thing is not that easy to control. We still don't know why the primal chaos divine sun under the sun's sacred land was born. It's best not to provoke it. The divine universe ice dragon took out its sun seed and sighed. What use does the sun seed have? I only heard that this is the initial state of the heavenly sun. Is it related to the primal chaos divine sun? Qin Yan looked at the divine universe ice dragon's sun seed and also took out a black bead. There are many initial states of the heavenly sun. The sun seed is the initial state of the heavenly sun, and it can grow into a powerful heavenly sun. If it's the divine universe metal stone, then it will be very difficult for the heavenly sun to become stronger. The black bead in Qin Yan's hand was also a sun seed. Then is our 9 suns born from the divine universe metal stone or the sun seed? The divine universe ice dragon asked curiously. I'm not sure. In short, our 9 suns have already grown to an extremely terrifying level. Although the 9 suns have fallen many times, every time they are reborn, they will become even stronger. Qin Yan shook his head. The divine universe ice dragon shook its head and said, everything in this world is truly endless and mysterious. Even though I was once a powerful divine universe ice dragon, I know nothing about this world. In front of the 9 suns, we are as insignificant as dust, let alone in front of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yan put away the sun seed and said, I suspect that the sun seed entering this sacred land is most likely attracted by the primal chaos divine Sunday 9 sun seeds. Maybe one of them will enter the primal chaos divine sun. Why does the primal chaos divine sun need the sun seed? The divine universe ice dragon asked in alarm. Borrowing the seed to give birth. Qin Yan said with smile, the primal chaos divine sun might give birth to a small primal chaos divine sun. When Qin Yan was still the 9 sun palace king, he planned to help the mother moon become the primal chaos divine moon. But now, he feels that the mother moon already knows how to become the primal chaos divine moon. The mother moon fusing with the sun seed is most likely evolving. The 9 suns are also cultivating, they are not dead things. Qin Yan said, divine universe ice dragon, for you to be able to touch upon this kind of matter, it can be considered your opportunity. It can help you cultivate your mental state. The divine universe ice dragon put away the sun seed and said, Palace King, I want to ask you something, you must answer me truthfully. Please speak. Qin Yan nodded. Why did you only stay in the divine desolate and not go to the mysterious 9th desolate? The 9th desolate is called the ancient desolate and some people say it is called the heaven desolate. If you had stayed in the 9th desolate back then, you might not have died. The divine universe ice dragon said. Qin Yan's expression darkened slightly. He had always been unwilling to think about this matter and he had never mentioned it to anyone else. Back then, Xianxia had also asked him about this matter. In the end, he could not resist Xianxia's repeated questioning and told her. Seeing that Qin Yan is silent and his expression is slightly cold, the divine universe ice dragon hurriedly said, this is just my doubt. I just feel that someone like you should be in the 9th desolate. Because I came from the 9th desolate. Qin Yan said, Heavenly Law Divine Realm and Heaven Creation Divine Palace both have their headquarters in the 9th desolate and I was once a member of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The reason why I hid in the Divine Desolate was because I wanted to do what I wanted to do in peace. Is that really it? The divine universe ice dragon asked, as far as I know, the 9th desolate is not like this. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace also moved to the Divine Desolate later on. Is that so? The Heaven Creation Divine Palace went to the Divine Desolate? I don't know about that. Xianxia said perfunctorily. What exactly happened in the Ninth Desolate? The Divine Universe Ice Dragon said, even the Heavenly Law Divine Realm can't stay in that place. The Big Brother Sky Dragon that the Divine Universe Ice Dragon was referring to was naturally the Divine Universe Sky Dragon. There were many Divine Universe Dragons, and they all had different levels of strength. There weren't many God Yulong that could survive until now. Xianxia was not surprised that Xinyu Tianlong had gone to the Ancient Desolate. Xianxia's expression gradually turned cold as he said, something very complicated has happened in the Ancient Desolate. Even I don't want to go there anymore. Even if I had the strength of a palace king, I still wouldn't want to go there. He looked at the Divine Universe Ice Dragon and said seriously, the Divine Universe Sky Dragon's warning to you was correct. Stunned, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Big Brother Sky Dragon saved me once. Although his voice was calm when he sent me a message back then, I could hear the despair in his voice. Big Brother Sky Dragon is so powerful, but he is in such despair. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon respected this Big Brother very much. After all, this Big Brother had saved him before, and he was also very powerful. Xianxia patted the Divine Universe Ice Dragon's shoulder and said, don't think too much, just work hard to become stronger. Go to the Divine Wilderness first. You have the Yang seed, so you will definitely be as strong as your big brother. I want to save him, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said resolutely. If he dies, then I want to avenge him. Although I, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon, was born from the dragon transformation pool of the natural law divine realm, I am still loyal and righteous. Big Brother Sky Dragon has done me a favor. Xianxia held his hands behind his back and said, when you go to the Divine Desolate in the future and reach the peak of the Divine Desolate, you will know how terrifying the Ancient Desolate is. I'm not afraid, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. Xianxia said with smile, then let's work hard to become stronger first. The Divine Cosmic Ice Dragon had once been powerful, and now that he had the Yang seed, he was confident that he could become powerful again. In 3 days, there might be 10 heavenly mothers attacking the Ice Royal tribe. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon sighed, the Ice Clan is a race that you saved back then, and followed me into the Sun Sacred Land. I have a certain relationship with them, and I definitely cannot let them be killed by the natural law divine realm. Xianxia said, it seems like those heavenly mothers are certain that you know the whereabouts of the Sun seed. The Divine Universe Ice Dragon coldly snorted, natural law divine realm, this group of idiots, they still don't know when death is at hand. The land of Extremine under the Mother Moon can give birth to powerful demigod-level Umber beasts and demigod-level humans. Is there anyone else in the Sun Sacred Land other than the Ice Race? Asked Xianxia. Yes, I don't know who those people are. In short, after the land of Extremine appeared, those people and beasts appeared one after another. Moreover, a natural barrier has appeared in the land of Extremine, so I can't see clearly, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. Xianxia is somewhat worried about Xian Rujing. But thinking that Xian Rujing has received the call of the Mother Moon, as long as she gets close to the Extremine land, she will be protected by the Mother Moon. He felt a lot relieved. I can sense that those demigod-level lunar beasts and powerhouses are looking for something, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. The Heavenly Mother is powerful, but they are not demigods. Xianxia nodded and said, don't worry, my inscription gate is also here. Moreover, the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor from Immortal Desolate has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. He can cooperate with you to set up a great formation. I know there are some formidable inscription dragons outside. In a few days, Sacred Tiger King from Sacred Desolate will bring his subordinates and rush over. I will go meet those dragons, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. Alright, I have an urgent matter, I will go out for a while. I will be back in 3 days. Xianxia said. Palace King, you must be very careful, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon warned Xianxia because Xianxia's current cultivation is very low. Xianxia left the Ice Royal tribe, he flew in the sky and looked at the Mother Moon in the distance. The Mother Moon is very far away from him, so it looks like a small pearl but now it is flickering with very strong light. The Sun Holy Land actually has primal chaos divine sun and that mysterious old man. All of a sudden it became even more mysterious and unfathomable. Xiao Yun, who is that old man divine universe ice dragon is talking about? You never told me what happened to ancient desolate. Ling Yuner asked. I don't know who that old man is, but I feel that he will appear soon. The primal chaos divine sun he created will definitely be sensed by the heavenly law divine realm and he will come to take it away. Qin Yin flew in the air. He wanted to find the imperial sound heavenly mother. In 3 days, the other heavenly mothers would besiege the ice royal tribe. He wanted to inform the imperial sound heavenly mother and tell her not to interfere. Furthermore, he wanted the imperial sound heavenly mother to understand the movements of the heavenly law divine realm. The love god over at the heavenly law divine realm had lost an altar, so there would definitely be an even bigger movement. Furthermore, a demigod-level expert had appeared in the land of Extreme. This was no small matter. Ling Yuner asked, Xiao Yun, tell me about the ancient desolate. Why is that place so mysterious? Let's put it this way. There was a sudden change in the ancient desolate. A large group of people suddenly became very powerful and then a group of even more powerful people came from nowhere. Qin Yin said, back then, my strength was also first-rate, but in the eyes of those people who suddenly became stronger, I was only third-rate. Ah? Then you should go into seclusion and break through. Ling Yuner said. I can't break through. At that time, I had already reached the peak of the cultivation path. I have already reached the limit and can no longer cultivate to become stronger. Qin Yin said, that's why I want to create the primal chaos divine sun to obtain powerful strength and return to the ancient desolate land. Ling Yuner was startled and said, what do you mean? You've already reached your limit? Yes, I've already reached my limit. I don't even know what the next realm is, nor do I know how to cultivate to become stronger. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't go any further. Qin Yin said, not only me, many experts are facing this predicament. Ling Yuner said in shock, then what realm are the powerful fellows who suddenly came to the ancient desolate? I don't know what realm they are at, but those fellows who suddenly appeared in the ancient desolate land should know. However, they are all very strong, it can be said that they are incomparably powerful. Qin Yin said, any child of theirs can sweep away many powerful existences like me. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yin still sighed in shock. Xinyu Tianlong. Then wouldn't it be very miserable for him to go to the ancient desolate land? Ling Yuner said in shock. Yes, originally, the ancient desolate land was only a gathering place for peak divine realm experts. An existence at the level of Xinyu Tianlong would have been able to dominate a region in the ancient desolate land, but I reckon that he would only become a pet beast now. Qin Yin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Yin personally witnessed the arrival of incomparably powerful humans and beasts in the ancient desolate land. It gave him a great impact. When he became the king of the Nine-Yang Palace, he was also extremely powerful. He cultivated bitterly for countless years, but in the ancient desolate land, he was unable to defeat a child who had mysteriously descended. To him, this was like a nightmare. He clearly remembered that he, the famous king of the Nine-Yang Palace, was severely injured by a 10-year-old child in just a few moves. This memory was something he really wanted to erase. This kind of matter had already completely exceeded his understanding at that time. It could be said that his worldview had completely collapsed. What made him feel at ease was that such a powerful existence could not descend into the divine desolate land. That was why he had always been in the divine desolate land and never went to the ancient desolate land. When Ling Yuner heard Qin Yin talk about these matters, she found it inconceivable. So you began to have the determination to create the primal chaos divine sun? Ling Yuner said. Yes, I don't know how to break through that limit. I can only place my hopes on the legendary primal chaos divine sun. Qin Yin said, but before I even succeeded, I began to fight with the heavenly law divine realm. Back then, the king of the Nine-Yang Palace, who had shaken the divine desolate land, was severely injured by a 10-year-old child. Even when Qin Yin mentioned this matter, Ling Yuner found it hard to believe. If I had the primal chaos divine sun, I might be able to borrow its power to break through the peak of the past and enter a new realm. Qin Yin said, of course, a primal chaos divine sun is far from enough. After so many years, who knows what has happened to the ancient desolate land? Ling Yuner said, the last sun fell in the ancient desolate land, right? Will they die? Definitely not. Their group of powerful existences are not afraid of the sun falling at all. Xianxia shook his head and said, unless a powerful primal chaos divine sun falls, they can be killed. Ling Yuner said again, even the heavenly law divine realm suffered a loss? Xianxia nodded and said, the heavenly law divine realm is also at a disadvantage. The power of the heavenly Tao is unable to intimidate that group of fellows. As he flew, he talked with Ling Yuner about the ancient desolate land. Time flew by quickly and not long after, they approached the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was on the Golden Eagle and there were no heavenly beings around to protect her. The other heavenly beings were sent by the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother to search for the Sun Seed. After Qin Yun became invisible, he quietly entered the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. When the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother learned of Qin Yun's arrival, she immediately came to the magnificent hall from her room. Palace King, the Divine Universe Ice Dragon has been reborn. All the Heavenly Mothers in the Sun Sacred Land have received orders from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to join hands and attack the Ice King tribe. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Did they have any reaction when I took away the altar of the Love God? Qin Yun asked. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm thinks that you are in the Ice King tribe and wants to capture you. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, Palace King, you better stay away from the Ice King tribe for the next few days. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, you must not fight. Qin Yun said. No, if I disobey orders, I will be punished when I return to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother shook her head. Qin Yun walked back and forth a few steps, thought for a moment and said, you can contact the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, right? Tell them that there are half-gods and half-god beasts appearing in the land of Supreme Yin and the Mother Moon above the land of Supreme Yin is evolving into the Primal Chaos Divine Moon. What? The Mother Moon is evolving into the Primal Chaos Divine Moon? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was shocked and her face immediately turned pale. Palace King, don't speak nonsense. I'm not spouting nonsense. Sooner or later, they will know about the evolution of the Mother Moon. If you tell them now, they will turn their attention to the land of Supreme Yin. Qin Yun said, as for the remaining young seeds, it is extremely likely that they will all gather in the land of Supreme Yin. Upon seeing Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl arrive, Qin Yun immediately turned invisible and used his penetration divine power to enter a pillar. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound opened the door and let the Heavenly Mother of Blue Pearl in. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother wore a dark blue robe. She was a very tall old woman. It could be seen that she was very tall when she was young, but she had suddenly aged recently. After entering, when Heavenly Mother Azure Pearl saw Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's youthful and beautiful appearance, her old eyes were filled with jealousy. Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound, I heard that you have been using golden light to conceal your appearance recently. I thought you had also started to grow old. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to still have such soft skin and tender flesh. It really makes people jealous. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound revealed a charming smile and said, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl, there's nothing to be envious of. I'm just a little girl after all, you were prettier than me when you were young. It sounded like her words were indeed meant to comfort the Heavenly Blue Pearl, but it only made the Heavenly Blue Pearl even angrier. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother thought back to how she used to be when she was young, but now she had become an old piece of cured meat. She felt like vomiting blood. Yuan, your complexion looks good. What's going on with you? Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother looked at Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's beautiful face and suddenly became very curious. It was because the heavenly matriarchs in the sacred level space were all rather old and difficult to break through at this stage. Originally, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was about to turn old, but she met Qin Yun and obtained his help to absorb the Sun Seed's energy, allowing her to maintain her beautiful and moving appearance. I don't know either. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound smiled even more charmingly and asked, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl, don't you have something important to discuss with me? The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother also saw the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's beautiful appearance and was so jealous that she almost forgot that she came here. I found a clue about the Chaos Divine Sun. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother lowered her voice and said, "The higher-ups asked us to look for the Chaos Divine Sun, but they didn't tell us much about it." The Heavenly Mother frowned and said, "The Primal Chaos Divine Sun is very mysterious, and very few people have come into contact with it. It's not that the higher-ups don't want to tell us, it's just that they don't know anything about the Chaos Divine Sun. I have a clue about the Primal Chaos Divine Sun, but I don't dare to touch it alone." Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said, "I will give you a clue, you go and investigate. If there are any other discoveries, we will join hands to take away the Primal Chaos Divine Sun. Why don't you look for other Heavenly Mothers?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sneered and said, "You have the best relationship with Heavenly Mother White Wind, but you came looking for me?" Heavenly Mother White Wind wants to take all the credit for herself, but I'm not worried that you will. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl was also filled with anger when she talked about Heavenly Mother White Wind. Her old face darkened. "Why?" The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother flirted with her hair. Her posture and expression were full of charm. Seeing this, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl couldn't help snorting coldly and said, "Yuan, I can still trust your character. In the saint-level space, you, little girl, are the most innocent and principled. For so many years, us older sisters have cooperated with you. This is something we all acknowledge." Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but laugh inwardly. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was born in the last epoch, but in the eyes of these Heavenly Mothers, she was just a little girl. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was hesitating because she was worried that there would be a great risk. Seeing that Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was hesitating, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said in a low voice, "Imperial Sound, how many sacred kings do you have under you?" 10. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound asked, "Why are you asking this?" "Hee hee." Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl sneered a few times and said, "Very soon, not a single one will be left." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's face sank and said coldly, "Are you threatening me? You want to kill all the sacred kings under me?" Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl chuckled and said, "Little girl, don't be angry. As far as I know, Tianhui is already dead, but you don't seem to know." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was startled and immediately closed her eyes to sense Tianhui. "Don't try, your heavenly embryo in the heavenly law divine realm is already gone." Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said, "The sacred kings under you have been taken over by Heavenly Mother Love." "Why?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said angrily, "Why should she take away my subordinates? There's no reason. The Heavenly Mother above wants people. It's that simple and crude." Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said, "Of course, this also has a lot to do with you." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She never thought that Heavenly Mother Love would actually take over her subordinates just like that. She said angrily, "What does this have to do with me?" "Because most of the sacred kings under you are dissatisfied with you. They have applied to change the Heavenly Mother." Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother laughed, "Therefore, the higher-ups directly took away your heavenly embryo from the natural law divine realm, and through the heavenly embryo, they directly took back the two saint kings, Tianhui and Tianyin. A new, powerful sacred king." When Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound heard this, she was so angry that her face turned sinister and her eyes were bloodshot. "This group of bastards, I treated them well, and they are actually dissatisfied with me?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was even more furious. Originally, when Heavenly Mother Love took away the heavenly embryo and took over the sacred kings under her, she was already very angry. Later on, she found out that this was the request of her sacred kings. "You have to show more love to the sacred kings under you, true love." Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said with a smile, "Looks like you've been keeping yourself pure until now. You haven't done it with those sacred kings, right?" Do what with them?" The furious Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was startled. "Ha ha ha. A little girl is a little girl." Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound laughed, "The sacred kings under you are all quite handsome, you actually haven't eaten them before? Although they are heavenly beings, they are still humans and have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They should have longed for you for a long time, but you." Even Qin Yun was somewhat dumbfounded. The Heavenly Mother actually wanted to use this kind of method to rope in the sacred kings under her. "Hee hee hee, you actually don't know about this. No wonder your sacred kings are so dissatisfied with you." It's because most of the other Heavenly Mothers have taken advantage of their own capable sacred kings. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl laughed, those 20 or so sacred kings under me often gather with me. Stop talking. The dumbfounded Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound suddenly shouted. Heavenly Mother. Blue Pearl shook her head and said, now I finally know why you have so few heavenly beings. Logically speaking, the more energy you have, the more powerful sacred kings you can create through the heavenly embryo. You need energy, you need to extract it from the sacred king. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound coldly snorted, I want to find a man I love and have children with him. I'm not like you guys. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl shook her head repeatedly. Xianxia's horizons were broadened. The Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm really knew how to play. Yuan, you're all alone now. Even if you return to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, you will not have a heavenly embryo. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said, therefore, you should still join hands with me. If we cooperate happily, you can come to my place and I will bestow you the title of Sacred King. I won't do it. Who knows what kind of dirty things you will make me do? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound gritted her teeth and said. Hee hee, don't worry about that. The sacred kings under me are all mine. Other women can forget about touching them. During this period of time, they are all very busy. Otherwise, I would have to squeeze them dry. This will allow me to regain the feeling of youth. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl's wrinkled old face carried a sinister smile. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound suddenly felt nauseous. She felt angry and disgusted at the same time. How about this, you help me poke that primal chaos divine Sunday. After it's done, I will give you some benefits. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl said again. Go and stab it yourself. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound coldly snorted. Alright, when you have thought it through, come find me. After Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl finished speaking, she said again, 3 days later, are you going to besiege the Ice Royal tribe? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound calmed down and said, I'm not going. Let me tell you a piece of news. The Mother Moon is currently evolving and will become a primal chaos divine moon. And I discovered that a demigod item has appeared near the land of Extreme. She saw the doubt in the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's eyes and said, go ahead and attack the Ice Royal tribe. When both sides are injured, the demigod will come in and take care of you. Think about it carefully and help me stab that primal divine Sunday. Remember to find me. Goodbye. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother did not say anything else and hurriedly left the hall. After the Heavenly Mother closed the door, she stomped her feet angrily. After Xianxia came out, he said, Primal Divine Sun must be very dangerous. Her subordinates must have stabbed it, but in the end, they all died. She just wants you to die. Of course I know that this old witch has evil intentions. She wants me to think that I'm in a bad situation, so she wants me to take risks out of desperation and regain my heavenly embryo. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said angrily. They actually took away your heavenly embryo. Xianxia said with frown. The heavenly Tao has gone through nirvana, they can do whatever they want. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sighed and said, Palace King, I have nothing. Heavenly Mother Moai, this love god, is truly a slut. You promised Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother to look for Primal Divine Sun. Xianxia said, I'll go with you. It's very dangerous. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound shook her head and said, she must have found other Heavenly Mothers and discussed with them before letting me test the power of Primal Divine Sun. Xianxia said with a smile, now that I've caught up to Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother, it should be fine, right? She has an altar in her hand, and she came alone. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound immediately pulled out the purple gold Divine Universe sword and said with a cold snort, Heavenly Law Divine Realm bastards, I want you to know the price of oppressing me. Love God, you took away my heavenly embryo, I will make you pay the price. If they knew that I took away the altar, they would definitely think that the love God took away my heavenly embryo and angered me. Xianxia nodded and said, this will more or less deal a blow to the love God. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was originally filled with anger, now she angrily left her Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. She put away the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace and chased after Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's aura. She wanted to snatch the altar from her hands. In terms of age, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound was the youngest Heavenly Mother in the Saint class space. However, she had just been reborn and absorbed the energy of the yang seed, giving her a vigorous life force. In comparison, the Blue Pearl Divine Mother could not. Her physical body had already begun to age, which would affect the circulation of the saint energy in her body. Therefore, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was very confident that she could suppress the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. Once the Azure Pearl Heavenly Mother was suppressed, she would definitely take out the Sun altar to protect her life. At that time, Xianxia would be able to take away the altar. Sure enough, the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother had come alone. Her Blue Pearl Palace hadn't come, so it was clear that she had left the Blue Pearl Palace somewhere and couldn't bring it over. She flew leisurely in the sky and thought to herself, Yuan, this little girl, serves her right to have her heavenly embryo taken away by Heavenly Matriarch Motionless. She is the youngest among the Heavenly Matriarchs in the Saint class space. Although her strength is not bad, Heavenly Matriarch Motionless doesn't dare to offend us Heavenly Matriarchs. When she thought of this, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl secretly rejoiced. She felt that the Heavenly Mothers like her had some status in the eyes of the Divine Mother Goddesses. When Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl thought of how the youthful Heavenly Mother Demonic Sound had suddenly become so down and out, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. So what if I'm forever youthful? The Saint Kings under him are all gone, yet he kept his chastity to prevent those young men from enjoying himself. He deserves to be complained about. Suddenly, she sensed a very strong aura coming from behind. She turned around and saw the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother in her purple gold heavenly armor flying over. Heavenly Mother Sapphire Pearl was first startled, then immediately smiled and said with a loud laugh, Yuan, I knew that you would definitely agree. After all, you have no one to rely on now, and only I can give you a bright path. Old witch, how could you be so kind-hearted? As soon as the Heavenly Sound Mother's voice fell, the purple gold Divine Universe sword in her hand shone with holy light. It was the saint energy of a peak quintessential saint. That powerful aura of holy power shot out from the purple gold Divine Universe sword, accompanied by the sound waves, the sword chi pierced forward. Even Xianxia, who was hiding far away, was affected by the terrifying penetrative power. The sound wave of the saint energy was too powerful. It turned into a strong gale, howling incessantly. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother used her strongest move the moment she made her move. At the same time that Heavenly Matriarch Lanju was astonished, she was also filled with anger because she never expected that Heavenly Matriarch Imperial Sound would actually attack her. Yuan, what's wrong with you little slut? Are you crazy? The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother dodged the sword, but her body felt uncomfortable from the impact of the sword chi sound wave. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother, if you want to blame someone, blame Heavenly Mother Love Heavenly Mother Moai for taking away my heavenly embryo. What I lost, you will also lose. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said angrily, I want to let those divine matriarchs understand the consequences of suppressing me. Now, I can only seek justice for myself. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother could sense the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's anger and was shocked. She hurriedly summoned a purple gold Divine Universe sword and put on her heavenly armor. She didn't expect the Heavenly Mother to be so reckless. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother had already received dozens of moves from the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. After exchanging blows with the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound, the Heavenly Mother Sapphire felt even more terrified. She could sense that she was inferior to the Heavenly Mother in all aspects. The Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's exuberant life force and powerful body can allow the sacred power in her body to be unleashed to the extreme. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother is already old, her lifespan is about to run out, her weak life force and withered body can't support the powerful sacred power eruption in her body. Little sister Imperial Sound, let's talk about it. I can understand the resentment in your heart when your heavenly embryo was taken away. Don't worry, big sister will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups and let the other divine matriarchs handle this matter. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother is very sure that she can't beat the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Bullshit. The divine matriarchs have their own plans now, moreover, they are being suppressed by the love goddess Love Heavenly Mother Moai, how can they speak for me? The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother shouted angrily, don't worry, I will definitely let the other divine matriarchs here understand that I, the Imperial Sound, am not easy to bully. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother continuously cursed in her heart. While cursing the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, she is also cursing the Heavenly Mother Moai. The Heavenly Mother Moai directly took away the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's heavenly embryo, and after taking away the heavenly embryo, she also took away a group of sage monarchs and celestials. This is simply digging up the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's roots. This method is indeed too excessive, but the Heavenly Mother Moai is extremely powerful, and the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is seen as a divine matriarch that is about to die, so naturally no one will speak up for her. Little sister, big sister can understand your grievances, we can talk about it. I will discuss with the other divine matriarchs on how to stand up for you. This matter needs to be considered at length. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother withstood the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's frenzied attacks with great difficulty and said all sorts of nice words. Tui, you see that I have lost the upper hand, yet you still want to trick me into stabbing the dangerous primal divine son. I don't believe you. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother became angrier the more she spoke, the more ferocious and powerful her attacks become. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother finally can't hold on any longer, and she hurriedly released a huge sacrificial altar. After the sacrificial altar appeared, waves of pressure burst forth, and dazzling golden light shone in all directions. The sacrificial altar has power from the divine wilderness, and at this moment, divine power is surging out violently. The divine might is vast and mighty like the waves, the violent pressure is stirring up the wind and clouds. Protect me, the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother shouted. The sun altar sent down divine power, condensing into a light barrier, protecting the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. The sun altar floating high in the sky is absorbing the power of the sun, and is quickly condensing a powerful divine power. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, you slut, go die. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother laughed sinisterly, controlling the sun altar to condense the berserk energy, preparing to attack. In the distance, Xianxia shook the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon in his hand. The spatial cannonball pierced through space and appeared above the altar. Boom, a muffled sound rang out, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently. The sun altar is connected to the divine wilderness. It is controlled by the experts of the divine wilderness, only then can it operate and absorb the power of the sun. And at this moment, the explosive power of the spatial cannonball disturbed the space, causing the altar to temporarily lose contact. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's face is filled with shock. She recalled the news she heard before. Previously, Heavenly Mother Moai's subordinates brought the altar down to personally search for the Sun Seed and Primal Divine Sunday. However, the Sun altar was disturbed by a very strong spatial energy, and then it was snatched away. The person who took away the altar was actually the king of the Nine Yang Palace, whose name shook the entire natural law divine realm. The Nine Yang Palace king's current life name was Xianxia. He had done many great things in the immortal desolate and buried heaven land. Especially in the buried heaven grounds, the heavenly law divine realm suffered heavy losses because of Xianxia's appearance. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother widened her eyes in shock as she looked at the furious Heavenly Mother. She suddenly realized that the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound had joined forces with Xianxia. Just as the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother was stunned, the altar suddenly disappeared. The altar has been taken away by Xianxia. Up to now, Xianxia had already obtained 3 sun altars modified by the heavenly law divine domain. Ah! The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound suddenly screamed. Her body was pierced by the sword chi formed by the sound wave. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sneered and said, Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl, I, Imperial Sound, am not easy to bully. Even if the heavenly law divine realm does not keep me, I can still make a name for myself. Yuan, you joined hands with the enemy of the heavenly Tao, you are betraying the heavenly Tao, you will suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Mother Blue Pearl spat out blood and shouted angrily. How can there be any heavenly Tao now? The heavenly law divine realm, under the heavenly Tao, has already been divided by a group of ambitious heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers. We, little heavenly mothers of saint-level space, will only be slaughtered by them. The Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound flew over and slashed at the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. Just you wait. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's head suddenly exploded and turned into smoke. She wants to return her soul to the heavenly law divine realm. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound immediately shouted, Palace King, quickly stop her. Xianxia raised his hand and threw out a small blue cauldron with fairy wings. It is the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. After the Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron went over, it immediately devoured the soul of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother. This kind of powerful soul is a great tonic for the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. Xianxia retrieved the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and then charged towards the blue pearl heavenly mother's body. He said, "There is a very strong energy inside, I can't waste it." "What are you doing?" Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said in shock. Xianxia's hand pressed on the back of the blue pearl heavenly mother. He frowned slightly and controlled the nether sun to begin devouring. After all, it is a heavenly mother, the energy within her body is very powerful. Even if it is not devoured, this heavenly mother's energy will return to the heavens. Xianxia's nether sun now has a very strong devouring and melting power. The devouring energy must be strong enough to drive the nether sun to devour, melt and refine it. Otherwise, it will just be a small matter and won't have any effect. For example, the energy inside the Heavenly Mother's body can make the nether sun become active and devour and absorb energy. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is dumbstruck looking. It is not that she has never seen a method to devour other people's energy, but Xianxia's devouring speed is very dreadful. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother is after all a Heavenly Mother, she has formidable Heavenly Tao power and sacred power inside her body. That sacred power is transforming into divine power, however, more than half of it was easily devoured by Xianxia. The Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's body is quickly withering. After the energy inside her skin, flesh and bones were completely devoured, her body suddenly turned into fragments. "I need to go into seclusion." Xianxia took out the heaven-leaping shuttle. He can now sense that the nether sun is restless. Nether sun rarely has this kind of activity, it is clearly a sign of breakthrough. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound promptly took out her Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and entered the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace. Seeing the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother die, the anger in her heart dissipated a bit. Xianxia said to Ling Yun inside the heaven-leaping shuttle, "Yun how are you now?" Just now, not only Xianxia's nether sun devoured, Ling Yun's nether sun also devoured. The devouring power of the twin nether suns is extremely dreadful. In a short while it completely sucked out all kinds of formidable energy inside the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's body. This is also the reason why Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is afraid. Because Xianxia's cultivation is limited, no matter how strong he is, he should not be able to contain the vigorous energy inside the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's body. What she doesn't know is that although the nether sun is small, it has very strong devouring power. It can contain and compress energy and store it. Just as Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is secretly amazed by Xianxia's devouring power, she sensed that a mirror in her storage magic tool is trembling. She promptly took out the mirror. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound is so angry that she wants to smash the mirror. Heavenly Mother Void Love took away her heavenly embryo, yet she still has the face to look for her and even used that kind of tone to order her to do things. This makes her feel that Heavenly Mother Void Love doesn't care about taking away the heavenly embryo at all. Heavenly embryo? I indeed took away a heavenly embryo before, I am in urgent need of manpower. Heavenly Mother Void Love said coldly. Moreover, why would I need to explain to you if I want the heavenly embryo? You are just a sacred king, Heavenly Mother, what qualifications do you have to question me? You old and ugly slut, you must be jealous of my youth and beauty. Heavenly Mother Void Love, why are you pretending to be a divine monarch? Are you worthy? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with sneer. You little sacred king, Heavenly Mother actually dare to be rude to me, a divine Heavenly Mother. Just you wait. Heavenly Mother Void Love shouted in anger. The one who will be waiting is you, old slut. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound cursed. Rebel against you. Heavenly Tao is not here, we divine Heavenly Mothers are Heavenly Tao. I urgently need sacred kings to work for me in sacred desolate sun's sacred land, so why can't I take away your heavenly embryo? Moreover, you did not favor sacred kings, so many of them requested to replace your Heavenly Mother, you brought this upon yourself. Heavenly Mother Void Love coldly said, you insulted me, I won't let you off. Slut, slut, slut. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound repeatedly cursed at the middle-aged woman in the mirror. Heavenly Mother Void Love is also extremely angry, she already threw away the mirror. Heavenly Mother Void Love took a few deep breaths, looked at the heaven-leaping shuttle and muttered, Palace King, ah Palace King, why were you so muddle-headed back then? You were actually tricked by this slut. You must quickly become stronger and get rid of this slut as soon as possible. She is truly infuriating. Who does she think she is? She took away my heavenly embryo for no reason. Since she does not regard me as a heavenly mother, why should I respect her? She knows that in the following period of time, other heavenly mothers will definitely come looking for her. But she is not afraid because the moment those altars are released, they will be taken away by Qin. Now, only the two heavenly mothers had the sun altar in their hands. Qin let Zi Qingqing and the others come out to cultivate and quickly refine the devoured energy. Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's energy is very strong and it has many types. If Qin wanted to refine it alone, he would need a lot of time. Now, with Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji joining them, cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together would be much faster. Not only was the refining speed fast, but it could also completely refine the energy that had been devoured. After a few people took turns to refine it, the remaining consciousness of the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother would be completely obliterated. Also, cultivating with many people could increase the energy by a lot, and many people would benefit from it. Qin never expected that devouring a Heavenly Mother would result in such a huge harvest. Although she was a dying Heavenly Mother, the power of the Heavenly Tao was incomparably vigorous, otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to absorb the heavenly energy through those heaven veins. Xiaoyun, after this cultivation, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, maybe after leaving the sun-sacred land, you will be able to go to the Divine Desolate. Divine Wilderness, it was a place Qin was most familiar with back then. Of course, many years had passed and it was definitely no longer the Divine Wilderness he was familiar with. Moreover, the world is about to be exterminated, the Divine Desolate will definitely have a great change. The sun in the sky is gradually approaching Sacred Desolate and Immortal Desolate. Once it falls, Sacred Desolate and Immortal Desolate will turn into a sea of fire. Qin also doesn't know whether or not Sacred Desolate was destroyed after leaving the sun-sacred land. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is walking back and forth outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Sometimes she is sitting on the ground, sometimes she is walking around the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. She is waiting for Qin to come out. Because the other 8 Heavenly Mothers of the Sun-Sacred Land are about to join hands to besiege the Ice Royal Tribe. The Ice Royal Tribe is guarded by the Divine Space Ice Dragon. Although it looks very strong, it has just been reborn and its strength is very limited. The main purpose of the 8 Heavenly Mothers attacking is to capture the Divine Space Ice Dragon and force it to reveal the whereabouts of the Sun Seed. Everyone thinks that the Divine Space Ice Dragon knows the whereabouts of the Sun Seed, but only the Ice Dragon and Qin know that the Sun Seed's current state is very strange, it can choose its own location. There is only 1 day left. Why hasn't he come out yet? Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is even more anxious. In these 2 days, she controlled the Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace to fly far away and hide in a very remote place. She wants to let Qin cultivate in peace. Could it be that this guy doesn't care about the Ice Royal Tribe's matter? Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother wants to go to the Ice Royal Tribe to take a look. Then she will find an opportunity to stab those Heavenly Mothers in the back. In these 2 days, Moai Heavenly Mother contacted her but she ignored her. Because Moai Heavenly Mother's tone has become very good, it is very clear that she wants to lure her to do something or determine her location so that she can send people to kill her. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is not stupid, she hates Moai Heavenly Mother very much. She also knows that Moai Heavenly Mother once swindled Qin, she is a very powerful woman. Therefore, she is very cautious. Qin directly devoured the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's energy. It is ready-made Saint Power and Heavenly Tao Power. The Heavenly Tao Power was absorbed by the mysterious Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. And the Saint Power was refined and used to strengthen the Nether Sun and Qin's body. Because it was originally a very strong holy power, the refining process was very smooth. After Qin woke up, he discovered that his body is overflowing with a total of 7 layers of Saint Power. 7 layers of Saint Power, I am now quintessential Saint Realm. Qin is startled and said with smile, devouring a Heavenly Mother is actually so beneficial. Originally, he was only at the early stage Great Saint Realm, his body only had 4 layers of Saint Power. But after devouring and refining the Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother's energy, it increased by 3 layers and directly jumped from initial stage Great Saint Realm to initial stage Quintessential Saint Realm. If I devour another Heavenly Mother, I might even reach mid-stage quintessential saint realm or even late stage. Qinyan pondered in his heart, then looked at Xianxia, gently rubbed her face and said with smile, Sister Steamed Bun, you guys are a bit faster than me, you are already mid-stage quintessential saint realm. But we are not as strong as husband Xiaoyun. Shui Tianzi hugged Qinyan, kissed his handsome face and said with smile. You guys make some formation flags, then let little Queen Ant help refine spatial cannonballs. Prepare for war. Qinyan said. Xianxia and others returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul and hastily went to make things Qinyan needs. Qinyan walked out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Seeing Qinyan come out, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound cried out in alarm and shouted, Palace King, you seem to have become a little stronger. I'm now at the early stage of quintessential saint realm. Qinyan said with a smile, Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother is truly a tonic. This old witch was already about to die. If she wasn't devoured by you, she would have returned to the heavens. After returning to the heavens, wouldn't her energy be absorbed by that group of Divine Mother? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Oh right, I remember that this Blue Pearl Heavenly Mother said that her Heavenly Mother would squeeze the Saint Kings under her. Qinyan said, is this kind of thing very common among Heavenly Mother? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound snorted, I've heard of it long ago but this kind of thing is usually kept a secret. I originally thought that those Heavenly Mothers would at most only have 2 or 3 of the most outstanding ones. I never expected it to be like this. What kind of existence is the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm? Qinyan said. The Heavenly Emperor is nurtured by the Heavenly Mother. He is also the most outstanding subordinate of the Heavenly Mother. Moreover, he has the closest relationship with the Heavenly Mother. Heavenly Mother said, generally, only the Divine Mother can nurture a powerful Heavenly Emperor. Qinyan said with a smile, Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound, you are truly unconventional among the Heavenly Mothers. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said with sneer, it's not that I'm unconventional, it's just that I have my own goals. The Ice Royal race is about to be besieged. Now that you have broken through, you should quickly go and help. There's still about half a day left. Qinyan calculated the time and said. Let's go now. I'll be there in half a day. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound nodded and said. Her Imperial Sound Heavenly Palace is too eye-catching, so she entered Qinyan's Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qinyan found out that Heavenly Mother MOAI contacted Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound while inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. That Heavenly Mother MOAI is a middle-aged woman and she even looks old. I didn't expect that after the Heavenly Tao Nirvana, even the Divine Mother would be affected. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound laughed proudly and said, she must have been provoked by my young appearance. Heavenly Mother MOAI's clone shouldn't be affected by the Heavenly Tao, right? Qinyan said with frown, why is she aging along with me? But she absorbs Heavenly Tao power all year round. After the Heavenly Tao Nirvana, the Heavenly Tao Divine Domain's Heavenly Tao power became thinner and thinner. Adding that they have to mobilize energy to create heavenly guards, their consumption is getting bigger and bigger and they are unable to maintain their young and strong body. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Qinyan thought about it carefully and nodded. He is also reincarnated many times, that's why he has a body that is young and full of vitality. If he had survived from the Nine Sun era until now, it would be more or less the same. Qinyan said, this time, I want to capture another Heavenly Mother. I want to quickly break through and enter the Divine Desolate. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said in low voice, Palace King, I still need to absorb the Sun Seed's energy one more time before I can break through. That's no problem, you helped me get 2 altars, our cooperation can be considered very pleasant. Qinyan said with smile. I signed a soul contract. So I can't give you the altar in my hand unless you have a way to remove my soul contract. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said. Qinyan suddenly thought of Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron. Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron can refine souls, maybe it can refine the soul contract. The reason why Qinyan wants to gather all 9 altars is mainly because he wants to use the 9 Sun altars and 9 Divine Universe Dragon Pearls to set up a super strong 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. In the current situation, the Star God altar is not very useful. He can go to the Guanghan Palace to take back the Star God altar. Then he can go to the 9 nether realms floating cloud city and take the altar there. Then he can more or less gather all the altars. End of chapter 2063. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.